Through my dissection, each exotic beast was worth millions, yet I lacked the money to treat my critically ill mother. It was because I was just an ordinary laborer. Those priceless organs belonged to the warriors. Just when I was distressed about this, I unexpectedly unlocked an infinite ability system, gaining the skill to dissect and gain vitality. Simply by dissecting the corpses of exotic beasts, I could accumulate vitality points, breaking through to become a warrior. At this moment, a system panel appeared before my eyes, accompanied by a warm current surging from within my body. Feeling the strength in my body, I was shocked. Now I finally had the ability to protect myself and should be able to survive this operation. However, I was still far from strong enough. At most, I could only handle Chao Kuai. The opponents also had 3 warrior teammates and the terrifying Captain Lu, a 4-star warrior. Not long ago, I accidentally overheard a conversation among Chao Kuai and others. They planned to feed all of us to the exotic beasts. So, to survive successfully, I needed to become stronger. Thus, I focused on the introduction to dissection abilities, realizing that dissecting exotic beasts could provide a certain amount of vitality. My eyes lit up. Now, the thing I had the least shortage of around me was the corpses of exotic beasts. Immediately, I took out the intestines of a black snake. With a successful extraction, the virtual panel in front of me changed. You successfully dissected the intestines of the black snake exotic beast, adding 2 points of vitality. It's really possible, one organ can increase vitality by 2 points. I couldn't help but breathe quickly, my eyes filled with anticipation. What concept is this? Before I dropped out, the best student in the school was the school flower of the year, and she only improved by 3 to 5 points of vitality in a month. While dissecting a corpse, I could almost match the efforts of a genius school flower for a month. So, I no longer wasted words but worked hard. The system's voice kept ringing in my mind. You successfully dissected the intestines of the black snake exotic beast, adding 2 points of vitality. You successfully dissected the spine of the black snake beast, adding 4 points of vitality. You successfully dissected the gallbladder of the black snake beast, adding 3 points of vitality. Within 15 minutes, I dissected the corpses of 3 black snake beasts, gaining 46 points of vitality. Combined with the previous 160 points, I directly broke through to 204 points, becoming a second-level warrior. Now, I completely had the strength to crush Chao Kuai. Just as I was rejoicing, Chao Kuai's voice suddenly came from afar. Alright, none of you listen, huh? There are still so many exotic beasts left undissected, it seems I need to give you all a lesson. Chao Kuai shouted loudly as he approached menacingly, his eyes stared at me maliciously, his face hanging with a cruel smile. He intentionally walked slowly towards me, suddenly stopping when he passed by the nearest middle-aged man. At this moment, I was less than 10 steps away from Chao Kuai, and I clearly saw a cruel smile on his face, containing murderous intent towards me. Before I could respond, the man beside Chao Kuai suddenly ran away, fear filling his eyes. This man had been slapped by Chao Kuai earlier, nearing 40 with graying hair. He was probably mistaken for someone by Chao Kuai and was obviously scared. He ran towards me in a panic. Stop him. Stop him all. If anyone lets him escape today, I'll break their legs. Chao Kuai saw the direction he was escaping to, suddenly showing a cruel and mocking smile, chilling everyone around. The middle-aged man was even more frightened, realizing something was wrong since he was slapped earlier. Chao Kuai was different from the warriors he had encountered before. This guy was extremely ruthless and really did what he said. He was like a frightened horse, running towards me with determination. However, I didn't move, allowing the man to run past me. However, although I didn't intercept him, other cargo workers stopped him. The middle-aged man was pressed to the ground, trembling in despair, but surprisingly, Chao Kuai didn't immediately go after him but slowly walked towards me, his expression suddenly becoming extremely fierce. Why didn't you stop him? The atmosphere froze, and everyone looked at me with complex eyes. There was joy, fear, and even gloating. Just when everyone thought I would kneel down and beg for mercy, I raised my eyebrows. I'm your damn father. If you want me to stop him, I'll stop him. The scene suddenly became silent. The cargo workers widened their eyes, looking incredulous. Is this kid crazy? What did you say? After hearing my words, Chao Kuai was first stunned, then his face became slightly swollen with anger. This time, I didn't answer his question but raised my fist and smashed it up. You're looking for death. Chao Kuai's eyes turned cold, also raising his fist to strike. His fist whistled, clearly not holding back. The other people instinctively turned their eyes away, unable to bear it, and could even imagine the scene of my arm breaking. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking and screams rose and fell, and everyone's hearts jumped. They prayed silently for me, but soon they realized something was wrong. How come these screams sounded like Chao Kuai's? When they subconsciously looked up, they saw an incredible scene. Chao Kuai was lying on the ground, clutching his completely dislocated arm, rolling in pain, while I stood coldly aside, unscathed. What happened? You're a warrior. You're actually a warrior. Chao Kuai looked shocked and panicked. People like you are warriors? Why can't I be? My eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. You dared to hurt me, you're dead. Captain, come quickly. He turned around and shouted loudly towards the distant cargo truck. The remaining 3 warriors were over there. Now he only had one thought, to kill me. What can you do if you're stronger than him? After all, there's only one person, but they have a total of 4. When the captain and others came over, they were determined to tear me apart. He heard footsteps in the distance, and a proud smile appeared on his face. But just as he was imagining what would happen next, he heard the panicked shouts of the porters behind him. He instinctively turned his head, and his pupils suddenly constricted. With a bloodied dissection knife almost touching his face, a raspy beast-like voice emerged from the throat. Will you kill me, or shall I kill you? Chapter 3, Kill if you must, show no mercy. Thought of himself as a very sober person. So when he realized he could not become a warrior, he chose to drop out of school. Now, he understood that once he started fighting with the other side, it would be a fight to the death, so he didn't plan to hold back. Without hesitation, he thrust the knife. It was a knife full of rage from an 18-year-old. Save me. Team leader Lu, save me. Chao Kuai cried out in terror. He was scared. Really scared. His only hope now was the three teammates rushing over. The delivery truck was not far from their position, just 30 or 40 meters away. The few people who had already heard the noise had gotten off the truck. Team leader Lu, leading the way, saw once again raising the dissection knife, and his face changed drastically. You dare! Poochie! Poochie, Poochie! Stabbed the knife into the other person's neck until they stopped breathing, and his body was already covered in blood. Perhaps it was the first time he had killed someone, felt his stomach churning, but strong willpower made him unusually rational. You actually dared to kill him. Team leader Lu looked at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, and his eyes were chilling enough to kill. Faced with such a terrifying gaze, others might have looked away, but did not. He was very clear that at this moment, he absolutely could not panic. Calmly shook the blood off the knife and spoke calmly. What will happen if I kill him? What you lack is combat power. I'm clearly stronger than him, fiercer than him. And I need money. Originally furious, team leader Lu surprisingly calmed down upon hearing these words. Indeed, they were in urgent need of people. So after staring at Su Tian for a while, he slowly spoke. What is your name, and what is your level? ***, level 2 warrior. Very good, from now on you are a member of our squad. You handle the bodies here, then get in the car and we will set off. Team leader Lu gave him a meaningful look, then turned to get in the car with the other two. As for Chao Kuai, he didn't even glance at him. Captain, are we just letting him go like this? He killed Chao Kuai. Back in the car, another warrior looked dissatisfied. What else should we do? Didn't you see that kid has gone mad with killing? Fighting him now would only exhaust our own combat power. Don't forget why we came here in the first place. Team leader Lu's face turned pale, filled with displeasure. So we just let him go? The warrior was unwilling. Team leader Lu shook his head and sneered. Don't worry, the beasts ahead will be much more than usual, let him lead the way. It's just helping us clear the path. The three laughed with delight. The laughter passed through the car window and eventually reached us ears. Teammates had just died, and they could still laugh heartily. Indeed, none of them were good people. Fortunately, he was briefly safe, and next, he could just follow the team and increase his strength. No matter what the other side's purpose for coming here was, once they reached the next stop, he would find a chance to escape. Team leader Lu was a level 4 warrior, and the other two were level 2, a direct confrontation would definitely not work. Thinking this, he began to help deal with the remaining corpses. From the rearview mirror of the delivery truck, team leader Lu saw everything clearly, watching obediently start to dismantle the beast corpses. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, the last corpse was dissected, the body making cracking sounds. Dissecting 8 corpses, his vitality and energy increased by 146 points, bringing his total to 352 points, reaching the 3rd level of a warrior. At the same time, a panel popped up in front of him again. You have successfully dissected the bodies of 10 exotic beasts. You can learn the dissection cashback, LV2, ability. Do you want to learn it? Learn? Give up? He did not decide immediately, lowering his head in deep thought. Firstly, according to the system prompt, the LV2 ability can only be obtained once, so he must seize the opportunity to learn carefully. Undoubtedly, based on the abilities, the best LV2 ability is hunting. Killing 10 exotic beasts is not easy to say. Even the lowest level exotic beasts have stronger physical qualities and strength than warriors of the same level. He thought for only a moment, decisively giving up learning dissection cashback, LV2. He could not guarantee a successful escape. If there was no chance to escape, he would have to face the exotic beasts here. According to Captain Lu's usual way of doing things, he would definitely make him go to the front to be a cannon fodder. Hunting could perfectly adapt to the battlefield and also cooperate with the martial arts rewards granted by the second obtained ability. He gave up the reward, and at a distance, Captain Lu and the others urged him. Get the stuff ready and let's go. He was almost pushed onto the vehicle seat by Captain Lu and the other two, who kept a vigilant watch on him, clearly wary of him. They brought 2 cargo trucks this time, with 2 rows of people sitting in front of the trucks, and skilled warriors sitting on the sides. It was hard to tell how long they had been driving, but it wasn't until the sun began to set behind the mountains that the vehicle slowly stopped. They arrived at a dense forest, with a strong smell of blood wafting from inside, and the surrounding silence made one feel uneasy. Asterisk asterisk, you go ahead and explore. Captain Lu suddenly blocked his retreat with the other two, coldly speaking. Their eyes were filled with hostility, as if they would attack immediately if refused. They wanted to use him as a gun, to clear the path, right? Sneered inwardly, just as he had thought. Fine. I'll go. Chapter 04, New Rewards, Golden Legend. The few people pushed into the forest, not even giving him a proper weapon. Seeing his figure gradually disappear, the warrior next to Captain Lu said, "Boss, do you think this kid will really die at the hands of the exotic beasts?" This warrior had a slightly bulky build, and the thin warrior behind him slapped his neck. Isn't that obvious? This kid looks like a rookie, and this area is frequently visited by exotic beasts. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. At that time, you and I will go in and finish him off. Since we're going to move, we absolutely can't give him a chance to live. You two follow him secretly, lead a group of exotic beasts to him. Captain Lu's cold face revealed a sinister look. You must wait until he's exhausted before you act, don't give him any chance of survival. I don't like unexpected surprises. The two warriors made an okay gesture and left without hesitation. Captain Lu suddenly remembered S' appearance when he killed Chao Kuai and, not feeling at ease, grabbed the man who had been saved by. Under the terrified gaze of the man, Captain Lu pulled out a handgun from his pocket and shoved it into his hands. If manages to survive, you find a chance to shoot him. Ah. The middle-aged man turned pale, his legs shaking. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw the murderous look in Captain Lu's eyes, he didn't dare to say a word. Don't play tricks on me, you know the consequences. After doing all this, Captain Lu sat down on the ground and began sharpening his knife, his full attention on the forest not far away. In the forest. Shivered. He felt a chill rising from his back. It felt like something was watching him from the shadows. He instinctively turned around, but all he saw was an empty stretch. In the far distance, he could barely make out the road he had come from, but the branches hanging in front blocked his view. He couldn't see Captain Lu and the others anymore. He felt as if the world had abandoned him, all alone in the wilderness. This panic intensified, and he gripped the scalpel tightly. The scalpel was specially made for dissecting strange beasts. It was about 30 centimeters long, similar to some fruit knives. As a weapon against vicious strange beasts, it was far from enough, but fortunately, its sharpness provided some reassurance. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps came from behind him. Accompanied by the rustling of fallen leaves on the ground, S' body sank. He twisted his waist to the right and forcefully swung the scalpel backward. Because of the excessive force, the palm holding the scalpel trembled slightly, and his arm was bulging with veins. Swoosh! A flash of cold light passed by, and felt the knife sink into flesh, accompanied by the rancid smell of blood being firmly trapped, as a muscular black shadow slammed him down onto the ground. Finally saw the creature's face. It was a gray wolf, to be precise, a strange beast. Its appearance was no different from a gray wolf, except that it was enormous, like the alpha of a wolf pack. Its fangs gleamed like two steel blades reflecting cold light. Gray wolf beast. This was the most common low-level strange beast, ranked between second and third tier. They evolved from ordinary gray wolves, and the only difference was their sharp fangs and their strong, muscular bodies. Normally, his chances of defeating this strange beast should be 70-30, because strange beasts had low intelligence, and they usually suffered in combat with creatures of the same level. But this was S' first time facing a strange beast, and his lack of experience cost him dearly. It was this pounce that made realize just how dangerous strange beasts were. The gray wolf beast seemed to have been starving for a long time. Its eyes glowed with a faint green light as it opened its bloody mouth and lunged at S' neck. Could even smell the foul stench. Yanked the scalpel out of the creature's shoulder and drove it straight into its neck. This motion was familiar to him, so he acted quickly. Thud. 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 Swung the scalpel again and again, preventing the beast's deadly strike from landing. The gray wolf beast's neck hung limp on him, its mouth dripping with foul blood. Its eyes had lost all their light. Breathed heavily, and for the first time, the fear of fighting a strange beast gradually faded, replaced by excitement. That was a physiological reaction caused by the surge of adrenaline. He had overcome his fear of strange beasts, and if he faced another one, he would be able to handle it easily. He got up from the ground, realizing that fighting strange beasts required fearlessness. Retreating in such battles would mean certain death. After calming down a little, he cut off the creature's ear. You successfully dissected the gray wolf beast's ear, plus 2 health points. You successfully dissected the gray wolf beast's ear, plus 2 health points. He didn't continue dissecting and slowly started walking deeper into the wilderness. His stamina was limited, and he had to use it wisely until he killed 10 strange beasts. That would be his only chance of survival. Not far away, 2 hidden martial artists, one fat and one thin, exchanged glances, both showing regret on their faces. I didn't expect this kid's fighting talent to be pretty good. He killed a strange beast so smoothly. Looks like the captain was right. We better be more careful and try to attract more strange beasts to come. The fat one said helplessly. The thin one nodded in agreement but seemed displeased. Damn bad luck. Let's go, let him keep hopping around for a while. Let's see how he dies in a while. 40 minutes later. Plop. Once again, after slaying a grey wolf beast, he sat down on the ground. His body was covered in many large and small wounds, but fortunately, none were fatal. Most of his stamina was drained. If he hadn't become a warrior, he probably would have collapsed by now. Luckily, it was all worth it. You have successfully dissected the bodies of 10 exotic beasts. You can learn the hunting, LV2, ability. Do you want to learn it? Yes. No hesitation. After his choice, the panel in front of him suddenly exploded in golden light. Along with the golden light, the system's humanized exclamation voice sounded. Another learning ability reward obtained. Random selection in progress. Wow. Golden Legend. Chapter 05, Gaining the LV2 ability. You have once again obtained an ability. Random reward selected, critical hit. Reward, 1 bottle of dragon blood potion. Reward, 1 book of intermediate martial art Taishan fist. Mastered ability, hunting, LV2. Hunting, LV2 all attributes double when dealing with exotic beasts, including but not limited to, strength, reaction, perception, mastery, etc. Host's current abilities, dissection rebate, LV1, hunting, LV2. Current abilities you can continue to master. Analysis, LV3 you can observe the species and abilities of exotic beasts. Condition to achieve, kill and dissect 100 exotic beasts. Crossdire, LV3 you can absorb the bloodline power of an exotic beast and perfectly inherit it. Condition to achieve, solo crossdire hunt of 1 exotic beast. Beast Slayer, LV3 gain a 100% guaranteed kill with 1 strike against an opponent of equal or lower rank. Condition, kill 100 exotic beasts of different species. Dragon blood potion? Intermediate martial art? His breathing was rapid. Although he wasn't a warrior before, he had heard of these two things. The dragon blood potion could be said to be the most popular medicinal item in the warrior community. It was said that no matter the situation, taking it would quickly restore a warrior's stamina within seconds, and it was 100% effective within the warrior rank. Moreover, it could rapidly stop bleeding and enhance adrenaline production, allowing the user to unleash 120% of their combat power during the 10 minutes of its effect. Unfortunately, it was only useful for warriors, making it perhaps the greatest invention of all time, but even so, 1 bottle was sold for tens of thousands of dollars, making it a dream for many warriors. As for the intermediate martial art, that was even more incredible. Martial arts could be understood as skills in a martial combat game, and once learned, they could demonstrate incredible power. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: low, intermediate, high, and special. Since martial arts mostly evolved from traditional martial arts, they were extremely rare. It was said that even a low-level martial art could be sold for tens of thousands, and an intermediate martial art could cost millions, with no guarantee of mastering the essence. He had actually obtained a book of intermediate martial art. How powerful was this? Let's put it this way. A warrior with martial arts at the same rank would definitely defeat one without martial arts, and an intermediate martial art would always beat a low-level martial art, making it highly valuable. The Taishan fist martial art directly entered his mind and memory, and vaguely saw a thin figure. The figure lightly raised a fist, using both waist and leg strength, the body making a snap sound as the punch was thrown. This punch had the power of Mount Tai. The air howled, and the flowing energy seemed to have a shape. Boom! The deep muffled sound made people feel the power of this punch, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The figure faded away, and S vision slowly returned. He stood there in confusion, not knowing when a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. Felt like he was just that person, as if the martial art was something he had been learning for many years. It was so familiar in his memory that he could use it at any time. He never expected that the martial art would be imprinted in his memory. It's known that for most intermediate martial arts, without someone teaching for a year or two, even the basics couldn't be learned, but he had mastered it directly. Looked again at the potion in his hand. The medicine bottle is only 3 or 4 centimeters, and it is made of transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the liquid inside, which looks like blood. He carefully placed it in his pocket and skillfully cut off the ears of several grey wolf beasts nearby. You successfully dissected 1 ear of a grey wolf beast, gaining 2 + 2 points of vitality. You successfully dissected 1 ear of a grey wolf beast, gaining 3 + 3 points of vitality. Dissecting also doubles? Excitement, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. In this case, he will soon have the strength to face Captain Liu and others. No. He already has the strength to deal with a few people now. But to be safe, he's still prepared to dissect the corpses in front of him to gain more vitality. Now, dissection of alien beasts gives a double bonus, and he has the opportunity to level up once more. After all, he is alone, and he needs to deal with 3 warriors. The speed of the double bonus is fast, and one corpse can provide about 30 vitality points. Before the 3 corpses were fully dissected, his vitality had already broken through 400 points, reaching the 4th level warrior stage. His stamina had also recovered a bit. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a roar from afar. A chaotic roar. It didn't sound like an alien beast, but more like a small beast tied? He gripped the dissection knife in his hand, his expression slightly changing. How could there be a small beast tied here? Unless it's Captain Lou. So ruthless. He took a deep breath, and his gaze grew colder. This Captain Lou was more ruthless than he imagined. He had thought the other party would use him to lead the way and explore the location, but instead, the other party simply wanted him to die here, unwilling to hesitate to trigger a large number of alien beasts and gather a small beast tied. But an hour ago, he might have felt desperate and troubled, but now. He gripped the dissection knife in his hand, his gaze growing even sharper. His eyes locked on the direction in the darkness, waiting for the first alien beast to charge out. It was a wild boar. A wild boar with brown fur all over its body, large in size, and fierce-looking. Crack! The thick tree branches on the ground were easily crushed under its steps, showing its immense strength. Ha ha ha! A skinny warrior, already perched on a tree trunk dozens of meters away, laughed loudly. He held a telescope, observing from a distance with a proud expression. Now he's in for a treat, able to enjoy the benefits of more than a dozen alien beasts. The fat warrior beside him also observed with a telescope, his lips curled into a similar smile. I didn't expect a mountain boar king beast to appear. This is an alien beast comparable to a 4th level warrior. Its brute force from the charge is something even the captain wouldn't dare to face head on. This kid, he's definitely going to die. Both of them had already sentenced him to death, eagerly waiting for the result with their telescopes. However, less than 3 seconds later, both of them simultaneously lowered their telescopes, rubbing their eyes as if doubting their vision. Indeed, they were absolutely seeing things. Otherwise, how could they see him more excited than the mountain boar king beast? Isn't he supposed to be scared? But when they looked again, they finally confirmed they weren't seeing things. They saw him taking 3 steps in 2, then gradually running faster, and in big strides, he sprinted straight toward the mountain boar king beast. This kid is going to face the mountain boar king beast head-on? When the 2 of them realized this, they almost laughed out loud. Isn't this courting death? There's no way anyone would think they can face a mountain boar king beast head-on, right? Impossible. Boom! The dull sound, like a cannon shot, was faintly heard by the 2 even from this distance. Then they saw the mountain boar king beast fall to the ground like a flip truck, starting to convulse. And its skull had completely collapsed. Thud! Both of their telescopes fell to the ground, trembling. Did my eyes deceive me? Chapter 06, Slaughtering the Beasts. That's right, it must be my eyes deceiving me. How could I possibly smash the skull of the boar king beast? Even Captain Lou couldn't do that. The atmosphere between the 2 men grew heavy, until it was broken by the laughter of the skinny warrior. Ha. How did you manage to attract an injured boar king beast, fatty? The fat man was stunned for a moment, then his eyes gradually brightened. I didn't even notice, didn't expect such a coincidence. This little guy has somehow escaped death. Yes. It must have been a coincidence. There's no way such a skill could exist. If there were such a skill, they wouldn't have been forced into the forest. The 2 of them became more and more confident, convinced that they had simply overlooked the injury of the beast, allowing to take advantage and successfully kill the beast. Yes, it must be like that. This kid is just a second-tier warrior, how could he do something like this? Don't be fooled by his current show of strength, maybe he's already badly injured inside and is just holding on to intimidate the remaining beasts. The fat man became more and more confident, fully brainwashed. The next fight, this kid is going to suffer. At this moment, shook his numb arm, feeling the tingling sensation, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. With the added effect of hunting, his punch just now, combined with martial arts, could probably challenge even warriors of level 5 or 6. This is the perfect time to get familiar with the power of the Taishan fist. He looked up at the forest, where more beasts were charging toward him. Most of them were like gray wolves, a common type of beast that wasn't too strong in battle. There were no more boar king beasts like before. His movements were as fast as lightning, his arm swinging in almost a circular motion, and every punch that touched a beast, every part of its body, caused it to collapse instantly. It was as if he was touching a block of soft tofu, one beast after another falling at his feet. Put! The cold light flashed, and the ears of each beast fell to the ground. Then, while the beasts were in a daze, he punched their skulls into pieces. You successfully disassembled the ear of the bison beast, gaining +3 points in health. You successfully disassembled the horn of the bison beast, gaining +3 points in health. S actions became more and more skillful, and his strength increased. The scalpel in his hand was able to accurately find the weak points of the beasts. With every swing, they fell into pools of blood. He could casually chop off their noses and ears with ease, showing just how powerful he was. Roar! The last monkey hesitated, then began to retreat, its eyes filled with fear. In its eyes, was no longer a human, but a demon. It had never seen any human who could crush the skulls of beasts with one punch. Finally, unable to bear the oppressive aura from the human before it, it turned and fled in a panic. The fat and skinny warriors were shocked, both of them instinctively sucking in a cold breath. They exchanged a glance, and could both see the shock and fear in each other's eyes. Their earlier assumptions seemed completely wrong. And, he seems to know martial arts. Terrifying martial arts. What should we do? The fat man's voice was a bit weak, clearly afraid. In contrast, the skinny man remained much calmer. After a brief silence, he unexpectedly laughed again. What should we do? Naturally, we take him down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity to obtain a middle-tier martial art. Upon hearing the words martial art, the fat warrior froze, his face flushing as he struggled to speak. Why you mean? Of course. The skinny man's face was filled with longing and greed. He clearly knows martial arts, otherwise how could he handle so many beasts? Especially that first punch, smashing the Boar King beast's skull. That definitely requires martial arts. Not just martial arts, but a middle-tier martial art. The fat man's breathing had started to grow rapid, and his eyes began to turn greedy. But, are we really his opponents? The fat man, in the end, was still a bit timid, worried as he spoke. If they really mastered such martial arts, they obviously couldn't be his opponents, and the result would only be the same as what happened to Chow Kwai back then. Fatty, take a good look at him right now. Right now, he's not only covered in injuries, but he's also been fighting for so long, and has already run out of mental and physical strength. Don't even talk about us teaming up, even Chow Kwai could handle that little brat now. His martial arts are definitely ours. The fat man froze for a moment, looking over it not far away. Sure enough, his clothes were already torn, and the wounds on his body were still seeping with blood. His face was pale, clearly due to blood loss and exhaustion, and even his hand holding the scalpel was trembling. In contrast, the two of them had red faces, full of energy. Each of them held a large knife specifically for dealing with strange beasts, about half a meter long. The fat man was already trembling with excitement. How could he not be excited? Even Captain Lu doesn't have martial arts. Let's go. We too will go take what's ours. The thin man saw that the timing was right, and together with the fat man, they leaped down. At this moment, was wobbling, standing in place, his face full of hesitation. He was already exhausted, and even standing was a struggle. Should he use the dragon blood potion? This thing was priceless, and if he took it back, it would definitely be enough to treat his mother. Just as he hesitated, footsteps echoed. It was the fat and thin martial artists. These two had left little impression on the team, and even didn't know their names, only knowing they were Captain Lu's lackeys. The two of them blocked the possible escape route, one on each side, looking at him with mocking expressions. ***, hand over your martial arts, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll leave you here to feed the strange beasts. The fat man said cautiously. Martial arts? Was stunned for a moment, and his eyes turned cold. He immediately realized that these two had been secretly following him the whole time, and perhaps, those strange beasts earlier had been brought by them. These people actually didn't want him to take the lead, they just wanted to kill him directly. The thin man, feeling the murderous glare from, remembered the strange beasts that had been killed just now, and instinctively took a step back. But he quickly realized he had been intimidated by a young kid's glare, and a surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. What the hell are you looking at? Still trying to act tough, huh? Right now, you probably can't even hold the scalpel, huh? Hurry up and hand over your martial arts. As long as you hand over your martial arts, we promise not to touch you. It's dangerous staying here, but at least you'll still have a chance to live, right? The thin man tried to soften his tone and use both carrot and stick. However, in his heart, he never thought of letting off. He wanted to silence him, because the matter of martial arts could never reach Captain Lu, or else it would definitely be taken away. Suddenly, laughed. How can you be so sure that I have no strength left? As he spoke, he slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of liquid that looked like blood. Seeing the blood-like potion, the smiles on the two men's faces instantly froze, and their eyes widened. Their ranks were low, but they had contact with potions from time to time. Although most of them were the simplest types, they had heard of the so-called dragon blood potion. Dragon. Dragon blood potion? The fat man stared wide-eyed, his smile completely frozen on his face. Correct. I didn't expect you to recognize it, said, his face full of mockery. Bullshit. If this is really dragon blood potion, I'll take your last name. If you really have that kind of value, why would you be coming out of the city to deal with us? The thin man suddenly cursed loudly. A look that had already seen through everything. Fatty, stop wasting time with him. This brat is just stalling for time, let's take him on together. The skinny one charged ahead. The knife he wielded whistled through the air, its cold light like a meteor chasing the moon. The moment he moved too. Without hesitation, he poured the dragon blood potion into his mouth while stepping back. The instant the potion hit his throat, his brain buzzed. The potion seemed to explode as soon as it entered his mouth, stimulating his cerebral cortex and invigorating his spirit. It felt like the sting of wasabi. A continuous surge of power felt like it was pouring out from within his body, a sense of full revival that was simply indescribable. No wonder it was such an expensive and good thing. Couldn't help but sigh with admiration, looking at the skinny one charging in with brute force while sneering. After fighting against the beasts, he realized that this person was just a half-baked fighter. In terms of movements and strength, he was way too far behind those deadly beasts. If it weren't for the beast's lack of intelligence, this guy probably wouldn't even be able to kill a low-level beast. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the other's slash, then quickly raised his fist and swung it hard from left to right towards the opponent's head. Taishan fist. The skinny one felt the dodge his slash in a flash, then suddenly something like a meteor flew towards his cheek. That's right, a meteor. As swung his fist, the sound of air rushing was heard, and the air around seemed compressed, creating a suffocating sensation, along with a low rumbling sound. Instinctively, he raised his right arm to block, but as he felt the immense force, he also heard a sound of bones breaking. Crack! As fist smashed into the skinny one's head, and he fell to the ground, unconscious, with his arm twisted at a strange angle. Instant kill. The skinny one was directly killed. Fatty finally snapped back to reality, and all that remained in his eyes when he looked at was fear. That was really the dragon blood potion. Help! Help! Fatty shouted in panic and turned to escape. Did not pursue him, but instead looked down at the already unconscious skinny one. Clearly, the opponent had lost their combat ability. The blood here had already attracted howls from the surroundings, and it wouldn't be long before more beasts came running. He thought calmly and decided to return. He could deal with Captain Lu now, and there was no need to continue taking risks. There were still a lot of beast corpses on that cargo truck. Just grabbing them would be enough to cover his mother's medical expenses for a while. He stretched his limbs and walked back the way he came. Captain Lu. It's time to get a result. At the entrance of the forest. Seeing that the fat and skinny martial artists had not emerged from the woods for a long time, Captain Lu furrowed his brow slightly. Are these too slow? Could it be? He shook his head rapidly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat can handle the beasts, but he's probably covered in injuries and exhausted. In that state, there's no way he would have the strength to deal with those two. But if that's the case, why hadn't his men returned yet? He quickly put that question aside and thought about another one. What if that brat survives? That's right, what if survived? In his spare time, he occasionally read novels, where the protagonists were always like this. Surviving against all odds, and those protagonist halos weren't rare either. It was already unexpected that Chao Guai dealt with, another exception could emerge. No. I'll let him take the lead, then let Fatty and the others attract more beasts to deal with him. And then there were the fat man and the thin man at the end. Even if it's pure luck, it must be on its last breath now. In this state, there's absolutely no way he could be my opponent. Captain Lu muttered to himself. His talent level was among the lowest among warriors, yet he managed to lead his team through careful caution. Thinking this, he suddenly focused his gaze on the middle-aged man who was dazed in the corner, his eyes filled with cold intensity. He strode over to the man and lifted him up with one hand. Don't kill me. The middle-aged man was a bit nervous. Captain Lu said seriously, when that thing comes out, take the chance to shoot it while it's not paying attention. It has already killed one warrior. If it comes out, it will definitely have killed 3 warriors and won't spare you. But if you handle it well, not only can I take you back, but I will also give you enough dragon coins. The middle-aged man seemed to be scared silly and could only keep nodding. No problem. He nodded desperately, seemingly afraid that Captain Lu might strike him. Until the other party completely let go, he curled back up in the corner, though his eyes and expression were a bit hesitant, gripping his gun hand trembling slightly. He was just an ordinary person. Both Captain Lu and that thing were not characters he could provoke. Captain Lu didn't look at him again, instead sitting beside him with his eyes closed, resting. He knew that no matter who returned later, this situation would have an outcome. However, in his mind, there was only one possible outcome. That is, he would survive, while that thing would surely die. Soon, he heard a series of footsteps coming from the distance in the forest. He picked up the binoculars he had prepared earlier and immediately saw the figure returning from the woods. It was that creature. Seeing the familiar figure, he wasn't too surprised, but after close observation, his expression noticeably froze. On the forest path, that creature was covered in many scabs, its face unusually rosy. Where? Is there a hint of weakness? Captain Liu was startled. His heart filled with dread. The chance of that creature returning was very slim, but it wasn't impossible. But how could it look so spirited? After all, if it really came out, it must mean it had dealt with the summoned monster and the two warriors, the fat man and the thin man. At this level of warrior, it's impossible to survive such brutal battles and still look so healthy. Could it have rested inside for a while? No. That's even more impossible. The time that creature spent inside was so brief, it was simply not enough to rest. As for the medicine, Captain Liu didn't even consider that, for low-grade medicine couldn't have such powerful effects. High-grade medicine. He had no access to high-grade medicine, why would that creature? As for martial arts, there was no need to think about martial arts either, it's nearly the same as medicine, and the higher the level of martial arts, the less likely that creature, a mere nobody, could learn it. His expression changed constantly, but eventually settled into calm, letting out a cold sneer. So what if its spirit was good? It was only a level 4 warrior. Not only that, but he had hunted monsters as a team not just once or twice, his battle experience was extremely rich. No matter how you looked at it, that creature was absolutely not his opponent, not to mention that he had a backup plan. With that, he grabbed the long knife beside him, reflecting a cold gleam, quietly waiting for the creature. Soon, the creature walked out from the forest. The first thing it saw was Captain Liu, who was poised for action, frowning. The other seemed to have anticipated its appearance. Could it be because he used the binoculars to see it coming? Noticing the binoculars placed beside Captain Liu, the creature frowned slightly. It seems you're hurt? How's it going? Do you need me to bandage you? Captain Liu's words were laced with concern, appearing to genuinely worry about S injury. A chill rose in the hearts of everyone present. After all, they had clearly heard his threat to shoot the middle-aged man. For a moment, they even felt that what they had seen before was an illusion. Paused slightly, then shook his head. You really can pretend. But at this point, do you still think I'm a child? Stop with the nonsense and make your move. He directly pierced the opponent's intention to make him lower his guard, brandishing his knife and striking. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. The blades clashed with a metallic clang, sparks flying with each impact. All these strikes were blocked by Captain Liu, but his expression was far from pleasant. You are a level 3 warrior? He sensed the power on the blade and was slightly surprised. However, this surprise quickly turned into disdain. A mere level 3. Even if you were a level 4 like me, you wouldn't be my match. In a duel without martial arts, it all depends on experience. He indeed had much experience, easily fending off S attacks and even able to angle his knife to strike at S vital points. The two blades momentarily met, creating a stalemate. S hands were shaking, clearly struggling with this angle. Captain Liu's expression grew more ferocious, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. He seemed to be able to envision falling to his blade. But he suddenly sensed something was off. That's right, something was definitely wrong. Was clearly at a disadvantage, yet did not seem anxious at all, looking at him with calm eyes as if strategizing. In the next second, suddenly released his grip on the knife, successfully dissipating the force, causing Liu's strike to miss. Taking advantage of this opening, had already raised his fist. Oof. Foolish. To actually abandon your weapon. Seeing give up his knife for this punch, Captain Liu mocked him with a grin. He lifted one hand to block the punch while adjusting the angle of his knife with the other. He could already anticipate what was about to happen. His arm would block the incoming attack, at most he would take a step back, while his knife would take S life. However, just a second before his fist hit him, he finally sensed something was off. This punch. Why is it so loud? The air stirred by the punch vibrated, producing a low thunderous roar. Before he could think any further, he felt an immense force hit his arm. The terrifying strength crashed against his face through his arm, freezing his smile in an instant. Bang! Clang! He swayed from the force, his knife clattering too. But it could be considered an indirect rescue. Now, this man is actually aiming a gun at his head. Although martial artists have strong bodies, they are not at a level where they can withstand bullets. With no choice, he can only stop his movements. Ha ha ha! Captain Liu suddenly burst into laughter. Kid, you're still too green. So what if you have martial arts? After you die, everything will be mine. Did not pay attention to the arrogant man, but looked at the middle-aged man. He noticed that the man's eyes were filled with fear and unease, not the icy coldness of a killer. Also hesitated. In the next moment, he resumed his stopped movement and swung hard at Captain Lou's arrogant face. Puff! Captain Lou's voice came to an abrupt halt, and his nose completely crumpled. You dare! Captain Lou was stunned into silence. He never expected that would have the courage to strike at this moment. But he quickly reacted, nearly shouting at the top of his lungs in a roar. Shoot him! Bang! A flock of birds took flight in the forest. The gun fired. Chapter 09, All die, not one left. The gun fired. But it made a hole in Captain Lou's body. The bullet hit his chest, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Captain Lou wore an expression of disbelief, blood oozing from his mouth. He never imagined such a result. Loosened his clenched fist, his palms filled with sweat. Although this was the outcome he had predicted, he still felt a wave of fear. Indeed, he had long anticipated this result because the middle-aged man had no choice. The porters here were all ordinary people. They needed a martial artist's help to leave this place, which was an undeniable hard condition. It was now clear that only one between Captain Lou and them could survive, and right now, he was full of life while Captain Lou lay injured on the ground, making him an easier target. So even without his initial help to the middle-aged man, it was highly likely he wouldn't get shot. Why? Captain Lou lay on the ground, his life force rapidly fading, his eyes full of unwillingness. Unwilling to die like this, especially by the hands of a newcomer like. Clearly, he had planned everything, yet it all came to nothing. Looked coldly, suddenly noticing a hint of ferocity in Captain Lou's eyes. This fierce hostility came on quickly, like a desperate backlash, so the moment he saw that gaze, took a step back. But that single step filled him with deep regret. Captain Lou somehow pulled something out from his waist and seemed to press it. Buzz! A low rumbling sound emerged from a nearby transport truck, which seemed to be the cry of a strange beast, but it was a mechanical sound, harsh and spine-chilling. None of you will survive, he. Captain Lou laughed eerily, and then the light in his eyes faded completely, before he disappeared. Yet in that gaze, there was still a lingering unwillingness and anger. Quick, shut it down! Snatched the item from Captain Lou's hand and found it was a control switch, apparently for some sound equipment. He wanted to try to turn it off, but discovered that it was already broken. He wanted to question Captain Lou, but found his eyes closed forever. Rushed to the truck again, found the sound equipment inside, and smashed it to pieces. Get in the truck! Anyone who doesn't want to die, get in the truck! He roared at the porters below. He didn't know what the sound equipment did, but his instincts told him it would definitely attract strange beasts, possibly linked to what he had heard during the conversation between Captain Lou and Chow Kwai. The crowd woke from their daze and ran up to the truck, with sitting in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to step on the gas, the passenger door swung open. A middle-aged man with a gun climbed in, his expression filled with urgency. There's no time. If we leave now, we're sure to die. He exclaimed surprising news as soon as he got in the car. What? Furrowed his brow. The man took a deep breath, glanced at the rearview mirror, and explained, I've heard that sound before, it's the sound of the Tsonghu beast. I've heard others say that the Tsonghu beast usually doesn't roar, but when it does, it's a challenge to its kind, signaling a fight to the death. Lou wouldn't play that roar for no reason. There must be a Tsonghu beast nearby. You should know how terrifying that beast is. We can only run in different directions. S mind went blank. The Tsonghu beast. He knew this beast. No, it shouldn't be said he knew, it should be said that this beast was known by almost everyone. Because it was the beast most widely known and most likely to be encountered. The top-tier beast for warriors, its powers were the most fierce, and it was extremely savage. Every appearance caused harm, and in the realm of warriors, it was like a god of death. Warrior Sue, I know you're strong, but even if you and the gun in my hand work together, our chances of surviving against this beast can be said to be none. Right now, the only chance is for us to act separately, or abandon the car. Frowned slightly and then shook his head. Abandoning the car is impossible. I've heard about this beast, it indeed tracks its targets, and once it locks on, it won't give up. It will kill all related targets. Our only chance now is to split up. Immediately got out of the car and yelled at the driver of the transport vehicle behind him. Upon hearing the order to split up, the transport driver turned pale. If there weren't any warriors with them, encountering 2 or 3 beasts on the road would mean certain death. This wasn't a small probability issue, many large beasts like to intercept vehicles. If not driven away, they could easily damage the vehicle by colliding with it. Didn't pay attention to his reaction but quickly returned to his own car. He still didn't rush to drive but began searching for something in the driver's seat. That's right, he was looking for something. If he remembered correctly, the information he overheard was that Captain Liu and the others were here to find this Tsang-Hu beast. These people weren't very high in ranking, and they certainly couldn't handle a normal Tsang-Hu beast. So they must have other preparations, there's no way they came without any. If he could find these preparations, maybe the chances of survival would greatly increase. Soon, he found 2 items. One was a worn-out piece of armor. The other was a shabby crossbow. That's right. Only these 2 things, and both looked like ancient relics. If they hadn't been wrapped in exquisite boxes and beautiful cloth, he might have thought they were junk. He carefully examined the 2 items and found that although they were worn, the craftsmanship was exquisite, and he couldn't tell what material they were made of. It wasn't ordinary metal. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully put on the worn armor, being careful not to break it by mistake. To his surprise, although this thing looked fragile, it was extraordinarily sturdy, with not a single piece of debris falling even from a clearly cracked area. The other crossbow was entirely brown, accompanied by 2 arrows that were half rusted, placed beside. After preparing everything, started the car, ready to set off. With the roaring sound of the engine, they head towards the city. Looking at the ruins ahead, he wipes the sweat off his forehead. I hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 10, The Appearance of the Azure Tiger Beast. They are about 3 hours away from reaching the safe area of the city. In the car. The middle-aged man hesitates and looks at him. Jean Warrior, why didn't you help him catch me back then? He is focused on driving and responds subconsciously, there's no special reason, my father is about the same age as you. Of course, the main thing is I know Chao Quan is not a good person, I originally wanted to deal with him. The middle-aged man shows an understanding expression but still smiles, I'm Chen Gong, the same Gong as in working, Jean Warrior is the first warrior I've seen who was so down to earth. He frowns slightly, not saying a word. His mind is focused on how to drive faster, after all, that Azure Tiger Beast could appear at any moment. Seeing that he is silent, Chen Gong also wisely doesn't speak. However, the silence in the car doesn't last long before it is once again broken by Chen Gong. Was it your decision for them to follow us, Zhang Warrior? Chen Gong stares at the vehicles in the rearview mirror, speaking with some confusion. Follow us? He is taken aback and quickly looks at the rearview mirror. He had been focused on driving and hadn't noticed what was happening behind. Now looking, those vehicles are indeed following closely behind him. It has been 10 minutes, and the other party has shown no sign of splitting up. There's a connected intercom in the car, contact them, he says anxiously. Time does not wait for anyone, after all, that terrifying beast could come out at any moment to attack them. Chen Gong doesn't waste time and immediately dials in. But they're not answering. Not answering? His face darkens, and he slams the brakes to stop the vehicle behind. He quickly gets out and rushes to the back of the vehicle where the driver looks at him nervously. Why are you still following us? Upon being asked this, the driver suddenly becomes extremely agitated. Zhang Warrior, we can't just drive away. If we encounter a beast along the way, it's only a dead end for us. Shut your mouth, he yells, slapping the front of the vehicle, making a loud sound. His forehead veins bulge, and pointing angrily at the other person's nose, he says, do you know that following us is a dead end? If we split up, at least there's a chance for the people in one vehicle to survive. If we stay together and get caught, it's only a dead end. The driver is frightened. However, he quickly pleads with a choked voice, Zhang Warrior, I know you are a good person, you are not like Captain Liu and they, please take us with you. Maybe that beast won't chase us, it was probably just a growling sound played through the speakers. He immediately takes a deep breath to calm his emotions. He is not a saint. He is very clear that he must go back, and even clearer about the danger of continuing to drive together without splitting up. He opens the car door and grabs. Struggling to resist the urge to tailgate, he kept calming his breath. In the next moment, he directly parked the car. Seeing him stop, the car ahead also slowly came to a halt, maintaining a relatively safe distance. At this distance, if he moved closer, the other party could immediately start their vehicle. This made him chuckle. It is natural to be afraid of death, but he could never have imagined that these people would dare to stake their lives on him. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to leave, instead, he plopped back into the driver's seat and yawned. Uncle, I'm not leaving. If you want to live, go and try talking to the car up ahead. After all, you have a gun, you can threaten them with it. Chen Gong's face looked a bit pale and bewildered. What do you mean by you're not leaving? He opened his palm, the literal meaning, those scared people ahead think that as long as they are with me, they are safe. But I don't think so I'm not leaving. I'll gamble when that beast appears here. If the beast's main target is that car ahead, then I'll have a chance to survive, but the risk is still quite big. Chen Gong gradually understood his words, his face looking a bit pale. You mean, I can threaten them with my gun, and if I follow them, there's a chance I won't encounter the beast? But if I choose to stay here, then I might encounter the beast right away and die here, he interrupted, sighed, and rolled down the window. The car fell into silence. Neither of them spoke, pondering their own situation. He stroked the crossbow, saying nothing, but the worry on his face spoke volumes. The people in the car ahead were clearly terrified to the extreme. It was impossible for them to just leave and go their separate ways. The only opportunity now was for Qin Gong to go over with the gun, that way, both could have a chance to survive. Otherwise, if they waited until the dark tiger beast appeared, even if they had a chance to escape, the survival rate would drop significantly, as it meant facing that terrifying creature directly. But would Qin Gong be willing? Qin Gong's face kept changing. It was evident that his inner thoughts were complicated and conflicted. He wasn't sure whether going to the front car would have a higher chance of survival or following him would be safer. After a long time, he seemed to have made a decision. He chambered a bullet, then opened the car door and stepped out. Seeing this scene, he let out a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome for him. As long as Qin Gong went over with a gun, the other party would definitely leave. After all, if they didn't let Qin Gong approach, they would have to keep driving forward, losing his car in the process. So, as long as Qin Gong went down, everything would be resolved. But just as Qin Gong got closer to the car ahead, a familiar roar suddenly echoed. Roar! That roar was undoubtedly the dark tiger beast. Chapter 11, Kill the Dark Tiger Beast. Although he had mentally prepared, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from fear. That brutal feeling was something no sound system could replicate. It was definitely a man-eating creature. Buzz! The engine of the front car roared to life. They were obviously preparing to escape. He started the engine too, but immediately slammed on the brakes, coming to a steady stop. It was the dark tiger beast. The beast violently crashed into the front car, flipping it over and blocking the way forward. Bang! That huge tiger paw slapped against the car door, instantly deforming it. He stared fixedly at the creature, finally seeing its terrifying full appearance. Its body was nearly 3 meters long, its fur was covered in patterns that radiated power, and its coat reflected light. The fur on its head was even more abundant. The sharp fangs bared, roaring. Is this a saber-toothed tiger? He couldn't help but complain and instinctively wanted to turn back. But he quickly realized that turning back would just make him be chased anyway. It was pointless, so he gritted his teeth and grabbed the old crossbow. Damn it! I'm a terrifying upright ape, afraid of you? Cursing under his breath, he stood up from his seat. Running would mean death, so he must fight again with all his might. However, his level wasn't enough, and this crossbow might be his only chance. The creature's attention was entirely on the front vehicle at this moment, which was a rare opportunity. Wait! Just as Jean was about to make a move, he suddenly had a realization and widened his eyes. He saw that the creature was covered in a lot of blood, making a red patch everywhere. The right leg of the azure tiger beast was bloodied, with blood continuously flowing out, almost dyeing the entire leg red. There was also some blood on its lower abdomen, looking like a severe injury. Zhang understood in an instant. No wonder the azure tiger beast only found them now. No wonder Captain Lu and his team dared to try to kill it. So the creature was already wounded. Earlier, he had been puzzled. If Captain Lu and the others' target was this azure tiger beast, how could they see it as an opponent? Now everything made sense. Help! Help! The azure tiger beast had smashed the front vehicle's cabin glass, dragging the driver out, and under his terrified, desperate gaze, tore him apart. Blood sprayed everywhere. Zhang couldn't help but want to look away, but he ultimately held on. After all, he needed to find an opportunity to act. This was his first time using the crossbow, and to ensure he hit the vital spot, he needed to get a little closer. Realizing this, Zhang gritted his teeth and got out of the car to approach the creature. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Not enough. Still not enough. Finally, Zhang stopped about 10 meters away. He could even smell the foul stench from the beasts. The last Sanghu beast still lay before him. Although it did not directly tear him apart, it still slapped him hard on the chest. He felt a tremendous force coming from his chest, and his whole body was sent flying away. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound, his internal organs in pain. Pop! He heard a crisp sound as the soft armor he was wearing exploded, completely losing its effectiveness. Now, he had no means to fight against this Sanghu beast. But fortunately, this Sanghu beast clearly began to lose its vitality. The 2 arrows just now, if nothing went wrong, had already crushed its organs. He had this confidence. He had dissected many exotic beasts, so he shouldn't be mistaken about the general location of its organs. But... roar! The Sanghu beast suddenly roared, looking as if it were reborn, its body moving with seemingly endless strength to rise. Blood gushed from its abdomen, and he felt it was about to drain away, yet the beast still crawled up, full of life, and then... it charged at him in fury. He smiled bitterly, not expecting this creature's vitality to be so tenacious. Clearly, it was already so injured, yet it could still move. Clearly, if only he could hold on for another minute, or even a few more seconds, victory was possible. But it seemed like there was no time left. Beeps. At that moment, a honking sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned around sharply to see a speeding cargo truck. Engineer Chen was seated at the driver's position, roaring at him. "Get out of the way." The instant he saw the cargo truck flying toward him, he instinctively rolled to the side. At that moment, the Tsanghu beast was less than 5 meters away from him, charging up, and the next second, it collided violently with the speeding cargo truck. Bang! The truck was instantly crushed and deformed, stopping in place, while the Tsanghu beast was directly knocked over several meters, trying several times but could not get up again. Instead, its head tilted. It breathed its last. Chapter 12, Back to the City. It was dead. The Tsanghu beast was dead. Engineer Chen. Are you okay? Coming back to his senses, he rushed toward the already crushed cargo truck. The front of the truck was completely mangled and broken. It was a miracle that it hadn't exploded. He felt the veins bulging on his arms as he tried to create some space, repeatedly calling out for Engineer Chen. Engineer Chen. Engineer Chen, wake up. Uncle Chen. He saw that metal had penetrated Engineer Chen's body, trapping him tightly inside. Zheng. Zhang Wuxia. Hearing his call, Engineer Chen slowly lifted his head, blood staining his face, weakly speaking. As he spoke, blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Don't talk. Hold on, I will save you right now. He was anxious, summoning all his strength to try to pry the metal away from around him. But the impact force of the collision was too great, and even as a martial artist, he couldn't widen the space. He was like a burning fire, anxious. He never thought that Engineer Chen had not escaped or hidden during the chaos, but had instead driven to save his life in a moment of crisis. They had only known each other for a few hours, and he didn't want this uncle to die so suddenly. Why did you help me? Engineer Chen suddenly spoke, his gaze starting to fade. He didn't know why he repeated that answer again. You are about the same age as my father. Do you have children? Think of your children, don't sleep. Engineer Chen smiled. It was a forced smile, but it was because he could no longer hold on. His chest was entirely pierced through, even a martial artist couldn't survive here, and even a deity wouldn't help. His voice was weak, as if he was using his last strength to speak. You are about the same age as my son, very similar to me. He wanted to say something more. But ultimately, he didn't say it, his eyes completely dimmed. Hearing that he had lost his voice, the body pulling the cart stiffened. Chen Gong is dead. Many people died outside the city, but Chen Gong was the only one who stirred his heart. He stood there for a long time, not knowing how much time passed before he came to his senses. Noisy sounds came from the front car. There were still a few people alive inside. But when they saw him, each pair of eyes was filled with fear. They knew very well that if the front car hadn't stubbornly stayed, they likely wouldn't have suffered the attack from the Tsanghu beast. Can the car still run? Yes. Yes. A few of us can repair it. The car's problem is not big. We can set off in at most 20 minutes. The remaining people hurriedly spoke, fearing his anger. All right, then we'll depart in 20 minutes. He signaled them to repair the car while he approached the corpse of the Tsanghu beast. Looking at this massive corpse, he couldn't help but sigh in awe. This Tsanghu beast, only at the level of a 7th or 8th rank warrior, was so terrifying, and its whole body was filled with treasures, worth a lot of money. He didn't expect Captain Lu to do so much, only for him to gain the benefits in the end. He lowered his head and began to dissect the corpse, preparing to take all the valuable things, and of course, to increase his vitality. You successfully dissected one ear of the Tsanghu beast, vitality plus 7 points, plus 7. You successfully dissected one ear of the Tsanghu beast, vitality plus 8 points, plus 8. You successfully dissected the internal organs of the Tsanghu beast, vitality plus 9 points, plus 9. You successfully dissected the tiger heart of the Tsanghu beast, vitality plus 11 points, plus 11. As expected of a top exotic beast in the warrior realm, each organ provided an abundant vitality. His vitality soared, which made him more and more excited. By the time the car was repaired, he had successfully fully dissected the entire corpse of the Tsanghu beast. He had previously dissected an entire exotic beast that only gave him a maximum of 30 vitality points, while this Tsanghu beast gave him over 160 points of vitality. Adding the extra 160 vitality points from the exotic beast hunter, along with the scattered organs he previously dissected, his vitality broke through to 700 points directly. His panel at this moment was as follows. Host. Vitality, 712 points, warrior level 7. Current abilities, dissection return, LV1, hunting, LV2. Dissection return, LV1 gain a certain number of vitality points when dissecting exotic beast corpses. Hunting, LV2 all attributes double during the hunt for exotic beasts, including but not limited to strength, reaction, comprehension, mastery, etc. Current abilities to master. Analysis, LV3 able to observe the type and ability of exotic beasts. Conditions, kill and dissect 100 exotic beasts. Cross severity, LV3 able to absorb the bloodline power of an exotic beast and inherit it perfectly. Conditions, independently cross severity to hunt one exotic beast. Beast annihilation, LV3 gain a 100% guaranteed kill power not exceeding one's own realm. Achieved by killing 100 different types of exotic beasts. Tip, the host can only choose one ability per level, and it cannot be reversed, so please consider carefully. Tip, each time the host gains an ability, a random reward will be given. Warrior level 7. He felt the surging power within his body, his eyes shining. After this experience, he understood how important power was. Warrior level 7. At this level, he could also fight against the Tsanghu beast. He loaded the valuable organs into the car and then walked back with the others. As the sky gradually darkened, he sat in the passenger seat, watching the city gradually appear in the distance, a smile spreading across his face. He had finally returned. His phone finally had a signal, and he immediately opened it. With the restoration of the signal, 2 messages flooded in. Seeing the content of the messages, his expression was complicated. The first message was from his father. "Son, you don't have to worry, Dad's salary has been paid in advance." The second message was from Xiao Meng. "Yang, I've paid your aunt's fees, you don't have to worry, and safety is the most important thing. I hope you come back soon." Xiao Meng's full name is, she is his childhood sweetheart. The two have always had a good relationship since they were young, and the depth of their feelings goes without saying. After all, it was she who told him that his father had hidden his mother's accident from him. This job involving death was also introduced by her. He furrowed his brow tightly, feeling a bit of a headache. The relationship between the two made it hard for him to believe that the other would harm him, but the truth was right in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know how to face it. Perhaps she doesn't know the inside story? Tried to absolve her and then shook his head. He planned to go to the hospital first, no matter if the other party wanted to harm him or if it was all a misunderstanding, he would know after a visit. The car slowly entered the city, and they got out to prepare for a safety check. Every team that returned from hunting exotic beasts had to go through this step to prevent any exotic beasts from entering the city. The check was simple and quick. However, as soon as got out of the car, he saw a group of people walking toward him. They were wearing matching uniforms, apparently part of some martial artist organization, and the person at the head was someone actually recognized. It was S. father. Chapter 13, You are a once-in-a-century genius. The middle-aged man at the front looked a few years younger than his peers, dressed in exquisite combat clothing, with a special emblem on his chest, the emblem of a master. S. face darkened upon seeing this person. Why is he here? It seems like he is deliberately waiting for him? No. He is waiting for Captain Liu. Thinking about his speculation, tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand, and all his muscles tensed up. Could it be, is this really all part of S' plan? He didn't run because there was no way out at this position, but he also didn't need to, because this was the city area. In city areas, martial artists are not allowed to fight among themselves, this is the country's rule, and no one can break this rule, not anyone. Soon, a group of people surrounded him, and stood in front of him, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. That kind of gaze made people feel extremely uncomfortable, just like looking at someone from another world. ***, you actually survived, it really surprised me. Stared at him coldly, so it's really you. Why did you do this? He had met only a few times because he rarely went home to see her. Had grown up with him, and every time she mentioned her father, it was always about how busy he was. Only these last 2 years in high school did suddenly return to the city and bring from the old district to the city center, allowing him the chance to see a few times. He had a bad impression of this person because he was different from other fathers and elders, giving off a distant and proud air. But he never imagined that such a person would harm him. Why? Suddenly laughed, a sardonic smile. There is no why. But this incident was an accident, and the cause of the accident is that you and Xiao Meng are no longer from the same world. You ordinary people shouldn't get involved in the world of martial artists, otherwise, a casual misunderstanding could cost you your life. Do you understand? Hey, I know damn well. Cursed loudly. What did you say? The martial artist beside him was about to make a move, several people drawing their weapons. Stopped them, looking at with a dark expression. Kid. If it weren't for Xiao Meng, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. You should know your place. Glared back with the same tone and the same actions. Old dog. If it weren't for Xiao Meng, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk to me. You should know your place. Obviously very angry. But he quickly calmed down, looking at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze. He slowly said, I know you and Xiaoming grew up together, this situation makes you very uncomfortable. I know your mother urgently needs money, and this card has 500,000. It's enough for you to treat your mother. Take the money, and in the future, don't seek trouble for yourself, keep your distance from Xiaoming. He pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it in front of. His smile was very proud, as if he was sure that would definitely take it. Indeed, was thinking just that. Because in his view, had no reason to refuse. Smack! Directly pushed his hand away, and the black card fell to the ground. You deliver a slap and then give a sweet date, do you think I have no shame? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I advise you not to rely on your age to be superior, your success now is only because you've lived long enough. When you were 18, you were not even as good as one of my hairs, and when I reach your age, I certainly won't be so unfeeling. S smile gradually stiffened, replaced by anger. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Young people must pay the price for their impulsiveness, think about whether you can bear this price, and think about whether your parents can bear this price. What will happen to your mother without this money? Are you going to rely on your pathetic income from moving beast corpses at the cost of your life? Seeing his confident demeanor, shook his head helplessly. I don't understand where your confidence comes from, thinking that just because you're older, you can understand the future of others. What you think is insight is just the foolish daydreaming of an idiot. I don't want your money, it's not that I'm acting out of impulse, but I simply don't lack that little money. As for keeping my distance from Xiaoming, I won't do that either, because I cannot let her lose her social life just because she has a father who doesn't understand. Squinted his eyes slightly and said, quite displeased, you have backbone, I want to see how you will manage. Then let's wait and see. Also didn't want to keep entangled with him, after all, his mother was still waiting for him in the hospital. Seeing his departing back, a white-haired person beside even pulled out a dagger, eyes sparkling, boss, why waste words with him? This little brat is absolutely unworthy of the young lady, just let me deal with him a few times until he is convinced. Smack! S slap landed hard on his face, expression cold. I haven't settled the score with you for the mouth-closing matter, do you still dare to speak here? I told you to teach him a lesson, when did I tell you to kill someone? The white-haired person was silenced by the slap, nervously saying, boss, I'm doing this for Xiaoming, this brat is just a dropout, can't become a warrior and is nothing among ordinary people. If this goes on, it will just delay the young lady. Seeing his sincere words, didn't say more. Don't worry, he will soon understand that in this world, without money and strength, he will struggle to move. Soon, he will come begging to see me because of the high medical expenses. Seemed to have envisioned that scene, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he waved his hand. Let's go. Returned to check the place, with S matters on his mind. From the current situation, had not harmed him. Though this matter started because of, everything was done by, and as for the misunderstanding he mentioned. There was no misunderstanding. The other party did it, this is the fact. Sigh. Headache. He rubbed his head, momentarily unsure how to face. The two of them grew up together, and their feelings had always been very good. The two of them indeed felt something for each other, this was beyond doubt. It's just that he later lacked the talent of a warrior. He actively gave up contact with the two of them, but thinking of brought him a sense of peace. Forget it, let it be. Thought as he pushed open the door to the examination room. As soon as he stepped into the examination area, a young lady in her 20s, wearing a black bodycon dress, warmly greeted him. You must be Mr. Zhang, right? Was slightly taken aback, confusion showing in his eyes. Who are you? I'm in charge of welcoming you, just call me Xiao Zhao. May I ask if the Sanghu beast you brought back this time was killed by you? I guess so. Hesitated for a moment before nodding and speaking the truth. There was no need to hide this, after all, he was planning to ask if he could take the strange beast away directly. Upon hearing his affirmation, Xiao Xiao's delicate face suddenly flushed with excitement as she grasped S hands tightly. A talent like you is rare in a century, please be sure to join our warrior guild. We will provide you with the best benefits. Chapter 14, Kicked Out of the Intensive Care Unit? Xiao Zhao was beautiful, the kind of pure beauty that could score an 8 out of 10, dressed in professional attire that was both innocent and alluring, easily touching anyone's heart, any man would nearly lose his mind. However, furrowed his brows, cautiously sizing her up before pulling his hand out of her soft grip. What do you mean, asking me to join the warrior guild? Seeing that he wasn't affected by her charm, Xiao Zhao, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, calmly replied, yes, what you don't know is that we have many warrior organizations stationed here, just to attract talents like you. I'm with the city's second warrior guild. I just heard your companions talking about how you all killed the Sanghu beast, so I urgently came to invite you. Xiao Zhao guarantees you the best treatment as a newcomer, which guild are you currently with? carefully observed her expression and, seeing she didn't look like she was lying, slowly spoke, I haven't registered as a warrior yet. Not registered? That's even better. As long as you're willing, I can process all the paperwork for you right now. Xiao Zhao seemed even more excited. Became even more vigilant, observing her closely. If it weren't for this trip, he might have agreed without hesitation. But this trip had made him aware of society's harsh realities. I need to think about it first. I have another question I want to ask you. You may ask. Xiao Zhao didn't push him, but her eyes noticeably dimmed a little. Can you take the corpse of my strange beast? Of course. Normally, a Tsungyue tiger can be valued at 100,000. Xiao Zhao offers you the highest market price of 150,000. 150,000. Was taken aback. He knew that strange beasts were valuable, but he didn't expect them to be worth this much. 150,000. He remembered his father working hard for a month just to earn 8,000. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I can selfishly add an extra 50,000, 200,000. Was stunned again. An extra 50,000? Does your family have a printing press? No need, just 150,000 is fine. Can it be delivered today? Normally it takes 8 hours, but I'll handle it for you. Just wait 5 minutes. Xiao Zhao quickly operated her phone and after finishing, asked him to wait quietly. 5 minutes later. 200,000 was credited. 50,000 is my bonus for you. I said you're a talent, and should be treated as one. You don't need to feel pressured. If you don't want to join our warrior guild, let's just be friends. Xiao Zhao showed a sweet smile as she laughed. Widened his eyes. Right now, he only had one thought, this girl's family must definitely have a printing press. In the end, accepted this friendship, after all, he needed the money now. As for the martial artist guild, he still needs to think it over. However, Xiao Zhao didn't care. In the end, she even personally called a special car for him, and then sent him off. Mr. Zhang, if you ever want to join, call me right away. I'll pick you up 24 hours a day and ensure you have the highest registration ceremony. Remember to call me if you need anything. Xiao Zhao's voice gradually faded as he headed towards Tianhai City's First People's Hospital with the money. First People's Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Why should we be moved out of the ICU? This angry voice carried a hint of softness. Even though everyone knew the speaker was furious, it still made people unable to feel anger. People in the corridor instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing the speaker, they held their breath. The girl was in the prime of youth. Her gentle, delicate features were not inferior to some stars. A trench coat swayed gently with her quick breaths, and her long hair, seemingly unmanaged, hung down naturally, appearing slightly messy due to her emotional turmoil. How can you do this? Her voice trembled slightly with anger but remained clear and strong, echoing through the empty corridor and attracting several curious but cautious glances. The girl seemed to be arguing with a plump nurse about something. The ICU is full, there are more urgent patients that need it, the nurse said, feeling impatient with the surrounding glances. What nonsense are you talking? We just paid our fees this morning, and my aunt's condition hasn't improved. Transferring her out of the ICU could very likely leave her in a vegetative state. Xiao Meng's brows furrowed slightly, her small face turning red with anger. The nurse glanced at her without much interest, her expression revealing a hint of disdain. That woman would become a vegetable whether she stayed in the ICU or not. The ICU needs to be used for those who need it more. A martial artist just arrived, if he doesn't get treated promptly, he may never be able to hunt alien beasts again. Xiao Meng was stunned. She looked at the nurse in disbelief, her cheeks flushed with anger. Say that again? Are you saying our patient isn't as important as a martial artist? Do you believe I'll report you right now? Is this hospital still one that saves lives? The nurse was utterly impatient now. You have to leave today, whether you like it or not. The paperwork has already been completed over there. If you don't leave on your own, we will have to push you out. Xiao Meng was so angry she stamped her feet. Just when she was about to explode again, a middle-aged man stopped her. Xiao Meng, forget it. If we have to go to the ICU, then let's just go. If there's an emergency, we can come back. Zhang's father sighed, his face full of helplessness. But before Xiao Meng could say anything, the nurse suddenly scoffed. Sorry, I think you misunderstood. The ICU is full, the general wards are full too. You can only stay in the corridor. Zhang's father was stunned, left speechless. He was so anxious that he couldn't utter a word after holding it in for so long. Xiao Meng was completely enraged. She stood right in front of the door, using her small body to block it, shouting without regard for her image. I will stand here today, let's see who dares to go past. The nurse seemed completely unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at her before turning to leave, seemingly, to find someone. When she saw that the nurse had temporarily left, Zhang's father said gratefully, "Xiaomeng, thank you so much this time. But you really shouldn't get involved in this matter. After all, this is their hospital, they're all in it together. If this matter burdens you, Xiao Yang will blame me and your aunt later." Xiaomeng's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and she gently said, "Uncle Zhang, you don't need to worry. Just like you said, this is a hospital. Do they dare to force people out?" Before her words had completely faded, the arrogant voice of the nurse came from the other end of the hallway. "It's that woman, she won't leave your old man's intensive care unit." Beside the nurse stood a man with a delicate appearance, who, upon hearing her words, glared at Xiaomeng with a vicious look. At a glance, this man was not an ordinary person, but a warrior. He quickly walked to the door of the ward and stared at Xiaomeng with an aggressive gaze, his aura intimidating. "What do you want to do?" Zhang's father tried to stand in front of Xiaomeng, but in the next moment, he was pushed down by the swing of the man's hand, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaomeng wanted to help him, but was directly grabbed by her wrist, and under the nurse's gleeful gaze, a hand was suddenly raised towards Xiaomeng's cheek. "You think you can stop my dad from treating his leg?" Slap. A crisp sound echoed, but it was not a slap, it was someone grabbing the delicate man's arm. Gripped the man's arm tightly, a cold gaze slowly filled with killing intent. Chapter 15. Do you think you're also a warrior? The sudden appearance of left several people stunned at the same time. Asterisk. Called out twice, a smile blooming on his cheek like a flower. Also smiled, "You two go back inside, leave this to me." "You handle it?" "Who the hell are you?" the delicate man yelled, forcefully shaking off S grip. "This ward belongs to my mom, who do you think you are?" S eyes flashed with cold light. Seeing that chilling gaze, the man's arrogance faltered. Even the eyes of a warrior killing a beast aren't this fierce, why is this kid's gaze so frightening? But he quickly realized he was frightened by a mere youth, instantly enraged and humiliated. "All right. That old geezer inside is your mom, right? I'll give you 3 minutes. Move her out now, or you'll face the consequences. My old man's leg is severely injured, we can't afford to delay, and if something goes wrong, you'll take responsibility." Smiled. It was as if he heard a funny joke. But in the next second, he placed a scalpel against the delicate man's neck, as fast as lightning. No one expected to suddenly strike, the delicate man felt the cold blade against his neck, and his throat instinctively swallowed. Didn't say a word, but everyone present felt an inexplicable fear. The atmosphere instantly froze, and the nurse rushed forward, panic in her voice. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This situation is actually just a misunderstanding, everyone calm down, and let's not do anything irreversible here. She brought these people here, if something really happened, she couldn't escape responsibility. Misunderstanding? Kicking out a person in intensive care for a leg injury? You call that a misunderstanding? Or is it a misunderstanding that a person with a leg injury entered the intensive care unit? Asked, making the nurse turn red with embarrassment, speechless. This relative, please put down the knife for now. Stay calm. You want me to put it down just because you say so? Get out right now. Spoke coldly. What? The nurse was taken aback. Get out. Suddenly shot an icy glare filled with killing intent. That was a true killing gaze, typical between lives and deaths. How could an ordinary nurse have ever seen such a thing? She was instantly terrified into silence, actually turning to leave. At this moment, the delicate man was also drenched in sweat. He realized that the young man before him was no ordinary character, perhaps he would really dare to slice his throat. Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let that old know, let our mom stay inside. I admit I was indeed rude. On the surface, he appeared submissive, but inside, he had already mapped everything out. Once the other side let down their guard, he would definitely make them taste the power of a warrior. If it were in the past, might not have been able to see through this guy's thoughts. But ever since returning from outside the city and knowing how treacherous people can be, he truly couldn't hide it from his eyes. He sneered coldly and actually withdrew the scalpel from his hand. The man was slightly taken aback, he didn't expect someone who appeared so fierce to so easily retract the knife. But he quickly came back to his senses, and his expression twisted into a snarl, "You damn." Before he could finish, he felt something smash against his face. Bang! A punch landed on the man's face, the air even carried a whisper. The man felt a sharp pain in his face, and then he sat down hard on the ground. Blood flowed from his nose, but he looked at him with a face full of terror. He was also a martial artist, but he was of a much lower level, merely grade 2. However, when he swung that fist, the power clearly surpassed his own, if he hadn't pulled back at the last moment. No! If it weren't for the public setting, that punch would have definitely killed him. Realizing the terror of him, he crawled and rolled towards the end of the corridor. At the corner, he happened to bump into the nurse from earlier. The nurse's name was Li Lily, and it looked like she was specifically waiting for him. The moment she saw him, she rushed over, her face brightly lit with a warm smile. "Mr. Zhao, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long." "Don't worry, they were being unreasonable first, so it's understandable for you to strike back." Li Lily appeared somewhat excited, yes, excited. In her eyes, he was just a paper tiger, scaring her was fine, but he couldn't scare a martial artist. So she believed Li, the martial artist, would teach him a good lesson, avenging her anger, while she waited here, partly for good news and partly to curry favor with him. Others didn't know his identity, but she knew, Li the martial artist was a big shot's right-hand man. "Li, you don't need to worry. I've already contacted the hospital, this guy is really too arrogant. You are a noble martial artist, just being a little more forceful will make them roll away. As for that small amount of money, you wouldn't care, right?" she said with a bright smile, suddenly realizing something was off. Why hasn't Mr. Zhao been speaking? Why does his face look so gloomy? Most importantly, why is he bleeding from his nose? "Mr. Zhao, you're hurt." Slap. Li Lily slapped him hard. "Are you trying to harm me? It's all your fault for egging me on, otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a predicament." Li Lily stared blankly at him as he left, her mind ringing. Although she did not know what had happened, she was sure he was behind it. Her face turned red with anger, gritting her teeth. "Kid, we are not finished with this. I can't afford to mess with a martial artist, but can I afford to mess with you?" On the other side. Seeing the martial artist leave, Zhang's father quickly checked his body and, confirming he was uninjured, sighed helplessly. "Son, you were too impulsive. This is a hospital, and that was a martial artist. Your mother still needs treatment here, offending that nurse brings us no benefits. Even if I and your mother offend someone, it doesn't matter, you are young and can't afford to offend a martial artist. They are people of social standing, what would you do if they come looking for trouble?" Saw his father's worried face and thought of the message from today, his feelings were complex. "Dad, don't worry. He doesn't dare come find trouble, you don't need to be afraid with me around. Didn't I already chase him away?" But who knew hearing him say this made Zhang's father frown even harder. Sigh. This is a public space, they wouldn't make a move here. Do you really think you're impressive just because you punched someone? Do you think you are a martial artist too? Chapter 16, Get Out If You Can't Pay. I am indeed a warrior. I just became a warrior today, and I was even targeted by the Second Warrior Guild. He spoke helplessly. He knew what his father was worried about, so he planned to stop hiding it. Zhang's father was stunned, his face turning beet red. "You are a warrior? Warriors have badges on their chests. Do you have one? Impulsiveness is just impulsiveness. It's no wonder I didn't tell your mother right away, you are too immature." For a moment, he really had no way to refute, because he indeed had not officially registered as a warrior yet. He also understood that his father was anxious, fearing he might offend a warrior, so he could only stop dwelling on the matter. Fortunately, at this moment, stepped in to ease the tension, standing between the two and saying, "Uncle Zhang, don't blame Yang for it, he was just being a bit hasty. If he hadn't stood his ground today, we wouldn't know what to do." "Yang, right?" she said playfully, giving a wink. Nodded helplessly. This is why he didn't believe that would harm him, after all, no matter what happened since childhood, she always stood by his side, defended him, and helped him. Zhang's father calmed down, sighing again, "Sigh, it's my fault. It's my fault for not having the ability, and for making little Yang take the risk. If I were a warrior, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's first check on your mother's condition." Zhang's father led the way into the intensive care unit, with following closely behind, but was suddenly pulled back by Yang. "You don't need to worry too much, I can help you figure out the money issue." Looked at her with a sincere face, slowly saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I have money, so you don't need to worry. Being a beast transport worker does indeed pay better, but that job is too dangerous. I don't want you to keep doing it. I will think of another way for you to work later, for the costs during this time, consider it a loan from me, don't feel too much pressure." Continued. Looked at her with a complicated expression, realizing that really didn't know anything. Noticed he wasn't speaking and furrowed her brow slightly, as if thinking of something. "But next time, you really shouldn't be so impulsive. Uncle is right, that person is a warrior. Here he might not dare to take action, but who knows what trouble he might cause you privately. But you don't need to worry about this, I will help you handle it," she said, a subtle hint of pride flickering in her eyes. Certainly knew she had the ability to handle things, after all, her father was no ordinary man. However, if this matter really reached Bai's father, the other side would probably be eager to see him bullied. "Okay. I promise you." Walked into the room to check on his mother's condition. S mother was named Li Lan, and she was in her 50s. For all these years, she had been working hard for him, and her dream was to become a warrior. At this moment, Lilan lay pale on the hospital bed, surrounded by equipment and 4 drips. Your mother was too anxious at work, she didn't pay attention to the oncoming vehicles and got hit. Although the other party braked in time, her head unfortunately hit the ground. Zhang's father couldn't continue, his voice choked with emotion. Clenched his fist slightly, a sharp pain in his heart. What did the doctor say? There are large areas of bruising and bleeding on her head. For now, she is out of danger, but it's only temporary, there could be new bleeding points at any time. And even if she successfully survives, the prognosis is a vegetative state, right? S face turned pale. Zhang's father nodded seriously. It costs a lot every day here, our family savings are almost depleted. I didn't tell you in time because you have just entered society. I thought telling you would only make you worry. Plus, your mother was here fighting for her life, I didn't have the heart to tell you until now. Fortunately, today I ran into Xiaomeng at the hospital, and she helped us front more than 10,000 yuan. You need to hurry and make money to pay her back. Saying nothing, he felt even more grateful in his heart. Uncle, you're too polite. Just focus on getting better, the money will be returned to me, he has a way. He smiled with a hint of mischief. Dad, Xiaomeng is right. Just take care of mom's treatment. I will handle the money. Don't worry. Zhang's father forced a bitter smile. What money could you have, you're just a dropout working kid. I'll figure out the money situation, you just spend more time with your mom. When you go out to work, your mom worries about you all day long, she even said she'd make you dumplings if anything happened. He knew his father still didn't believe in him. He was about to say something when a familiar voice came from outside the door, ***. It was the nurse from earlier, before the door was even pushed open, they could already hear her annoying voice. Room 623, please pay the hospital fees in a timely manner. If you do not pay the fees, you will have to leave. Li Lily entered the room holding a notebook, with a smug smile looking at the few people. Hospital fees? Did we not just pay today? I personally paid 11,000 dragon coins. I have the transfer record here. She spoke with some confusion. Li Lily sneered, what you paid was yesterday's debt of 1,000 and today's 10,000 dragon coins. Now the hospital has a rule that you must prepay for 3 days or more. Moreover, many of the medications this patient needs are directly compounded, so you need to pay first. You still owe more than 20,000, including the 3 days in advance and the medications that need to be prepared in advance, you have to pay 80,000 dragon coins. But I can understand if you really don't have money, then you can leave today, and you won't have to pay for the anticipated medication. Her tone became more smug as she spoke, casting a mocking glance at Pauper. You made me get slapped, don't expect me to spare you when you come crying to me later. This is unreasonable. How is it even possible to prepay that much? I've never heard of such a thing in my life. This left him momentarily stunned, then his face flushed with anger. It's not about being reasonable, you all said before that you would do anything to save the patient, so all our expenses are incurred in advance to save the patient. Is there a problem? This time, was left speechless. Zhang's father was in a panic and forced to smile. Can you wait another 2 days? I'll go back and raise the money. Nurse, you can see our family's situation, it really is quite difficult. Whose family isn't difficult? This is a hospital, not a charity organization. The nurse said smugly. If you can't come up with it then get out, you poor deadbeat. Chapter 17, there really is money. She issued the final eviction order. But the next second, she stepped back in fright. Once again stood in front of her, looking at her with the same piercing gaze. What do you want? Li Lily stared at him nervously, fearing he would make a move. Slap. Without mercy, he slapped her again, making her already swollen face look even more red and swollen. Apologize. Li Lily was slapped again, and she went completely mad. You dare hit me? You dare hit me? If you don't apologize again, I'll keep slapping you until you do. His eyes grew colder. Xiaoyang. What are you doing? Stop it. Zhang's father finally reacted. This time, she must make him pay. Ha! He sneered, what a big world with all kinds of wonders, a person like you can actually become a healthcare worker. You lowly thing, why don't you go bother that warrior? A person like you will eventually harm more people, meeting me is a lesson in advance. Isn't it just 80,000? Paying is paying, but I need you to prove this is the hospital's normal charge. Li Lily suddenly curved her lips into a sly smile. Good. You want a receipt, right? I've just prepared it for you. I see you can talk, let's see if you can actually take out the money. She really pulled out several receipts from her pocket and handed them to him. Every entry on the receipts had clear records, he checked and indeed found no problem. Seeing that he remained silent, Lily felt prouder. Are you done checking? Look carefully, everything has the hospital stamp, it can't be faked. If you can't come up with 80,000, then hurry up and get lost. He, who had been quiet, finally couldn't hold back and stood up, saying, what kind of attitude is this? We didn't say we wouldn't pay. She turned to pull him. Yangu, you don't have to worry, I'll call my family right now. We grew up together, my family will definitely help. Although she said this, there was a hint of worry in her brows. Xiaomeng, just let it go. I know you are a good kid, but this is Uncle's family matter, you can't let your relationship with Xiaoyang drag your family down. Zhang's father sighed, his eyes red. Uncle, don't be polite. Yang Gu will pay me back later, he's still young and will surely make something of himself. Hearing their conversation, he smiled helplessly. It seemed these two completely didn't believe that he had the ability, but that was normal, after all, he dropped out of school to work, it's only natural they wouldn't believe him. Alright, stop arguing. He spoke to stop everyone's chatter. Let's go. Humph. I thought you had some backbone, but still ended up obediently leaving? Lily laughed. She knew he couldn't come up with the money, after all, his father always delayed paying, and she had heard about his family's situation when he was changing bandages. They had already exhausted their savings. If that little girl over there hadn't helped cover the payment, they might not have been able to pay for today's medical expenses. Yang Gu. Don't act recklessly, Auntie's injury is the most important. We can't leave now. I'm calling my family right away. She dug out her phone anxiously, ready to dial. But in the next second, her hand was pressed down by him. She was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. He smirked, showing a confident smile. Did you misunderstand something? I meant going to pay the fee, not that we needed to go to the payment place to do so, right? Seeing his serious expression, she was slightly stunned. Could it be? Really? Yang Gu, do you really have it? Yes, this time I got lucky, 80,000 is enough. He nodded slightly. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Good, I believe in you, Yang Gu. But if you really have difficulties, just tell me. I'll talk to my family now. He patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry, then walked towards the door. Humph. What are you pretending for? I don't believe you can really have that much. Lily crossed her arms and walked out behind him. He was still worried and followed closely, whispering, Yang Gu, do you really have it? Don't push yourself, Auntie will need long-term treatment. If you use online loans now. Humph, online loans? With that poor look of his, he can't even get an online loan, you're really overestimating him. Lily mocked disdainfully, following behind them. He felt his cheeks flush with anger upon hearing her words. He glared fiercely. Asterisk. Lily's expression changed dramatically, but she quickly began to coldly laugh. Because they were about to reach the payment counter, could not hold on much longer, just thinking about the image of leaving in shame excited her. Soon, they arrived at the payment counter. The payment counter was very crowded, with lines stretching one after another, and most of the people in line were frowning. Just as was preparing to quietly wait in line, Lily suddenly ran up to him and pulled each man and woman waiting aside. Make way, everyone make way. This gentleman's family member has suffered serious injuries and needs immediate payment for treatment, I hope everyone will not fight. As soon as she said this, nearly everyone's attention was on. The expressions of those people were complex. After a brief silence, most of them stepped aside, indicating could go pay first. What's wrong? Little brother, hurry up, these people are all waiting for you to pay. Lily spoke again, a cold smile appearing on her lips. For a patient, making the payment is also a race against time, so if he cuts in line and can't pay, wasting everyone's time, she had reason to believe would become the target of everyone's ire. At that point, she wanted to see how would act all arrogant. From her expression, saw the word trap, but he never expected it would be such a lesson, which was really ridiculous. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he walked up to the payment window, then slowly took out his phone, and calmly said 2 words to the staff inside. Pay. Chapter 18, Arrival appears? The staff asked about the payment method, then presented the payment QR code, gesturing for to pay. Picked up his phone, made the payment, and completed it. The entire process took less than a minute, without any fuss. All right. Payment successful, here's the receipt. The staff handed the printed receipt to, then looked up at the queue behind. Next. Lily's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She thought she had misheard. How could it be next? Had actually succeeded in making the payment. He really had 80,000. Was also stunned. She didn't expect to genuinely take out 80,000 dragon coins. Although she knew beast movers made money, she was sure it was impossible to earn so much in a single day. But the evidence was right there. The hospital's payment staff wouldn't make mistakes, so had indeed taken out 80,000. 80,000? How did he have 80,000? Suddenly, it seemed she thought of a possible reason, and her expression grew more grim. At this moment, had already arrived beside Lee Lily, his voice cold. The hospital fees are already paid. If you trouble me again, you will bear the consequences. Hearing the bone-chilling tone, Lee Lily dared not say another word, her body breaking into a cold sweat. Now, she had lost all bargaining chips in negotiating with S family, and if she troubled him again, given S temper, he definitely wouldn't be too kind to her. Her face pale, she prepared to leave in shame, but at that moment, she spotted a familiar figure not too far away. It was Zhao Wuxia, who at this moment was smiling warmly at a young man, appearing very courteous. Zhao Wuxia was pointing at the who was leaving not far away, seemingly telling the young man something. In the end, the young man's lips curled into a smug smile, slowly following after. Lee Lily, who had witnessed everything, felt her pale face regain some color, a tinge of schadenfreude appearing. It serves you right. Let's see if you dare to hit someone this time. Outside the hospital room. Had blocked in the corner. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking somewhat angry. What? Did I not tell you not to borrow online loans? I know you are worried about Auntie, but didn't I say I can help you? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Can't you trust me? Seeing her ugly expression, he shook his head helplessly. I really didn't borrow online loans. Oh my. Did you borrow from a loan shark? No. Did you do a bear loan? He raised his hand to his forehead and gave a bitter smile. I earned the money myself. Weren't you the one who introduced me to a job? I killed a celestial tiger beast. He widened his eyes. You killed a celestial tiger beast? Your team actually killed a celestial tiger beast. Are you hurt? Let me see. She said and was about to check his body, but then felt something was off. She looked up seriously at him. You mean you killed one? Yes. I killed one, and I became a warrior. Her little face looked ugly again, and then she huffed, You've changed to the point that I don't recognize you. The old you wouldn't have talked nonsense like this. If you don't tell the truth, I might really get angry. Became a warrior? It's not that she didn't believe it, but she couldn't believe someone could become a warrior in such a short time. After all, he had chosen to drop out because his talent was way too poor. Back in school, he was a legendary figure, having spent 2.5 years with the worst grades. So how could someone drop out and then become a warrior? As for killing a celestial tiger beast, that seemed even more impossible. She had heard her father say that a celestial tiger beast was equivalent to a 7th or 8th level warrior, and it was only stronger, never weaker, only those at the martial master level could deal with it. He didn't know how to explain. After all, this matter was truly unbelievable, no one would easily believe it. Just when he was troubled about whether to explain clearly and how to do it, he suddenly saw a man walking over from a distance. The man looked to be in his early 20s, but he was dressed quite maturely, his face bearing an air of pride and confidence as he slowly approached them. The reason noticed him was that the man seemed to be coming directly at them, his eyes fixed on him, filled with hostility. Who is this person? He slightly furrowed his brow. His first reaction was that it had something to do with Lee Lily. But he quickly dismissed that guess, as Lee Lily was just an ordinary nurse. Since it's not Lee Lily, then it was that warrior surnamed Zhao, whom he had argued with earlier. He noticed S' unease and instinctively turned to look, only to be unable to hold back a startled exclamation. Wan Li, what are you doing here? Wan Li? S' expression showed a hint of confusion. He had known for so long but had never heard of this person before. Yang Gu, he is the child of my father's friend. I've only met him once, but my father always wants him to spend more time with me. S' face didn't look good, and his words were quite vague. But understood the meaning instantly. If she wasn't mistaken, it meant Bai's father was trying to matchmake with this man. Xiao Meng, I finally found you. I was going to find Uncle for some tea, but Uncle said you were here with friends, so I came over. Wang Li said, wearing a seemingly warm smile that still gave off a strong discomfort. He smiled at, his eyes containing a bit of provocation, then slowly extended his palm. This must be brother? I've heard Uncle mention you as a person of great integrity. Since you are Xiao Meng's friend, then you are also my friend. From now on, we are all friends, right? Glanced at his outstretched hand with indifference. It was clear he was a warrior, as there seemed to be a slight bend at the joints. It seemed like he was gathering strength. He coldly laughed in his heart, showing a face full of disdain. Sorry, I think your hands are dirty, I can't shake hands. Wang Li clearly did not expect him to say this. He was first stunned for a moment, and then his expression gradually darkened. It seems that brother is not only a person of integrity but also quite rude. Stop wasting breath. I hate you, so get lost now. Waved his hand, directly confronting Wang Li in anger. Wang Li's already gloomy face seemed like it could drip water at this moment. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth. I originally wanted to give you some face for Xiao Meng's sake, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 19. What are you? Wang Li, what do you want to do? Nervously stood in front of the two, shouting angrily. Seeing her block in front of, Wang Li's expression darkened even more. Asterisk asterisk, you truly have integrity. Did not refute, but looked at the other person with a look as if he were looking at a fool. Did he really think this was a novel plot, wanting to challenge him? A dog bites him, but he can't bite the dog back, right? Wang Li was feeling very uncomfortable now. He had heard a little about S character from Bai Fu and thought he was a fool who could be easily taught a lesson, but now it was clear that this was not the case, and was there protecting, so his plan to teach a lesson was basically impossible. He looked at the calm, whose mouth suddenly curled up in a smile. Brother, I heard that your mother had a car accident? That's really unfortunate. I heard that this kind of illness for your mother requires endless treatment. I wonder if brother has made any preparations? He paused at this point, revealing a look of sudden realization, as if he had remembered something. I almost forgot, you are not only a complete waste with no talent for becoming a warrior, but you also dropped out of school, only able to drift at the bottom of society, so you couldn't have such economic preparations. How about I offer you a solution? You have a solution? Pretended to be surprised, but inwardly was coldly laughing. He really wanted to see what kind of bad ideas this guy had. Of course. As long as you agree to never appear in front of Xiao Meng again, I can cover all the treatment costs. And I can also send you to the Warrior Guild to study. Although you have poor talent, the Warrior Guild is professional, and there is still a chance for you to become a warrior. His smile turned more proud as he spoke. He did not believe that would refuse such a condition. After all, under such conditions, any ordinary person would simply agree without a second thought. Yang Gu, you don't need to argue with him. Interrupted him, hurriedly speaking. You can rest assured to get anti-treated. I will definitely arrange the follow-up treatment costs for you, and as for wanting to become a warrior, I can let my dad teach you without him needing to worry. Wang Li suddenly laughed. He helplessly said, Xiao Meng, are you sure you can help? I heard from uncle that he has stopped your spending, and he doesn't like, right? Shut up. You shut up. What does this have to do with you? Got excited. She looked at nervously, clearly a bit anxious. Because, what Wang Li said was true. Just the day before yesterday, Bai Fu had a big argument with her over S matter. Bai Fu knew that S mother was hospitalized and directly stopped her spending. He even clearly told her that she was young and did not understand, telling her to stay away from. But why arrange a marriage with her? Xiao Meng, you are my fiancé, so of course, it has something to do with me. Wang Li slowly spoke. Was taken aback. Fiancé? He looked at, seeing her pale and unpleasant expression. A buzzing sound filled his head. He admitted that he had never thought about this matter before. He and had always been childhood friends, and they were still young, always interacting as the best of friends, but hearing such news felt like a thunderbolt. Fiancé. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and looked at. Is it true? It's true, but my marriage is my own decision, no one can decide for me. Said, pausing for a few seconds to look at, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. In that moment, it seemed she returned to the past. In that small village that was once ignored by the world, there was always a boy standing by her side, helping her solve any problem, even though they were the same age, always felt like a brother and a father. Asterisk asterisk, do you see? Xiao Meng can't help you, your only hope is me. Do you need to think about it? There's really no need to think. You're right, the wise adapt to circumstances. Now, I am the only one who can save your mother in this world. Wang Li smiled proudly. Are you done talking? Once you are, you can leave. I still need to take care of my family and don't have time to waste here with you, this self-righteous fool. Slowly said, looking disgusted. Ha? Wang Li was stunned. What did you say? Can't understand? Then let me make it clearer for you. Your self-righteous conditions do not appeal to me, and I have the freedom to choose whom I meet. It has nothing to do with you. Laughed coldly again. Wang Li's expression twisted with anger, but suddenly he realized something and calmed down again. Asterisk asterisk dot. You probably don't know that your mother's condition is terminal if treated by ordinary means, no amount of money can save her. In the martial arts world, however, there is still a chance she can be treated and return to normal, but that's not something ordinary people and ordinary martial artists can access. Let me tell you, I was accepted into the Second Martial Arts Association just a few days ago, and I have been directly accepted as a candidate for captain. You might not understand this concept, but it means I will definitely be trained to become a martial master, no matter how many resources it takes. So, will you choose to let me use this identity to help you obtain the medicine for treatment, or do you want to offend a future martial master? He spoke, his smile brightening. Martial Master. Martial artists already hold a high position in society, and martial masters are even higher. He couldn't believe that would dare to offend a martial master. Yet the shocked expression wasn't there. Instead, she merely raised her eyebrow slightly. I'm curious, how do you know that I'm not a martial artist? S words were shocking, leaving Wang Li momentarily speechless. Put. Wang Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you joking? You're just a dropout waste, a working dropout, becoming a martial artist? Don't make me laugh my teeth out. Looked at him laughing uncontrollably, the corners of her mouth curling up into a smile. Not only am I a martial artist, but I've also been warmly invited by your so-called Second Martial Arts Association, so your so-called superior position is something I can easily obtain. Why would I need to trade with you, this self-righteous person? As for offending you, slowly revealed her white teeth, wearing a disdainful smile, her voice calm yet full of scorn. What are you even worth? Chapter 20, then let's bet. You really dare to say anything. If you really are a martial artist, and you were invited by the Second Martial Arts Association, then I'll get you the medical expenses for free. Wang Li was very uncomfortable being scolded by. He wanted to make a move against, but because was there, he had no chance at all. She looked at who was protecting, and suddenly, he thought of something, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Hey, you say you have the ability, why don't we make a bet? He raised an eyebrow. Wang Li said, if you can prove you are a warrior, and that the Second Warrior Guild really invited you, no, just prove that a guild has invited you, then I will take back what I just said. And not only will I pay your medical expenses, but I'll also give you all my resources in the Warrior Guild? But if you can't prove it, starting today, you must completely leave here, and you must kneel and call me Grandpa 3 times and say I'm wrong. What do you think? Wang Li smiled proudly, feeling happy. He laughed because this was digging his own grave. If he agreed, there was no doubt he would lose, and he would see his pathetic side. If he didn't agree, it would prove that everything just now was merely acting on impulse, and he would still see this kid's incompetence. In any case, these few words were meant to strike him down. Alright, let's do as you say. Unexpectedly, he agreed directly. Wang Li's smile became even more intense. He didn't expect this fool to agree so easily. Then, since Xiao Meng is here, it's fine for her to be a witness, right? No problem. What are we betting on? She finally spoke up. Her expression was excited as she pinched him hard, completely ignoring Wang Li's increasingly green face. What are you betting on? When did you become a warrior? I don't know. Have you registered? Where did you register? And being invited by the Second Warrior Guild, do you know what kind of organization that is? They have limited invitations every year, and they are basically all top talents from universities. No bet. Can't bet. But she nodded seriously. I want to bet. A man's word is as good as a nail driven into the ground. Okay. Wang Li hurriedly interrupted, fearing she would continue to get involved. You have spirit, so how do you prove you're a warrior now? What's your warrior badge number? I can check on the official website right now. As long as I can find it, I'll call the Second Warrior Guild right now to ask about the invitation. Other warrior guilds also have phone numbers. As long as they acknowledge you, you win. He kept speaking as if tempting him into a trap. He really followed his train of thought, but I have already become a warrior, but I haven't registered yet. As long as I want to register, I just need to call the Second Warrior Guild, and they will come personally to pick me up. Ha ha ha. Wang Li laughed loudly. Do you know that even top talents from universities can't be officially recruited? You really are blowing hot air without a draft. Alright, now you should fulfill the bet. Kneel down and call me Dad. She revealed a look as if looking at an idiot and slowly said, Why are you so anxious? I haven't called yet. How can you confirm what I said is false? Wang Li was stunned. She was also stunned. The former was surprised because he found her reasoning too jumpy. He called her a clown, but sometimes her words seemed real. It made him confused, not knowing what was true and what was false. The latter felt she was talking nonsense, but how? Could it actually seem somewhat true? But it couldn't be true. Suddenly, she recalled what he said about the Tsunghu beast. Could it be? He encountered a senior from the Second Warrior Guild during this trip? That senior got along well with him, and they were of the opposite sex? If that was the case, everything made sense. That person had the ability to kill a Tsunghu beast. Such people were not uncommon. She had seen a few by her father's side. Then giving him some money to return and treat her mother was not impossible. And now, he wanted to call that person for help? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ignoring the two lost in their thoughts, he had taken out his phone and dialed Xiao Zhao. Hello? Mr. Zhang? I've been waiting for your call. How can I help you? The other side chuckled, and there was a hint of deadly sweetness in their voice. I need to register as a fighter at your guild, but I want to feel your sincerity. Can you come to me now? After a brief silence, a shy voice came back. What kind of sincerity do you want? You can't go too far. He was taken aback, his old face turning red. He didn't expect Xiao Xiao to joke like this. Anyway, I am at the first hospital in the city center. Hurry up and come. He hung up the phone and awkwardly cleared his throat. He had clearly seen Xiao Xiao glance at him with a teasing expression while she was joking. At this moment, stood by the side, her small hands clenched into fists, and her eyes held an unusual coldness towards. Don't think that bringing a few actors can fool anyone. High-level fighters can recognize low-level fighters. Don't think you can play tricks. He looked at and sneered incessantly. No doubt. He could see that had no depth whatsoever, which only proved was an ordinary person. Clearly an ordinary person, but he had acted so convincingly just now. If he were not a 6th-level fighter, he would have truly been fooled. Indeed, achieving the 6th-level fighter status at his age was quite a rare feat. So he was highly regarded in the 2nd Fighter Guild and had gained some status. He could determine that was not a fighter and had never heard of this matter in the 2nd Fighter Guild, so he felt completely confident that was only pretending just now. Thus, the three waited quietly in the corridor. Time flowed swiftly, 10 minutes passed. Are your actors still not here? Is it because it's hard to find temporary actors? Wang Li mocked coldly. They will be here soon. Looked at the time and replied. Xiao Xiao had already sent him a message, mentioning the rough time, so calculating, they should be arriving soon. Almost as soon as he finished answering, the sound of the elevator arriving at the floor echoed from afar. Ding! The clear sound made the few people instinctively shift their gazes, and the atmosphere became tense. Chapter 21, The Guild's Wealthy Young Lady. The three stared at the end of the corridor. Wang Li had been observing S' expression. Seeing him appear confident, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could it be? No. Absolutely impossible. How could the Fighter Guild actively invite someone? This must be his own imagination. He reassured himself and sneered, I can't wait to see how this play unfolds. As soon as Wang Li's words fell, an exceptionally beautiful woman appeared. Although she was wearing loose casual clothes, one could still vaguely see her perfect figure. Xiao Xiao entered the corridor, looked around quickly, and immediately saw on the others, then showed an incredibly excited smile. Mr. Zhang. She waved her hand and quickly came to S' side, grabbing his hand, just as excited as last time, looking as if she wanted to eat up. You finally contacted me. I am now representing the 2nd Fighter Guild to assure you of the most generous and sincere treatment. Once you become a registered fighter in our guild, you will be directly promoted to the deputy captain. As Xiao Xiao spoke, her hands were firmly holding him, and her face was flushed with excitement, leaning in closer and closer. Could even smell the perfume on her, feeling a bit at a loss for what to do. Even though he had experienced life and death, he was still just a young man full of vigor. Is this sister really the representative of the warrior guild? I didn't expect what Yang said to be true. You can actually register as a warrior at home. Suddenly interrupted, standing between the two with a bright smile on her face. But this smile somehow feels a little cold. Xiao Zhao looked up and down it, then glanced at S' awkward expression, and in an instant understood something. She also coughed awkwardly, then said seriously, of course it's not like that, Mr. Zhang is a special existence. She directly took out a badge from her pocket and handed it to, this badge is very special, with crossed swords on the back and a shadow ready for battle on the front. This is the warrior badge. Although there are many appearances of the warrior badge, most of them look like this, with a weapon on the back and a shadow prepared for battle on the front. Mister, congratulations! From today on, you are a member of our warrior guild. After this, you just need to register at the warrior guild, and you can directly receive the monthly benefits of the warrior guild. Received the badge with a complex expression. He didn't expect to become a warrior so quickly on the day he dropped out of school, this even made him feel a little unreal. At that moment, a round of applause sounded. Wang Li looked at the three with a sarcastic expression, slowly clapping his hands. Wonderful! It's really amazing. What an uplifting performance, what a real invitation. He had a smile on his face, but quickly returned to coldness, his voice filled with anger. Do you think I'm a fool? You tell me she's from the 2nd Warrior Guild, why have I never seen her? I've seen so many registered at the 2nd Warrior Guild, but never seen this kind of registration. Please find an actor who looks a bit more like it? You dare to ask this garbage? Frowned. He personally saw Xiao Xiao come out from the reception of the 2nd Warrior Guild, so there must be no mistake, as there were many staff members at that time. Before he could speak, Xiao Zhao stepped up. Are you also from the Second Warrior Guild? Since you are from the Second Warrior Guild, you should recognize the badge of the Second Guild. This thing can never be faked. As for why you've never seen this service, maybe it's because you're just not qualified? I am specifically responsible for direct invitations, and I only invite potential talents who are qualified to become master level or above. She spoke clearly, but Wang Li obviously didn't believe it, pulling out his phone. You're just pretending. Keep pretending. I will directly call the Second Warrior Guild now and thoroughly investigate you. Gao Zhao Zhao, if you're not from the Second Warrior Guild, then you will face the guild's punishment. And, do you know what the consequence of impersonating a warrior guild member is? You all will regret it. Saying this, he didn't wait for the others to speak and directly dialed the number, putting it on speaker. As the phone rang, the few of them quietly fell silent in agreement. Nervously tugged at S collar and whispered, Yang, are you really a warrior now? Is this woman reliable? She was very anxious. If he really became a warrior, she would be happier than anyone else. But, is this really possible? After the conversation between Gao Zhao and just now, she always thought Gao Zhao was a good person from the warrior guild, helping for his good looks. But now it seems. She seems a bit unreliable. Don't worry, gestured for her to relax. The phone finally connected. Hello, this is the Second Warrior Guild in the city. How can we help you? The polite inquiry from the phone made Wang Li's lips involuntarily curl up. The person who answered the call, he knows. Although the girl said they were not very familiar, they would greet each other when they saw each other in the guild, so there definitely wouldn't be any problems. I am the guild warrior Wang Li, and I want to report someone impersonating a guild member. Impersonating? The voice on the other end immediately became serious. Impersonating a guild member is a very serious matter. If the situation is true, I hope Mr. Wang Li will cooperate and take action. Any injuries or deaths will be the responsibility of the guild. No problem, I will definitely cooperate. Wang Li's smile turned more sinister and smug as he stared firmly at Hao Zhao Zhao. Right now, these two people were his prey. But facing this guy's blatant gaze, the two remained unfazed. Even looked like he was enjoying the show, which made Wang Li furious. Damn it! I let you pretend. Now I will make you cry. Hello, I have a woman named Hao Zhao Zhao here impersonating a guild member. She claims to be a direct recruiter for the guild and even faked our guild's badge to privately recruit members. This looks like a crude scam at first glance, but I called to confirm just in case. As he spoke, he began to move closer to Hao Zhao Zhao. He continuously moved his body, producing crackling sounds. Asterisk asterisk, even if you have Xiaoming protecting you this time, you cannot escape. The guild's punishment is certain, even if I don't deal with you today, you can't run away. He was like a beast ready to erupt, looking like he would strike at any moment. But at that moment, a shocked voice suddenly came from the phone. Hao Zhao Zhao. Wang Li, that's the guild leader's daughter. Mr. Wang Li, have you seen Miss Hao Zhao Zhao? The hallway suddenly fell silent. Deathly silence. Wang Li, who was about to take action, looked stunned and shocked. What did you say? The guild leader's daughter? That's right, the so-called direct recruitment slot does exist, but our guild's regular members do not have this qualification, only the guild leader's direct relatives do. Wang Li was dumbfounded. He stood there, his brain buzzing. So? Hao Zhao Zhao isn't impersonating. What impersonation? She is the guild leader's daughter, so she naturally has the right to recruit directly. Mr. Wang Li, as a member of the guild, please cooperate fully with the guild leader's daughter when you meet her. Do you have anything else? No, thank you. Wang Li hung up the phone, his expression uglier than eating something disgusting. He never dreamed that could climb such a high branch. He gritted his teeth, staring hard at, if looks could kill, he would have already struck. Was also a bit surprised. He never expected that Hao Zhao Zhao had such a high status and identity. Feeling the change in the gazes of a few people, Hao Zhao Zhao playfully covered her smooth forehead. Sigh. I originally thought we could get along as ordinary people, but instead faced suspicion. Forget it. I won't pretend anymore, I'm revealing my true identity. I am the guild leader's daughter. Had a strange expression. No wonder Hao Zhao Zhao was so eager to bring him into the guild, it turned out to be family business. No. This is impossible. Asterisk asterisk, how could you be directly recruited? You are clearly just a dropout waste. Wang Li shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept what was in front of him. He couldn't understand how someone who was obviously a dropout and doing odd jobs could suddenly transform into a genius in the mouth of the guild leader's daughter? And directly recruited? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dropout waste? Hao Zhao Zhao was taken aback. Wang Li, you are a member of the guild, right? I've heard your name before, your potential is pretty good, but why is your character so poor? Can't you stand seeing others better than you? Asterisk managed to solo kill at Sung Hu Beast. Her words exploded like thunder. Wang Li stared at her in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Sung Hu Beast? How is that possible? Is he truly a martial artist? Does he really have that ability? After a brief moment of shock, he seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted at her, who was equally stunned. Xiao Meng. Didn't he just drop out of school a few days ago? Wasn't he always at the bottom in physical fitness? Right, you know it, you absolutely know it, he can't possibly become a martial artist. At this moment, she was also a bit dazed. Yang Ge, did you really do it? Did you really become a martial artist? Really, killed at Sung Hu Beast? He showed a helpless smile, and after a brief silence of a few seconds, nodded slightly. After dropping out, I actually didn't give up on improving my physical fitness, and I don't know why, but after seeing the beast that day, my energy soared and I broke through to become a martial artist. Impossible, this is just an excuse. Wang Li interrupted his words again, and this time he rushed over. You're just using Miss Hao's connections to show off here, trying to humiliate me in front of Xiao Meng, right? You're looking for death. Wang Li finally couldn't help but attack. He had to teach him a lesson to relieve his anger. This guy couldn't even gather enough money for medical expenses, yet his existence everywhere made him feel inferior and humiliated. He must not let it go. As a level 6 martial artist, his reactions were particularly fast. Before the two girls could react, he was only 1 or 2 steps away from him. His fist had already swung up, just aiming to smash into his face. He was determined to smash this pretty boy's face. He could already imagine the messy, bloodied look on his face. But... bang! An even faster fist smashed into his face, and with a great force, he flew back and crashed heavily onto the ground. He shook his head to rid himself of the blood on his fists, expressionless. Wang Li struggled to get up from the ground but felt the world spinning. He failed several times. High-level martial artist? He looked at him in shock, as if struck by lightning. A high-level martial artist is one who is at level 7 or above. Similarly, a level 7 martial artist is also called a high-level martial artist. Because in any realm, after level 7, there will be a leap-like improvement. He looked down coldly, with a frosty expression. Otherwise? Wang Li, a bet is a bet, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Li shivered and looked a bit pale. What bet? What do you think? His expression instantly turned cold as he slowly approached him. I can't do anything. I can't even get the medicine to treat your mother. It's not just me, even the martial artist guild might not have access. I'll pay you for the medical expenses, I will give them to you. Wang Li shouted as he saw him getting closer. He was scared. He was truly afraid. His eyes were too terrifying, like that of a beast, absolutely the eyes of someone who is killed. He didn't seem to be speaking, he felt a weight in his heart. This damn thing actually tricked him. Who cares about your filthy money? Get lost. Hurry up and leave, don't let me see you again, otherwise, every time I see you, I will hit you. Wang Li was scolded until he was drenched in blood, his face changing colors. But he knew he was no match for him, so he prepared to leave with his tail between his legs. Just at the end of the corridor, he turned back and shot a fierce glare at him, his eyes icy. He didn't see the scene, and even if he did, it didn't matter. Since he dared to make a move, he wasn't afraid of anyone's retaliation or threats. Now, with his golden finger, he didn't worry about lacking power and resources. Only the resources to cure his mother would probably need to be asked from the martial artist guild. Thinking of this, he looked up at Hao Zhao, only to find she was also staring at him. Hao Zhao was very shocked. Although she had some guesses because of the Sung Hu Beast incident. But I never expected that he was actually a high-level warrior. I didn't expect you to be this powerful, it seems I underestimated you. I originally thought of having you join the guild for some training, but now it seems you can go directly to lead newcomers to hunt exotic beasts. As she spoke, her voice paused, and with a hint of excitement, she said, how about this? To show my welcome, I can apply for some special benefits for you from the guild. Do you have a friend injured in the hospital? The guild is willing to help you cover the medical expenses. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? His mother was saved. Chapter 23, officially joining the warrior guild. In the intensive care unit. Zhang's father cautiously placed a cup of water beside Hao Zhao before stepping aside. He looked on with complex feelings as he watched him whispering something to Hao Zhao, appearing particularly anxious. Uncle Zhang, don't be too nervous, Yang is now a warrior and will definitely cure Auntie's illness, he said, trying to calm his emotions with a beautiful smile. Zhang's father sat in place, looking somewhat dazed. To this day, he still couldn't quite grasp it. How did he become a warrior? Xiaomeng, there's something I would like to ask you to help with. His gaze was fixed on the two people. Getting too close made her a little unhappy, and she reacted slightly when she heard Zhang's father's words. Uncle, you say? Xiaomeng. He heard them murmuring not far away but hesitated to interrupt because Auntie's condition requires high-level medication. Each herb is something rare and precious. The Warrior Guild can provide you with clues and channels, but truly obtaining them will rely solely on you. There's a task tomorrow outside the city. There is a herb called blood meat flower that can produce the medicine for Auntie. Do you want to give it a try? With a serious expression, he nodded. Yes. But I must tell you beforehand, I'm only saying it may appear. If you don't find it, you can't blame me. Furthermore, there might be warrior-level exotic beasts there. I can arrange a team with warriors, but this trip is still very dangerous. You should be quite clear about that. Don't worry, I'll report to the second warrior guild first thing tomorrow. Alright, we'll wait for your good news. How Zhao Zhao left. Zhang's father approached to ask about the situation. Son, what did the guild say? The situation with Mom is a bit complicated. It may take some time, but don't worry, I'm now a warrior and can handle the issues. You just need to stay with Mom, and I'll find a way about the money. Zhang's father wanted to say something but hesitated before nodding. You've grown up. Whatever matters you decide for yourself, just don't overstrain yourself. Saying this, he rummaged under the hospital bed and pulled out 2 pairs of shoe insoles. I bought these for you when your mom had her troubles. I know young people prefer style over warmth, and winter is coming, so I prepared these for you. He looked at the woman lying on the bed, feeling troubled. He handed the remaining money to Zhang's father and then, under his gaze, stepped outside the hospital room. Yang, how long have you known her? As soon as he stepped out, he looked at him with pitiful eyes, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Yang momentarily didn't react. Her? Who is she? How Zhao Zhao, are you two getting along well? Indeed, a young man just entering society can't resist the charm of a mature woman. He felt embarrassed. What are you talking about? I just met her today, we only know each other. Even if I join the Warrior Guild tomorrow, it will at most just count as co-workers. You definitely are getting along with her. How could you become a high-level warrior so fast? He had a face full of disbelief, getting angrier as he spoke. He truly didn't know how to answer. Indeed, he had directly become a level 7 warrior, which was too unbelievable. Brother Yang, actually I can help you become a warrior, I can definitely do it. Suddenly, she became serious, even raising her small hand to make a vow. He couldn't help but chuckle. I believe you, but I just met her, and I won't rely on her to become a warrior. Really? Really? Seeing he wasn't joking, she finally revealed a smile again. But she immediately frowned again. Brother Yang, you need to be careful of Wang Li. Wang Li's family seems to be in the business of warrior weapons, with a wide network. Although it's not as good as the Warrior Guild, it's not far off. He is so vengeful, I really don't like him. If it weren't for my dad having dealings with his family, I wouldn't want to look at him at all. He fell silent. He wasn't silent because of Wang Li, but because of Bai's father. Just thinking about almost dying last time made him grind his teeth in anger. But then thinking about Bai's help to him and his mother left him a bit at a loss. Brother Yang, don't worry. I know you and he are in the same guild now. I will find a way to make him stop bothering you. It's getting late, I should go back. I won't keep you in uncle company. As she slowly got up, she seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, our class will participate in practical training at school in the next few days. The teacher will take us to the edge of the city ruins to see the hunting of alien beasts. Who knows, we might run into each other. Those people looked down on you back then, I can't wait to see their expressions when they see you. He slightly paused, lost in brief memories. Because during his school days, he had extremely poor talent, being despised by all the teachers. Plus, with a beauty like Bai around him, the attention was even more drawn to him. He was one of the most famous students in school, known as the Waste Brother. He dropped out of school partly because he really didn't have the potential or talent to become a warrior, and partly because of the verbal abuse from those people. After all, no one can stand hearing others talk about them every day, especially with such harsh words. It can be considered a form of online bullying. He smiled slightly and said, there are no ordinary people in the eyes of warriors. What they say has nothing to do with me. She nodded, half understanding. The two didn't say much more, and after a simple farewell, she went back to take care of her mother. His father hadn't slept well for several days, and he needed to take over for a while. At night, Hao Zhao Zhao added him to a group chat. In the group chat, there were 7 people, including him and Hao Zhao Zhao, with 5 others. The group announced the schedule for the next day and informed that everyone in the group, except Hao Zhao Zhao, was a team, hoping to familiarize themselves in advance to complete the task smoothly. The task location was in Area 13. The area outside the city where alien beasts were active was divided into 39 areas, and Area 13 was one of them. Just as he was preparing to take a closer look at the specific situation of Area 13 and make early plans, his message alert rang again, and he discovered the sender was by. This type of message appears as a pop-up feature, so for a moment, he could see part of the content she sent. The words written there instantly caught his eye. Brother Yang, it's Area 13. Chapter 24 Team Members. What a coincidence. He instinctively clicked on that message, and after seeing the complete content, he felt a bit helpless. Brother Yang, Area 13, our practical training class is arranged for Area 13. For the next week, we will go to Area 13 at a fixed time. I wonder if we can run into you. I never expected to actually run into this. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? In that moment, it reminded him of some bad things during his school days, but he quickly shook them off. He was already a warrior, with no interest in being entangled in school grudges. One must look forward, look far, and look high. However, he still opened a group chat, labeled Senior Year, Class 1. The chat history was rolling on the screen, and he just wanted to take a quick look, but really sought his name. The class teacher at everyone, be prepared for safety tomorrow. Don't be late. Especially for those with poor health, be extremely careful and don't act on your own. Ha, Dachuan, did you hear? You better get ready, don't fall behind. I wonder if the best talented people in our class can handle low-level alien beasts. The class beauty can. She's about to become a warrior soon. Thank goodness he's not here, otherwise, he'd be in danger. I heard the alien beasts in District 13 are quite active, preying on lone weaklings. Why bring him up? He's dropped out for almost a month now. No one even knows where he's working now. Looking at the lines of text, he closed his phone and gradually sank into dreams. The next morning, he set off early for the Second Martial Artist Guild. The Second Martial Artist Guild had its own building in the city center. Inside, people were coming and going, looking extremely luxurious. After communicating with a guide, he was taken directly to a room. Miss Hao has matters to attend to today and cannot come to guide you personally. But Mr. Zhang, don't worry. The relevant personnel inside have already been informed of your situation, just complete the registration procedure normally. Your teammates will come looking for you shortly. He nodded slightly and pushed open the door. This was a large room of nearly 200 square meters, filled with many tables and chairs, as well as some counters. The registration process was quick. Within 10 minutes, he completed it and received some resources. 5 bottles of hemostatic healing potion, 1 bottle of stamina restoration potion, and a set of soft armor. The soft armor was finely crafted, pure black in color, feeling very textured and looking beautiful, but yet, when he touched it, he didn't feel the same sense of safety as with the armor he had received from Captain Liu. It seemed that old armor was extraordinary, albeit damaged. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a hand pressed on his shoulder. It was a man in his early 20s, sporting a buzz cut and a rough demeanor, with some strange tattoos on his arms. Kid, hand over your potions and soft armor, or don't blame me for being rude. He frowned tightly and instinctively glanced around, discovering that everyone was avoiding this man. It seemed such things had happened here more than once. Seeing that he didn't speak, the man grew a bit impatient. He was just about to continue speaking when his expression changed. Bang! His fist collided with S fist, sending him back 3 or 4 steps. What the hell? That was brutal. He swung his hurting fist in shock, unable to contain his complaints, but then he heard a deep whistling roar. He instinctively looked up and saw a fist getting larger and larger. S punch had tremendous momentum, clearly not an ordinary punch. Any discerning eye could tell it was a martial art move, and it was no ordinary martial art. Around them, gasps of surprise erupted, mixed with fear. If that punch strikes down, even if the man could truly catch it, he would be severely injured, because clearly did not hold back. Smack! A large hand firmly caught S punch. He was forcefully kept in place, not even the large hand shook slightly. His face changed suddenly, instinctively wanting to pull his hand away, but he was firmly restrained by the opponent's iron grip. It was a strong man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a scruffy beard, looking like a messy bachelor who couldn't take care of himself. You must be, right? Kid, you're quite fierce. You're certainly not an ordinary person. I'm Joe Fakin, and I'm your captain. Was taken aback, feeling that the other party was not lying, and then relaxed his strength. This is Tian Yi, just call him Xiao Yi. If you want to test your strength, then getting beaten is your own fault. Joe Fakin pointed at the yellow-haired guy with a mocking face. Tian Yi awkwardly coughed and scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. If I had known you were so tough, I wouldn't have tried to fight you. Put away his hostility but kept remembering the force he had just felt from the other party. He had used all his strength, yet Joe Fakin had effortlessly blocked it. It seemed the gap between martial masters and warriors was not a small one. So, did he have a chance to kill a beast at the martial master level? He seriously considered this question because he wanted to choose an upgrade among the level 3 abilities, and the condition for that ability was to kill a beast of a higher level. Upgrading this ability would grant him the power to obtain the bloodline of a beast. After all, the reason beasts had such strong physical abilities was their bizarre bloodlines. The types of beasts he had encountered before were not very strong, so among the same level, humans were stronger than beasts, but this was limited to lower levels. Once a beast reached the martial master level or above, they would only grow stronger than human warriors. Like lightning and thunder. Like an overwhelming force. Like poison. If he could obtain the bloodline power of a beast, he would truly become invincible at the same level. The hunting ability can double my combat power against beasts. If I reach level 10 warrior, I might have a chance to fight back, he murmured, completely ignoring the two people talking to him. The two exchanged a glance, and after calling him several times, finally reacted. Joe Fakin looked at the young man in front of him with a bit of a headache. His intuition told him that might be a difficult kid to deal with. ***, I heard that you went on this mission mainly to find something, right? Yes, I really need it, nodded. I know, but I need to tell you in advance that our team's main task is to hunt beasts. So no one will accompany you to search. Can you understand this? It's fine, I'll handle it myself and won't delay everyone's schedule. Okay. Since that's the case, let's set off now. Chapter 25, Representative of the Martial Artist Association. District 13. As an area of active beasts bordering the city's safe zone, this place is somewhat different from other areas. In most other active beast areas close to the city's safe zones, the distances are short, and the beasts there are generally of a lower level. District 13 is also relatively low level, but occasionally mixed with some beasts at the martial master level. There are also many high-level martial beasts. The areas here stretch further, and the environment is more complex. Relatively speaking, it is a more tempering place for those who have surpassed level 4 warriors. At this moment, a modified van was slowly driving on the road. There were 6 people in the van. 4 men and 2 women. A girl with a high ponytail suddenly spoke, her voice serious. In another hour, we will completely enter the active beast zone. There will be instructors from universities in the city leading the way for simple exchanges with us. If possible, it would be best to help them kill a beast before leaving. As she spoke, she looked toward the corner where was sitting. ***, did you hear that? Why? He looked toward Tian. Indeed, the girl in front of him was called Tian, and she had been talking about the journey and the task the entire way. However, he really could not understand why they were doing this free labor when they were supposed to hunt beasts. Tian, just like her name, wasn't particularly outstanding in appearance but was that kind of sweet girl. Upon hearing his question, she immediately responded, because we need to build a good reputation for the guild. Over the years, our warrior's second guild has been pushed down by the first guild and can hardly hold its head up. Only by continually attracting talented individuals from universities can our second guild have the chance to turn things around. That statement is incorrect. Talent doesn't necessarily come from universities. For example, he dropped out of school to become a warrior. Tian Yi suddenly interrupted. That's a low probability event. In any case, this is the arrangement, you must obey. Especially you're a newcomer, so you must cooperate with the team's actions to integrate faster. Today you must lead the team to help those classes kill a beast. If possible, also flirt with a few junior sisters. You look good, I believe you have the strength. The whole vehicle burst into laughter. He looked helpless, but inside he couldn't help but mutter. It can't be that by pure coincidence I've been arranged with Class 3 of Senior 1? No. I heard there are several schools, and so many classes, there's no way it could be such a coincidence. He chose not to waste more words and instead closed his eyes to rest. After a bumpy ride and he didn't know how long, the vehicle finally began to stabilize. The door opened, and he could already hear the noise that could only be heard in the school playground. We're responsible for the high school 3rd grade of number 1 school in the city. There are 8 classes in total. The captain and I will each lead 2 classes, and the rest will take 1 each. You take 1 class, and the others follow in order. As soon as he got off the bus, he heard Tian's voice, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. He really didn't want to go back to that class to act tough, but now it seemed that he had to fake it. He just didn't know what kind of expressions his former teachers and classmates would have when they saw him. Let's get it right. We'll regroup here in 2 hours. No one is allowed to be late. Tian spoke again, and then the crowd dispersed. He identified the direction and walked towards number 1 school. At this moment, he realized how lively it was, with students from various schools gathering together to plan out an area. Inside the school, classes were being divided up, each taking up their own spots. Most of these students looked excited and eager to try. They chatted with one another, glancing towards the distant dense forest, where they could vaguely see some shadows of beasts. However, with so many humans here, those at the first realm didn't dare to come out easily, they could only hide in the woods and the ruins in the distance. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked toward a certain spot. Damn it! You big fool! I told you to take all the money from home, and this is all you bring? Are you trying to insult the beggar? He saw a chubby boy leading a few people, punching and kicking a curly-haired classmate. Choo-hoo! He was the bully in their class. In terms of physical fitness, he always scored among the top 3 in the class's blood test every year. He was said to have many brothers under his command, not only rampaging within the class but also having a reputation in the school. He had caused a lot of trouble for him in the past and even sent him to the infirmary twice. Later, because his own level was quite good, he was generally taken care of, so this guy began to change tactics, constantly mocking him every day. In short, in this guy's eyes, he was just someone who could be bullied whenever he was in a bad mood. The classmate who was beaten was named Hudachuan. Some were foolish, so they were always bullied. Unexpectedly, after he left, all the firepower of these people turned towards Dachuan. He sighed and slowly walked forward. At this moment, Dachuan was already beaten, his face covered in blood. Looking like this, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to join the hunting trip. But even so, Chu had no intention of letting him go, his fists were getting harder. Suddenly, he felt that something was off. The surroundings seemed to have quieted down. He shivered, his first reaction was that the teacher had arrived. He hurriedly got up and looked around, finding that everyone was watching them, which made him even more terrified. But, where was the teacher? He didn't see the teacher, but he saw a familiar figure. Seeing that familiar face, he was stunned for a moment, quickly rubbed his eyes, and confirmed it several times before calling out a name with a strange expression. Asterisk asterisk? It really was standing just a few steps away, quietly watching them. I will say it only once. You can go away. Chu was still full of questions, wondering why was here, but as soon as he heard these words, he immediately got angry. What the hell did you say? Try saying it again. I said, why the hell are you not studying anymore? Turns out you transferred. That's right, he thought had transferred because, at this moment, he was in front of a squad from another school. Originally, he wanted to avoid having other classmates report him, but did not expect to run into here. He rolled up his sleeves to signal the people next to him to follow and gradually approached. Seeing this scene from a distance, the boys and girls around shook their heads and sighed, seemingly pitying. After all, those guys looked fierce, and at first glance, they were not easy to mess with, on the contrary, looked handsome, completely not in the same league. At this moment, someone among the onlookers suddenly said, "Ha? Am I seeing things? That kid seems to be wearing a martial artist badge?" Those who were originally watching for fun had their smiles freeze and quickly looked over. They focused their eyes and found that did indeed have a martial artist badge on his chest. A martial artist so young? Am I mistaken? He's about the same age as us. No, you aren't mistaken. Damn, this guy actually dares to move against a martial artist. These people were still some distance away from Chu and the others, and since they were not discussing loudly, Chu and his group couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. Chu was now very angry, he had long wanted to deal with, but had never found an opportunity. Now that had transferred, it meant no one could protect him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and did not expect it to come true today. I see is not by your side, who else can save you? You better be ready to bear my long-accumulated rage. Brothers, beat him to death, just don't kill him. If something happens, I'll take the blame. He waved his hand, signaling his followers to act, and several people rushed forward to surround. The leading boy was also from the same class as, whenever Chu caused trouble, this guy would always be the first to rush forward, and every time he fought hard, probably Dachuan's head was also hurt by this guy just now. If this were school, would definitely have run away at this moment. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because a real man doesn't take risks when the situation looks bad. After all, his energy was comparatively low, and he was not a match for these people. But this time was different, he stood still and did not move, watching as the leader charged forward. The opponent was also a bit confused, wondering why it had become so tough after changing schools. As he thought, he saw the martial artist badge on his chest. His eyes widened instantly. He suddenly stood there, pale-faced, staring at, speechless for a moment. The few people who had followed him were ready to take action, but when they saw him suddenly standing still, they were instantly stunned. They stood together, looking dazed at their pale-faced classmate, filled with confusion. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? The person's finger trembled as he pointed at, his voice filled with fear, chest, look at his chest. The others looked over in confusion, still wondering what was wrong with the chest. They hadn't seen for just a few days, how could he be this scared? But when they all saw the warrior badge on his chest, they were frozen in shock. One of them rubbed his eyes desperately, making sure he wasn't seeing things. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full 6 or 7 seconds passed, and the three of them stood there motionless. Of course, not a single word was spoken. They numbly stood there, feeling his cold gaze, their scalp tingling. Are you dead, you idiots? I told you to take action, why are you just standing there? Chu-Hu saw the few of them not moving and became furious. He angrily walked in front of them, only to realize their faces were wrong, seeming to be afraid. Afraid? Afraid of what? Only is here, are they afraid of? Ridiculous, what is there to be afraid of with? He is just a waste of space with insufficient blood energy, the last in the whole school. Zhang, no, Zhang warrior. Zhang warrior. We were just confused for a moment, please forgive our foolishness, don't hold it against us. Finally, a few classmates could no longer suppress their panic and stammered something. Their gazes toward were filled with pleading, revealing smiles uglier than crying. Warrior. That's a warrior. And it's a warrior who came to lead. Let alone the fact that offending a warrior leads to terrible consequences, the school won't forgive them. Which school doesn't want to maintain good relations with a warrior guild? If they know they have offended a guild's warrior, the school would surely explode in fury, plus, given the trouble they often caused, getting expelled was highly likely. What? What are you idiots saying? Did a donkey kick your heads? He can't be a warrior? If he is a warrior, then I am his father. Chu-Hu laughed out loud, but halfway through, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he also saw the warrior badge on his chest, it was definitely real, absolutely not fake. You are. He stared at the warrior badge on his chest for a long time and couldn't say the next word. Chu-Hu's face kept changing, his emotions were very complicated. There was fear, panic, and more disbelief, which finally turned into mockery. Asterisk, are you brainless? Do you really think that getting a fake badge makes you a warrior? Let me guess, you must be sulking over the things from your previous school and took this opportunity to create a fake badge to show off, right? Seeing this guy's wise expression, really wanted to praise him for being clever. It's not fake, I am a warrior. And coincidentally, the class I'm going to is indeed the original Class 1. Hearing this, Chu-Hu laughed out loud again. Looking at him, it seemed he had guessed everything. Sure enough, a waste like you is always a waste wherever you go. I am going to beat you up now, then hand you over to the warrior guild. Who knows, maybe the warrior guild will be so happy they'll make an exception and let me join. He said this without hesitation and raised his fist, heavily aiming for his chest. However, too, this punch seemed utterly weak and powerless. Smack! He simply waved his hand lightly. Easily blocked the opponent's fist, then a slap hits the opponent's face fiercely. This slap was too loud, incredibly crisp, and the bright red palm print was left on the opponent's face, even. My tooth! You bastard, give me my tooth back! He wanted to strike again, but was kicked down by a foot. This kick was not light, directly sending Chu-Hu to the ground, groaning in pain. The other students who didn't participate were trembling all over, faces full of fear. Even in this situation, weren't they warriors? Anyone who dared to question would definitely not be the ones to doubt. Take them away, back to class. The cold words came from the few boys looking at Chu-Hu who couldn't get up. A few exchanged glances, hurriedly picked up Chu-Hu and De-Chun, following behind the others towards the classroom. As they walked, they whispered about the situation. They all knew that once they returned, the senior Class 1 would explode completely. They became warriors. Chapter 27, Breathing Out in Pride. Senior Class 1. At this moment, the students were chattering away. The homeroom teacher was a plump man, wearing plastic black-framed glasses, his brow tightly furrowed. The designated warriors from other classes had all arrived, but their class was still empty. He had never encountered such a situation. Normally, Class 1 should have been the first to have their designated warrior arrive. He hesitated for a moment and dialed the phone of Tian from the Second Warrior Association. Hello. I want to ask about why our designated warrior hasn't arrived yet? Okay, then I'll wait at ease for a while. What is his name? What do you mean by what is his name? He suddenly asked in confusion. Asterisk, ah. Is there a problem? Tian's impatient voice came from the phone. No problem. After hanging up, Teacher Chen's forehead broke out in a sweat. What a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. That kid couldn't possibly become a warrior, he's just a waste. That's right, his first reaction upon hearing that name was the recently dropout. He had always mocked and ridiculed that kid. In fact, he had repeatedly advised to drop out, the reason being that if stayed in his class, it would definitely affect the class's graduation rate. When he successfully convinced to drop out, he even had a drink to celebrate that night. Teacher Lee, when is our class's designated warrior coming? Exactly. I saw some classes already preparing to hunt strange beasts. Yes. My big knife is itching for action. Students, don't worry, I just contacted the Warrior Association. They said the designated warrior will arrive soon. He calmed everyone down, forcing a smile. Just then, he suddenly heard someone in the class express surprise. Ha! That person seems to be. This question actually brought about a burst of laughter. Asterisk asterisk? Asterisk asterisk dropped out long ago, how could he possibly be here? Yeah. He is making money at the factory now, how could he have so much time to waste here? Exactly, you must be seeing things. Director Lee was sweating profusely. If sharing the same name was just a coincidence, then having someone here claiming to see was hard to dismiss. Really, it's right there. Everyone looked in the direction the girl was pointing and indeed saw a few people walking from a distance. The figure in front looked somewhat like, but it was too far away to see clearly. Gee guy, everyone, don't discuss randomly. Students should be loving and friendly, since already dropped out, we shouldn't discuss it casually. He hurriedly spoke, his tone becoming more serious. The reason Teacher Chen suddenly reacted this way was that he saw S expression. The relationship of and is well known throughout the school. Just now, he observed that while these people discussed, the girl wore an expression of defiance, and when she gazed into the distance at that figure, there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Could it be? Is it really? He turned his head and fixed his gaze on the figure not far away, waiting for them to gradually come into view. As the faces of those few shadows became clearer, Teacher Lee's expression grew increasingly grim. That really is. It's really who he personally advised to drop out. The sudden appearance of made the previously noisy classroom fall silent in an instant. Everyone stared at, starting to buzz with discussion. Why is he here? Did he hit a wall while working and come back? I think so, look at our class flower's expression, it's almost reaching her ears. How could our class flower, with such good conditions, fall for a loser? Facing everyone's chatter, Teacher Lee's expression suddenly turned serious as he shouted. Everyone, be quiet. Can't you hear what I just said? Don't secretly discuss your classmates behind their backs. Even if they dropped out, it's not acceptable. Have all those years of school just gone to waste in your stomach? He appeared exceptionally stern, and everyone was taken aback by his chastisement. They rarely hear such righteous words from their homeroom teacher, leaving them a bit dazed. Weren't you the most enthusiastic when was here? If I recall correctly, you once used as a negative example in front of everyone. Someone in the crowd rebutted Teacher Lee, making his expression look even worse, clearly a bit embarrassed. But at this moment, he couldn't retort back, as was getting very close. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon hear their discussion. Is approaching. But before could say anything, Chu-Hu opened his mouth. Teacher Lee, you must stand up for me. I don't know what means used, he raised his vitality greatly and beat me up. Chu-Hu, like he had grabbed onto a lifeline, immediately began to complain too. Indeed, until now, he still didn't view as a martial artist. In his mind, couldn't possibly be a martial artist, he must have used some means to boost his vitality and obtained a fake martial artist badge to show off. This isn't that he is foolish, but it's hard to believe that someone familiar, like, could rebound dramatically one day and reach an unreachable height. Many things in the world are like this, as long as one doesn't want to believe, no amount of evidence in front of them will be effective. Asterisk asterisk. I'll have the homeroom teacher take you to find your new homeroom teacher, let's see how your school punishes you. Shut up. Teacher Lee suddenly shouted angrily. His voice carried a clear tone of rage, startling the students. Though they often saw Teacher Lee get angry, it was the first time to witness him so furious. Lee? Teacher Lee. He looked at Teacher Lee in confusion, fear written all over his face. The other students felt the same, unsure why their homeroom teacher was acting so wildly today. Under everyone's gaze, Teacher Lee cleared his throat. Let me officially introduce. This time, is the representative of the 2nd Martial Artists Guild and also the leading martial artist for our activity. Everyone, give a warm welcome. Silence. After he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the classroom. Everyone looked at in shock, their mouths agape. Only stood in the lineup with a smile, genuinely looking happy. Seeing that no one else was applauding, Teacher Lee quickly took the lead in clapping. This time, the students finally reacted and began to clap. Listening to the enthusiastic applause, felt a sense of belonging. The faces of those trying to curry favor were filled with mockery and laughter within their hearts. Soon, Teacher Lee moved closer. Ah, no, Zhang Wuzhe, I knew you were not an ordinary person, the knowledge in school is too shallow, indeed not suitable for you. After seeing today, it really is so. He wore a very eager smile, then his gaze fell on the pale-faced Chu-Hu beside him. Chu-Hu, did you contradict the team leader? Do you want to stop studying? Chu-Hu trembled with anxiety, his whole body softening. Teacher Lee, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't cause trouble again, please don't tell the school. Zhang Wuja didn't speak but glanced at the injured Dichun beside him. With just that glance, Teacher Lee understood Zhang Wuja's meaning. Chu Hu, you actually attacked a classmate. Your qualification for the practical training is now cancelled, and Dichun will be sent to the medical team for care. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for reporting it to the principal. Chu Hu looked ashen. After finishing all this, Teacher Lee turned back to Zhang Wuja. Zhang Wuja, now that everyone has arrived, shall we start this practical training? Zhang Wuja scanned the distant forest and nodded slightly. Start. Chapter 28, The Target, Fire and Ice Wolf Beast. Bang! In the forest, Zhang Wuja moved like lightning among the trees. The wind from his fists roared like Mount Tai. A black bear over 2 meters tall suddenly collapsed, its chest caved in, then crashed heavily to the ground. Under the astonished gazes of other classmates, he began to dissect the exotic beast. It was too shocking. To them, the exotic beasts that seemed extremely dangerous appeared to be powerless toys in front of Zhang Wuja. No matter how terrifying the exotic beast looked, Zhang Wuja would dive down and punch through their hearts. The forest was silent, with only the sound of Zhang Wuja quietly disassembling the corpses. That towering figure, that cold face, and the blood-splattered bodies made everyone shudder. Most of the class had previously insulted Zhang Wuja, from initially not participating to later using him as a subject for after-class gossip. Many had made this a habit. But now, seeing Zhang Wuja from the moment he appeared, silent in class, really sent chills down their spines. Indeed, throughout the journey, Zhang Wuja had not spoken. When encountering the exotic beasts, he acted cleanly and decisively. Yang Ge, you are so amazing, a voice beside him cheered, filled with excitement. Her voice sounded small in the quiet environment, but it made Zhang Wuja smile involuntarily. Still in this class, everyone had changed, yet Zhang Wuja's attitude towards him remained unchanged. It was like this before and still like this now. He glanced at the time, slowly got up, and walked to Teacher Lee's side, his expression returning to its usual indifference. I killed these exotic beasts, it's okay to record them in my name, right? I remember there are rewards for these, and they can be freely gifted. And no problem. Teacher Lee forced out a smile. He feared that someone like Zhang Wuja, who had not mentioned the past since returning, made the situation even more chilling. Zhang Wuja didn't say more but simply had a few words with Dichun, then hurriedly left. He was going to search for the blood flesh flower. He was the last to return to the vehicle. Tian smiled at him approvingly when she saw him come back. Great, Zhang Wuja is back. Then I will explain the specific tasks for entering the activity area. The target we are hunting this time is called the Fire and Ice Wolf Head Beast. It is a mutated master-class exotic beast with a unique bloodline that can wield a touch of flame and ice power. Its intelligence is estimated to be about that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Its physical quality is estimated to be the weakest among master levels or at the peak of a martial artist. Its overall strength is probably at the level of a 2nd or 3rd rank martial artist. If it confronts head-on, it is no match for the captain, who is a 4th rank martial artist. Tian said this with a serious look on her face, but the most troublesome thing is that this guy seems to be leading over a dozen mutated beasts, and all these beasts are high-level martial artist beasts, and they have a certain sense of unity. So, the most important thing for this mission is to absolutely not act alone, we must fight united. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze towards. Frowned. I must go find the medicinal materials. Tian means that if you have already entered the enemy's territory and started acting, then you shouldn't act alone anymore. Tian Yi said with a serious look. As long as I don't find any clues, I won't act alone. How can you be so stubborn? You do have some skills, but I know. You have only passed through a mutated beast active area once, you're still too inexperienced. Shook his head. I want to go find. If there are no clues, I will help you hunt the mutated beasts. A brief silence filled the car. A few people looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Tian spoke again, no problem, that's your own choice. But when we need you, you must obey orders. I promise you. I will complete the tasks you arrange. Tian nodded and said no more, and neither did the others. They traveled in silence, gradually moving deeper. They found a relatively hidden place and completely concealed themselves, then began to walk on foot. This was an abandoned small town, surrounded by a stench of decay. Hundreds of years ago, mutated beasts suddenly appeared, and at that time many cities had already fallen. These small towns and the ruins of the cities were what remained. They had just stepped into the small town when they heard sounds coming from not far away, followed by a few roars. About 7 or 8 mutated beasts rushed out from the ruins, their eyes glowing red as they charged quickly. They were like ferocious beasts that had been starved for over 10 days, their eyes only seeing the group as food. Saw with his own eyes a black bear that clearly could have avoided the dirt wall in front of it but instead, as if it was mad, crashed right into it without dodging. Accompanied by the sound of a loud collapse and flying dust, it charged forward like an armored vehicle. This mutated beast, even if it couldn't compare to the fierce tiger beast, it was definitely close. This beast's target was none other than. Feeling the pressure from the opponent, clenched his fists and charged forward. Don't be impulsive. Tian saw preparing to confront the black bear head-on and immediately shouted anxiously. But everything happened too fast. Before her voice had even finished, had already collided with the black bear. Bang! The black bear's claws slammed down hard on his fist, and after a brief stalemate of a few seconds, it was actually sent flying back. That's right, it was sent flying back. Felt his numb arm, his eyes flickering with excitement. He could do it. With the ability to hunt, all his powers doubled when fighting mutated beasts. Although he was only at the 7th rank martial artist level, he could exert the strength of an 8th or even 9th rank. This level was enough to deal with a real fierce tiger beast, let alone the black bear that was weaker than it. The black bear was pushed back by a punch and was obviously enraged. Its eyes turned blood red as it let out a terrifying roar, as if the wild winds around it were being swept up. The cold and eerie wind carried the stench from its mouth, squinted his eyes slightly, unable to help but close them. So foul. Why could it stink so badly it hurts the eyes? This was not a figure of speech, it was a physiological reaction that hurt the eyes. After holding on for a second, finally couldn't endure it and closed his eyes. But at the moment he closed them, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! His first instinct was to back away and try to open his eyes, but he found that he couldn't open them at all. Just then, as he stepped back, he slipped on something and fell backwards. Now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was... Chapter 29, It's Smarter Than You Think. Puff! The sound of flesh bursting was clear and vivid. His whole body was stained with blood. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, suddenly opening his eyes, and saw a black bear only a step away from him. It looked at him with unwilling eyes, its heart pierced through by a strong fist. Zhou Faquan retracted his fist and slowly said, "Not all the beasts are like the little monsters in the game, with simple attack patterns. They are smarter than you think, and beast-type warriors may possess special bloodlines." His face looked a bit pale. It wasn't because he almost got killed by the beast, but because he realized the gap between martial masters and warriors. Zhou Faquan could actually kill this black bear in one blow. Looking at it this way, it would be incredibly difficult for him to complete the advancement task. He was pulled up by Zhou Faquan, and the roars around him gradually faded away. He stared in shock at the beast lying in a pool of blood not far away and gradually realized a problem, which was... this team was stronger than he imagined. The remaining beasts, though not as strong as this black bear, were definitely at the level of warriors rank 5 or 6, and in less than a minute, they all got killed, which really surprised him. Comparing this team to Captain Lu's team back then, it was simply like heaven and earth. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates, only through cooperation can you defeat stronger beasts. Sometimes, maybe you just need to call out, and you can gain infinite security. Otherwise, if a situation like just now happens, you will definitely die. Zhou Faquan smiled and patted his shoulder, then shouted to the others. These beasts still have some value, those in need can take a few small organs with them. But you need to be quick, we only have 3 minutes. Let's keep moving. This black bear's body is left to you. Your strength is not weak, I hope you can help the others as much as possible later. He looked at the black bear's corpse and had a much better impression of this captain. He saved his life and left him the body. He thought to himself that not many captains could do this. Without saying a word, he lowered his head and began to dissect. As he dissected more, he became more skilled and even figured out the structure of certain types of beasts completely. Plus, since he had great strength as a warrior, even with such a large beast, he could easily succeed in the dissection. You successfully dissected the liver of the black heart bear, vitality plus 6 points, plus 6 points. You successfully dissected the ear of the black heart bear, vitality plus 4 points, plus 4 points. You successfully dissected the paw of the black heart bear, vitality plus 7 points, plus 7 points. This black bear directly gave him 80 points of vitality, allowing him to break through to level 8 warrior. At this rate, he might reach level 10 warrior before encountering the Icefire head wolf. Level 10 warrior. Would there be a chance? He slightly shook his head. Judging by the fighting level just now, even if he had a level 10 strength plus the hunting capability, he wouldn't be able to deal with a peak martial master. It seems that this time I might not complete this task. Since he couldn't complete this task, he began to shift his goal. Following the team, he started to observe the surroundings, looking for the so-called flesh flower mentioned in the intel. The so-called flesh flower was not blood-colored, but meat-colored. It looked like a flower formed from human flesh and blood, appearing on the corpses of beasts or humans. If you cut it, a large amount of fresh blood will flow out, which has the effect of restoring cells. As for how it is formed, according to the explanations of research professionals, qi and blood are tangible and powerful things. Even when a person dies, qi and blood still exist, so it is possible that this thing is formed by surrounding qi and blood. Thus, all the corpses and decaying flesh are being observed very carefully. Hey, hey! You, stop looking around, you're making me very nervous. Tianyi complained, looking helpless. Why is your attention on me? I'm not gay. He continued to observe the surroundings without turning his head. Damn! Do you think I'm a gay? I plan to marry Tian in the future. Don't you find it cute when she's serious? It's completely opposite to her personality, hee hee. He stopped in his tracks, looking at him in shock. Aren't you supposed to like those, older women? Older women? Sexiness pales in comparison to cuteness. Tianyi pouted. His mouth twitched. He originally wanted to end the conversation and refocus on the corpses and remains around them, but was interrupted by Zhou Feiken's low shout. Be careful! Everyone, be careful! His voice was tense and especially serious, and could even sense a hint of panic in his tone. His heart sank, and he looked up. He wanted to see what kind of situation had caused the captain to be so nervous. What he saw was a giant wolf, 2 meters long, lying in front of him on a collapsed house, more than 10 steps away from Zhou Feiken. Its fur was brownish yellow, but above the neck it was white and red. There were 2 revealing spots on its neck. Although its face looked pretty like a dog, its facial features were too large, giving a chilling feeling. The most terrifying thing was that this strange beast lay still, lazily watching the group, seemingly filled with wisdom. It was utterly imposing. This was S' first impression of it. Quiet. This was S' second impression. Since he encountered strange beasts, he had never seen one so quiet. It was quiet to the point of being terrifying, as if this strange beast had known they would come here all along, lying in wait silently in this position. A martial artist level strange beast was even more terrifying than he had imagined. What about the master level? And above the master level? Dared not think, he prepared himself for battle. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a bloody flesh flower on the creature's head. Flesh flower. S' pupils constricted suddenly, and his breathing quickened. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing that this was not something he could mess with now. Something's not right. This guy is too smart, it seems different from the information. Tian couldn't help but speak, deliberately lowering her voice, as if afraid of startling it. There are other strange beasts around. Couldn't help but speak. Since he had been observing the surroundings, he was somewhat familiar with them in a short time. Just a few seconds ago, he noticed something moving slowly in various positions. It was strange beasts. He saw the same black-hearted bear beast as before, but it was obviously much larger and stronger than the one he had just defeated. He also saw a gray tiger beast slowly walking towards them, blocking their path. Along with other strange beasts, all of them were terrifying beings, nearly 10 altogether, each one a high-level strange beast. The most frightening thing was, they were all like that ice-fire wolf beast, not making a sound, quietly surrounding them. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. The situation seemed to have gone beyond expectations. Captain, what should we do now? Tianyi asked nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Even if they have fought countless battles, in the face of such numbers and strength of the beasts, they absolutely have no chance of winning. People might die. No. They will definitely die. Realizing this, everyone was a bit panicked. Zhou Koan took a deep breath, his face also serious. These beasts are led by that wolf. If we kill that wolf, we have a chance to get out. I will go main attack to kill that wolf. Everyone else will help together. As for the other beasts, ignore them for now. Zhang Yiming and you two are strong. Assist me in attacking. Right now, we have no choice but to fight to the death. It's either life or death. And a man in the team nodded at the same time, their expressions extremely grave. Everyone's breathing became rapid, their muscles tensed. The battle between the beasts and the squad was about to ignite. Chapter 30, The Captain Dies. Under the dim sky, everyone was covered in a layer of sweat, furrowed brows tightly. Who could have thought that the first time following the squad on a mission, they would encounter such a hellish beginning? Not to mention the numbers, just the members capable of dealing with high-level warrior beasts were only Captain Zhou Feiken, Zhang Yiming, and his 3 men. Zhang Yiming, in his 30s, was of level 10 in martial arts, and apart from Captain Zhou Feiken, he was the strongest, though he rarely spoke and had little presence. Had never seen him in action, but during their first encounter with a beast, Zhou Feiken had been helping him, so he estimated that those beasts back then were all dealt with by Zhou, meaning his combat power must be very strong. Killing that ice-fire head wolf first is the priority. Calculated whether the 3 could kill this beast in a short time, feeling uncertain. From the martial artist levels they had encountered so far, he and Zhang Yiming wouldn't play much of a role in a 3-on-1 fight. So, it seemed like a 3-on-1, but in reality, it was still a 1-on-1. Only Zhou Feiken could gain an absolute advantage in a 1-on-1 fight. He and Zhang Yiming might speed up the battle process. Otherwise, the two of them might not be able to hurt this beast and could even get killed instead. But if he didn't help fight, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the surroundings, finally landing on a gap. In this gap, there were beasts on both sides, but they were a bit far apart. If they could kill one of the two beasts in a short time. Move. The fight didn't give him much time to think, as the captain, Joe Fakin, had already issued the battle signal. He rushed towards the Icefire head wolf, and Jiang Yiming also immediately charged up with his long spear in hand. Was still thinking, his movement noticeably a beat slow. He saw Joe Fakin charge ahead quickly, and within 3 to 5 seconds, he had approached the Icefire head wolf. Joe Fakin, dragging his big knife, swiftly lifted it from the ground and fiercely chopped down towards the Icefire head wolf. Swept up meant he had been dragging that knife, and when he jumped, the blade glided in a strange arc, making the dirt in the air flow upwards like an inverse stream, creating a strong visual impact that gave the illusion that man and knife were soaring into the sky. Beautiful. Powerful. The realm of martial artists was simply not on the same level. If that knife really landed on the wolf, it might indeed kill it before the other beasts could even react. In that instant, everyone watching this scene had the same thought. The captain can win. Thought so too, but only in that moment, because he saw the movements of the Icefire head wolf. At the moment Joe Fakin jumped up, due to his sharp awareness of his surroundings. So it was clear, this Icefire head wolf also jumped up. This beast's movements were quick, clearly just the simplest of actions, yet as fast as lightning. Little *** immediately sensed something was wrong and prepared to warn right away. Put. Before could even shout out the heart he wanted to say, he heard the sound of blood splashing. Then, under the shocked gaze of him and Jiang Yiming, Joe Fakin's arm was completely chopped off. The spurting blood poured out recklessly, and the Icefire head wolf bit into Joe Fakin's arm, directly starting to chew. He didn't act immediately but instead watched with interest as Joe Fakin, now missing an arm, struggled. Captain! Don't come over! Joe Fakin stopped Jiang Yiming, who was about to rush to his aid. Because of the severed arm, Joe Fakin's face turned pale. His arm, which had been holding the big knife, had disappeared without a trace, lost in that instant. His forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat, and he nervously looked at the two of them, saying, "I was careless. You can never truly feel this kind of depth unless you face it directly. This time, it was my negligence that led to you and everyone else falling into such a tragic situation. Now, I'll hold them off. You two, take the people and break through as quickly as possible. That's an order." Saying this, he immediately charged towards the Icefire head wolf, unleashing a momentum had never seen before. The moment he felt this momentum, made a decision. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and, using this force, changed direction, looking at the gap he had already spotted. He knew that it was impossible for all of them to make it out alive now. The mission for him and Jiang Yiming had changed. The plan to kill this wolf was clearly no longer feasible. So, since killing was not an option, there was only one choice left: break through the encirclement and escape. Only in this way could they avoid dying here, and they couldn't let Joe Fakin sacrifice in vain. At this moment, Joe Fakin, with one arm, veins bulging, continued to swing his long knife, each strike aimed precisely at the opponent's vital points. But facing this fierce onslaught, the Icefire head wolf was calmly dodging. It appeared slow in its large movements, but in reality, it was so fast that it made one's scalp tingle. Seeing Joe Fakin, now completely at a disadvantage, knew he wouldn't last much longer. At most 30 seconds. If they didn't break through in those 30 seconds, everyone would die here. Realizing this, as previously hesitant movements became firm. Follow me. This is the last chance the captain has given us. Knew they couldn't waste the captain's sacrifice and immediately charged toward the gap. He had already observed that the closest to the gap was the Tsanghu beast. It could be said to be a narrow path for enemies. Pushed his legs hard, and his whole body shot forward like lightning. His roaring voice had barely finished when he was already in the attack range. Muscles tensed in his arms, veins bulged on his forehead, and his waist twisted with his body, sending his arm in a crescent-shaped swing. Taishan Fist. With the strength of an 8th-level warrior and his martial skills, combined with double hunting attributes, he was absolutely confident in wounding this beast. This wasn't luck, he had encountered this exotic beast once before. It was too arrogant. So, it would never believe that a human like him would attack first. By the time it realized what was happening, S-Fist had already slammed into its skull. Boom! The terrifying force directly struck its skull, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, there was a crisp sound of bone cracking. Crack! This sound woke up all the team members and other exotic beasts present. Used his body to forcefully knock down the Tsanghu beast. The roaring sound woke everyone up. Run! Chapter 31, only seconds turn into the Tsanghu beast. This scene was too shocking, the players present were stunned yet awakened by, hurriedly rushing outside. Other exotic beasts roared in anger, starting to besiege them, but since this was originally a gap, they couldn't completely surround the players, only watching them flee helplessly. That damn kid sure is capable. Joe Faikin looked at that back, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Puff! A blood-red mouth bit into his neck, and blood sprayed out. His eyes gradually faded, and finally, he lost all signs of life. The running seemed to sense something and instinctively turned to look toward the distant battlefield. Vaguely, he saw that tall figure fall to the ground. Captain! Felt something clog in his throat, an exceptionally uncomfortable sensation. Last time, he encountered a martial artist who stopped at nothing to kill him. This time, however, he met someone who sacrificed their life to save him. Facing exotic beasts, these two experiences brought him completely different feelings. Staring at the icefire head wolf in the distance, S. heart ignited with intense flames. He wanted to kill this wolf. Even without the so-called blood flesh flower, he would definitely not let this beast go. Spread out. Spread out and run. If we keep this up, we will definitely be caught. Spreading out is our only way out. Everyone gather at the hiding vehicle location. In the chaos, Tian began to command the battlefield. Finally understood why all the commands in the team were given by Tian. Tian was a calm girl, only someone like her could make the right choices between life and death, leading the team to survival. Now, Tian was doing just that. Although everyone was panicking, hearing Tian's voice gave them a sense of security, and they actually began to spread out. However, although the 5 of them spread out at first, their number was still far from the number of exotic beasts. Basically, one person had to deal with 2 high-level exotic beasts. This seemed to increase the chances of escape, but in reality, the probability of survival decreased. Can you help attract more attention? Tian saw things heading in the worst direction, sweating profusely. She was extremely nervous. She knew very well that the only ones who could change the situation were in Jiang Yiming. The 2 of them were the top fighting force in the team, possibly able to kill high-level exotic beasts in one-on-one situations. But in this life-and-death situation, would these 2 really make a choice in such difficulty? Jiang Yiming did not answer her question. His escape speed slowed slightly, but then he quickly accelerated again. Is it really not possible? Tian smiled wryly with resignation. She did not feel surprised at all. Because as long as Jiang Yiming did not stop, he still had a great chance to leave this place. The real ones affected were those like them who couldn't handle high-level exotic beasts on their own, so the one to ask for help could only be her. Not everyone in this world would reach out to help anyone, like Captain Joe. Her gaze slightly dimmed, just when she thought everything was set in stone, a deep, muffled sound came with the roar of the exotic beast. Boom! Punched down a strong bull exotic beast, stopping in his tracks. 2. I can help draw away 2 at most. When said this, he felt like he must be out of his mind. Even if he had hunting capability, dealing with 4 at once was still life-threatening, and it was a significant danger. Reason told him this, but he did not believe in reason. Because Joe Faikin's voice, for some reason, like the Bible, it echoed in his ears. Sometimes, you need to trust your teammates. Only by working together can you defeat stronger beasts. Sometimes, all you need to do is call out, and you can gain infinite security. Sometimes, all you need to do is call out, and you can gain infinite security. Just consider this a favor I owe you. With a slight clench of his fists, he began to slowly retreat, looking at the 4 beasts charging at him, then he turned to run. 4 beasts were drawn away by him, leaving only 4 that were chasing Tian and the other 2 girls. Tian Yi jumped out to lure away 2, leaving the remaining 2 to chase after Tian and the last girl. This girl was named Lu Bing, about the same age as Tian, and she didn't say much along the way. Under Tian's assignment, she ran towards another direction. She darted frantically through the woods with a terrified look, seemingly under immense pressure, with the beasts behind her screaming wildly, as if they couldn't wait to eat her alive. I can't die. I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. The car is just up ahead. As long as I can get in, I will survive. That's right. As long as I can get in the car, I will definitely survive. She muttered to herself, her eyes gradually brightening. At the same time, he swallowed a stamina recovery potion in one gulp, then tossed the bottle aside. Behind him were 4 beasts. The closest was a black bear, and the furthest was the cliff tiger beast whose skull he had crushed. That guy had amazing physical qualities. Even with a crushed skull, he was still lively. Fortunately, he was somewhat affected, his speed slowed down, and within minutes, the figure of the beast disappeared from sight. The black bear chasing him was faster than the other 2 beasts, but clearly lacked endurance and began to fall behind, eventually stopping its pursuit altogether. Now, only 2 beasts remained, a black-spotted sheep and a leaf-colored python. The black-spotted sheep was named the Lost Sheep Beast. Legend has it that its head is very hard, and its emotions are not influenced by any external factors. It likely sits at around level 7 or 8, quite manageable. The leaf-colored python, true to its appearance, was named the leaf python beast. This guy was powerful but had no toxins, likely above level 9 warrior. They leisurely followed behind him, clearly waiting for him to exhaust himself. Once he ran out of stamina, they would easily take him down. He realized this and found a complex little path to slip into. As he dived in, he took out a dissection knife, spinning it in his hand, then gripping it steadily. The cold light flickered, merging with the chill in his eyes. At this moment, he was like a sword, ready to draw and strike with a deadly blow. Here they come. He heard the sounds of pursuit. Chapter 32, Desperate Situation, Abandoned. Could he single-handedly take down a high-level beast? Clearly, yes, so he prepared to fight back instead of running away. Because he had to consider whether the blood meat flower on the Icefire head wolf's head was the only one he would encounter in a short time. If he missed it, it could be very hard to find again. Not only did he not plan to flee, but he also prepared to return and kill that Icefire two-colored wolf. Veins bulged in his arms, and he heard rustling sounds not far away. He knew the opportunity had come. It was the leaf python beast. It tracked prey based on temperature and scent, so after losing his sight, it obviously pursued faster than the other lost sheep beast. But it did not expect that he had stopped to confront it. Surprise and self-confidence made it misjudge its combat power, and it was knocked out immediately, then struck in the 7-inch spot with a knife to finish it off. Charging out from a hidden spot, quietly waited for the fallen beast. 5 minutes later, began to dissect the corpses of the strange beasts, quietly waiting for the last black bear and the injured grey tiger beast. You successfully dissected the liver of the withered leaf python, gaining plus 7 HP, plus 7 HP. You successfully dissected the skin and bones of the withered leaf python, gaining plus 11 HP, plus 11 HP. You successfully dissected the horn of the fallen sheep beast, gaining plus 8 HP, plus 8 HP. You successfully dissected the heart of the fallen sheep beast, gaining plus 7 HP, plus 7 HP. He skillfully dissected with each knife, simultaneously boosting his HP. If someone found him here, they would definitely be shocked, their jaw on the ground. This man's movements were simply too skilled. Every cut distinctly separated the flesh and bones of a strange beast, like a chef expertly butchering beef. Crack! In the ruins just entering the forest, the sound of branches snapping underfoot could be heard. The massive black-hearted bear ran wildly, constantly sniffing the air with its huge nose while tracking its target. This is the guy. This is the guy who killed my companion. He is nearby, I must tear him apart. That's right, at this very moment, all that filled the black-hearted bear's mind was the thought of ripping to shreds. To it, this food was the worst food it had ever seen. Not only was it hard to catch, but it also killed its partner, so it had to be caught and made to suffer. It had already decided that it would never allow its target to die until it completely chewed its skin and flesh. Almost there. I can already smell his scent. Right around here. It rushed into the path and immediately saw a figure not far away. Excited, it charged forward but suddenly sensed that something was off. This food seemed to be gnawing on the corpses of other strange beasts. The cold glimmering object in his hand gave it an overwhelming sense of danger, even causing a hint of fear. The black-hearted bear instinctively locked eyes with the human before it and saw an extremely cold gaze, one filled with intense hostility. It had only felt this hostility from the Icefire head wolf. Puff! Bang! The black-hearted bear fell heavily to the ground, feeling the flow of life slipping away. The only thought in its mind was, food. Why is it so dangerous? At this moment, was drenched in the blood of strange beasts, his fists clenched as he felt the surging power, slightly narrowing his eyes. Blood is getting hot. The dissection of 3 strange beasts elevated his HP to nearly 300 points. His HP reached 1050 points. He successfully reached level 10 martial artist. The next goal is to become a martial master. The HP of a first-level martial master is double that of a level 10 martial artist, which is 2000 HP. Every level requires an increase of 2000 HP. Felt the terrifying power within him, creating a feeling of invincibility. He knew this confidence came from the sense of power, calming himself with a few deep breaths. Now is not the time to confront that Icefire head wolf alone, at least he needs to bring the equally powerful Jian Yiming and the strategic Tian Tian along. Without any hesitation, he ran toward the place where they had hidden the vehicle. I hope everyone is okay. In the vehicle hideout, Lu Bing sat in the driver's seat, looking extremely tense. She kept scanning the outside scene, her eyes bloodshot. Outside was eerily quiet, with no sight of any strange beasts, but for some reason, she felt like a high-level strange beast could pounce on the vehicle from some unseen corner at any moment. Her expression grew more and more conflicted, with blood vessels in her eyes becoming denser. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a decision, her palm constantly searching on the car. Hurry up! We are almost there. Suddenly, she heard a voice not far away and shivered. She saw Tian Tian and Tian Yi running towards the car, glancing back from time to time, their expressions tense. Tian Tian's gaze was always fixed on the hiding spot of the car, so their eyes met at the first moment. The former showed a joyful expression and waved at her. "Help me open the door, get ready to go." Tian Tian called happily, speeding up a bit. Roar! Almost at the moment she shouted, a furious roar came from afar. That was the Tsanghu beast. Lu Bing, who was about to open the door, shivered, her face starting to pale. She began to mumble, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Saying this, she directly pressed the start button and then slammed the accelerator while wildly turning the steering wheel. The car showed no intention of picking them up, instead, it turned sharply and ran in another direction, completely turning away from them, getting farther and farther. "Lu Bing, what are you doing?" Tian Tian shouted in panic, her face looking bad. "I'm sorry. If you all get in the car, the beast will eat us all. Only by leaving you behind for the beast to eat can I get away." Lu Bing shouted, her voice trembling with guilt, but the accelerator was pressed to the floor. With a buzzing sound, the car flew away in an instant. Watching the car recede, Tian Tian stood there in despair. She and Tian Yi had reached their limit, they simply could not run anymore, and with all the noise made, the enemy had already caught up. Indeed. It had caught up. A huge figure emerged from the woods. It was a monkey covered in messy fur, standing over 2 meters tall, its body muscled. Martial Artist. Level 10. The Monkey King Beast. It jumped and ran several meters in the blink of an eye, its massive body making a terrifying whoosh as it landed steadily in front of the two, casting a shadow that blocked the surrounding light, with a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Tian Tian with primitive greed. Chapter 33, Ask if the beast is afraid of me. Tian Tian felt the gaze of the Monkey King and forced a miserable smile. If there is one beast that is most famous among the martial artists, it is definitely the Tsanghu beast. After all, it coexists strength and ferocity, posing one of the greatest threats to the martial artists. But if we talk about the strongest beast in the realm of martial artists, at least on the edge of their city area, it's the Monkey King. The Monkey King beast not only has the muscular physique like other beasts but also possesses agile limbs and an intelligent mind. They set traps for humans, and even use various tools and terrain to ambush them. What they love most is capturing human females for forced mating, satisfying their dark desires. Tian Tian, run. I'll hold it here. Tian Yi stood in front of her, his expression equally grim. His level was only 6, while the Monkey King beast was a full 10, and with the special physique of beasts, the outcome of a battle between the two was evident. Today, I'll fight you to the end. Bang! A thick arm smashed into Tian Yi's body, and with a huge force, Tian Yi was thrown to the right, landing several meters away on a tree trunk. His head crashed into it, blood gushing out as he lost consciousness. Tian Tian sat down on the ground, having completely lost the will to fight, her desperate eyes finally misting over. Help me! Who can help me? She screamed like crazy, but a massive hand tightly gripped her body, and the next second. Rip! Her collar was torn apart. A vast expanse of white snow lay bare in the air, and the Gorilla King beast let out a horrible laugh. It directly pressed Tian Tian to the ground, and the brutal force caused a lot of blood to appear on her snow-white skin. Tian Tian struggled in terror, but found it was impossible. Her sharp screams grew higher and higher, and the Gorilla King beast's expression became more and more ferocious and excited. Suddenly, it stopped its movements. Because it felt a chill creeping up its back. It instinctively reached behind to touch a sticky liquid. That was blood. Accompanying the blood was a sharp pain in its chest, as if something had pierced through its back and entered its chest cavity. It instinctively turned its head and saw a fist getting larger and larger. Boom! The *** fist struck its cheek, and because of the terrifying force's inertia, it pressed against its cheek for a brief 3 seconds, then the force slammed its head directly into the ground. Boom! The tremendous force shook the ground, and *** sat on the other's head swinging a fist again. Boom! Again there was a loud bang, and this time the Gorilla King beast's entire body twitched. It finally reacted, and the first thing it wanted to do was stretch out a hand to grab ***. But ***'s fists kept falling, not giving it the chance. Each punch was faster than the last. Tian Tian, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the *** who was riding the Gorilla King, her mind blank. Was she seeing things? Was beating the Gorilla King beast unilaterally? Even Jiang Yiming, who was also a peak martial artist, couldn't do this. Was stronger than Jiang Yiming? At that moment, she suddenly realized, no, everyone present didn't know ***'s real strength, they only knew he had killed the Tsanghu beast. Boom! With the final punch, the hard skull was shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere until the head was completely crushed. Got up and tossed his clothes over, landing perfectly on Tian Tian. She thought asterisk asterisk would come over to ask about her condition, to inquire about the team's situation, but the first thing asterisk asterisk said left her dumbfounded. I need to go kill that ice fire wolf, and I need your help. Tian stood there, shocked. From the moment Lu Bing drove away, she understood their little team was completely doomed. What awaited them next was the chase by alien beasts and fleeing in the forest. If they were lucky, they might escape, but she never wanted to hunt alien beasts here again. No, not just her, probably everyone in the team was thinking about escaping, but asterisk asterisk was completely the opposite. Her first reaction was that asterisk asterisk must be crazy. How could he kill that alien beast? That beast had even killed the captain. Are you crazy? That's an alien beast that even the captain couldn't deal with. How could you handle it? Tian, just having felt death, became a little agitated. Frowned slightly. I heard the sound of a car starting just now. Did someone abandon us? If there's no car, we will definitely be chased if we walk away. That guy won't let us go. Tian was stunned, her face pale. That's right. Without the car, if they ran back through the forest, the chances of survival were too low. Moreover, that martial master level alien beast would certainly not let them go and would absolutely chase them down. But killing that martial master? She smiled in despair. It's impossible. The gap between a martial master and a martial artist is too great. You can't handle it. We're doomed. So I need your and Jiang Yiming's help. If you can't fight, I will help you fight. Interrupted her, his expression serious. No matter what, I won't sit still and wait for death. I won't die here. I want to kill it. If you decide to run, I respect your choice. But I will definitely turn back. I am a man, I will die with dignity. S words touched Tian. She knew that S every word was the most correct choice, they had no other way to go. Looking at S' serious face, she suddenly asked curiously, aren't you afraid? Just now, I was terrified, but when I saw you fighting the beast, you weren't afraid at all. It seemed like you didn't worry about it hurting you. Are you a battle maniac? Afraid? Smiled confidently. Why should I be afraid? They have strength, and so do I. They have legs, and so do I. Why don't you ask them if they are afraid of me? Tian's eyes widened, feeling immense shock. It seemed they had always feared the beasts, but she had never thought that the beasts could fear humans. Was it because they were too smart? She looked at S' confident face and slightly shook her head. No, it was just that they thought they were very smart. Okay, I promise you. Since we can't escape anyway, let's fight hard. Take revenge for the captain. Tian was a bit excited, seemingly influenced by. Smiled, ready to continue speaking, but suddenly heard a rustling sound. He shook his head violently, staring at the darkness not far away. Is there more? Could it be that the ice fire wolf has caught up? Chapter 34, Prey and Hunter. And Tian's heart sank to the bottom. Although they had just been full of ambition, facing that beast unprepared would only lead to their demise here. Great! You're all alive. Jiang Yiming came out from the woods, his face full of excitement. S' tense nerves relaxed, and his heart was even happier. With Jiang Yiming safe, their chances of defeating that beast increased a bit. But he didn't have time to feel surprised. Jiang Yiming's words left him silent. Where's the car? Where is our car? Jiang Yiming looked pale as he stared at where they hid the car and found it empty. The car was taken by Lu Bing. Tian's face was gloomy. If we want to go back now, we can only walk back. Are you kidding? Walking back is just asking for death. Jiang Yiming's face turned pale. Exactly. Going back now will also get us chased by that beast. It's better to fight here and kill it. Stood up again, looking serious. Jiang Yiming's face became even darker as he stared at in disbelief. Asterisk, are you crazy? Didn't you see the captain was killed by that beast? If the captain was no match for it, how can we be? Moreover, it can summon so many advanced beasts. He shook his head desperately, his voice serious. In this case, I'd rather try walking back. Although the dangers along the way aren't small, at least there's a chance to return. Even if we all go back together, that guy will still ambush us. If that's the case, we won't have the initiative, and the chances of winning are even lower. Jiang Yiming shook his head. Asterisk, aren't you just after that bloody meat flower? If you want to seek death, don't drag us with you. Was stunned. What are you saying? Jiang Yiming continued, I'm saying it very clearly, everyone knows you came to find something. I saw it during the battle, the way you looked at that bloody meat flower was completely different. Anyway, I'm leaving, you all can do as you please. Jiang Yiming said no more, turning to search for car tracks and leaving. Asterisk, I think Jiang Yiming is right, your actions are too impulsive. No matter how you think about it, it's better to leave here first. Let's follow Jiang Yiming. Tian was also persuaded, looking troubled. Shook his head. I won't leave. If you want to go, take Tian with you. That's right. He absolutely would not leave. Without Jiang Yiming's help, the odds of dealing with the Icefire Wolf were indeed much lower, but it wasn't impossible. With the two abilities he had acquired, he completely had a chance to slay that beast. Tian heard his words and showed a hesitant expression, standing still without a sound. After a while, she finally pulled out a bottle of potion from her pocket and placed it in his hand. This is a stamina recovery potion. It can restore half your stamina for a short time. You saved my life, so consider this a favor. I'm sorry, I can't stay here and die with you. Tian gritted her teeth and walked past him, gradually taking the unconscious Tian Yi away. When they caught up with Jiang Yiming, he saw that there was no one with her and sneered. It's hard to persuade a ghost who seeks death. This kid is too full of himself to go die for some money. With his current level, let's see if he can even encounter that strange beast. Tian followed behind him, her expression hesitant. Her mind was filled with the image of him defeating the Monkey King beast, easily killing that terrifying strange beast. Is there really no chance to kill that Icefire Wolf? Did she really not make the wrong choice by following Jiang Yiming? Gradually, the sounds at the end of the small path faded away. The ruins and wilderness fell into silence, and the sky gradually darkened. He got up from the Monkey King beast's corpse, stretched his muscles, producing a cracking sound. Without Tian and the others by his side, he was no longer so anxious. With full efforts, he dissected the corpse, and his vitality reached 1,100 points. He looked at the sky that was about to turn dark, his expression slightly serious. Nighttime is when the strange beasts are active. If I'm not mistaken, it is also when the Icefire Wolf and other strange beasts truly hunt. Perhaps now is the chance. Indeed. Now might be the best opportunity. The strange beasts around the Icefire Wolf would be significantly fewer at this moment, so even if he did confront this guy, it was unlikely that many strange beasts would be there to protect it. Realizing this, he slowly stood up and walked back to where he had come from. The game of hide and seek should switch now. At a completely abandoned and collapsed house, the black tiger beast with its shattered skull lay in the ruins, its breath growing weaker. Though it hadn't been killed immediately, its head being like this meant it couldn't survive. In its last moments, it just wanted to rest well. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, its injuries would heal, and it wouldn't die. As a strange beast, its simplistic thinking allowed it to feel at ease and prepare to drift into sleep. But just as it was about to close its eyes, it suddenly heard a sound. It slowly raised its head and saw something dark crawling over the wall. The figure was slowly approaching it. The black tiger beast sensed that the figure was getting closer and began to be alert. As it wondered who was so bold as to enter its territory, it finally saw the face of the shadow. It was a human? Upon seeing that it was a human, it was momentarily stunned. It couldn't understand how a human would appear in its territory until it recognized that the figure was him. He was the culprit that caused it such harm. In anger, it prepared to pounce, but before it could act, he took the first strike. Roar! In the night, an angry tiger roar echoed in the already abandoned town. Other strange beasts in the abandoned town heard the roar and all looked up towards this direction, responding with their own roars. Amid the rising and falling roars, he had already killed the black tiger beast. He skillfully dissected the strange beast in front of him, continuously assessing the positions of the surrounding roars, squinting slightly. There are probably more than a dozen, with half being high-level strange beasts. If I kill them all? Calculating the possible increase in vitality, his eyes grew colder. He had completely adapted to the rhythm of battle with the strange beasts. Tonight is the night for him to go on a killing spree. He slowly stood up, contemplating the direction he would take, and then gradually vanished into the night. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But this time, the identities of the prey and the hunter will switch. He is the true predator in the darkness. Chapter 35 Reward from God for the Brave. In the darkness, the abandoned town echoed with the roars of strange beasts, one after another. Although it often sounded like this at night, tonight felt different. He was sitting on a rock, yawning, eating a package of compressed biscuits, and then stretching his muscles. His clothes were torn and tattered, with some areas soaked in blood. If he were to strip down and stand here, one would see many wounds of all sizes on his body, with nearly 20 wounds since the first time he became a warrior. Fortunately, these wounds were just superficial, and after drinking 2 bottles of hemostatic medicine, they quickly formed scabs. Plus, the recovery speed of a warrior is many times faster than that of a normal person, so it didn't affect much. It's about time to move, he said, his eyes shining as he gazed at the system panel in front of him, murmuring to himself. Host. Vitality, 1,880 points, warrior level 10. Ability mastered, hunting, LV2. Current abilities, dissection reflection, LV1, hunting, LV2. Currently available abilities to master. Beast annihilation, LV3. Condition, kill and dissect 100 strange beasts. Cross boundary, LV3. Condition, independently hunt and kill a strange beast. Beast fragmentation, LV3. Condition, kill 100 different species of strange beasts. His vitality had reached 1880 points. With his hunting ability, he still has a chance against a level 1 martial artist. As for why he wouldn't wait to increase his vitality, it's because his stamina had run out. A day's travel had exhausted him too much, and short-term recovery was simply not enough. Although he still had a bottle of stamina medicine, it needed to be saved for that ice firewolf. Also, he had made a ruckus here for so long that the surrounding strange beasts had mostly been cleared out. He suspected that the ice firewolf had already noticed his presence. Originally, given his lower realm, taking the initiative to strike now was the only chance for success, but the real reason he was determined to act was that he felt a threat. Who wouldn't want to delay a bit more? But his instincts told him that he had to take a gamble. With such a big commotion, why hasn't that ice fire wolf shown up? What is it doing? He didn't know. He wasn't experienced enough in dealing with such strange beasts, but he was very clear that it must be related to the flesh and blood flower. Either that flesh and blood flower caused a change, making the strange beast undergo some transformation, becoming stronger. After all, this ice fire wolf was originally a mutated bloodline beast, most likely because of that flesh and blood flower. Or, this guy's condition is poor, it's my best chance. Exactly. How Zhao Zhao had told him in detail about the flesh and blood flower, this thing usually only appeared on the bodies of dead beasts, and now it was growing on a living creature. What could it be good for? Absolutely nothing. This was also one of the factors he decided to stay. He picked up a stone and drew a sketch on the ground, quickly outlining the shape of this town. He did not want to die here, so his actions were not as reckless as they seemed. In order to obtain the flesh and blood flower and to achieve his cross-boundary goal, he was already thinking of how to win the moment he saw that ice fire wolf. Minutes later, he marked several locations on the map. A smile crept onto his face. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Indeed, after completing the map, he was even more convinced that the strange beast was hiding. As for why it hid, probably for its own good, because this ice fire wolf beast now had some problems with its body. He hurriedly entered the night, walking while thinking about the 3 locations he found on the map. The first location is the one they saw today. There are several large house ruins there, looking much more spacious, plus the swift gathering of the strange beasts before proves that the place is well connected. The second location is the corner of the small town, which borders the area leading deeper into the town. The third location, which he felt was the most probable, is a flat-roofed area where the houses had hardly collapsed, and he had passed by there before. He thought this because during the slaughter of the strange beasts just now, not a single one approached that location, and he couldn't hear any beast sounds from there. The strange beasts in this area are all at the warrior level, and the only beast at the martial master level is that wolf, so it's very likely to be in that place. After thinking this through, he directly stopped and changed direction, running towards there. He now had to race against time. He even regretted not having run over earlier. If it really was just a few minutes that made a difference, he absolutely wouldn't feel at peace. In the flat-roofed area, due to years of abandonment, the ground was covered with weeds taller than a person. He gripped his dissection knife tightly and swiftly cut through, then stopped in front of an old courtyard. The weeds here clearly showed signs of being trampled, and it looked like it wasn't just tonight, but as if the strange beasts had come in and out many times. He looked inside by the moonlight, and at first glance, he saw that ice fire-head wolf. It lay on the ground, seemingly in a deep sleep, and the flesh flower on its head emitted a faint red glow. The ice fire-head wolf seemed to sense his presence, lifting its head slightly to look at him. Its double heads and 4 eyes looked as if they couldn't fully open, revealing a tired gaze fixed on him. He could see that it really wanted to open its eyes, but its state was like being in a similar condition to sleep paralysis, unable to get up at all. Crack! He heard a sound of bones from its body, and the flesh on it started to slowly squirm, as if the bones and flesh inside had their own thoughts and desperately wanted to break out. Its fur began to grow at a visible speed, slowly pushing outwards. Only one thought filled his mind, something he had read in his textbooks. Evolution. Strange beasts absorb chi and blood faster than humans, so they have the so-called evolutionary ability, which is essentially a reverse ancestral form. Once they evolve, their power and abilities will soar, but most of the time they are extremely vulnerable, so they need to hide. Perhaps that was why it had actively attacked their team during the day, trying to drive them away. Unfortunately, it never dreamed that among this group of food, there would actually be a human brave enough to return. It also never expected that this human would still not leave after wandering around the town so many times, but instead quietly came to find it. He weighed the dissection knife in his hand and silently stepped into the courtyard. He knew this was the best opportunity, walking towards the ice fire-head wolf. Roar! One of the Ice-Firehead wolf's heads finally lifted, and a harsh, brutal sound came from its throat. In the past, when it encountered other humans and strange beasts, it would do this, usually making its opponents hesitate, at least buying some time. But this time, it found that this trick had failed. The human in front of him did not hesitate for a moment, but instead quickened his pace. Is someone who is self-aware, as well as someone with a strong belief? He knows that any opportunity in the world is fleeting, so he absolutely will not let other factors influence his initial goal. When he had not yet found the Ice-Firehead wolf, his purpose was to find it, kill it, and obtain its blood meat flour. Now that he has found it, the goal is to take advantage of its illness and take its life. Woo! Woo woo! Seeing that was actually unaffected, the other head of the Ice-Firehead wolf let out a mournful wail. Tears flowed from its twin eyes, and the other wolf head that had previously roared like a beast also transformed from fierce to sorrowful, starting to weep and howl. That sound carried a pleading tone, filled with deep anguish. Could see that its body began to convulse. Clearly, it was tremors caused by physiological fear, as this beast felt the threat to its life and became terrified. He clenched his fists and picked up the dissection knife. After countless battles, this knife had truly become his weapon. He could accurately identify which blood vessel was vital, able to kill with precision. The next second, moved. He crossed his arms, one arm's veins bulging, ready to unleash the Tyshawn fist at any moment, while the other arm tightly gripped the dissection knife, ready to slice the opponent's trachea. The Ice-Firehead wolf, realizing it could not deceive this human in front of it, stopped pretending. It let out a howl and suddenly lunged at. But this time, its speed was slow, even worse than some high-level warrior beasts. Swung his arm to perform the Tyshawn fist, causing a rumbling sound as he smashed open the beast's head, preventing its foul, gaping maw from biting him, while his other hand spun the dissection knife, then turned the blade to cut through its throat. One strike, one kill. Stinking blood splattered all over his face, but did not hesitate and continued to stab. Moments later, he stopped. You have successfully killed a beast of a higher level. You can learn the higher level, LV3, ability. Would you like to learn? Learn. Chose to learn without hesitation. As the panel shone with golden light, a new message appeared before him. You have successfully mastered the ability to surpass levels, LV3. Surpass levels, LV3. You can absorb the bloodline power of one type of beast, perfectly inheriting it. Detected current absorbable bloodline, mutant bloodline. Mutants will have infinite possibilities. As the concentration of the mutant bloodline increases, you will randomly gain enhancements in physical attributes, including but not limited to healing ability, stamina, mental strength. Notice, bloodlines cannot be changed, but you can supplement and absorb other bloodlines, which will convert to this bloodline, enhancing its abilities. Would you like to absorb? Seeing the prompt in front of him, hesitated. The absorption of this bloodline and the feature of ability upgrade are the same, being unique and only selectable once. For long-term consideration, the stronger the absorbed bloodline, the better. Ideally, he would like to absorb the legendary holy level beast bloodline. But, how long would that take? Though the mutant may not be that powerful, it has infinite possibilities. The most important thing is that this is the bloodline power he can currently access, and it is already the limit. Absorbing holy level bloodline isn't my style, making my bloodline become holy level is my style. Chose to absorb. He saw colorful blood emerge from the corpse of the Ice-Firehead wolf, then instantly enter his brow. The next second, he felt cracking sounds coming from his bones, his muscles tightened, and it felt like he had grown quite a bit. Does the mutant bloodline initially increase muscle strength? Flexed his fists, feeling his strength doubled. This means that if he uses his hunting ability to take on beasts, then the physical strength is 4 times that of an ordinary level 10 warrior. His bare-handed ability can be said to be extremely abnormal, but unfortunately, he only has a worn-out dissecting knife in hand. While lamenting, the panel in front of him began to jump again. Once again gained the reward of learning ability, randomly drawing. Ding! Gained reward, 1 advanced weapon dissection knife. Advanced weapon? He was stunned, his face turning red. Advanced weapon. The software he wore was low-level, facing beastmen of warrior level, its protective ability was limited. What level can an advanced weapon reach? He had heard that it could harm those above the warrior level, and as for top-grade weapons he had never even heard of them. It was said that they were not made of ordinary metals found on the market but crafted from rare metals. As the light faded, a beast dissection knife appeared in front of him. This knife is about 40 centimeters long, not too short. The entire blade is about 4 centimeters wide, presenting a bluish color, and the overall style is simple, looking somewhat stunning. However, calling it a dissection knife, it also looks somewhat like a hand knife. No matter what, this is good news for him. After this fight, he also understood that dealing with high-level beastmen could not rely entirely on physical strength. He examined the knife in satisfaction, taking another look at his latest panel. Host. Vitality, 1900 points, level 10 warrior. Current abilities, dissection reflection, LV1, hunting, LV2, overcoming, LV3. Current abilities that can continue to be mastered. Demon King, LV4. All obtained ability effects are doubled. Condition, kill 100 beastmen of the same rank. King, LV4 can gain the killing intent of beastmen, can instantly kill beastmen below the same rank, and for beastmen above oneself, the effect changes to ability doubling. Condition, challenge and kill 100 beastmen of the same rank with different bloodlines. Super God, LV4 beastmen will gain a portion of your abilities, and you will have a certain intimidating ability when facing beastmen. The intimidation effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Condition, tame one beast. Looking at the latest, LV4, abilities, gasped in surprise. Not to mention how strong these abilities are, just completing them is not easy. Moreover, these abilities no longer seem as simple as in the beginning. With lower levels, ups and downs have started to appear. That's right, it seems like he has more choices now. Simply relying on difficulty to choose abilities doesn't seem to work anymore. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now, let's dissect the corpse first. Soon. I will. He paused for a moment, thinking he must have misheard. After all, it was already nighttime, and basically no one would be in the area where the beasts roamed. Even if there was a team preparing to camp there, they wouldn't be wandering around. Is anyone there? A voice came from afar, even clearer this time, confirming it was the first man's voice. Why are there people here? From the voice, the other person seemed brazen, showing no fear of the beasts around. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, are you there? Again, a voice came from the distance. This time, it was a familiar voice. Tian? Was a bit confused. That's right. This voice belonged to none other than Tian, who had left. Didn't she leave? How is she still here? Hesitated for a moment, slowly rising to the front of the yard, wanting to hear more clearly. Asterisk asterisk. Where are you? Are you still alive? I brought people to rescue you. Tian's voice grew closer, finally allowing to understand her purpose. It seemed that this guy, Tian, had returned to rescue people. Let out a sigh of relief, then called in the direction of where Tian was. With a sound of footsteps, saw a familiar face. Tian appeared before him, flanked by two men, one in front and one behind. Great. Asterisk asterisk, you're okay? I knew you wouldn't be harmed. Tian excitedly ran to his side, continuously checking his wounds, fearing he might have a fatal injury. How did you come back, and who are these two? Looked at the two men, his tone becoming somewhat serious. One of the men was slightly older, around 33 or 34, somewhat plump, while the other was in his early 20s, looking somewhat introverted. Both were dressed in a uniform similar to their own but looking much more flamboyant. I happened to run into someone from the Martial Artist Association on my way back, the one I often tell you about, the First Martial Artist Association, so I brought them along to rescue you. The First Martial Artist Association. Narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this well because their own association was the second martial artist association in the city. It was said that the First Martial Artist Association had been established longer and had more resources, constantly squeezing the Second Martial Artist Association. Usually, they were competitors. He did not expect them to come over to help this time. Ha ha. Kid, you're quite lucky. I thought you had already been torn apart by a beast. The plump man suddenly laughed, but for some reason, always felt that something was off in this man's eyes. There was a sort of inexplicable contempt. Don't worry, Brother Chu, even if I don't make a move, I will still fulfill the conditions I promised you. Tian quickly interjected. That is a must, after all, I came over. Although I didn't encounter any beasts, I still undertook the risks. The man slightly nodded. Understood at this moment. He knew these guys wouldn't come over to help for no reason. It turned out Tian had made a deal with these two men. He looked at Tian meaningfully, feeling a bit grateful. Thank you, I didn't expect you would bring help to save me. These words came from the heart. After all, several teammates had returned, and no one else had thought to come rescue him. It's fine, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Didn't you save me once, too? Tian waved her hand dismissively. Let's leave here, it's not safe. Nodded slightly, turning back to tidy up the corpses. The two men approached the yard and, seeing him organizing the bodies, the introverted man, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. That fur can't be wrong, it's definitely the wolf with blood and flesh flowers. This kid actually killed that wolf. The introverted man grew more and more excited, almost ready to jump up. The man with the surname Chu took 2 steps closer, and after careful observation, suddenly laughed excitedly. It really is. Kid, did you kill this wolf? After a moment of hesitation, he re-examined the man in front of him. This man gave off a strong sense of oppression, probably similar to Captain Joe Fakwan, maybe a bit weaker, but definitely at the martial artist level. At this moment, his eyes were filled with greed and malice. Even while speaking, his gaze was fixed on the corpse in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "No, it wasn't me. When I got here, it was already dead, but I was the one who found it." His meaning was clear, this strange beast was his discovery, so it was his. However, the other party seemed completely indifferent to what he said, grinning, "Since this thing wasn't killed by you, then it's a no man's land. We two brothers rushed to save you, and later we will send you back, so I will reluctantly take this thing." What? Narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting this person to be so shameless. No. This is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Without waiting for to speak, the man directly waved his hand to call over the introverted man. "Hurry! Put away our things. It's so dangerous here, we should leave as soon as possible." Chapter 38, Apologize to him. Hearing his words, he had completely treated the corpse as their property. "Brother Chu, this is S thing, I've already promised you the reward you wanted." Tian couldn't help but step forward. "What do you mean by you've given it to me?" Brother Chu frowned, clearly a bit displeased. "That's what you promised me, not this kid. I came to save him, taking such a big risk, shouldn't he show some gratitude?" Hearing this, Tian's face turned even uglier, and for a moment she couldn't say a word. Puff suddenly laughed. He was amused by this godlike logic. Tian, where did you find this thief? This is no longer taking advantage of someone, it's outright robbery. What else could it be? He didn't expect the first martial artist guild people to be so shameless, wanting to take good things for themselves when they saw them, truly despicable. Tian was shocked and quickly covered his mouth. Asterisk, are you crazy? Brother Chu is a martial artist level expert, just as strong as our captain. It's already a big favor that he's willing to come save you, don't you understand respect for elders? Hurry up and apologize. As she spoke, she even winked it, looking somewhat anxious. Before could speak, the man following Brother Chu said angrily. A thief? We came here with good intentions to save you, don't be ungrateful, do you hear me? I hear you, damn it. Sneered. What? You dare curse? The man looked at him in shock, then rolled up his sleeves and walked up, slapping his face. That speed, that power, clearly it was strength used with all his might, with no intention of holding back. With that one move, could also sense the other's approximate level, it was only at about level 7 or 8 martial artist, pathetic. With a swift hand, he directly forced the other's palm away and slapped him hard in the face. This slap caused the other's body to stagger, and blood spurted from his mouth. Before the other could react, raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, directly sending him flying. Bang! Ouch! It hurt so much. Line. What? Although he was a 10th level martial artist and seemed very strong at this level, he was ultimately not a martial master. If it really came to fighting, if the opponent injured both of them severely, there would be no chance of returning. As for the corpse of that martial master level beast. Anyway, it was all picked up by chance, so there was nothing to regret. She quickly put on a flattering smile and tried to smooth things over. Chugo, don't argue with him. He's just a newbie, young and impulsive, doesn't know any better. If you like these things, take them. I'll talk to him. Chugo originally had a fierce expression, but upon hearing her words, his face started to look a bit better. He curled his lips into a proud smile, sneering, this is much better, but this brat hit my man, so he must give me an explanation. Tian hesitated for a moment, was about to speak but didn't expect to speak up first. Give you an explanation? I'll give you a slap, how about that? Looked at him with the same sneering expression. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're not here to save people at all, you're clearly here to bully them. If I'm not mistaken, if you really encountered a martial master level beast today, you definitely wouldn't act. You're just using saving people as an excuse to swindle. Shut up. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? If I had known this, I wouldn't have come back to save you. Tian exclaimed, her face flushed with anxiety. She saw Chugo's face darkening more and more, even catching a glimpse of coldness in his eyes. If it went on like this, it was very likely that the two of them wouldn't be able to walk out today. She thought that by getting angry, would wake up and hold back, but to her despair, showed no sign of admitting fault. Not only that, he even took 2 steps forward and pointed at Chugo's nose. Get lost. Get out now, and I can pretend nothing happened just now. Tian was utterly hopeless. She never imagined that coming back to save would put her in such a situation. Now she only hoped for one thing, that Chugo was a martial master with a bottom line, at least, wouldn't be the kind to kill and dispose of bodies. But is that possible? She smiled helplessly. I won't care about you anymore, just take it as me giving you back a life. Knew that Tian was well-meaning, so he didn't take her words to heart. He cast a cold glance at Chugo, whose face was already red with anger nearby, and his voice became colder. I only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I really gave you face, and you dare to start counting first. S actions completely enraged Chugo, and he suddenly charged at. His movements were swift, and he threw a punch at S temple. It was clear that it was a killing move. Squinted slightly and placed his hand on his waist. That was where his newly acquired scalpel was firmly tucked. Die for me! Chugo roared and fiercely swung his fist. This move was clean and neat, without any flashy techniques, just pure strength. Because in his view, the gap in realms between him and was so great that there was no need to use any tricks, a single punch would be enough to knock him down. Accompanied by Tian's cries of surprise, he took a step back. Along with the cheers of the subordinate, he shouted excitedly. Along with Chugo's disdainful look at, he increased the strength in his arm. In an instant, he drew out the scalpel. The color and shine of the scalpel were of the highest quality, and the moment it was taken out, everyone saw a flash of reflected cold light. Everyone's brains momentarily froze upon seeing the knife. There were 2 reasons for this daze. One was because this knife clearly wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was more like an object in the hands of some upper-class elite. The second is actually pulled out a knife directly. What does he want to do? Is he going to kill someone? In that instant, everyone present felt their throats dry, a shiver running down their spines. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being cut, a scream of terror echoed through the night. Chapter 39. Are you a martial artist? The novice screamed, holding his arm, his face twisted in pain. No one expected that would be so decisive, drawing a weapon at the very start of the fight. You wanted to kill me just now, right? S' face was cold as he flicked the knife in his hand. Indeed, if that hit had truly struck his temple, it would have been a fatal blow. That was a full-force punch at the martial artist level. He was not foolish enough to think he could withstand it. Looking at this, it was clear that the opponent was completely enraged, turning from open robbery into a murderous treasure theft. The novice didn't understand why S' aura suddenly shifted. Suddenly going mad, there came a sense of crisis as if communication was utterly impossible. It felt like once you provoke this person, there would only be the illusion of fighting to the end. No, this feeling was familiar, and he had often encountered it. That was a beast from another world? Exactly, it was the kind of crisis one felt when battling an alien beast. The kind of dread that once you harbor the intent to kill, the alien beast would never let you go. However, usually, he felt this during a bloody siege, but this time he truly sensed it. A kind of fear he couldn't articulate appeared, causing him to instinctively take a step back. But the pain and numbness from his arm immediately brought him back to reality, shifting his focus from fear to pain. That little brat chopped off one of his hands, he had to make him pay. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he charged forward, closing the distance between them. At this distance, S' knife would be useless, the only option was to collide with his own flesh. With his martial artist-level physique, he could surely knock out with a single punch and dismember him. In the next second, he successfully closed the distance, and indeed did not withdraw his knife. Damn! I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. A hint of anticipation appeared on the novice's face as he punched towards. Expressionlessly raised his other hand to block, not even taking a step back, clearly intending to stop it with just this hand. Ha ha ha. Asterisk asterisk. Dare to block the novice's attack with one hand, thinking you're a martial artist? The seemingly introverted man quickly regained his senses, laughing loudly at what he saw. Tian, who had been watching the battlefield, wore a worried expression. She understood that once made a move, there was no turning back, it was now a life-and-death situation. If maintained distance and used his weapon to counter, he would still have a chance, especially since the opponent was already severely injured. But now, charging in to use his body to withstand attacks was like burying his own life. No one thought would prevail, but... Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Took the first punch, followed closely by several more punches within a few seconds. He appeared to brush them off easily, showing no sign of being unable to withstand them. The novice who struck was also dumbfounded. For a moment, he wondered if it was because he lost a hand that blood loss had left him weak. Just as he prepared to strike again, he heard a low whistling sound, followed by the sensation of a small mountain crashing into his face. His body flew out uncontrollably, his head smashing heavily against the ground, blood gushing out. You are a martial artist. His voice trembled, filled with fear and unwillingness. The novice struggled to crawl on the ground. Life is rapidly slipping away, half of his face is already deformed, and it looks like he won't live much longer. Martial master? Chu Ji's lackey was stunned. He stared blankly at Chu Gu, who was lying on the ground, then scanned, who was completely unharmed, his expression gradually filled with terror. Then, a foul smell wafted from his pants, and his voice was filled with extreme fear. Don't kill me. It's him, it's all him forcing me. I never wanted to follow him, he forced me to find lone martial artists and kill them. I told him there would be retribution, but he didn't believe it, he insisted on not believing. He screamed in terror, clearly having been scared out of his wits. Not far from him, Tian was shocked. She had not yet recovered from the shock of being a martial master in defeating Chu Gu. And then this man shocked her again. So it turns out. You two specifically did this, not just targeting me but you've done this so many times. How many people have you killed? Tian's voice trembled. She is indeed a martial artist and has seen life and death battles and killing, but she is still a young girl. She could accept beasts killing people and could accept mutual slaughter, but she simply couldn't accept deceiving and killing people like this. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't say anything more. People like him should be left to die here. Let's go. Had already looted the medicines from the guy's body and slowly stood up. The medicines carried by a martial master are better than theirs, several bottles of stamina potions and hemostatic potions are all high-quality goods. He glanced coldly at the lackey, took the medicines from his body as well, and then ignored him. The place was already filled with blood, and soon, mutant beasts would surround them. If that martial master-level mutant beast hadn't died, it would have been able to deter them. But now it was dead, and soon a second mutant beast lord would appear. Chu Ji's lackey was of average skill, and he definitely wouldn't be able to run away. At this moment, Tian had also gathered her emotions and followed him. Wait. Wait for me. Take me with you, I'll do whatever you want. When he saw the two of them about to leave, the man suddenly woke up. He desperately tried to pounce on, but was kicked away. Get lost. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. Still smelled of blood, and now the man truly dared not move, just watching disappear into the night. He stood there in a daze, trembling all over. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and he shivered. He didn't know how many seconds he stood there in a daze before a fierce, twisted expression appeared on his face. Damn! What a big shot! You're all going to die. Once I get back to the city, none of you will escape. He muttered, trembling, and ran back to the previous location, picking up a bottle of medicine from the ground and running to the dying Chu Ji's side to administer it. As the medicine was taken, Chu Gu actually slowly opened his eyes. Chu Gu, you're finally awake. Great, I'll take you to a safe place to rest. Once you recover, we'll leave. His words hadn't finished when his smile froze. He saw many pairs of cold eyes appearing in the darkness, and then, shadows slowly emerged from within. Chapter 40, I will take care of our parents. Until the sounds of miserable screams spread throughout the town area. And Tian had just left. On the way back, Tian suddenly stopped. A lot of people saw me with Chu Gu, and now they are dead outside. The first martial artists guild will definitely trace it back to us. The guild will never protect us, we're finished. Her face was pale, and her whole body was trembling. Frowned, it can't be that bad, right? Fights between martial artists are common, aren't they? Otherwise, how could someone like Chu Gu be so reckless? Tian shook her head, no, it's this serious. They are habitual offenders. Sooner or later, it will be dealt with, so we aren't afraid of punishment at all. Realizing the seriousness of the situation. What will happen if we are discovered? All martial artists' benefits and rights will be revoked, and you must return the resources and funds spent on you by the Martial Artist Guild. Your family and relatives will also be implicated, and they will never be able to touch martial arts things again. It's that serious? She frowned tightly. How Zhao personally recruited me, can't that protect me? Tian smiled bitterly, unless you can become a master, but there are only a few masters in a city. That's harder than reaching the sky. So far, the youngest master I've seen is in their 40s. If we don't have that strength, then we can only gamble that we can deceive everyone. Zhang Yan felt a headache coming on. He never expected things could escalate this far. He thought that the killings among martial artists were normal behavior, but it seems that is not the case. It makes sense, after all, if this rule were not so strict, then the killings among martial artists would become the norm, and that is certainly something society does not want to see. It seems I was pretty lucky the first time, I killed someone and didn't get caught. Indeed, if he had been discovered the first time, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to become a martial artist. Quick, think of a way, we must come up with a complete lie. Otherwise, if we go back, it will surely be easily exposed. Tian was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on her forehead and she kept stamping her feet. This girl was really worried, after all, with her age and level, she was just getting started and didn't want it all to end like this. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at a time like this? We're done for, and you're still laughing. I can't believe how your brain works. Everyone is leaving and you decide to stay here. What are we supposed to do now? She became more anxious as she spoke, her little face flushed red, and tears even appeared in her eyes. I'm sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. I'm laughing because I feel this issue is not an issue at all, yet it's making you so anxious. He smiled and shook his hand. Ha? Tian was stunned. What did you just say? Not a problem? Did you think of a perfect lie? She looked at him with doubt. In her heart, he was a reliable teammate, but not a smart one, well, at least not smarter than her. No need. Why think of lying? Once you tell a lie about something, you need countless lies to cover it up. Eventually, there will be issues. It's not a good idea. The best way is for me to become a master. As long as I become a master, the Martial Artist Guild will surely protect me, right? Tian stared at him in shock, and after several seconds of silence, she stretched out her hand to touch his forehead. Have you been poisoned? Let's not mention whether you have the potential to become a master. You won't be back long before being questioned. How long can you hide this? Plus, you need to think of a lie first to even have time to improve yourself? He shook his head again. I said no need to lie, I just need to practice in this area where the beasts are active, then return to the city once I become a master. Tian? What are you saying? You plan to stay here until you reach the level of a master? Tian was dumbfounded. She seriously suspected she had heard wrong. Is this realistic? It's too unrealistic. Are you joking with me? No, just like you said. In the case that you are a genius, I know many masters around me took 5 or 6 years or even longer to break through. Do you think we can live that long in the beast area? Slightly shook head. It's not we, it's me. Your level isn't enough, staying here is death, and as you said, this is a long process, I need to ask you for help. Took out the flesh flower from his pocket and handed it to Tian, then weighed the corpse of the Icefire head wolf. My mother is now lying in bed, she needs this flesh flower material. Please keep it safe for me and check on my parents from time to time. In 3 months at the shortest, 6 months at the longest, I will definitely become a master and go back. If someone asks about today, you can completely say you got lost midway and ran back by yourself. This way there is no risk. Tian was incredibly shocked. She could never dream that someone would solve the problem in this way. No. This is not a solution, but was going to sacrifice himself to let her live. Yeah. How could he possibly survive in the area of beast activity? Tian's tears burst out in an instant, wanting to say something, but couldn't get the words out. In the end, she just held onto S' hand tightly. With a serious expression, she said, asterisk, don't worry, from now on your mom is my mom, your dad is my dad, I will take good care of our parents. S' eyes went blank, the corner of his mouth twitched. Hey! Wait. Why does it seem something is not quite right? Chapter 41, Brother Yang, I'm coming to save you. At the edge of the beast activity area. A modified small car rushed into the checkpoint at high speed. Hao Zhao rushed into the lounge and saw Tian, covered in wounds, among the crowd. Why did you come back alone? Where are Captain Zhou? Tian's gaze suddenly dulled as she lowered her head. Captain Zhou has been confirmed dead, as for. I did not find. Hao Zhao's face turned even uglier. You didn't have time, did you? Tian nodded again, then shook her head slightly. It's not that I didn't have time, it was when I took people over, we were attacked by beasts, I got separated from Chuj and them. I was stuck inside for several hours before I finally left. Hao Zhao clenched his fists, guilt written all over his face. It's all my fault for sending you over without enough intel, I didn't expect to lose so many talents. There are beasts there that even 3 or 4-star warriors can't deal with, they probably won't even leave behind bones. Tian also looked sad, murmuring, yeah, not even bones will be left. She looked up at the beast area, her gaze gradually becoming distant. In the city center. Villa area. In the luxurious living room, sat on the sofa with her brows tightly knit. However, she soon relaxed and smiled at Bai's father, saying, you shouldn't look down on Brother Yang, he is already a warrior and has even earned money for medical expenses at home. The so-called poor kid is not from a world like yours, he has far exceeded your expectations. You should understand the saying, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, do not bully young and poor better than me, a little girl. Bai's father was slightly stunned and then chuckled, even if you're angry with me, you should have a good reason. I have heard that Wang Li has been to the hospital, he and must have met by now, right? S lips lifted into a pretty smile, nodding slightly, of course they met, but Wang Li didn't gain any advantage. Although they are both warriors, it's clear that Brother Yang is better. Bai's father saw didn't seem to be lying, and paused for a moment. Impossible. I know his family situation best. I have seen his talent when he was a child. Saying he became a warrior at 30 years old is more believable. Bai's father didn't believe it at all, but looking at S. earnest demeanor, he frowned slightly. No one knows his daughter better than he does. At least this cheap daughter has never lied. Could it be? Is it true? He was shocked, and immediately took out his phone to call Wang Li. Wang Li, what's going on with? I heard you suffered last time you clashed with him? There was a brief silence on the phone, then Wang Li's awkward voice came through. Uncle Bai, it's true. I am investigating. I suspect he took some banned drugs, so I have been looking into the truth of the matter. So did he really take any banned substances? My father immediately pressed. I haven't found any records for now. I am still working hard on this. My father froze while holding the phone. He knew it was very easy for someone like Wang Li to check if a person had taken banned substances recently. If even he couldn't find anything, then it meant nothing. It just means he didn't take any banned substances. How could that be? He asked himself, having been in the martial arts world for so many years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? Talents, wastes, mediocrity, he had encountered many, but was a first for him. Thick accumulation leads to sudden eruption? Can a person really reach that level through thick accumulation alone? No. Perhaps it's hiding? But what reason would there be to hide? No reason. Given his family background, it would make sense for him to shine and enter better schools and organizations to gain resources. He recalled how it argued with him that day and felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't this a slap in the face? What do you think? I told you your eyes are old and blurry. Chuckled. The girl's cheeks were filled with pride, as if showing off her most cherished possession. My father's face grew darker at her smug expression, his voice becoming more displeased. Wang Li, I have something going on, so I won't talk too much. My father was almost grinding his teeth, preparing to hang up, but at that moment, an anxious voice came from the phone. Uncle Bai, wait. I have something very important to tell you. If is with you, I would like her to hear it too, because this matter should be very important to her. His voice was very serious, with a hint of joy and expectation. My father didn't know what he was up to and hesitated before putting it on speaker. As soon as the speaker came on, frowned in surprise. Uncle Bai. It's like this, I just heard some news in the guild. The martial artist team that is part of encountered a powerful beast because of incorrect information, leading to the death of Joe Faken, the head of the martial artist team. As for, she and another martial artist who went to rescue are missing, and they have not returned yet. Jumped up suddenly. What did you say? Wang Li, what nonsense are you talking? Wang Li sighed regretfully, Xiaomeng, I have no reason to lie to you. This matter is quite sensational, so almost everyone in the guild at the same time knows about it. If you don't believe me, you can come ask. Asterisk is indeed a talent, I also feel regret for him. Wang Li spoke with feigned regret, but anyone who knew him could hear the smugness and joy in his tone. He was indeed proud and happy, never expecting that would meet such an end. This was all too delightful. Oh? My father raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. There's actually such a thing, can be a bit impulsive sometimes. The last time I met him, I warned him, I didn't expect he would still end up in trouble. Felt a bit schadenfreude at my father's words and stood up in anger. Stop acting like a good guy. Now you want to play the good guy here? Where were you when I was hurt? Where were you when I was bullied? Since I was young, everyone has treated me like garbage. Only Yang Gu holds me in the palm of his hand. You don't deserve to speak of him. Bang! Father Bai smashed the phone with a slap. I don't deserve? I am your father, what is he? Someone who stumbles just to become a warrior, he can't even protect his own life, why should he be with you? How old are you? Her chest rose and fell with anger, her cheeks flushed red. She turned abruptly and slammed the door, her cries echoed from outside, rising from a whisper to a tsunami, then gradually fading. Whoa whoa! Yang Gu! Yang Gu! I'm coming to find you. Wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Chapter 42, I see, a naked man? In the abandoned city. A wisp of smoke slowly rose. Skillfully dissected the carcass of a beast, then placed it before the campfire to roast, squinting slightly at the blood and flesh before him. Calculating the time, Tian has been gone for a week. Now everyone who knows him probably thinks he is dead, right? Master Realm. It really isn't easy to reach. He sighed softly and slowly opened his panel. Host. Vitality, 4,200 points, Martial Artist Level 2. Current abilities, Dissection Return, LV1, Hunting, LV2, Overcoming, LV3. Current abilities available for mastery. Demon King, LV4 all acquired ability effects double. Conditions, kill 100 beasts of the same level. King, LV4 can obtain the slaughter intent of beasts, can instantly kill beasts of the same level or lower, and the effect against stronger beasts doubles. Conditions, challenge and kill 100 beasts of the same level with different bloodlines. Super God, LV4 beasts will gain part of your abilities, and you will have a certain intimidating effect against beasts. The intimidation effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Conditions, tame a beast. After a week of fighting, he had only reached martial artist level 2. Living in this area full of beasts, he realized just how difficult it truly was. First, he had to stay sufficiently alert. Although this area was the edge of the downtown beast activity zone, there were still many martial artist level beasts around. With the experience from the last Ice Fire Wolf beast, he was cautious before knowing the surrounding environment and beast distribution, and dared not act recklessly, also being wary of beast attacks. Secondly, he needed to maintain his physical strength at all times. After all, this was a beast activity zone, and he had to keep his head on a swivel, even while resting. Considering these factors, he couldn't easily upgrade by hunting beasts all the time. Thus, for this week, most of his time was spent adapting to life here. A week to level up. Although others may see such speed as incredible, he felt it was too slow. He knew that those who cared for him were surely worrying for him, hearts broken, so he wanted to return to the city as soon as possible. Unfortunately, since killing the Ice Fire Wolf, I've only encountered one beast with a bloodline. Otherwise, if I could enhance my bloodline abilities, I could kill beasts much easier. That's right. After gaining the Overcoming, LV3, ability, the capabilities absorbed could enhance a random physical quality each time he absorbed a beast's bloodline. The last muscle enhancement made his strength far surpass that of the same level martial artists, giving him an advantage over beasts of the same level. He thought relying on this ability would allow him to kill more beasts with bloodlines, enhancing his own power while also fulfilling the conditions for the King, LV4, ability, but he found that beasts with bloodlines were too few here. This week he had only killed one bloodline beast, and the random gain was still strength. His current strength was 3 times that of martial artists at the same level, completely like a muscular beast of the same realm. One could hardly tell he was human. However, while increasing muscle strength was not entirely a good thing. Because he chewed the roasted beast meat in his mouth, then swallowed it down with a bit of a bitter smile. Strength increases threefold, but using that strength consumes energy at 3 times the amount too. No wonder the beasts are either hunting or on their way to hunt. If the next bloodline upgrade could enhance my stamina, that would be great. He knew that continuing like this wasn't an option, so he decided to take the risk and venture deeper into the beast activity area. He was currently in Zone 13, which still connected to the city's safe area. He planned to head deeper into Zone 21. There, the number of beast warriors was much higher, and even the warrior-level beasts were mostly high-level warriors, equivalent to level 7 and above. In that area, he could gather more energy and bloodline. After all, he was only 1% of the way to achieving the King, LV4, ability. If I could gain the ability to instantly kill with the King ability, wouldn't energy feel as if it were free? He thought about the effect of the King ability, filled with hope. Instantly kill all beasts of the same rank. If he truly obtained that ability, his level would improve by leaps and bounds, leading to financial freedom. Just imagining that future, he could stand in the area of beast activity, wildly dissecting energy until his hands cramped and still not finish. With this thought, he swallowed the roasted meat before him and slowly stood up, putting out the fire. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting. It was the sound of humans fighting, located on another street, probably less than 100 meters away from him. He frowned slightly, showing a hint of hesitation, but ultimately headed in that direction. He didn't consider himself a saint, but he wanted to find out a little about what was happening. Even if he couldn't learn anything, he could still trade for some supplies. The environment here was simply too harsh. Now, he truly felt like a wild man. His clothes and pants had long been torn apart by the beasts. No, the pants still had a bit left, resembling loose shorts, hardly enough to shield against mosquito bites. On the other side of the street, 2 men and 1 woman were surrounded by a pack of spotted hunting dogs. The 2 men were around 25 or 26, while the girl was still barely a teenager, about 13 or 14 years old. At this moment, they were all covered in wounds, their faces weary, while the surrounding spotted hunting dogs seemed full of energy, looking like they were ready to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. As typical pack animals in this area, the spotted hunting dogs could make even advanced warrior-level beasts their prey, making them extremely brutal. Few targets end up escaping once targeted. Damn it! These dogs have an incredible sense of smell. They can find us even here. I really ing admire that. A tall man among the 2 couldn't help but curse upon seeing the beasts. The other man, wearing glasses, pushed up his glasses. A desperate smile of bewilderment appeared. Brother! I'm running as a naked man. Chapter 43, Take Off Your Clothes. Old Joan, what? The man, huh? A naked man? Xiao Yu. I really saw a naked man. He is running, he is jumping, he is dodging. Xiao Yu rubbed her eyes hard, confirming it wasn't an illusion. It was indeed a man, looking wild and unkempt like a savage, and his nearly naked body was exceptionally white under the moonlight. She gazed blankly into the distance, momentarily forgetting about the strange beasts surrounding them. Roar! Be careful, they are coming! With the roar echoing around in a loud shout, Xiao Yu was awakened from her daze. She trembled all over, quickly drew a short sword to face the approaching spotted hunting dogs. But she was still a beat slow. By now, 3 huge spotted hunting dogs had come right in front of her, pouncing towards her. In panic, she slashed her sword at one dog's head, but due to lack of strength, while it was injured, it was not fatal. The injured spotted hunting dog caught the scent of blood, its beastly nature surged, and it let out a deep growl from its throat, lunging at her like a demon. 3 savage beasts pinned her to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and panicked Xiao Yu could not break free, only able to protect her face and vital spots. The clothes on her body were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin, but against the flesh-eating beasts, these were merely delicious food. Ah! Help! I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. Xiao Yu! Old Jiang turned pale when he heard her scream and wanted to rescue her immediately, but he was surrounded tightly by spotted dogs. Another man was also helpless, and the two could only watch as the girl was mercilessly torn apart. Puff! In the next second, a cold light flashed. The heads of the 3 dogs fell to the ground, and blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching the girl completely. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yu felt intense pain all over her body, and in the next moment, she discovered the beasts no longer attacked her. She opened her eyes wide and saw a bare, muscular upper body. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Ah, ah! A sharp scream echoed down the street, instantly catching the attention of old Jiang, the other man, and the group of beasts. For a moment, both beasts and humans were in perfect sync, all gazing at Xiao Yu, their eyes finally locking onto the naked figure. What the hell? Is there really a naked man? Old Jiang, did we trigger some hidden quest in this world? The tall man said in shock, murmuring to himself. Just as the bespectacled man wanted to say something, he felt a cold gleam fly by. This gleam flashed past his line of sight, whizzing by his neck, bringing a chill. Puff! A spotted hunting dog behind him was directly pierced through the head, dying on the spot. The man slowly walked towards the two, moving his muscles as if giving off a giant's oppressive aura. Roar! One spotted hunting dog lunged at him first, full of momentum. It was obviously larger than the other spotted dogs, nearly 2 meters long, its eyes flashing red like movie special effects, with its open maw full of foul-smelling slime and odor, extremely pungent. The man took 2 quick steps, directly entering the attack range of his opponent, tightened his right fist and suddenly lifted it, his body leaning back with the fist, and in the next second, he smashed down hard. Taishan fist. Boom! The deep sound of an explosion seemed to burst the air, with 3 times the force making his arm appear to leave afterimages, striking heavily against the foe's chest at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye. Puff! Before everyone's shocked eyes, the man's fist directly pierced through his opponent's body. Accompanied by the sound of blood gushing, he expressionlessly shook his arm, effortlessly tossing the beast off, causing it to smash heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. Silence! The 3 people present, along with the remaining beast, made no sound. All the onlookers widened their eyes, their pupils trembling. Woo woo! The remaining spotted hunting dog immediately let out a terrified scream and scattered in all directions. This human is too terrifying. Their king was killed so easily, simply a demon. Detected the existence of bloodline, do you want to extract and fuse it into mutation bloodline? Extract. He raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. Host bloodline has improved, gaining physical strength. Gaining strength. He felt even more joy. This was the boost he needed the most right now. He slightly closed his eyes, excitedly feeling the increase in energy, as if all the muscles in his body were cheering. A smile involuntarily crept up at the corner of his mouth. Hello? Can you understand us? A nervous inquiry came from 2 men in front of him. No, more accurately, it was Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang instinctively adjusted his glasses, looking at him anxiously, showing a friendly yet timid smile. My name is Jiang Wenming, and these 2 are my teammates. Are you from this city? He did not answer, but rather fixed a piercing gaze at him. Take off your clothes. Ha! Jiang Wenming was taken aback, his face instantly turning pale. Take them off. His eyes were icy. Jiang Wenming's mind buzzed, and he couldn't help but clench his legs. He shot a pleading glance at the tall man beside him, who turned his head away, looking as if he could only helplessly support him. Jiang Wenming forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Bro, no, Dad. What do you want? I will give you anything, but this is not something I can do. Stop babbling, I saved your life, can't you even part with your clothes? His voice had a hint of anger. Jiang Wenming trembled at his imposing manner but quickly realized something and immediately displayed a sycophantic smile. Okay, I see, you wanted the clothes. Why didn't you say so? Didn't I say? Anger surged through him, truly unsure of what these young people were thinking. Jiang Wenming grinned, quickly stripping off his shirt and pants, revealing the soft armor underneath, then handed them to him. He took the clothes without hesitation, feeling much more comfortable after putting them on. He walked over to the corpse, retrieving. Jiang Wenming spoke cautiously, signaling that the two must not act recklessly. Upon hearing his speculation, the faces of the two changed slightly, and they became obviously tense. All right. We've arrived, come sit over here. He had already brought them to the campfire area, where there was still some grilled meat. He was very familiar with the terrain around, and the exotic beasts had been cleared away, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The three of them sat quietly to the side, maintaining a certain distance from him, obviously feeling quite nervous. He sat on a rock, wanting to speak but hesitating. Because, he didn't know how to ask about his situation. If he directly inquired about such an obvious action, the other party would definitely notice something was off. If he was already wanted in the city, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Although he said he could deal with these people, he was not a murderous monster, he couldn't just kill them because he exposed his identity, right? As for subtly probing, that would be even more troublesome. He wasn't someone who liked trouble. After thinking for a long time, he sighed, looking helpless. Why are you all at this level? Why didn't you return to the safe zone before dark? Jiang Wenming nervously rubbed his hands. How should I address you, big brother? Zhang Li. He replied without hesitation, not revealing his real name. Brother Zhang, we came because of the incident in Luoyang town. We didn't expect to encounter fierce exotic beasts there. When we fled, our teammates took the car first, so we could only walk back. Luoyang town? He was taken aback. This name was too familiar to him. Wasn't it the small town where they had a mission? He had glanced at the mission information before, but he hadn't expected to run into it by coincidence. Yes, Brother Zhang, you haven't heard about it? No, tell me about it. Hearing this, Jiang Wenming actually showed a bit of excitement. He kept rubbing his hands and said, they said a genius warrior from the 2nd Martial Artist Guild went missing there. His family and relatives teamed up with the guild to offer a huge reward. Whoever finds this warrior will get the reward. 300,000 for the dead. 600,000 for the living. This is what his family is offering, it doesn't include what the guild offers. For warriors, this is quite a substantial sum. Upon hearing this, he felt a mix of emotions. He knew his parents couldn't come up with that much money, they must have sold the house. Even then, it probably wouldn't be enough, and they might need to borrow a lot as well. He instinctively touched his chest, feeling a bit uncomfortable there. Clearly, it was the most difficult time for his family right now, but as a warrior, he couldn't help at all. Instead, he was making them worry. He was determined that he must return as soon as possible. So it's this matter, I have heard of it, but I didn't pay much attention. Missing in the area of exotic beast activity, what other possibility is there besides death? The body has probably long since become fertilizer for those beasts. Jiang Wenming nodded in agreement. We all think so, but Brother Zhang, people always like to gamble on luck. Just like knowing that winning the lottery is highly unlikely, they still want to try. But we really didn't expect to meet such a group of teammates. If it weren't for you stepping in to help today, we probably wouldn't have been able to return. Exactly. Brother Zhang, thank you so much this time. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know. I'm called Yue, you can just call me Xiao Wei. Yue? His expression was strange. Brother Zhang, really, thank you so much. The quiet girl, Xiao Yu, also slowly stood up, speaking to him with deep respect. No need to thank me, it's just a fair trade. Didn't I also take your clothes? I've cleared most of the exotic beasts here. You can regain some strength here before leaving. He slowly stood up, not waiting for the few to speak, and walked deeper into the area. Brother Zhang, where are you going? Seeing him about to leave, Jiang Yu hesitated to speak. Can we follow you? The girl looked pitiful, and the other two were not much better, their faces pale from obvious exhaustion and fear. But I'm going to District 21, do you want to go? Jiang Yu shivered, almost thinking she heard wrong. Xiao Yu, don't be rude, we are a burden to Brother Zhang, hurry back. Jiang Wenming called out to her, pulling her back, then smiling respectfully didn't say much more and turned to leave directly. He had gotten what he wanted and had no need to continue entangling with the three people. This time, the bloodline enhancement had given him double the stamina, the journey didn't feel too strenuous, and his speed had also increased. The next morning, as dawn broke, stepped into District 21. As soon as he entered District 21, he saw several gray wolf beasts not far away. However, these gray wolf beasts were obviously much larger than the ones he saw for the first time, each looking strong and robust, estimated to possess at least the strength of level 5 or 6 martial artists. It's important to know that this strength in District 13 would be among the best in a wolf pack. Unexpectedly, it was everywhere here. He excitedly moved his limbs, his eyes shining as he focused on the wolf pack. The wolf pack in the distance also noticed the appearance of humans. The morning meal was particularly tempting to them, and they moved towards without hesitation. But today seemed different because they found that the human before them was not afraid of them at all. In the next second, charged into the wolf pack, his dissection knife flying in his hand. In an instant, the place was filled with howls of ghosts and wolves, and saw his vitality skyrocketing. More. Even more. I want more vitality. District 21, I'm here. Chapter 45, Chain Reaction. In the early morning. The exotic beasts living on the edge of District 21 smelled the scent of blood early that morning. The aroma in the air made them utterly infatuated. Thinking about how the early bird gets the worm, the exotic beasts shook off their drowsiness and headed towards the smell of blood. They arrived at the edge of District 21, but when they saw the scene before them, they stood trembling in place. A breath of death enveloped them, filling them with despair. There were at least 20 to 30 exotic beast corpses on the ground, all dismembered, each organ precisely cut, looking as if designed meticulously by someone. Although these exotic beasts had no intelligence and lived every day in slaughter and blood, they had never seen such a hellish scene. Some exotic beasts turned and ran away, letting out loud howls. Some exotic beasts stood still, unable to move for a long time. Of course, some bolder exotic beasts charged in directly to enjoy their feast. The smell of blood continued to waft out, even attracting exotic beasts from the edges of District 13 to enter. The scent of blood floated far into the sky, drifting under the blue sky and white clouds. Seeing the gradually clear scenery above and feeling the sunlight, wiped his face while squatting by the creek, looking down at himself in the water. The youthful softness on his sharp-featured face had gradually faded, replaced by a few hints of determination. Although he wasn't extraordinarily handsome, he still had some distinctive features. He had dimples, too. In fact, when he smiled, it brought an air of unique youthfulness. The smell of blood is finally washed away. I killed a bloodline exotic beast this time. My strength increased again. I can perfectly control 3 times the power now. My vitality reached 6,028 points, reaching the level of a 3-star martial artist. Indeed, coming to District 21 was the wisest choice. This is only the beginning. I believe I can soon become a master. He murmured to himself, then straightened his clothes and hair, preparing to find a place to rest. Although he gained a lot of vitality with each battle, recovering energy was also an extremely troublesome task. Unfortunately, the enhancement gained from absorbing bloodlines is random, otherwise, he would have prioritized strengthening his stamina. There are not many safe resting places in an area filled with strange beasts. The best resting spot is naturally a hidden cave. However, caves are something that one can encounter but cannot seek, so he could only settle for second best and look for a tall tree, preferably one with a hole in it. He found a tree that was 6 or 7 meters high and skillfully climbed up, using a knife to create a makeshift opening before lying down inside. Of course, even though he was resting, he still remained vigilant, in a light sleep state. From time to time, the sounds of strange beasts roaring would come from around him, but for him, who was already used to it, he could easily distinguish the approximate distance of the beasts. Maybe he rested for 20 minutes? Or perhaps an hour? In any case, he had no clear concept of time when suddenly, there was something unusual around him. He could distinctly feel that the roars of the strange beasts in this area were increasing, both in number and frequency. Why are there so many strange beasts? He sat up with a serious expression. Based on the sounds, there were at least 20 or 30 strange beasts within a kilometer radius. Usually, having 6 or 7 within a kilometer is already a lot. He had been a warrior for a long time, but he only encountered such situations twice. The first was when Captain Lu's group attracted a small beast wave, and the second was when he faced the ice and fire-headed deer. This is indeed Area 21. If a large group of high-level strange beasts gathers, it will be a problem. He was still in this area, and if he were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. He felt that he had become much stronger, but he was not so arrogant as to underestimate the danger. His current level struggled against even 2 beasts of the same rank. Of course, this was his own thought. If other warriors heard this, they would definitely stare wide-eyed because, as long as one has not reached the master realm, all strange beasts of the same rank are somewhat formidable. No, I can't rest here anymore. He jumped down from the tree and prepared to feel his way out. But at that moment, he heard a deafening roar. The booming sound was thunderous. He couldn't tell what species it was, but he could sense its momentum and anger. The owner of the sound was definitely a powerful strange beast at the warrior level, at least at level 5 or 6. He did not expect to encounter such big trouble just after arriving in Area 21, and for a moment hesitated whether to return to Area 13. After thinking it over, he still walked deeper into Area 21. At the deepest part of Area 21. On a steep cliff, many metal frames had been erected around, with a cave entrance at the center. The cave was surrounded by traces of man-made excavation, looking very polished, and there was a steel-made climbing ladder connecting the ground to here. At the deepest part of the entrance was a modern hall, where apart from the walls being in Assyrian style, the rest had been carefully decorated. In the hall, many men were seated on the sofas, led by a scar-faced man who was looking grim while holding a walkie-talkie. "What did you say?" "Boss, that guy has been angered, and the beasts in Area 21 are now going berserk. We had many brothers hurt outside, should we investigate the reason?" The scar-faced man looked icy. "It must be that group of guys in the city. Damn it. I don't want to get dragged back and thrown in jail this time." "Do you want me to die?" "Fine, since you all have decided to give up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Notify all the brothers to come back. If you see anyone on the way, rob them. If you see anyone, kill them. Since they can't tolerate our existence, then let's fight them. Damn it. Not even the Beast Zone is letting us stay. This is what you forced me into," he said as he hung up the phone, looking at the others. Everyone had the same expression as him, full of anger. If a police officer happened to be here, taking out a list of wanted criminals from their unit, not a single person here would be missing. They were all ruthless martial artists, wanted criminals on the run. Because if they returned to the city, they would be punished, so they had set up their own organization here. Originally, the city had always turned a blind eye to them, but recently, the crackdown had become stricter. Looking at it this way, it seemed like what the boss had said. They were probably about to launch a cleanup operation against them. If that's the case, then there was no choice but to start a war. As for those martial artists caught in the battlefield, their lives would be in peril. District 21 would become a complete battlefield. Chapter 46, The First Initiative. Chapter 46. Running away was not smooth. Because there were too many mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were different from usual, they were running wild, seemingly crazy, scattering everywhere. Their movements were illogical. He deliberately detoured a long way, thinking he had shaken them off, but unexpectedly, those beasts suddenly turned back and surrounded him again. He tried to turn back and re-enter District 13, but found that he was drifting further away, heading deeper instead. At this moment, he stood in front of a small hill, scanning the surroundings to check the terrain. Continuing deeper is definitely not an option, there are even high-level martial artists there. I can't deal with them right now, I can only go to the neighboring area. He had to leave District 21 first. Although he didn't know why the mutant beasts were going wild, he definitely couldn't stay any longer. He identified the direction and headed towards the nearest District 17. Check carefully, don't miss anyone. Suddenly, a rough shout came from the distance, making his eyes light up. He saw a 6-person martial artist team about 70 or 80 meters away from him. Each of them was holding a weapon, looking very capable, especially the shout just now, which sounded full of confidence, likely from a martial artist. Normally, he would never have contact with a martial artist team, since he didn't want to reveal his identity. But the situation was different now. Being with a reliable martial artist team would greatly increase his safety. He took a step forward, preparing to make his first active move as a martial artist to make new friends. He rushed straight to the front of the team, to the person leading them, a bald man. Though he was bald, he looked like the strongest one among them, probably the leader. The bald man was called Baldy, but his real name was Xiao Chang. He had killed dozens of ordinary people and 3 or 4 fellow martial artists in the past year. Such crimes, if he were in the city, would have him caught and killed on the spot. Even any martial artist related to him would be thoroughly investigated and eliminated. So, he ran to the mutant beast zone, living freely here. What he loved most about this place was the freedom to kill anyone. He could kill anyone he disliked, and if a woman looked pretty, he could take her by force. In short, this place was his heaven. As for fighting mutant beasts, what were those animals? He was just as bad as them. Damn it, my hands are itching. I haven't seen a single person, my big knife is craving for blood, Baldy thought, full of rage. His only thought now was to find someone to kill, but because of the mutant beast riot, most people had already fled. Cannot find anyone at all. Just when he was feeling restless, he suddenly saw a person running down from the hillside in the distance. Whom? The bald man thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a person, and an excited smile appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, the distance of dozens of meters closed. Hello, I'm lost. Can you take me with you? He revealed a smile he thought was warm. Sure, of course. Little brother, we are a rescue team from the city, and I am the team leader, Xiao Chang, a level 3 martial artist. We are looking for solitary martial artists like you, just follow us. Don't worry, with a strong person like me around, you will definitely get out safe. The bald man chuckled, trying to act serious. Others also laughed along, seeming very warm and happy. His eyes brightened. Really? If that's the case, that would be great. Don't worry, I won't hold you back, I will leave as soon as we reach the border area. He also smiled. But his brows slightly furrowed, almost imperceptibly. He felt something was off about these people, the way they looked at him was wrong. No one understood that gaze better than him, it was the gaze he had when looking at strange beasts. No, more accurately, it was the gaze of a martial artist looking at their target prey. They looked like a pack of hungry wolves, and in their eyes, he was like a lamb ready for slaughter. Also, these people all had a bloody smell on them. That wasn't the smell of killing strange beasts, it was the smell of human blood. Don't ask him how he could tell, because he was familiar with it. These people were definitely not the city's rescue team. He remained outwardly calm but had raised his guard inside. In this martial artist team, only Xiao Chang was at the martial artist level, a level 3 martial artist, and he was no match for his 3 abilities combined. So do we leave now? That's right, we'll leave now and search for other people together. Xiao Chang gave a glance to a few other individuals, and they subtly surrounded him. He walked at the front, a grim smile on his face, while the others followed behind. It was clear they were in a particularly good mood. He sensed that these people were subtly surrounding him, likely to prevent him from escaping, or perhaps ready to strike at any moment. A faint chill flickered in his eyes, with one thought in his mind. If they dared to make a move, they would all die. However, now was not the time to act. If they truly encountered a strange beast attack, these people could still help deal with the beasts. Fortunately, these people seemed to worry about the appearance of strange beasts too, as they continually moved towards the edge of the area. He followed along, contemplating the purpose and identity of these people. First of all, there was no doubt they were the same kind of people as him, living in the strange beast area. As for their purpose, he noticed their gear was all strange, some looked fine while others were coarse, and even the daggers in their hands included a pink one, evidently customized by some girlish martial artist. These definitely were not the belongings of one person, which proved these items originally belonged to many people, not just them. Robbers? Or murderers? He squinted slightly, guessing their next move. Ha ha. Are you all trying to escape from here? You look quite injured, how about coming with us? Xiao Chang's voice came again, catching the attention of a few individuals. Su Tian slightly raised his head and saw Xiao Chang blocking 3 people. These 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, were around 30 years old. The leading man had a deep wound on his lower abdomen from a strange beast, looking quite badly hurt. He had a 2-star martial artist badge hanging on his chest, showing his strength and his familiar attire. People from the first martial artist guild? He slightly furrowed his brows and lowered his head a little. Although there aren't many things in the world that are that coincidental, who can be 100% sure that the number 1 warrior guild hasn't pursued the rookie's matters, and who can be certain that these 3 people don't know the rookie? It would be best if these people don't provoke me, or else I wouldn't mind killing and silencing them. Chapter 47, Am I Strong or Not? Which guild are you from? The man was very cautious, keeping the 2 women behind him, his voice filled with alertness. Asked by the man, Xiao Chang was not nervous. Instead, he stroked his bald head and showed his white teeth. Me? I'm Xiao Chang from the Self-Inspection Guild. Something happened here, and I just happened to organize a rescue. Hey, have you heard of the Self-Inspection Guild? The man's expression showed a hint of confusion. I've been in the Warriors' First Guild for 3 years. I've heard of all the big and small warrior organizations in the city, but I've never heard of your guild. Xiao Chang continued, it's normal that you haven't heard of it, because it's the guild that supervises those warriors who have made mistakes. The people in the guild beat those who have made mistakes every day, treating them as punching bags, even cutting off the arms of those who dare to resist in front of everyone. As for those women who've made mistakes, they can do whatever they want with them, and their expressions, they're absolutely mesmerizing. And also, he grew more and more excited, almost looking insane. The man's face grew darker, and the other 2 women were ready for a fight. They all realized that this guy seemed a little abnormal. Xiao Chang suddenly stopped talking, his smile gradually disappearing, and he became calm. Sorry, I forgot you're not the ones who've made mistakes. I apologize for making you laugh. His attitude changed quickly, so fast that it felt unreal. But just when everyone thought they could finally breathe easy, his smile suddenly reappeared. A strange and brutal smile. Although you're not the ones who've made mistakes, I am one of those who have made mistakes. Now, I want to experience the joy of a self-inspection guild member. Can you satisfy me? He said, laughing loudly, and then directly rushed toward the 3 of them. Seeing him suddenly make a move, the man at the front was a bit panicked but still immediately countered. But he was too injured, and his strength in swinging the knife was obviously slow. Clang! The two knives clashed, and the man's knife was knocked away, flying more than 10 meters before deeply embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. Bang! The man was kicked to the ground, and the other two women were also pinned to the ground and subdued. In an instant, the three of them were subdued. Watching everything with his eyes, staring closely at the metal steel knife that had already sunk halfway into the ground, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This person has a lot of strength. At least more than twice that of an average warrior. And this guy seems to know martial arts? Ha ha. Boss, you're amazing. The boss's strength is #1 in the world. His martial arts are awesome. The few subordinates around him laughed loudly, starting to flatter him. Xiao Chang enjoyed this flattery, his face full of pride. This mountain punch may be the lowest level martial art, but I've already mastered it to perfection. In this realm, I am invincible. He said, squatting in front of the man, slapping him hard on the cheek, with a brutal smile. How is it? Can you handle this knife technique that took me more than 10 years to master? Am I amazing or not? Ha! Speak! The man did not speak, looking like he was dazed from the beating. Xiao Chang might have thought it was boring, so he grabbed the man's hair, pulling him up and then roughly pulling one of the women, asking the same question. The woman, knowing she had walked into the lion's den, kept answering to him, making him laugh happily. He asked everyone one by one, as if he had taken some addictive drug, growing crazier by the minute. Another woman was slapped to the ground just because she spoke a second slower, losing a tooth in the process. Don't even mention the women who were caught, his own people, if they spoke a second slower, would be severely slapped in the face. He kept questioning, finally setting his gaze on. As expected, he asked the same question. Am I awesome or what? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat blank. Because he was lost in thought, just a few seconds ago, he had started thinking about something deeply. That was, whether this guy, Xiao Chang, was too twisted, and whether he should give up using them as a cover to escape. They had already left the core area, moving toward the edge of another zone, and he had witnessed Xiao Chang's methods. He could say he understood him well. But Xiao Chang interrupted him at this moment, which caused this reaction. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Chang suddenly laughed louder, his smile becoming more and more sinister. He grabbed the man's hand and suddenly changed his grip to his neck, his arm bulging with veins. Clearly, this person was mentally disturbed, as his rage grew more violent and aggressive. The man, whose neck was being grabbed, felt like it was about to snap, his eyes filled with terrified disbelief. Fear, the ultimate fear of life ending. Disbelief, because he saw his face. Ha ha. Die. Die, all of you. Go die. Xiao Chang laughed angrily, squeezing the man's hand and the woman's arm with all his strength. He wanted to strangle these two people alive. After they died in misery, after was scared out of his mind, he would torture to death in pain. The other lackeys were also twisted, or rather, they didn't dare not be, cheering and shouting. But suddenly, for 1 second, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because everyone saw a flash of cold light, fast as lightning, as fast as a dragon. Swiftly drew the scalpel, gripped it backward, and thrust it violently toward Xiao Chang. Splat! The blade pierced the opponent's arm, and blood sprayed. Frowned slightly, not expecting this guy to react faster than he imagined. The opponent's fist whistled through the air, and gently stepped back a bit, creating distance. I didn't expect you were a martial artist too. Ha ha ha. But it's a pity you lost your only chance. From now on, I'll completely crush you. Xiao Chang let go of the two people, pulled the scalpel out of his arm and tossed it aside, charging forward like a tank. His face twisted like a demon, his fists flying like cannonballs, heading straight for his face. Lightly swung his fist, meeting the man's punch head-on in front of everyone. Snap! Xiao Chang's wrist deformed, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The punch in his line of sight grew larger, and his fist, with a blast of air, slammed into his face. Boom! Xiao Chang flew backward, but the next second, a hand firmly grasped his clothes and threw him into the ground with a 360-degree shoulder throw. Boom! With everyone watching in shock, mounted him, his fists leaving after images, punching down one after another. Each time, it seemed like the earth itself trembled. Boom! 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 Chapter 48, I'm Wangli. By the time everyone snapped back to reality, Xiao Chang was already dead. Slowly stood up from the ground, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Bang! Xiao Chang's lackey sat on the ground, too terrified to speak a word. They weren't fools, they could tell was one of them. No, they are not just any kind of people, they are stronger, and if they are just bad, then they are demons. They are not the ones who sanction them, but they stand at the top of them. Maybe. Only their boss can deal with this guy. Who exactly are you? Someone finally couldn't help but speak, the voice trembling. Looking up at the man who spoke, he had an ordinary appearance, but he was very close to Xiao Chang. Throughout this journey, whenever Xiao Chang had a problem, he communicated with this man immediately. Does it have anything to do with you? The man felt the chill from and couldn't help but shudder, but he still suppressed his fear and said, someone like you is definitely not an unknown character. Since you dare to kill people here, then just boldly announce your name. Our boss is Black Tiger, he is the Black Boss of District 21, we have noted this account. Slightly narrowed his eyes. Black Boss? It seems he guessed correctly, these people are all desperate criminals. He had heard long ago that many people lived in the Beast Zone, carrying human lives, which made them difficult to deal with. This was because they could help the city curb the beasts, and many times the warriors managing the city would turn a blind eye. He never expected that this was all true. What? You such an arrogant person, now you don't even dare to reveal your name? The man pressed closer when he saw he wasn't speaking. Coldly snorted, aren't you afraid I will kill you too? The man waved his hand confidently, if we all scatter and escape, even you couldn't possibly kill all of us. Sweat and awkwardness. But this person didn't like to be secretive, he preferred to be open and aboveboard. What's the harm in revealing a name? Very well, since you are so sincere in your questioning, I will show mercy and tell you. I am Wang Li from the Second Martial Artist Guild, the genius Wang Li. Wang Li? The man nodded slightly, as if deeply engraving this name in his mind. Good. Wang Li. We will take the blame for today's matter. This matter is not over, even if you return to the city, we will come to find you. He said with a fierce momentum, then turned and ran. He didn't care about the others at all, many people didn't even react when he stepped out. The remaining few also looked terrified, hurriedly trying to escape, afraid that would catch up and kill them in the next second. The two women who were captured saw that had no intention of pursuing, and instinctively wanted to escape, but were halted by a cold voice. You cannot leave yet. The faces of the two women instantly turned pale, and they could only stare at and forced a smile. The man didn't seem very flustered, instead, he slowly got up with the help of the two women, looking at with a complicated gaze. Also stared at the man, silent, seemingly pondering something. Because just as Xiao Chang made his move, he saw the man's gaze towards him was unusual, filled with surprise and bewilderment. It was clear this person knew him. Maybe. He knew his appearance and his identity. Wang Li, I absolutely won't disclose today's matters. You and I have no grudges, moreover, you saved my life. If you let me go this time, I will definitely remember this kindness. He coughed repeatedly, his expression serious. Still said nothing, instead quietly contemplating. The person in front of him was from the First Martial Artist Guild, and since the other person recognized him, they must know about him and Brother Chu. Was it for the bounty given by his parents, or did the First Martial Artist Guild find Brother Chu's death suspicious, which led the man to learn about his news? Seeing that he remained hesitant, the man gritted his teeth and said, I'll speak plainly, I know Tian Tian. When I entered Area 21, Tian Tian had just shared a meal with me, we had a good relationship. Finally, I looked up again and examined the man in front of me seriously. This person looked a bit like a weak scholar, his brow did not seem to tell lies, and his character did not appear cunning or sinister. No matter who you are, since you know Tian Tian, you are my friend. The man clearly relaxed, showing a warm smile. Wang Li, just call me Zhang Yisong. Thanks to your help this time, is there anything I can do for you? This remark was interesting, after all, he had already seen S strength, in this area of beast activity he surely could not help, so he spoke of other matters. Hesitated slightly, how has Tian Tian been lately? I mean, what has she been up to recently? After all, there were outsiders present, he couldn't say too much. Zhang Yisong pondered for a few seconds and cautiously said, Tian Tian has been going to a friend's house recently, there is another woman there, they don't seem to get along well. I advised her not to take such matters too seriously, but it looks like she didn't listen. He spoke vaguely, the other two women listened in confusion, but understood. He helplessly held his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. He never expected that Tian Tian would really think she had to sacrifice herself to save him. Was this rhythm going to repay his parents in their old age? Was she competing with two? But if didn't know his current situation, it would probably be very sad. S eyes dimmed. This feeling was truly uncomfortable, making all those who cared for him worried. It was indeed uncomfortable. It seems he had to put in more effort. Well, I understand. Although this place is already far from the core area of the beasts, it is still unsafe, we should leave early. I'm going to the neighboring area, if you're willing, you can follow me for a while. Zhang Yisong showed hesitation but eventually nodded. Then I'll trouble Brother Wan Li, we will follow you for a while, and once the situation improves, we will leave immediately. Slightly nodded, said no more, leading a few people toward a more peripheral location. Night. Bang. A scar-faced man punched the wall, causing countless cracks to appear on the rock, startling the man next to him. Boss. The scar-faced man's voice was chilling to the bone. I want all the information about someone named Wang Li right now. Go find out for me. Chapter 49, Wang Li's Joy. Hospital. Inpatient department. Uncle, don't say that, if you don't mind, I can be your daughter from now on, my parents passed away early. Tian smiled brightly, peeling an apple, then forcefully stuffed it into my father's hands. My father accepted the apple, with a bitter smile. This little rascal never behaves, always running wild outside, just like his mother, and still doesn't come back. His wife lay in bed, his son missing, basically dead outside, how could he not feel pain? That kind of sadness was unspoken, an existence overflowing from deep within his body. Tian felt a bit uncomfortable seeing him like this. Uncle, don't worry, we are looking for, aren't we? He is a genius in our guild, the guild will never give up on him. Genius, if you don't have the capability, don't play the hero. His mother and I would rather he be an ordinary person. Zhang father smiled bitterly. Tian wanted to say something else when she suddenly turned her head. Outside was a beautiful slender girl, as stunning as a star, but at that moment her face was pale, her condition concealed much of her beauty. Quietly looked at Tian, then stepped back out of the door. The latter understood and walked outside. In the corridor, the two women exchanged glances, and it was who spoke first. I don't care what your relationship with Yang Gu is. I'm just wanting to know where he is now. I just want to know where he is now. Is he really missing? Or is it something else? I know sometimes martial artists can be cruel, but right now, I just want to hear the truth. Is he really missing? Or is it something else? I know sometimes martial artists can be cruel, but right now, I just want to hear the truth. Tian looked at the haggard inside. I'm not lying to you, really disappeared over there. Tian looked at the haggard inside. I'm not lying to you, really disappeared over there. You're lying. S voice was a bit agitated. You're lying. S voice was a bit agitated. I've had people search that area many times. Not to mention Yang Gu, even a body hasn't been found. I've had people search that area many times. Not to mention Yang Gu, even a body hasn't been found. You're lying. You're lying. Tian looked at her with complicated eyes and sighed. Tian looked at her with complicated eyes and sighed. They're both women, she could see how important this girl was too. They're both women, she could see how important this girl was too. Seeing so anxious, she wanted to tell her the truth right away, but she couldn't. Seeing so anxious, she wanted to tell her the truth right away, but she couldn't. Because she wasn't sure if could survive, and once the girl in front of her knew that wasn't coming back partly because of her. Because she wasn't sure if could survive, and once the girl in front of her knew that wasn't coming back partly because of her. Calm down. Calm down. At least S body hasn't been found, right? At least S body hasn't been found, right? Was pulled back by this sentence, realizing her loss of control. Was pulled back by this sentence, realizing her loss of control. Indeed, there was still no definite news of S death up to now. Indeed, there was still no definite news of S death up to now. After calming down, she looked at Tian in front of her again, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of something unusual. After calming down, she looked at Tian in front of her again, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of something unusual. The girl in front of her was about the same age as her, maybe a year or two older, but her whole style was that sweet and cute kind. The girl in front of her was about the same age as her, maybe a year or two older, but her whole style was that sweet and cute kind. When she spoke, there was a small adult feeling, plus her pretty face was indeed likable. When she spoke, there was a small adult feeling, plus her pretty face was indeed likable. I have one more question. I have one more question. When did you and Yang Gu get together? When did you and Yang Gu get together? Ah. Tian was stunned for a moment. Ah. Tian was stunned for a moment. This girl who looked like a star, whenever the topic of came up, was like a complete. This girl who looked like a star, whenever the topic of came up, was like a complete. Thinking about the first time she came to see Zhang father, her smile became a little ugly. Thinking about the first time she came to see Zhang father, her smile became a little ugly. She swore it was the first time she saw a girl with the expression of wanting to eat someone, and there was deep despair and sadness. She swore it was the first time she saw a girl with the expression of wanting to eat someone, and there was deep despair and sadness. That day when this girl came, she was full of tear marks, coming to confirm S situation. That day when this girl came, she was full of tear marks, coming to confirm S situation. And when she left that day, the girl also left with tears, for the same reason, to confirm S situation. And when she left that day, the girl also left with tears, for the same reason, to confirm S situation. Asterisk asterisk, you left me with such a big mess. Wang Li stood there with a look of unwillingness for her, but his words clearly carried a hint of joy and mockery toward her. She cast a cold glance at him, took a deep breath, and said, "Wanli, this is my matter. I know that my uncle has a good relationship with my dad, and you have been nice to me, but please don't make sarcastic comments here. If not, I won't pay attention to you anymore." Hearing her say this, Wanli was not angry, just nodded slightly. "You really misunderstood me. I came to tell you good news. The reason for the riot in District 20 has been found. Someone deliberately slaughtered a large number of alien beasts, causing the local beast lord to erupt in fury. I was sent by the guild to help encircle the alien beasts, while also capturing the instigator. This time I was promoted to captain and will lead many people, completely able to help you search for. Even if he becomes a corpse, I will definitely bring him back to you." Although he said this, when he mentioned the word corpse, a smile could clearly be seen on his lips. Her emotions were obviously straining, so she simply ignored him and walked into the elevator to leave. "Xiaomeng, I'll see you off." Wang Li hurriedly ran into the elevator and closed the door. Just before the elevator was about to close, his smile could no longer be suppressed. He. If you're not dead, don't let me run into you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 50, Ghost-Faced Lion. At the edge of District 20. Punchton killed a martial artist-level alien beast, slightly moved aside, and saw a small path. "This path is the relatively safe one you mentioned, right? Let's part ways here." Zhang Yisong nodded slightly, supported by the two women as he slowly left, stopping just before he was about to go. The reason for the riot in District 20 is that someone deliberately killed a large number of alien beasts, leading to the loss of control of the alien beasts. Perhaps the first and second martial artist guilds will flood in more martial artists. So as long as you are a bit careful, you can ensure your safety. Nodded slightly and watched the three of them leave. He understood that Zhang Yisong was reminding him that he couldn't keep using the false name Wanli, otherwise, if he ran into someone who knew him, he would be exposed. He organized his emotions and continued walking into District 20. In the next 3 days, he remained active in this area. While familiarizing himself with the territory, he also discovered that everything here was indeed as Zhang Yisong said, with wave after wave of martial artists flooding in. For safety's sake, he still tried to avoid encounters with the martial artists in the city. Although the influx of these people reduced his time for killing alien beasts, it made him safer, as many powerful alien beasts had been cleared away, leaving behind only some solitary and hidden alien beasts. On the 11th day of entering the alien beast area, broke through to a 5-star martial artist rank. He had killed 11 alien beasts with bloodlines, and his level, LV3, ability had increased 5 times in strength and 6 times in stamina. Now, his physical strength was enough to handle any alien beast below a senior martial artist level. Felt an unprecedented sense of power. He was certain that if he encountered the ice-fire-headed wolf again now, he could definitely kill it in seconds. No. Now, he didn't even consider ordinary alien beasts, he even vaguely felt invincible. Having such power now, I can't help but wonder what it feels like to reach a master level. Muttered, finally understanding what Tian had said back then. As long as he reached the master level, even if the martial artist first guild knew about that incident, they wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. At that moment, was squatting by the creek, washing his face, and only came out at night when there were not many humans around. Thinking about reaching master made him excited, clenching his fists, eager for that day to come. But when he raised his head, he froze in place. Because across from him, right on the other side of the stream, an unknown beast had appeared, and it just happened to lift its head and see him. Was it a lion? No, there are no lions in the Dragon Kingdom. It should be some kind of mutated feline beast that has grown larger. Its body was close to 3 meters long, probably bigger than that Sanghu beast by a circle, the whole body covered in strong muscles, with a thick mane around its neck. Its facial features were somewhat ferocious. It was not that its expression was fierce, but that it actually looked that way, glowing under the moonlight like a ghostly face. A man and a beast stared at each other, and the air above the stream instantly froze. In the next second, both the man and the beast shivered simultaneously. What the hell? Immediately took off, his body twisting as he ran, his forehead covered in beads of sweat like tiny peas. This ghostly-faced lion was real? Wasn't it a legendary beast? Even before he became a warrior, he had heard people talk about this beast in casual conversations. It could be said to be well known by everyone. In the beast activity area near the safe zone of the city, there are some beasts that are extremely famous, as they are all great territorial lords. They had all led beast waves to attack the city and survived. So far, there were a total of 7, this ghostly-faced lion being one of them. Legend has it that it possesses the strength of a peak warrior, but since it is a beast and has a special bloodline, even master-level human experts are reluctant to encounter it in the beast territory. Never expected to be so unlucky, among so many beast activity areas, he had crossed paths with only 7 beast lords. He dodged and jumped wildly, completely ignoring the noise caused by his running. Right now, even attracting other beasts, he couldn't afford to slow down. Even more so, he was subconsciously running towards the city. If he could encounter other warriors, perhaps they could work together to deal with this terrifying beast. Crack! A sound of breaking branches came from behind, along with the heavy footfalls of a large body, making his scalp tingle. He instinctively turned his head to look, feeling even more terrified. This terrifying ghostly-faced lion was now steadily landing on a tree branch, its powerful legs launching its massive body 3 or 4 meters onto another trunk. It could actually fly on trees? Felt his hands and feet go numb. He definitely wasn't a match for such a terrifying beast. Perhaps he was done for. Crack! Just as despair rose in his heart, that massive body, when landing on the second branch, actually couldn't stabilize itself. After a brief and comical stumble, it crashed heavily to the ground with a loud bang. It fell hard, could even feel the pain from the sound. The ghostly-faced lion tried to get up several times, but failed each time, looking even clumsier. This guy is so clumsy? Suddenly realized something was off. This creature didn't seem as terrifying as he imagined, its movements looked extremely awkward and uncoordinated. And when this ghostly-faced lion saw him by the stream, it seemed startled. This was the lord among beasts, the king of a region. How could it look like this? For some reason, that familiar expression made feel like he had seen it somewhere before. Such clumsiness, such a lack of coordination. Suddenly had a flash of insight, recalling a beast he had once seen that resembled it closely. It was the Tsanghu beast. But it wasn't the Tsanghu beast species, it was that injured Tsanghu beast he encountered for the first time. That Tsanghu beast, after being severely injured, looked almost exactly like this ghostly-faced lion before him. This guy is injured. Felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, it was like that. Only if the ghost-faced lion was injured could it show such a posture, otherwise, with this guy's level and combat strength, he would have caught and killed him a long time ago. Realizing this, felt much more relaxed. His mindset began to settle, and his pace quickened, almost flying through the forest. He had been in this area for a few days now, and he knew it like the back of his hand. Using the geography, it wasn't impossible to shake off the opponent. He was very familiar with this plot. Wasn't it just a temple escape series of games? If you have the ability, then come chase me. Chapter 51, Is one phone necessary? The voices behind grew fainter until they disappeared completely. Breathless, he stood still, realizing his clothes were completely soaked. Having narrowly escaped death, felt dizzy. He had used all his strength this time, and one more moment late would have meant becoming food. He did not think he was the match for the ghost-faced lion. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Last time facing that Song Tiger beast was because he was at the warrior level, and the gap between levels at that stage was not as big as the difference between the martial master levels. He was confident, not arrogant, so running away was the best option. It seems like there's a sound over there? A man's voice suddenly came from afar, causing to freeze. Really? I didn't hear anything? Definitely. Then that big fellow is smart. It's already injured this time. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another man spoke. So it was indeed aimed at the ghost-faced lion, muttered to himself. It seemed that the reason the ghost-faced lion was startled when it saw him before was that it had been previously attacked and surrounded by a group of human warriors, making it so sensitive. He looked around and then found a hidden tall tree to jump up. Soon, along with a flash of lights, he saw 4 or 5 people gathered together. These people were all extremely alert, looking like they had good combat quality, dressed in the first martial artist guild's attire. For martial master levels. Seeing such a personnel configuration, became even more certain these people were the ones who had injured the ghost-faced lion. The average level of the several people was at level 3 martial master. They were all on high alert, ready to act at any moment. After a simple search, they found no traces, and the leading man seemed puzzled. Strange, could I have heard wrong? It's not impossible. After all, this isn't a safe area. There are snakes, insects, and rats everywhere. It's possible to mishear. Another person nodded, but clearly felt a bit regretful. This time, our first and second guilds are cooperating to hunt the exotic beast. This is a great opportunity to make money. If we can really take down that ghost-faced lion, we would make a fortune. They say that beast is already close to master level, and the blood inside its organs is extremely rich. If we can eat its organs, we could even break 2 levels in martial master stage. Is that true? Of course it's true. The group did not leave immediately. Instead, they chatted excitedly in place. Hiding in the shadows, S eyes lit up upon hearing their conversation. He had heard of the special effects of the flesh and blood of master-level exotic beasts, not expecting the effects to be so good. Can the martial master level increase by 2 levels after consumption? This was a huge temptation. No wonder even the terrifying ghost-faced lion was tempted. Now the principle was clear. The simple chat of these people had deeply piqued his interest, and he slightly adjusted his position to listen more carefully. At this moment, one of the men suddenly sighed, seeming to feel very regretful. What a pity. If that exotic beast hadn't appeared here, it would likely have appeared at the second martial artist guild's side. I've heard that their vice president is leading that recently popular young man to hunt it down. I guess if we encounter him, we'll easily take him down. What's that kid's name again? Oh, right, it's Wang Li. It's definitely Wang Li. I heard that kid has strong backing and good talent, but he can't compare to the guy who disappeared a while ago. Are you talking about? I've heard about that kid too. Apparently, he just dropped out of his senior year, yet he was already a level 7 or 8 warrior when he registered. If he hadn't vanished after failing a mission, his future would have been incredibly bright. Suddenly, one man who had been quiet burst out laughing. The others looked at him, curious about why he was laughing. What missing mission? I heard a rumor that Wang Li and both liked the same woman, and Wang Li secretly made disappear. And let me tell you something even more explosive, might not be dead. In the shadows, perked up at the mention of Wang Li's name, listening closely. But as he listened, he started to feel that something was off, his brow furrowing. Could it be that Joe Fakin's death is somehow related to Wang Li and the beginner? No, that is absolutely impossible. This has to be false. After all, during the task selection, it was always Hao Zhaozhao helping out. But how do these people know that he is still alive? He felt suspicious and continued to listen. How do you know he's still alive? Of course I know. In the past few days, I joined a small group, and that group was pulled together by Wang Li. Can you guess what this small group is for? It's for us to find. They said that whoever finds, whether alive or dead, will receive a generous reward. Of course, if you do find, it's best to contact him directly. He'll pay you off for keeping quiet. The man's tone shifted as he spoke. The tone implied that both parties understood the veiled enmity between the two. Having heard everything, clenched his fists tightly. He never expected Wang Li to be such a ruthless person. The meaning in those men's words was already very clear. Wang Li wanted him to truly disappear forever. For what reason? No, it isn't just for that. This person is narrow-minded, and he holds grudges. Or perhaps he comes from a well-off family and looks down on someone like him with no background. It's simple, he's just like that man. No wonder he could introduce you to Xiao Meng's voice held a hint of sarcasm, and his gaze grew colder. He turned to look at the few people not far away, fixing his eyes on the one holding the phone. He plunged his knife into the tree trunk, squatted down slightly, and his protective muscles tensed up. His hands gripped the tree trunk, and he became like a coiled spring, ready to launch. In the next second, he disappeared from his spot, springing into action like a predator hunting prey. Swish! With 5 times the muscle strength, moved as quickly as lightning, rushing into the crowd. The few men were still looking down at their phones, seemingly very interested in that so-called group chat. Hearing the rush of sound, they looked up just in time to see a massive fist growing larger in front of them. Boom! He felt dizzy, and then his whole body fell straight down. The rest of them instinctively tried to react, but they were instantly knocked to the ground. Before they could react further, swiftly snatched that person's phone and dashed away. The man who lost his phone stared blankly at the disappearing, clutching his bruised eye socket, his lips trembling. Who the hell is that? If you want the phone, just say so. I would have given it to you. Was it really necessary? Confirmed that no one was chasing after him, then opened the phone. Sure enough, he found the content he wanted to see in a group chat. This group chat didn't have a name, but the group owner was Wang Li. The content inside was all about him, discussing his whereabouts. Occasionally, someone would ask about his situation, and Wang Li would say it's a private chat. He opened the chat history between the phone owner and Wang Li, and found that Wang Li really had said things like wanting to kill him. Very good. Wang Li, since you have this plan, don't blame me for being rude. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to search for messages on his phone. The area where the beasts were active had almost no signal, only occasionally did a signal appear, but as long as he kept an eye on the phone, there was a chance to send out updates. So he saw a lot of information about team communications in this phone. Wang Li is in District 20, with the vice president. He frowned slightly. He didn't know the vice president's level, but he knew that the president of the second guild was master level. If these two were together, he really had no way out. Thinking of this, he tried to open the phone to find Wang Li's number, but... Snap! The phone locked itself because he was lost in thought and could not be opened anymore. He took a deep breath and calmed down. After careful consideration, he knew it was foolish to go directly to find Wang Li right now. He stared at the already black screen and rubbed his temples, thinking that if he were a master, he could settle scores with Wang Li now, really hoping to level up to master soon. I still need to kill some strong beasts to feel at ease. His voice was suddenly cut off as he stared at the phone screen intensely. On that already black screen, there reflected the shadow of a huge creature. It was a giant ghost-faced lion, crouching on a tall tree less than 4 meters behind him, carefully eyeing him. It was the ghost-faced lion. This guy. had been hiding here all along. He felt every pore on his body shrink, and intense fear surged up from his heart. In the next second, he dashed out like lightning. But... roar! A low, rumbling voice buzzed in his ears as a chilling wind surrounded him. He could feel that massive body approaching even without turning around. Knowing he could not escape, he gritted his teeth and turned to punch the creature. The punch made a muffled sound in the air, accompanied by a deep rumble. His muscles bulged, like twisting dragons, showcasing the terrifying strength. The ghost-faced lion seemed not to expect him to turn back, and in a panic, could only swat with its forelimb, clearly somewhat clumsy. Although it was hurriedly defending, those eyes filled with desire reflected disdain for him. It was the disdain of a hunter for its prey. As if everything he did was just a joke in its eyes. Completely disproportionate limbs collided, and he was instantly knocked several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. However, at the moment of falling, he quickly got back up and continued to run in the distance. The ghost-faced lion wanted to chase right away but was frozen in place, unable to move. It instinctively raised the paw it had just used to attack him and found its whole paw was numb, unable to run normally. Its expression became increasingly ferocious, as if it were truly a monster, staring intensely at the spot he had just left. Cough, cough. He covered his chest while running through the woods, his face somewhat pale. This ghost-faced lion truly lived up to being a beast close to the master level. Despite sustaining such injuries, it could still unleash such terrifying power. My current physical strength shouldn't be so miserable against level 7 and below martial beast. At this moment, it can still exert the level of a 7th level martial artist beast. Speaking of this, his expression suddenly gained a hint of confidence. Since you can't kill me in one shot, don't blame me for being rude. I'll take your life as my supplement. That's right. He initially thought it was absolutely impossible to kill such a terrifying beast. In fact, if this ghost-faced lion hadn't come looking for him, he would have planned to walk around it. But this attack gave him newfound confidence. Just a moment ago during the clash, he clearly saw the injuries on the opponent. The ghost-faced lion's body was covered in numerous bruises and contusions. In normal circumstances, bruises and contusions are naturally not worth noting, but this ghost-faced lion had large patches of bruising that even its fur could not hide. On its abdomen, chest, and inner thighs, there were deep red bruises that looked extremely horrifying. In some places, swelling and indentations were already evident, likely caused by immense impact. Its vital organs had suffered minor injuries. As for how serious? He grasped the dissecting knife tightly, a confident look on his face. Having dissected so many beasts, he could clearly judge the opponent's injuries. Now, every movement of the ghost-faced lion was accelerating its death. Perhaps if it rested quietly in one spot, it might have a chance to survive, but this was a beast activity area, and there were other humans hunting as well, so it absolutely couldn't rest. In other words, no matter what, this beast wouldn't survive. It was just a matter of who it would collapse in front of at the end. Such a huge pie has fallen on my head. If I let it go to someone else, I deserve to run around for the rest of my life. I'm going to devour this braised lion head. Even if Jesus comes, he can't save it. Isn't it just about endurance? I'm a real man, I'll outlast you. He coughed a few more times and stood still. After a moment's thought, he looked in a certain direction, where several members of the First Warriors Guild were. These people were no good, secretly wanting to make a deal with Wangley, pricing themselves openly. Since they wanted to obtain this huge sum of money so badly, helping him with a small task should be no problem, right? With this thought, he carefully surveyed the distant path, and when he saw the ghost-faced lion finally pursued him, he started running towards that direction. At the same time, those who had just been attacked by him were cursing loudly. Damn it, how dare he attack me? If it weren't for this brat running too fast, I would really want to see who was so arrogant as to rob from members of the First Warriors Guild. If I find him here, I will definitely take off one of his arms. Does he not know where this place is? How dare he be so arrogant? Suddenly, the man paused, signaling the others to look at the ground. There were the footprints left by him. Chapter 53, The Charm of That Blade. Chapter 53. Hey. The man suddenly laughed, and the others also began to laugh. It seems that the one who stole from us is an idiot. He wouldn't even hide such big footprints, he might just be a newcomer. The others nodded in agreement. I now feel extremely powerful, I could knock the wind out of him. It would be best if he had to swallow it. Brothers, let's go. Let him see the power of our guild's 4 swordsmen. They dramatically shook their weapons, each radiating an impressive aura. Crack. A branch snapped, and a shadow darted away. The men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery and anticipation. So it turns out this kid didn't run far, he was hiding right there? The leading man laughed heartily and quickly followed. But when they rushed into the position where the shadow had been moments ago, but he couldn't find anyone anywhere. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the person was hiding nearby, as the ground was full of footprints. Damn it! Come out. If you come out now, I promise I won't kill you. If you wait a few more seconds, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Once we find you ourselves, you'll suffer greatly. The roaring voices of several people continued. At this moment, a sound came from the distance, like the sound of someone running. The man's lips slightly twisted, and he instantly sprang into action. His movement possessed a certain mystery and lightness, as if it was some kind of martial art. The long knife in his hand flashed with a cold light, and with a whoosh, he easily cut through the weeds in front of him, revealing the scene behind. Under the moonlight, he saw a massive creature not more than 10 meters away from them, and it was still charging forward. That huge body stumbled and flailed, its terrifying face twisted like a ghost, accompanied by a foul wind and those green, ghostly eyes, instantly scaring the few people so that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The exotic beast not only had a size advantage over humans but also a bloodthirsty wildness. Under such circumstances, anyone's first reaction would be a blank mind. It's the ghost-faced lion. The howls of fierce battle and screams continued, while slightly squinted from a branch several dozen meters away. The four guys had an average strength of 3-star martial artists. When the ghost-faced lion was at its peak, it could go 3 to 7. Well, in 3 minutes, those few would be eaten 7 times. But now considering there were injuries on the ghost-faced lion, serious injuries that would worsen with the battle, he believed it was 50-50. The 4 could last 5 minutes, with a 50% chance of being killed. What about the remaining 50% chance? That meant 1 or 2 of them might still survive. No matter what, that's my last chance. If I let the ghost-faced lion go after it fights with these guys, it will definitely be taken down by someone next time. I have the abilities to enhance attributes against exotic beasts, hunt, LV2, and transcend, LV3, so my chances aren't too low. As he muttered to himself, he slowly closed his eyes to rest. Next was the time of waiting. He silently calculated time, and after about 5 minutes, the distant sounds of battle gradually disappeared. In their place were terrified screams, and the sounds were getting closer. Raised an eyebrow, and a hint of unexpected surprise appeared on his face. Those few people were actually running toward him. Yes, about half a minute later he saw 2 figures frantically running toward him. One in front and one behind, the one in front being the strongest man. His speed was fast, somewhat like sliding on ice. Both of them were covered in blood, looking severely injured, their faces were pale, and they occasionally stumbled back, their eyes filled with terror. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the massive shadow pounced on the one behind, followed by the terrifying sound of flesh tearing. The bloody scene. Not even able to gnaw on the corpse. Indeed. The ghost-faced lion gradually stopped moving, but it lay on the ground without getting up, clearly having reached its limit. As for whether it would die immediately, dare not judge. However, this situation was enough for him to take action. He still clutched the branch with both hands, his whole body was tensed up, like a coiled spring, his eyes slightly squinted. At this moment, the ghost-faced lion lay on the ground, panting heavily. It felt intense pain all over, its insides numb, as if food filled every part of its body. But unlike the fullness it had experienced before, this time it felt uncomfortable, exceptionally uncomfortable. Its body became weak, sensing life slipping away. Roar! A low growl arose from its throat, remembering everything it had encountered in the past 2 days. Those humans were too cunning, setting so many traps, unable to confront it openly. Fortunately, the hateful humans had all been killed by it. All torn apart. Only one person escaped. It was the human seen by the stream. Clearly, this human was the most insignificant food when it was in good condition, yet it never expected this most insignificant food to run away. Not only did it escape, but it also challenged its authority and launched an attack. Its eyes revealed a unique hatred and anger of beasts. It wanted to tear that guy apart. Once it regained some strength, it would definitely tear that guy apart. Bang! A strange sound appeared, and it instinctively looked up in the direction of the sound. In its view, a familiar face was gripping a gleaming instrument, fiercely stabbing towards its cheek. Thud! The scalpel pierced hard into the lion's brow. Chapter 54, Killing the Ghost-Faced Lion. In the darkness, Silverlight danced like a wandering dragon, wrapped in fresh red, all swirling in a dance. Was very clear how tenacious this terrifying creature's vitality was, the scalpel continuously targeting vital points, while riding on its head, he crazily attacked. He applied all his strength with every stab, yet could still feel the resistance. It felt like the knife struck stone, and it was only due to the scalpel's exceptional quality that it had not broken by now. Of course, his strength was also vital. With the combination of the two abilities, his strength had reached more than 10 times that of his peers. Only with such power was it possible to inflict damage on the robust ghost-faced lion. Had it been someone else, this level would only harm the fur. The ghost-faced lion was already exhausted, and suddenly being attacked like this left it startled. A terrifying pain made it thrash its head wildly, trying to shake off. All creatures face such life and death fear similarly. But the ghost-faced lion was not just any creature. After suffering multiple attacks from it, finally calmed down. It suddenly swung its claws towards, moving as fast as lightning. The strength was immense, like thunder, carrying destructive power. Was alarmed, realizing it could not avoid it, he used all his strength to slam his fist forward. Boom! A deep sound rang from the clash of both attacks, actually managed to deflect this paw with one punch. After that strike, the ghost-faced lion seemed truly drained and collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Delivered many more stabs, confirming there was no sign of life, then gasped for breath heavily. He looked at his swollen arm, feeling a lingering fear. If this ghost-faced lion had been in good condition and unharmed, he would definitely not have been able to withstand that last strike. But sadly, there are no if-onlys in this world. He won. He just won. Detecting bloodline absorption, autofusion in progress. Host's recovery ability has improved. Recovery ability? A slight joy surged in his heart. This was the first time since he absorbed the bloodline after reaching a higher level, LV3, that he encountered an improvement. In the past, he had gained strength in terms of stamina and muscle power, but now he finally obtained some more practical strength. Although his stamina was higher than that of ordinary people, the corresponding consumption of muscle power was also huge. Now that his recovery ability increased, it meant he only needed to rest half the time to recover his stamina and spirit, allowing him to be more active in this monster area. For example, this time, if he had enough stamina, he could completely exhaust the strength of the ghost-faced lion by himself. As he pondered, he could clearly feel his fatigue fading away. A doubling of recovery ability was something he could truly feel in his body. He twirled the scalpel in his hand and directly cut off the ghost-faced lion's ear. You successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's ear, vitality plus 50 points. 100 points. No wonder it was the ghost-faced lion. One ear had a full 100 points. This body could at least help him level up one rank. No longer wasted words and skillfully began to dissect various organs. You successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's fur, vitality plus 80 points. You successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's limbs, vitality plus 120 points. You successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's heart, vitality plus 150 points. When the last heart was taken out, S vitality already reached 12,200 points, which was the level of a 6th level martial artist. Adding this heart. Looked at the item in his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. According to the conversation he heard from several people from the first martial artists guild, this heart contained enough vitality to raise a martial artist's rank by at least 2 levels. If that were the case, his rank could instantly rise to an 8th level martial artist. 8th level martial artist. If he remembered correctly, the vice president of the second martial artists guild was only a 10th level martial artist. But how to use this thing? He instinctively looked at the unconscious man, but found that the man was squinting at him. When he saw him turn back, he immediately closed his eyes again. Wow, this coward was actually awake all along. Then walked step by step towards him. The sweat from the man's forehead clearly surfaced, and as approached, he finally couldn't help but open his eyes, repeatedly bowing his head to. Brother! Big brother! Oh no, Grandpa! I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. You wanted a smartphone, right? I have money, and I'll call you as soon as I get back to let you buy the latest Fruit 16 smartphone. He was truly scared. Because just as he woke up, he happened to see punch through the ghost-faced lion's fist. Wow! What terrifying strength must that be? Just thinking he wanted to show off to such a person made him want to slap himself. He kept knocking his head, making loud thumping sounds. Said nothing, and he didn't dare to raise his head. Until his head was bleeding, finally spoke slowly, "Tell me about the beast heart and how it boosts ranks, don't give me any nonsense." Hearing finally say something, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't dare to raise his head and continued, "This is not my nonsense, it's indeed the case. When reaching the Master Realm, the vitality will completely surge into the heart to provide the body with stronger power, which can be understood as the heart becoming an engine, with all the fuel inside the heart. Once a master dies, this vitality can be used by others, but each person can only consume a master's heart once in their life. The second time will not have the same effect. Although this ghost-faced lion has not reached the Master Realm, it is close, and even if it doesn't have the effect of a master's heart, it will still have good effects." Suddenly understood. How do you absorb this thing? You just need to drip a drop of blood, and the vitality inside will surge out. No nonsense, just follow. A large amount of white smoke suddenly surged up, like it had a life of its own, constantly floating out and then covering his body. It was said that when the vital energy entered the air, it turned milky white. Who would have thought it was just like the legends? It was like fragrant mist, the rising white fog continuously flowed into his body, that comfort was indescribable. Soon, S cheeks were flushed, and he felt hot all over, his body seemed to float. This feeling was like being drunk, dazed, yet it made a person feel very comfortable. He could clearly feel his body temperature rising continuously. If there was a thermometer now, his temperature would surely be at least 42 degrees. But, compared to that raising realm, what was all this? Chapter 55, Discovered. S skin was entirely red. Waves of heat surged on his body, and white smoke appeared from his 7 orifices. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe 10 seconds, or perhaps a few minutes. When he regained his senses, he felt refreshed. His vital energy reached 18,000 points, that is, 18,000 points of vital energy. 9th level warrior. Who could have thought a month ago? He had become a warrior for less than a month. In the first half of the month, he broke through to warrior, and in the second half, he reached 9th level warrior. Who could have imagined? Moved his body and looked at the man lying on the ground, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems you don't recognize me? The man paused for a moment, then quickly looked up. The way he looked it revealed a bit of confusion. To be honest, although he hadn't seriously examined, he did feel looked somewhat familiar. He felt as if he had seen that face somewhere but couldn't recall it. Now prompted by, he felt was becoming more and more familiar. His eyes showed contemplation, which gradually turned into shock. You are that? He stared at in disbelief. He had received information from Wangley that S realm was at most 9th level, maybe a 10th level warrior. But what about the person in front of him? He at least had to be an 8th or 9th level warrior. Is this even human? But he quickly realized something and showed a smile that looked worse than crying. Grandpa Zhang, actually, this matter has nothing to do with me, it was all Wangley looking for you. He asked me for help, but I never thought of helping him. Did you not think of helping him kill me, or did you not think of helping him find me? Interrupted him, his gaze growing colder. The man felt that S gaze was like a sharp steel knife pressed against his neck, making him only dare to breathe quietly. A few seconds later, as if he thought of something, he took out a small notebook from his pocket. This is a martial art I bought for a high price. It's a technique similar to likeness skills, considered outstanding among low-level martial arts. I spoke without thinking, Grandpa Zhang, please don't hold it against me. Recalled how this man had fled, that escaping skill was indeed not an ordinary martial art, so he reached out to accept it. But just as he was about to touch the martial art, a cold light suddenly flew out from the book, heading straight for his forehead. Whoosh! The steel needle nearly pierced through S' arm, as the man swung the knife in his hand towards him. Bang! Kicked fiercely at the man's chest, accompanied by a cracking sound of broken bones. Picked up the martial art, pulled out the steel needle that almost penetrated his arm, and threw it aside. He felt a bit of fear, clearly just a 3rd level warrior, yet he posed an even greater threat than a peak warrior beast. If he hadn't already encountered many who appeared one way but were really another. Today is indeed not a day to let one's guard down. Looking at the man lying on the ground, disappearing without any pity. The night gradually faded away, and the light shining on the earth slowly illuminated the land. This bloody scene was discovered by a few people. Wanley, go check if there are any traces left nearby. A man, nearing 40, spoke. He was wearing the attire of the 2nd Martial Artist Guild, and his eyes revealed fatigue, but the authority expressed in his brows gave off an air of someone who had long held a high position. Wangley was standing in front of the corpse of the ghost-faced lion, and upon hearing the man's words, he showed great respect. Yes, Vice President. I will check the surroundings right away. Though he verbally agreed, his attention remained on that corpse, seeing how neatly it had been dissected, sending shivers down his spine. He was certain that even the butchers in the martial artist market, who specialize in selling beast corpses, could not dissect so meticulously. Adding in the large number of dissected corpses he had seen in Zone 21, he could not help but suspect that the instigator was a freak. Moreover, a freak capable of killing a ghost-faced lion. Someone so perverse would definitely not appear in the city. It must be one of those desperate individuals in the beast activity zones. Just the thought of possibly encountering such a desperate person sent chills down his spine. However, with such a terrifying fellow around, I surely won't survive. He hummed a little tune and began to check the surroundings. The vice president stood beside the dissected beast corpse, frowning slightly as he stared at the corpse on the ground. The method of dissecting the beast corpse was clearly similar to those in Zone 21, yet during his long time in the 2nd Martial Artist Guild, he had never heard of such a person. Indeed, even among those desperate individuals, there was no one like that. What does this person want to do? In any case, the possibility of him being a desperate individual is greater. If we encounter him, we must eliminate him, otherwise, it would pose a potential threat to the city's martial artists. His eyes increasingly grew colder, and his expression became more frigid. He had toiled for the Second Martial Artist Guild for 10 years, solely focused on the development of the guild and the city's martial artists, needing to alleviate concerns for the city. Vice President. Wang Li ran back, panting heavily. I found some footprints. If I'm not mistaken, they should be left by the person who killed that ghost-faced lion. Should we chase after them? Chase. The Vice President immediately spoke. However, he paused for a second and continued, but we can't chase right away. We need to find people from the First Guild and the City Martial Artists Bureau. Wang Li was shocked. The City Martial Artists Bureau. In simple terms, it is an organization similar to the First and Second Martial Artist Guilds, but the difference is they work for themselves while the City Martial Artists Bureau works for the public, serving the city. Vice President, isn't that a bit too much? For such a small matter, couldn't we handle it ourselves? Why bring in the other two? He hesitated to speak. After all, it was the City Martial Artists Bureau. If they came, he couldn't make any moves. If they did find the person, he could only stand by, helpless. No. You don't understand. The person who kills beasts has considerable strength. I may not be his opponent and need help. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Who is the Vice President? That is someone at the peak of martial arts, just a step away from mastery. If such a person says he is not an opponent, who on earth is the one dissecting the beasts? Gather the people and leave. This place is not suitable to linger. If that person comes back now and discovers us, it might bring trouble. Wang Li nodded. The earlier shock had completely turned into delight. If such a terrifying guy truly existed, perhaps he wouldn't even survive without meeting him. No. That guy may have already died. Died in the mouth of that strange beast. No matter what, this time he could confirm it was certain death. Damn. You really deserve it. Chapter 56, Level 10 Martial Artist. 3 days later. In the ruins of District 19. This place was once an old urban area decades ago, but after an attack by strange beasts, it completely fell apart, becoming a total ruin. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed quickly through the old city. From a distance, it looked like it was gliding across ice, moving very fast. Just before colliding with a huge rock in front, he gently tilted his body to easily evade and jumped onto it. This sliding step is just a low-level martial art, but it's very practical and easy to understand. I feel it's not worse than intermediate martial arts. He felt a bit excited. He didn't expect to accidentally stumble upon a treasure. At first, when he saw the learning steps and difficulty of the sliding step, he realized that although it was a low-level martial art, its practicality was definitely not inferior to intermediate martial arts. He even thought it would take him a week to master it. But because his hunting ability allowed him to double his comprehension when dealing with strange beasts, he didn't expect that in just 4 days, he had already easily grasped it. He looked up at the ruins, a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart. Is this the territory of the rhinoceros beetle beast? It seems much more spacious than I imagined. Perhaps I can really show my skills here. The rhinoceros beetle beast was one of the 7 beast lords in the activity area. Its realm was at the peak of martial artists, just like the deceased ghost-faced lion. He had 2 reasons for coming to find it. First, because of his vital energy, after these 4 days of accumulation, he had become a level 10 martial artist. However, to go from level 10 martial artist to master, he needed to increase his vital energy by another 20,000 points. Ordinary martial artist level strange beasts could no longer meet his requirements for increasing vital energy, so he planned to target the Lord. Of course, there was another reason: he wanted to gauge his current level. During these 4 days, he not only increased his vital energy by 1 level but also enhanced his bloodline power. His physical strength increased to 15 times, muscle power to 10 times, and recovery ability doubled. With such a level, he could be considered invincible among the same realm, so he was ready to test his strength. Looking at the ruins before him, he instantly vanished into the ruins with the sliding step. Just as he disappeared, a group of figures appeared at the end of the ruins. The Vice President stopped with Wang Li, both gazing toward the center of the ruins. Vice President, is this the location of the rhinoceros beetle beast? Wang Li rubbed his hands with excitement. Participating in the encirclement and suppression of beast lords was truly a rare opportunity. Ever since entering the strange beast area, he had gained plenty of experience following the Vice President, clearly aware that this was intentional training. The Vice President nodded slightly. I originally intended to kill the ghost-faced lion, but didn't expect to be intercepted halfway, so now we can only change the target. However, this rhinoceros beetle beast is clearly much more terrifying than that ghost-faced lion. This time, you all must be cautious. Otherwise, if you die here, you can't blame anyone else. Wang Li quickly nodded. Others also nodded in agreement. As those who entered the martial arts path, wanting to gain status in the martial arts circle, the most direct reflection was naturally one's realm. But beyond realm, there were other aspects that would earn respect, and that was naturally one's combat power. For example, a martial artist of the same realm, having participated in the rhinoceros beetle beast hunt versus not participating would make all the difference.
So when do we take action? Wang Li asked again.
No hurry. The combat power of the rhinoceros beetle beast is extraordinary. Our small team going over will surely suffer heavy losses. Let's wait for the number 1 martial artists guild. There are also people from the martial artists bureau. The vice president paused at this point. I don't know how the two families are investigating the mysterious person's news, and if they can arrive in time. Since the last time they discovered the body of the ghost-faced lion, he immediately contacted the other two families who were concerned about this matter, but the other two families clearly weren't as dedicated. However, this is human nature. When the mysterious person hasn't really touched on their respective interests, most people prefer to handle their own matters first. For example, they also have their targets, the exotic beasts, to hunt first. The stag beetle beast is not easily killed by a single force. We should wait quietly for the other two families to arrive. The vice president waved his hand to signal everyone to rest, then looked toward the deepest part of the area. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but when he first arrived here, it seemed he had seen a figure rushing into the depths. After this thought popped into the vice president's mind, he quickly shook his head, rejecting the idea.
No. Absolutely impossible.
The existence of the stag beetle beast is well known here. No one would be foolish enough to enter its territory. Of course, this excludes masters, but those are prominent figures in the city. They would surely know if anything was amiss. It seems that being in the exotic beast area for too long has caused some issues with my mind. The vice president stopped thinking too much and began to close his eyes to rest.
At this moment, was already moving rapidly through the ruins.
His stamina had reached 15 times that of an ordinary level. With not much effort in using his tenfold muscle strength, he had plenty of stamina to scout the surrounding situation, so he didn't worry about not being able to exert all his strength during battle. He didn't find the stag beetleworm beast in the ruins at the first opportunity. Instead, he saw many other martial artist level exotic beasts. These beasts seemed to be the companions of the stag beetleworm beast, constantly patrolling the surroundings. Upon seeing, they all froze for a moment and then rushed towards it once. But these exotic beasts were nothing more than a punch away. With 2 punches, 2 martial artist level exotic beasts were smashed, and the remaining ones began to retreat. They may not be very smart, but they are not fools. They clearly understand how terrifying is. As they scattered like mad, heard a buzzing sound.
What can I say about this sound? It was somewhat like wings flapping in the air at a high frequency.
As he heard this sound, he noticed it was getting closer, but he couldn't tell where it came from. Carefully listened until the sound was right beside him, finally realizing its source. He suddenly turned his head towards a part of the ruins. That sound was coming from the collapsed building inside. At the moment he confirmed it, the debris inside the building was suddenly swept away, and a huge creature flew out. It was an enormous stag beetle. Its shell reflected a dark and shiny luster, and its massive horn flew towards with a chilling aura. By the time regained his senses, the gigantic stag beetle was already right in front of him.
Chapter 57, The Stag Beetleworm Beast. Chapter 57. Bang! Boom! A huge tremor and rumble. The vice captain opened his eyes, gazing into the distance.
Wang Li and the other team members also heard the explosion, immediately standing at the edge of the ruins to look inside to see what was happening.
What happened? Wang Li asked nervously.
The exotic beasts inside could be among the 7 beast lords.
Boom!
There was another loud noise from afar, even showing signs of buildings collapsing.
It should be the stag beetle beast fighting. The vice president quickly made the judgment. Fight? Are there any other exotic beasts here that can compete with that rhinoceros beetle beast? Wang Li looked confused. The vice president's face was serious. There shouldn't be.
This rhinoceros beetle has claimed this territory for a long time. If there really were someone strong enough to fight for the territory, they wouldn't have waited this long to act.
Maybe.
He squinted slightly, his mind filled with the image of the perfectly sliced corpse of the ghost-faced lion.
Seeing his serious expression, Wang Li cautiously said, Vice President, what are we going to do now?
Wang Li felt a bit timid, more so nervous, as the hand gripping his weapon trembled. The vice president raised his eyebrows with a hint of disdain. No need to worry. Let's just wait here until the battle is almost over, and then we will rush in to take a look. No matter what it's fighting, when 2 tigers fight, one must be injured, which is good for us. As soon as he finished speaking, a rough laughter came from behind. Great idea, truly a great idea.
If that's the case, then our first guild will join the fun. Everyone turned around to look.
They saw a group of people in the uniforms of the First Warrior Guild walk in. The laughing voice belonged to a rough-looking man. He was in his 30s, bearded, with an arrogant face, giving off a vibe that everyone else was trash.
Before the vice president could speak, a few more people walked out from another direction. They were different from the warrior guild members, only 3 of them wore matching uniforms, appearing very formal. Each of them stood straight, looking like they had received some formal training, even if they were not soldiers. The leader was a striking woman. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she certainly had a remarkable presence. As soon as she appeared, both the vice president and the rough man changed their expressions slightly, showing respect. "Sister Song, why have you come in person?" The man immediately revealed a flattering smile. "Team Leader Song, I didn't expect you to come personally." The vice president also quickly spoke up. The woman called Team Leader Song quickly waved her hand. "I didn't want to come, but so much has happened in the past half-month. First, your 2 families fought over a small warrior, then the Area 22 beast riots, and finally the ghost-faced lion was killed. If our people don't come out to manage this, will the activity zones for exotic beasts be torn apart by your 2 families?" The smiles on the faces of the 2 men stiffened. Team Leader Song seemed quite pleased with their reaction, her lips curling into an attractive smile. "You don't need to be too nervous. I'm just reminding you to handle your own affairs, not to rely on us Warriors Bureau for everything. What we need to do now is deal with the exotic beasts in front of us. We finally have a chance to eliminate the rhinoceros beetle. I hope you both will cooperate well." Hearing this, both guilds breathed a sigh of relief. So, the 3 groups stopped talking and quietly awaited the outcome. In the ruins. Boom. Boom. Rumbling. The rhinoceros beetle collided violently with an abandoned storefront, and the storefront collapsed instantly. Accompanied by a cloud of dust, he felt as if he was stepping on incredibly smooth ice, sliding out from the dust. In his hand was a broken dissection knife, which clearly could no longer be used for normal combat. This was the result of his earlier attempt to attack the rhinoceros beetle, realizing he could not break through its defenses at all. This guy not only had thick skin and tough meat but also possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary beasts. No wonder this guy, although not yet at the master level, has not been exterminated by the warriors in the city. I'm afraid even if a real master came, it wouldn't be easy to kill this guy, right? That's right. This guy was indeed at the peak of a martial artist. But it possesses 3 powerful weapons. First, an incredibly hard shell. This shell is probably immune to damage even from martial artist level attacks. Second, overwhelming strength. Ordinary exotic beasts have a physique many times stronger than humans of the same level, and this creature is even more ferocious. If I'm not mistaken, this beast likely has over 15 times the strength of a martial artist at the same level. Third, and the most troublesome, most terrifying point. That is, it can fly. Accompanied by a familiar buzzing sound, the stag beetle flapped its wings and emerged again, its wings beating like a factory machine, instantly turning any rocks and wood shavings caught up into powder. Its pair of emotionless eyes stared fixedly at, continuously flapping its wings in mid-air. Tossed aside the scalpel in his hand, knowing that the weapon had become useless. Now, the only way to defeat such a terrifying beast is to rely on his physical strength. Even if your shell is super hard, the insides must be soft, right? Flexed his muscles, all his body's muscles tightening. He rushed towards it at the fastest speed, his fist smashing fiercely towards its head. Seeing a human he had been fleeing from actually take the initiative to attack, the stag beetle lifted its head in response. Its hard shell was enough to protect it from harm, knowing that the opponent couldn't break through its defense. But when the fist struck its head, a terrifying force surged in, and with a loud bang, the beast felt the world spin around it. It wobbled, slowly spinning on the ground, its wings flapping wildly, and it slid straight across the ground, crashing into the ruins. Cracked his knuckles, stepping toward the ruins. Next, he was going to counterattack. Chapter 58. The sounds of the battle have weakened, it should lead to a conclusion. Let's go take a look. Hearing the battle sounds gradually fade, Team Leader Son led the way forward. The 2 teams followed behind, and a rugged man from the Martial Artist First Guild approached the Vice President. I say, Vice President, sure, shouldn't we get an explanation about? Explanation? What kind of explanation? Your so-called killing is nothing but speculation. Don't put such a huge label on our second guild, as of now, no one can confirm exactly where is, right? The Vice President squinted slightly, sneering. Humph. The towering man sneered. Stop messing around with me here, when we get back today, you must give us an explanation. Everyone knows that the death rate for martial artist level newcomers who enter the exotic beast activity area overnight is 90%, it's a foolish dream to stay alone in the activity area for such a long time. Even for people like you and me, back then, we could only stay alone in the exotic beast activity area for 1 or 2 days at most. As he spoke, he paused, looking at Wang Li beside him, mocking, I heard that guy is a bit stronger than Wang Li, you wouldn't use that guy's breakthrough to martial artist as an excuse for him not to have died, right? His words made the Vice President's expression grow increasingly awkward. The guild had indeed considered using such an excuse to delay,
but everyone knew this was impossible. After all, the youngest martial artists from both guilds were in their 20s and had been nurtured from a young age. An improvised martial artist must have already become waste for some exotic beasts by now. However, to prevent the martial artist first guild from finding a reason to extort them, he could only summon the courage to say, "Stop talking nonsense, since there's no evidence proving that he's died, it means he has not died." Seeing the vice president like this, the other party was not angry. Instead, they suddenly focused their gaze on Wang Li, adding a hint of mockery to their smile. "Our first martial arts guild is not in a hurry, but this young man named Wang Li is really putting in a lot of effort to find." "What, do you know some inside story?" The vice president was taken aback, frowning as he looked at Wang Li. Wang Li did not expect his matters to be exposed right in front of him, and his face turned a bit ugly. Feeling the vice president's questioning gaze, he hurriedly smiled and said, "I just want to contribute to the guild, and I know privately, so I also want to look for." He could already feel the vice president's displeasure. He did not dare to continue speaking. Undoubtedly, all the goodwill he had built up along the way completely disappeared in that moment. After all, worried about the first guild causing trouble, the best way for the second guild was to not let anyone find, but now he happened to be looking for, wasn't this stabbing the guild in the back? Damn! Even dead, it won't let people have peace. "You better really die outside, don't let me find you." Wang Li muttered angrily, standing in the back without daring to raise his head. He thought this would help him escape a disaster, but his thoughts were too simple. "Wang Li, you are also one of the new generation talents of our guild, and this time out is also to help you gain experience. Such a scene is rarely seen, why don't you take people ahead to scout the way for everyone?" Wang Li, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned even paler. Because he knew that the battle inside was not against ordinary beasts. However, seeing the vice president's cold gaze, he could only brace himself and go. At this moment, with every step he took, he silently cursed in his heart. That's right, in his eyes, all this was because of. If it weren't for the matter of, he would not have been exposed by the people of the first guild. Then he wouldn't have angered the vice president, nor would he have been sent forward to face this danger. "Damn, if you're really not dead, don't let me find you." He clenched his fists tightly, gripping his weapon, cautiously moving toward the front of the ruins. Everyone present looked at him with a hint of glee, as if they were watching a clown. The more he felt such gazes, the more his pride was severely damaged, and the hatred in his heart grew stronger. With every step he took, he silently vowed to kill. With every step, he looked forward to meeting a bad end. Thus, without knowing how many steps he had taken, a voice came from behind him. It was Captain Son's voice, sounding a bit heavy. "Wait." He instinctively stopped, turning back to look, only to see Captain Son with a serious expression. He realized the problem and quickly scanned the surroundings, only to find it was a mess, clearly the signs of a battle. Wang Li felt an uncontrollable shiver run through him, realizing that this was the very place where the beasts had fought, and panic grew stronger. However, in the next second, a booming explosion echoed from the walls and ruins around, and a huge black shadow crashed through the obstacles, heavily landing in front of him. Boom! The black shadow crashed into the ruins not far in front with a loud thud. Along with this huge roar, stones flew, and dust rose. Everyone tensed up, instinctively preparing for battle in case of a crisis. Wang Li was so nervous that his body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the shadow within the dust. After about 7 to 8 seconds, the dust finally began to clear, revealing the form of that huge shadow. It was a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, this rhinoceros beetle was completely lifeless, lying among the ruins, with large amounts of green liquid seeping from its mouth and joints, reeking of a foul smell. Not only that, its entire shell was already dented in, looking as if it had been beaten to death. Hiss! Many people gasped in shock. They all knew how hard the shell of the rhinoceros beetle beast was. It was said that only techniques above the master level could break it. They never expected it to be beaten to death. What kind of creature has such terrifying power? Everyone's first thought was of a strange beast, so once they regained their senses, they immediately directed their attention to the direction from which the rhinoceros beetle beast had flown. Yet, when everyone looked over together, they were slightly taken aback. Emerging slowly from the ruins was actually a figure. Is it a person? Team Leader Song raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. When Wang Li realized it was a person, he was also stunned, but when he clearly saw the figure approaching, shock turned into disbelief and astonishment. He blankly stared at the familiar figure, raising his voice slightly. Zheng. That's right. It was indeed. The person who walked out was none other than, who had disappeared for almost a month. Wang Li rubbed his eyes, trying to ensure he wasn't seeing things. But no matter how he confirmed it, the person in front of him was still. The only difference was that looked a bit disheveled, like a refugee fleeing for their life. When he also saw them, and was slightly taken aback. Damn! I was too engrossed in the fight. S expression was a bit stiff, unable to help but complain internally. However, he quickly calmed down and walked forward slowly. Since it had come to this, there was no need to hide anymore. Though his level hadn't reached the master stage, felt that even in his current state, he had the ability to protect himself. If it really came down to it, these people might not even dare to act against him, furthermore, he might not even be held accountable. Asterisk asterisk. What are you doing here? Wingley shouted, still in disbelief. Why can't I be here? Is your home by the sea? Snorted coldly, directly fighting back. Wingley was choked by his words, instantly getting angrier. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Who killed this strange beast? Did you see anyone? Hearing Wingley's question, everyone focused their gazes on. Their eyes were full of curiosity, some because of himself, while others were curious to know who had killed the rhinoceros beetle beast in front of them. That's right, no one believed that had killed this strange beast. After all, this strange beast was the closest to the master level, and he was just a guild member at the warrior level. He could not possibly be a match for this rhinoceros beetle beast. So everyone's first reaction was that there was another person, only this would explain it reasonably. Did not immediately answer his question but instead looked at the crowd. Judging by their clothing, they were from the first warrior guild and the second warrior guild, while those in special uniforms. They must also belong to some organization. Asterisk asterisk. The leaders are asking you a question. Are you deaf? Seeing that remained silent for so long, Wingley quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab his collar. Wingley's eyes revealed a hint of madness and anticipation, his movements quick and decisive. Indeed, he was somewhat looking forward to this. He never expected that was truly alive and that he would encounter him. He had just been thinking about whether there was a chance to settle scores with, and here he was. He had already thought it through. As long as dared to resist, he could seize this opportunity to give a good beating. He was full of confidence. Although he had lost to last time, after going back, he had unexpectedly improved almost 2 levels in less than a month. As long as he dared to resist, he would definitely be able to overturn it. He thought this, and his smile grew more and more maniacal. But the next second, a huge force struck his cheek. Slap. A hard slap landed on his face, and the power was so strong that it made him stagger and fall to the ground, dazedly covering his swollen cheek, clearly stunned by the blow. He didn't even see make a move. Seeing make a move, many people present turned pale. Especially a few of the leaders, their eyes instinctively narrowed, and a huge wave rose in their hearts. So fast. Too fast. If their eyes hadn't been fixed on, they might not have even seen this slap. Asterisk asterisk. You're asking for trouble. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson for the leader. Wingley suddenly stood up, his face turning red. He had originally wanted to take the chance to teach a lesson and vent his anger, but instead, he was humiliated like this, and his pride was severely hurt. However, before he could make a move, a voice scolded him. The person wasn't anyone else, it was the vice president. Wingley, stop. At this scolding, Wingley stood in place with an ugly face but didn't dare to make another move. The vice president slowly walked up to, his eyes sizing him up and slightly frowning. He had heard of S' name more than once in the guild, but this was the first time he saw him in person. He had heard that was a martial artist genius. The biggest feeling this young man gave him was that he was hard to measure. He should be much stronger than Wingley. Asterisk asterisk. I'm Vice President Jun of the guild. We've been looking for you. Now that you're safe, the guild can relax. Now you need to tell me how this strange beast died here. Did someone help you kill it? This was indeed the most important question for the people present, as they had originally come because of this strange beast. If someone else killed it, it meant they couldn't take the valuable body of the strange beast easily. If the strange beast was killed by, they would need to prepare for the next battle. I killed this strange beast. Said truthfully. Since he had already decided to return to the city, there was no need to hide it anymore. The vice president's brows furrowed slightly. Asterisk asterisk. What are you saying? I said I killed this strange beast. There are no other people or strange beasts here, Vice President can rest assured. The vice president frowned again and looked at closely. Could it be, this kid was scared crazy in this strange beast area? This thought arose in his mind, and then he sighed helplessly. Forget it, as long as you're safe. Next, just follow the team back to the city. It's really me. Said helplessly. He didn't necessarily want to prove anything, but this unicorn stag beetle beast was very valuable. If he didn't clarify, it would definitely be divided among the people present. Put. Wingley sneered from the side. This is a peak martial artist level strange beast. Even the vice president wouldn't dare to say he could easily handle it. What nonsense are you talking? He paused for a moment and then smiled wickedly, asterisk asterisk. You don't want to use this as an excuse to get some from the guild, do you?
Do you have no shame? Do you know how much the guild spent searching for you during your disappearance? How much loss have they helped you bear? This time, the vice president didn't interrupt Wangley but instead looked at with some eyes, as if waiting for us answer. It was clear that the vice president thought Wangley was right on this matter. Seeing that the vice president didn't speak, Wangley's smile and smugness grew stronger. His expression and demeanor were full of excitement, as if announcing to the world, no, telling the vice president that Wangley had made a great contribution to the guild. And is just a small man who constantly causes trouble for the guild and likes to take away the guild's benefits. Squinted slightly and sneered coldly in his heart. Can he not see this little scheme? What a great plan. Chapter 60, a punch to drive him back. Laughed. He looked at the proud Wangley with disdain. What do you mean you also want to share? This beast I killed is naturally mine. The guild helped me and my family, so I would naturally share with the guild, but... At this point, his voice gradually turned cold. Who do you think you are? Do you have a say here? Did you kill this beast? Or did you create this guild? A terrifying killing intent surged from, a rage honed through countless battles with beasts. This aura of menace was something someone like Wangley, who followed behind others, could never comprehend, causing him to retreat in fear. He tried several times to argue back, but in the end, he didn't dare to speak a single word. Not only did he lose in momentum, but he also lost in words completely. Alright, let's end this matter here. We'll discuss it again once we're back in the city. The vice president Jun finally spoke up, signaling the two to stop arguing. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the corpse of the unicorn beetle, seemingly wanting to inspect the beast's body, but was soon blocked by a tall and imposing figure. A man from the First Martial Arts Guild finally stepped forward and coldly said to the vice president, I say, Vice President, sure, this beast should be shared by everyone here. Do you really think we're all fools? As you two talk back and forth, it seems like this beast already belongs to your second martial arts guild? The vice president's face became a bit ugly after his words were exposed, but he quickly regained his composure. What do you mean by that? The man sneered coldly, his gaze shifting to behind him. You must be, right? Let's put aside the matter of Xiaochu's death for now. The fact that this beast was seen by everyone here is undeniable. You can't just take it away without reason. His tone was filled with seriousness and severity, instantly filling the air with a smell of gunpowder, a standoff looming. His words directly pushed to the edge. Even the usually silent team leader Song frowned slightly, eyes filled with hostility. As the man said, such a large benefit is not something can just claim and expect them to hand over the beast's corpse easily. Feeling everyone starting to target, Wangley behind him was overjoyed. Humph. Let's see how arrogant you are. How about just now when you looked like you wanted to eat someone? Why are you silent now? Just as Wangley was about to see how ugly his face looked, he found that showed no signs of panic. Not only was there no panic at all, but he also appeared very calm, as if he still had a trump card. Wangley's face became a bit ugly. He did not understand why this damned guy could still be so calm at this point. At that moment, slowly smiled and said, You must be the leader of the First Martial Arts Guild, right? May I know your name? I'm Xiao Fong, the captain of the First Martial Arts Guild. What tricks are you trying to play? The man snorted coldly. From his appearance, he seemed completely unafraid of any small tricks might pull, radiating confidence. Nodded, alright, Captain Xiao, don't you find your actions ridiculous? I killed the beast, why should I have to provide proof to you? Moreover, if according to your words, I can't provide proof and must share with you, isn't your behavior just like that of a robber? Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly, becoming even darker. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying that we, the First Martial Guild, are robbers? Isn't that true? Xiao Feng's face grew even darker. You people from the Second Martial Guild are really uncultured. It's time to teach you a lesson for your president. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward, directly rushing past Vice President Jun towards, raising his shoulder, clearly intent on attacking. This move was too sudden. No one expected Xiao Feng, as the captain, would suddenly turn against a junior like. By the time Vice President Jun reacted, Xiao Feng was already very close to. At this moment, no one could stop Xiao Feng, they could only watch helplessly as he attacked. Stop it! You dare? Jun shouted, trying to intervene, but it was obviously too late. Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh, completely ignoring Jun, already swinging his fist. This punch was not a spontaneous action but was planned for a long time. He had been handling the matter regarding Chugo and all alone. The Second Martial Guild had never provided them with an explanation for this matter, and several times they had been suppressed, causing the First Martial Guild to lose face. Now this kid named finally appeared, he had to reclaim his dignity. Kid, today I will make you remember this well. His fist whistled past, accompanied by a low hum, like the roar of some mechanical arm. His thick arm exuded tremendous power.
If this punch truly hit, it would definitely cause severe injury. But he wanted exactly this effect. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Because S body suddenly slid away, easily dodging his attack. Martial arts. Sliding step. The scene of successfully avoiding the attack surprised everyone, leaving them in shock. They never expected this kid to have such martial skills. It was truly a close call. Before this thought could settle in their minds, they were gripped by S' next move. S' retreat stopped, and he swung his own fist to strike at Xiaofang. In that moment, everyone felt their eyes blur. What operation was this? After a hard-earned dodge, actually chose to rush to his death? He must be crazy. Humph. Looking for death. Xiaofang was also taken aback and immediately showed a disdainful smile. But this smile quickly vanished. Because he felt an immense force, an irresistible power coming from his fist. Was that another martial art? Boom. The people present only heard a dull sound, and then they saw a figure madly retreating after the collision, the sound of his feet hitting the ground thudding endlessly. As the captain of the first martial guild, Xiaofang kept stepping back to unload the force, and after stumbling back nearly 10 meters, he fell with a bang, looking dazed. Chapter 61, Not to be Provoked. Silence. The entire clearing was silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixed on the dazed Xiaofang on the ground, their minds blank. Did they just see wrong? Xiaofang was actually sent back by with one punch? This was too unbelievable, causing everyone present to remain in shock for dozens of seconds. Until... You are a martial master? Xiaofang stared blankly on the ground, blurting out this line. This sentence exploded among the crowd like a nuclear bomb. Is a martial master. The missing is a martial master. And he is also a martial master capable of pushing back Xiaofang. But how is this possible? Now everyone simultaneously had another thought. If really had such skill, then the dead exotic beast could really have been killed by him. No. You cannot be a martial master. Even if you practiced in your mother's womb, you wouldn't have such skill. You must have taken forbidden drugs. Xiaofang suddenly stood up. He stared at, his eyes filled with anger. How dare you take forbidden drugs? The effects must have reached the level explicitly banned by the country, and using such drugs can get you sentenced. Team Leader Song, you happen to be here today, you must not let this opportunist go. At this moment, Shi Jun finally regained his composure from his shock, and hearing his words, his face immediately changed. You guys from the first martial arts guild, stop spouting nonsense. You can't even find this level of forbidden drugs, so don't bark like a mad dog. As the vice president, he was very clear about such matters. If it really was this kind of cross-level forbidden drug, the harm to the body and spirit would be immense. The most common reactions are mental disorders and certain genetic mutation issues, so these drugs are extremely dangerous. In some sense, they can be compared to certain white powder products seen in dramatic shows. So, these forbidden drugs are very scary, it's a very serious matter. But... am I talking nonsense? How old is? Tell me, can he be at my level? Don't even say that he can push me back with one punch, even you don't have that level. Team Leader Song, a thorough investigation is necessary. Team Leader Song, who had not spoken, slightly squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, S' mental state appeared normal, with no abnormalities, but the displayed combat power was hard to doubt. I am the first leader of the Martial Arts Bureau. I need you to cooperate with my investigation now. I will ask you a few questions, and you need to answer truthfully. Looked at the people present with a half-smile. He knew very well that these people could not accept his rise in level. After all, reaching this level after disappearing for a month was rather astonishing. However, he would soon make everyone present understand that they were the clowns. No problem. Team Leader Song, you can ask. What level are you at now? Team Leader Song got straight to the point. Peak Martial Master. Uttered 4 words. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Peak Martial Master? How old is? He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, just barely an adult. Under normal circumstances, having a martial artist of level 5 or 6 at this age is already terrifying, but is directly at Peak Martial Master. Peak Martial Master? Yes. When did you become a martial artist? Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months? Team Leader Song saw him nodding again and felt a bit dazed. He felt like he was dreaming. No. This is not a dream. He realized that had achieved such a level in such a short time, and things were starting to get a bit strange. Who can become a peak martial master in 2 months? Even the presidents of the 2 major guilds can't do it. Do you know what you are saying? Team Leader Song spoke again. Of course I know. Nodded. But I just want to tell Team Leader Song, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because others can't do something doesn't mean I can't.
Aren't you doubting that this beast wasn't killed by me? Then I will prove my strength to you now. Aren't you all questioning my strength? Then we can completely test if I really have this strength.
His voice was calm and assertive, full of incomparable confidence.
Why shouldn't he be confident?
The strongest here is just peak martial master, and his current level only fears no one below the grandmaster level. Team Leader Song slightly frowned, asterisk, if you are truly this level of genius, you should not fear a drug test. After you go back, you need to cooperate with us for the check. As long as there are no issues, then we, the Martial Artists Bureau, are willing to apologize in person. If there is a problem with your drug test.
That's easy to say, but do we still have any doubts about the ownership of this beast? Immediately nodded and waved his hand with authority.
Humph.
Do you think proving your level means this beast is yours to kill? Xiao Fong scoffed again.
He had now stood up from the ground, staring at with a ferocious expression. The beast was seen by everyone, so it naturally belongs to everyone. This beast belongs to everyone present, not just you and the second Martial Artists Guild. Team Leader Song also nodded, asterisk, this alone cannot prove that this beast is yours, you still have to share.
Vice President Shi, what do you think about this matter as the Vice President?
Shi Jun's face looked a bit ugly after hearing Team Leader Song's words. The second Martial Artists Guild could never be a match for the Martial Artists Bureau, and with Team Leader Song's question, he truly didn't know how to respond. Just when he was hesitating, S-word stunned everyone once again.
Team Leader Song, I think you may have misunderstood?
This beast was killed by me, it is my personal property, and the Vice President cannot decide the ownership of this beast.
If you all insist on sharing, then don't blame me for being rude. Strongly warned.
Such a move was unexpected, and even Team Leader Song was momentarily taken aback. As the leader of the Martial Artists Bureau, who wouldn't treat her with respect? It was the first time she had encountered someone like talking to her like this. Asterisk, what do you mean? She frowned slightly.
Literally.
Was ungracious.
No one knew better than him what he was doing.
Due to the matter with Chugo, he would sooner or later be confronted by the First Guild and the Martial Artists Bureau.
So in this first meeting,
he wanted these people to know that was not to be trifled with.
Chapter 62, Dividing the Corpse.
How dare you talk to Team Leader Song like that?
Do you believe I can take you back right now?
The few people behind Team Leader Song were clearly displeased, and some even rolled up their sleeves to make a move, but were stopped by Team Leader Song.
Team Leader Song,
This is not the place for fighting, we will talk about everything once we return to the city. Moreover, said he would cooperate with the drug test, right? Team Leader Song's eyes became a bit unfriendly. No matter whether had temporarily enhanced his strength due to forbidden drugs, initiating conflict here was clearly not a good decision.
I will cooperate. Since Team Leader Song has no objections, does Captain Xiao have any objections? Nodded and looked towards Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong's face appeared ugly. Of course, he had objections. Embarrassed him in front of so many people, how could he not have objections?
However, no one understood better than he did that S-last punch, which was already faintly showing strength beyond the martial artist realm, was more like the power of a beast in the martial artist realm. In this situation, entangling too much would not benefit him. Asterisk, this matter is not over, I will settle accounts with you once we return. Whether it's this matter or Little Chu's incident, the first Martial Artists Guild will settle it with you one by one. His expression was fierce, as if he wanted to eat someone. Naturally was not afraid of his threats, after all, the reason he dared to show up was that he had gained enough strength. However, now another problem lay before them, which was how to handle the corpse of this unicorn beetle beast. This fellow had an extremely hard shell, and ordinary methods could not possibly handle it. They couldn't just drag such a big corpse back, could they? Stood in front of the corpse, feeling troubled. Others also realized the problem and couldn't help but mock him. Especially Xiao Fong, who had just suffered losses at S-hands, looked at the few people standing by the corpse and burst into laughter.
Kid. It seems you can't deal with this corpse. Deserved it. This is a unicorn beetle beast. Let alone whether you can get its shell off, even if you manage to do it, you can't handle the corpse. Without having dissected hundreds of corpses, it's impossible to have the technique to dissect it. He laughed gloatingly from the side. Ignored him and walked up to the Vice President.
Vice President Shi, my weapon got damaged in the recent battle.
Could you lend me a weapon that can break the shell? Do you want to dissect it? Shi Jun frowned.
Although Xiao Fong speaks difficult problems, what he said is true.
This beast's body cannot be cut randomly. You don't understand dissection.
If you lack certain skills and knowledge, all the valuable parts on it will be wasted. This matter is better left to me. I have a 60% confidence that I can dissect it and at least preserve a large portion of the organs intact. I have confidence, complete confidence. He interrupted him, looking serious and solemn. Sure Jun paused slightly, seeing wasn't joking, he furrowed his brow and thought for a few seconds. Then, he extended his wrist. On his wrist was a very special-looking watch. The watch had a gray gemstone set in it, which emitted a faint gray glow as his palm touched it. A delicate chopping knife of less than half a meter appeared in his hand, clearly not an ordinary item. Space watch. His eyes lit up. He had heard of such things. It was a watch with spatial powers that could store about 2 to 3 cubic meters of space like a backpack. This was not something that could be easily obtained with money, it was an extremely rare and valuable item, and it was his first time seeing one. Sure Jun slightly nodded and handed the exquisite knife to him, softly saying, "This is a tool specifically for cutting beast corpses. Even the hardest shell will be shattered. Try using this knife, if it really doesn't work, then leave it to me." Thanked him and took the knife, excitedly touching the blade, approaching the unicorn beetle beast. Seeing preparing to cut, everyone present cast curious glances. He really wanted to see how much value would destroy from this corpse. Of course, there was also a significant part of them wanting to see what treasures could be carved from the unicorn beetle. But they all understood that the greater possibility was to see the fun of the Second Warrior Association. The vice president stood beside, clearly a bit nervous. After all, this beast's corpse was still partly the association's, he certainly wanted to maximize the value of this corpse. ***, do you really not need me? Seeing was about to act, he couldn't help but speak again. As expected, refused him. After being rejected again, Sure Jun anxiously paced back and forth, occasionally sighing. Others could see his anxiety, but most were gleeful. Wang Li, who had been quiet for some time, finally found an opportunity and fanned the flames from the side. "Vice President, every organ of this beast is worth a lot. Are you just going to let him handle it?" Wang Li spoke carefully, fearing who was preparing to handle the corpse would hear him. The vice president frowned deeply and said nothing. "Vice President, probably took forbidden drugs, they will definitely be checked when they go back. At that time, our second association will have a hard time explaining. It would be better to try to communicate with Leader Song and take it down. This way, not only can the corpse be handled without waste, but it can also save our association a lot of trouble." He became more excited as he spoke, as if he could already imagine that scene. The vice president furrowed his brows tightly. "Wang Li, you'd better behave yourself. If it weren't for your father's face, I wouldn't have even brought you along this time. It's better to focus more on your cultivation than anything else, how I think is none of your business." Wang Li was reprimanded, his face turning dark. However, he didn't dare to say much and could only retreat to the side. But his gaze grew increasingly sinister, looking like a desperate villain silently plotting his own scheme. Although his words had obvious provocative intent, they did make some sense. After all, someone with such strength most likely used forbidden drugs, and the risks of dissecting the strength were indeed real. Just as Vice President Sure Jun hesitated on whether to take action, finally made his move. In full view of everyone, his cleaver instantly plunged into the corpse, the movement incredibly smooth, looking like a master who had dissected countless bodies. Chapter 63, This Dissection Technique. Identical. Smooth and flowing movements made everyone present pause for a moment. There's a saying, a master reveals his skill with one move, and this saying perfectly described right now. Everyone present was a martial artist, and they had seen their fair share of dissections and corpse dissections, so they understood there were certain techniques involved. Fluid movements were rarely seen, and it was clear at a glance that the dissection method was extraordinary. In no time, a piece of shell was perfectly dissected and removed. Casually placed the shell aside and continued his work, like a mechanical being with no emotions. This skillful technique. He's so skilled in dissection, could it be that he's dissected this unicorn bug beast before? Sure Jun stared at, who was working faster and faster, unable to stop himself from exclaiming. No, it's impossible. This exotic beast is the only one in this activity zone so far. This kid has definitely never dissected one before. Even if he had, it's impossible to be this skilled after dissecting just one or two. He must just be incredibly skilled at dissection. Sure Jun shook his head, his brows furrowed. For some reason, seeing so proficient in dissection made him feel like some memory was gradually becoming clearer. At this moment, it wasn't just him who was surprised, but also Qiao Fang, who had been waiting to see make a fool of himself. He watched as S movements became faster and faster, and the organs being skillfully dissected and set aside. The smile on his face had completely frozen. He had originally planned to watch make a fool of himself, but now, he had become the joke. Damn it, this kid is so experienced in dissection. He couldn't help but curse, his face darkening. At that moment, a martial artist beside him suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. Xiao bro, don't you think the corpse on the ground looks familiar?
Familiar? What nonsense are you talking?
That's the corpse of a unicorn bug. You've seen this exotic beast before, of course it looks familiar. The martial artist was scolded by him and became even more nervous.
No, Xiao bro, I mean the way the corpse was dissected. It's so neatly dissected. What nonsense are you saying? A neat dissection is basic, isn't it? Xiao Fong muttered to himself, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He stared at the pieces of dissection on the ground, his eyes widening. Because the sight of the corpse being neatly arranged after dissection was just too familiar. Not just him, but nearly everyone present felt familiar with it. That was the dissection technique of Zone 21. Xiao Fong stared at the corpse, stunned, unable to say a word. If it was just a guess for him, then for Vice President Shi Jun, a storm surged in his heart. He had seen the corpse of the ghost-face lion with his own eyes. He had personally examined the condition of the decomposed corpse, and he was sure the method of decomposition was exactly the same as the one being dissected now. The Vice President stared in shock at the bodies scattered all around, his mind blank. Could it be? The phantom-faced lion was also killed? How is that possible? What kind of forbidden drug could last this long? Especially under so many levels of enhancement. He looked horrified at the actions, his expression changing drastically. Everyone's gaze was focused on him, but he himself was completely unaware. It wasn't until he had completely dissected the corpse that he realized the surrounding area fell into silence. What's wrong? He frowned and looked at the few people present, confused. The Vice President looked at him with a complex expression and said slowly, "Do you know there is a beast in Area 20 called the Phantom-Faced Lion? It is one of the 7 great beasts, existing at the same level." When he heard this question, his heart skipped a beat. He clearly remembered that when he first saw the Phantom-Faced Lion, it was in a severely injured state. Even a fool could tell that the Phantom-Faced Lion was ambushed by people, but ended up being picked up by him. Could it be? It was the Vice President and their group who chased it down? Thinking of this, he nodded subtly. Of course I know, any member of the Warrior Association should be aware, right? Is it dead? Did you kill it? Shi Jun bluntly asked. No. It's dead? That beast has occupied the activity area for many years, how could it die so easily? I've been planning to kill this rare beetle nearby during this time. Shi Jun remained silent, seriously examining him. Seeing that he did not look like he was lying, he chose not to ask further. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Since the body has already decomposed, it's time to return to the city. He nodded slightly. Could you please take care of this body for now, Vice President? After I finish dealing with the drug test, I will return to the association to handle it. When this topic was mentioned, Shi Jun's expression became especially serious. I need to talk to you seriously about this. If you have taken forbidden drugs, tell me the truth now. As long as you can explain everything clearly, the association can help you to the greatest extent. He smiled slightly. Vice President, I haven't taken any forbidden drugs. Don't worry. Shi Jun stared at him for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but finally just nodded slightly. As Vice President, he had already done all he could. Taking forbidden drugs was strictly prohibited in the country. Even if he helped him, there were limits. I will send someone with you. If something really happens, I will do my best to help you. However, even the President cannot escape criminal charges. You need to judge the situation and evaluate carefully. He knew that the Vice President didn't believe him, but that was completely normal. After all, his improvement was simply too fast. While the two were chatting, Leader Song had already come before them. Since things have been mostly resolved, let's go back to the city's martial artist bureau together. Don't worry, if it really is as you say, that you haven't taken any forbidden drugs, no one will detain you. Although she said this, her tone clearly revealed a hint of sarcasm. It was obvious that Leader Song had completely made up her mind that he had taken forbidden drugs. The people behind her stepped up, fully prepared, ready to deal with him, completely treating him as a dangerous person who might go crazy at any moment. Xiao Fong couldn't help but laugh at this tense scene, teasingly smirking at him. I say, I will keep a close eye on this matter. Let's see if the drug testing machine is also willing to listen to your bragging and storytelling. We'll wait and see. Chapter 64 Invitation from the Martial Arts Bureau. On the special car heading to the city center. Team Leader Song stared it through the rearview mirror and said slowly, ***, taking banned drugs is strictly prohibited by the state, and the seriousness of this matter is no less than a martial artist killing an ordinary person. If you really took them, I advise you to tell the truth right now, you might get lighter treatment. Otherwise, once we reach the Martial Arts Bureau, it will be too late for you to say anything. Didn't know how many times he had heard this before, his ears had become calloused from it. Team Leader Song, is it so hard to admit that someone is excellent? Reaching the peak of a martial artist in 2 months doesn't prove that I took banned substances, it proves that I am an unparalleled genius.
Humph. If you are a genius, your guild wouldn't neglect you, they would at least accompany you for the test.
Team Leader Song's follower sneered from the side. Do you know why he didn't choose to go with you for the drug test?
It's because he's afraid you might drag the second martial arts guild down. Team Leader Song didn't say anything to agree but also didn't deny it, clearly acknowledging his subordinate's words. Originally, thought he would break down, but instead, he spread his hands, looking helpless, and said, "There's nothing I can do, geniuses always face skepticism from the outside world.
What I need to do now is to eliminate your doubts, isn't it?"
Team Leader Song helplessly rubbed her forehead, the smooth surface had developed a few veins. She had a sense of foreboding that she had encountered a rather troublesome individual.
Perhaps it would be extremely troublesome to convict and complete the process to detain him.
Seeing that they chose not to speak anymore, leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes to rest. Right now, he just wanted to quickly resolve his issues and then meet the important person in his life. I wonder how the materials that Tian helped me gather are coming along. At that time, his and Tian's plan was very simple. Tian would return to the city, throw everything onto him, and then come back when his strength was sufficient. Tian promised to help him take care of his parents and to find the materials needed for his mother's treatment. Now, about a month had passed, and he wondered how the progress was going. I hope everything goes smoothly. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Bureau. Drug Testing Division. As soon as he entered, was stunned. Because Xiao Fong was unexpectedly here, standing at the door with a look of watching a show. Asterisk, I hope you can successfully walk out of this door today.
If you manage to walk out, I will personally escort you to another door of the Martial Arts Bureau. If you cannot walk out of this door, I will make your punishment even worse.
Others couldn't understand his words, but understood clearly.
It was about the killing of the rookie. But does he have evidence?
No, the other party absolutely couldn't know about this, so they were preparing to frame him for it.
That means Xiao Fong was determined to pin a crime on him no matter what.
Although felt serious in his heart, on the surface, he remained expressionless.
Then let's wait and see,
said and directly walked into the drug testing division. Team Leader Song followed him into the drug testing division and saw sitting in the chair, leisurely yawning, and frowned slightly.
Could it be? Really did not take any drugs?
The drug testing machines at the Martial Arts Bureau are all top of the line, so there's really no chance that some special drugs cannot be detected.
So in her eyes, was probably not getting away today. But in this case, why could still remain so calm?
As the professional staff continued to draw blood for testing, one piece of data after another appeared in front of her, and she gradually whitened her eyes. Originally, as a senior official within the Martial Arts Bureau, it should be that no matter what happens, one stays calm. But at this moment, seeing the data reach the standard, her palm couldn't stop trembling.
No problems detected. What does this mean? It means truly is at the peak of martial arts.
Team Leader Song stood there, her mind going blank.
How old is she? 18 or 19, at the peak of martial arts?
No, the most terrifying part is that has only been a martial artist for 2 months. When all this became a reality, every martial artist knew how shocking this was.
Team Leader Song. Can I leave now? Finished the last test and slowly stood up.
Well, yes.
Wait a moment. Turned back and looked at Team Leader Song with curiosity. How did you do it? What? How did you break through to this level in just 2 months? Is there a method? Looked at her strangely and slowly said, if there were shortcuts in cultivation, you should know better than me, right?
Team Leader Song smiled helplessly. I just didn't expect there really are geniuses in this world.
Are you interested in joining our Martial Artist Bureau? Martial Artist Bureau? Yes. Since I invited you, I naturally have sincerity.
Xiao Fong is outside. Members of the First Martial Artist Association have mysteriously died, and the only relevant person is you, so they won't let you off no matter what. The truth doesn't matter, what matters is that they need to use you as an excuse to pressure the Second Martial Artist Association. So leaving here and returning to the Second Martial Artist Association is definitely not a good choice. But if you join our Martial Artist Bureau, I will handle the matters for you.
Didn't immediately speak but fell into thought.
He joined the Second Martial Artist Association only for the money and resources to treat his mother.
As for money, at his current level, he could earn money anywhere.
As for resources, the Martial Artist Bureau would be richer than the Second Martial Artist Association.
I have 2 requests. Go ahead. Team Leader Son's eyes lit up.
She was not afraid of having requests, she was afraid of having no requests. As the Martial Artist Bureau, they had the whole district behind them, and there was nothing they couldn't agree to. First, I have a lot of involvement with the First and Second Martial Artist Associations. I need the Martial Artist Bureau to handle the follow-up troubles for me. Second, my mother is in a vegetative state due to a car accident, and I want to heal her. I hope the Martial Artist Bureau can help me.
Team leader Song smiled upon hearing his words. For the first point, don't worry. The Martial Artist Bureau is the Martial Artist Bureau, the Martial Artist Association won't bother you. As for the second point. She paused and said seriously, even as the world has developed to this point, it is extremely difficult to cure a vegetative state. I can't guarantee too much, but I can promise to give my all to help your mother. Breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. He looked at the door, where he could vaguely see the shadow of Xiaofang, and a smile crept on his lips. Then let's go out and take a look. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. Chapter 65 Team Leader. Outside the testing room. Xiaofang sat in a chair, a proud look on his face. He glanced at the subordinate beside him and slowly said, "How long has he been inside?" "Captain Xiao, it's been about 20 minutes. He should be coming out soon." Xiaofang sneered, "It's taking so long, something must have been found." "No, something must have been found. How could anyone progress so quickly? He must have taken drugs." Xiaofang's face blossomed with joy, filled with anticipation. He was indeed looking forward to this, not only made him lose a lot of resources but also made him look foolish in the process. After all, he was the captain and a prominent figure in the first Martial Artist Association. If this matter gets out, how can he continue to mix in the guild? So today, no matter what, he must deal with name, and has even prepared all the fabricated evidence, ready to push name into a pit from which he cannot escape in the Martial Artist Bureau. By the way, did you handle the matter I asked you to? The man immediately showed a courteous smile and nodded. "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to find that martial artist named Tian Tian and have tied her up. As for name S family, his father is just an ordinary person. If soft methods don't work, we'll use hard ones. We've put so many layers of insurance on this matter, name will definitely not be able to walk out today." Hearing this, Xiaofang revealed a satisfied smile. "Good. You've done well in this matter. When we return, I'll assign you a captain position." The man's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say something, the door in front of them was pushed open. It was name. "Oh, I didn't expect your luck to be quite good. You weren't caught right away?" Xiaofang stood up, his smile tinged with a hint of gloating. He said this but furrowed his brows slightly. Why hadn't name been directly detained inside? Could it be that the type of potion he used was too special and needed further confirmation? As he thought carefully, he felt this possibility was very high. After all, ordinary potions couldn't make someone rise to the martial master level in such a short time. Xiaofang believed his speculation was correct, and his smile grew even more intense. "Name, I'm not afraid to tell you, I came to find you today because of Xiao Chu. Based on the information we have now, it's very likely that you killed Xiao Chu. You and your guild need to give me an explanation for this matter." Name looked at him with a smiling face. "What kind of explanation do you want? And how can you be so sure that I killed that person?" Xiaofang sneered. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Everyone who was at that location is dead, and only you survived. In that case, you cannot claim you don't know his whereabouts, while you deliberately concealed this and continue to act in other areas without returning to the city. Don't you find that strange?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. "What are you hiding? Tell me what you are hiding." The man beside Xiaofang slowly took out a piece of paper resembling a contract and handed it to Xiaofang. "This is the application for trial that I have already submitted to the Martial Artist Bureau. Today, you absolutely cannot get out of here." As he said this, his voice paused, and his smile became even more proud and arrogant. "Of course, if you kneel down now, apologize, and ask me to let you go, maybe I will show you some mercy during the trial. Otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Name interrupted him, showing a look of disdain as if looking at an idiot. "Your mother has already become a vegetable, right? Your father is just an ordinary man. If that's the case, I won't just make you accept the trial but make your whole family a target. The compensation you owe won't be reduced by a penny, it will just be your father who has to bear it when you are detained. It's only right that debts are paid. If he has no money, then we can only find a way for him." Name's expression grew colder. His eyes now held a hint of murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the city, he would have acted long ago. Under such a cold stare, Xiaofang was not afraid at all. Instead, he wore a somewhat smug smile. "Name, although you have become a martial artist, in the end, you are just a small character. To be a martial artist requires resources and connections. You cannot play this game with me. If you want to blame someone, blame that you are not a match for the first martial artist guild. The second martial artist guild won't support you either. Of course, they can't support you." He spoke more and more proudly, unable to control his laughter. But as he laughed, he felt something was wrong because he heard actually laughing along with him. "What are you laughing at?" He frowned, looking at with a cautious face. He really couldn't understand why could still laugh at this moment. "I laugh because you're right. Although I have become a warrior, I am just an ordinary warrior. Even if I am a bit stronger, I have chosen the second warrior guild, so against your first warrior guild, I am still no match. Xiao Fang had a proud look on his face. Now you know the gap between us? However, I have changed my mind, and I no longer intend to give you a chance. No, I think Captain Xiao, you have misunderstood something. Shook his head slightly. The Second Warrior Guild really cannot support me, so I accepted Team Leader Song's invitation and became a captain in the Warrior Bureau. My backing now is not the Second Warrior Guild, but here, the Warrior Bureau. Xiao Fang looked at him in shock, then burst into laughter. He laughed like he heard a hilarious joke, unable to hold back his laughter, attracting the gaze of many people. Xiao Fang kept wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, sarcastically saying, "You think you can join the Warrior Bureau? You can't even blow wind properly here. How could the Warrior Bureau invite a brat who takes forbidden drugs, especially as a team leader? Do you know what a team leader is? They are just slightly below the leaders of our first and second guilds. If any problems arise, the leaders have to cooperate with the investigation. You want to become a team leader? That's just ridiculous." Did not speak but instead asked him, "Who told you I took forbidden drugs?" Xiao Fang was stunned, his smile becoming stiff. He saw that didn't seem to be joking, and his expression became increasingly ugly. At that moment, the door behind was slowly pushed open. Team Leader Song walked out from inside, his voice carrying a hint of authority. "I will officially announce this. This person will be the fourth group leader of the Warrior Bureau. All law enforcement authority in your first Warrior Guild area will be transferred to him." What? Xiao Fang's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Team Leader Song, what are you saying? He has joined the Warrior Bureau? Joined the Warrior Bureau? How could this be possible? He is a person who takes forbidden drugs, Team Leader Song, how can you make such a joke? Who is joking with you? Drug test has absolutely no problems, he has reached this level through his own strength. The Warrior Bureau has officially invited to become the fourth group leader, now in charge of your first Warrior Guild's area, Team Leader Song said slowly, his expression serious. Xiao Fang looked at, who had a mockingly amused smile, and his heart was shaken. What did he hear? Actually did not take forbidden drugs. How is that possible? Xiao Fang had a million doubts in his heart, but reality stood before him. After all, Team Leader Song would never deceive him to protect someone. Xiao Fang felt 1,000 wild horses galloping in his heart, filled with regret at this moment. Became the fourth group leader. The area he was to manage was actually the first Warrior Guild. Doesn't this mean could freely ride on his head and do whatever he wanted? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. He didn't understand why such a thing suddenly happened. He took a deep breath, deciding he absolutely could not sit and wait for death. He had already offended today, this kid would not let him go in the future. So, he had to do something. Team Leader Song, although has strength, his character is not upright. They are even slaughtering the warriors of our first Warrior Guild. Such people should be punished by the Warrior Bureau, not become members of the Warrior Bureau. Group Leader Song frowned slightly, then slowly said, "I will still investigate this matter. If it is indeed the case, I am willing to apologize for this behavior, but..." She narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice now cold. "But right now, is the leader of our Warrior Bureau, and no one can slander them. You." Xiao Fang did not expect the other side to be so firm. For a moment, all his prepared words got stuck in his throat. "You what? This matter will be handled according to what I say." What Captain Xiao said is not without reason. As the leader of our Warrior Bureau, you absolutely cannot cross the bottom line. Although I agreed to help you resolve the trouble, it is under the condition that there are no principled issues. If I really find any problems, you will be responsible. Of course, I also understand the situation between you two. The First Warrior Guild has already applied several times for your punishment, but there has always been insufficient evidence. This time during my investigation, both sides can supplement evidence at any time to prove who is the right one," she said, frowning and thinking for a moment, seemingly contemplating if there was anything else to add. During this time, act as if it's your internship period, and do not tarnish the Warrior Bureau's reputation. This matter will be handled like this. Do you two have any objections? Smiled and nodded, I have a clear conscience, so I naturally have no objections. Then Captain Xiao, what about you? Xiao Fang's face looked somewhat ugly. But since things had come to this, what more could he say? He glared it fiercely, then turned and left. We will see how this matter unfolds. Frowned. During the quarrel just now, Captain Xiao had mentioned Tian and his parents. Given Xiao Fang's personality and status, he was now very worried that the other side would do something outrageous while looking for evidence. The leader of the Warrior Bureau is still the leader of the Warrior Bureau. Even during your internship, others cannot casually offend you. You have the authority to investigate everything.
Of course, you must understand that you only have the authority to investigate everything. Now you can use this power to prove your innocence.
Don't disappoint me.
Group Leader Song patted his shoulder, her expression showing that she believed in him.
Didn't expect Group Leader Song to have so much faith in him, and for a moment, he felt touched. Group Leader Song,
Group Leader Song didn't let him continue but gave him a look saying, "You don't need to say much, I understand. I don't believe that someone with such talent would commit a grudge over such trivial matters. Besides, that guy named Chu is also a frequent visitor here. I am very familiar with that guy's behavior, he is not a good person."
Suddenly realized. That's right.
He knew very well that someone like Brother Chu had done many excessive things before.
How could the Warrior Bureau have no awareness of such a person?
Thinking of this situation, felt much more relaxed. Group Leader Song, don't worry, I will definitely resolve this matter.
Go handle your own affairs.
The first Warrior Guild has developed to this level, they are not easy to deal with.
Prepare in advance. Did not say anything further and left the Warrior Bureau without delay. Immediately called his father. But after a few rings, the one who answered the phone was actually Tian Tian.
Tian Tian's breath was a bit hurried, sounding somewhat weak and anxious. You really didn't die. I didn't expect you to call at this time, it really is fate playing tricks. I'm sorry, I have already done my best. I really have done my best. Our ultimate plan has ultimately failed, I'm sorry. Her voice grew more self-reproachful and weaker, sounding as if she had suffered some particularly serious injury. A jolt in my heart, an extremely bad premonition kept emerging.
What happened? Where are you?
He anxiously inquired about Tian Tian, but there was nothing on the other end. Then he heard a miserable scream. No, as long as you let them go, I will do anything. That was his father's voice.
Hello? It's you, right? I knew you weren't dead.
If you don't want anything to happen to your woman and these old fools, come over here right now.
His face.
Covered in a layer of frost, killing intent slowly spread.
You're looking for death. Chapter 67, Get the hell out here.
The voice on the phone was a man. This voice was very recognizable, giving the impression that the owner was a thin braggart with dyed yellow hair. The other party's attitude was arrogant, the voice carried a hint of deranged madness.
I knew you were fucking not dead.
Now come to 63, 1 Lin Street. I'm giving you 10 minutes, if you're 1 minute late, I will chop off one of your dad's fingers.
In 3 minutes tonight, I'll let your woman be played by us in turns.
Arrogant laughter came from the phone, and * gripped the phone tightly, veins bulging. He tried to calm his emotions, his voice cold.
Who are you?
Who am I?
What the hell does that matter to you?
Okay.
No matter who you are, if you dare to touch a single finger of them, I will make you pay an unimaginable price.
Another round of deranged laughter came from the other side. I hope by the time is up, you can still be so candid. The other party said and directly hung up the phone, not giving a chance to ask further.
Took a deep breath and immediately dialed Team Leader Song's number.
Is there anything still unclear? Team Leader Song's voice came from the phone. I need to know all the information related to Chu Ji's people, the more detailed the better, and quickly.
No problem, I was just getting ready to send it to you.
As I said, that kid is no good, a regular in the station, his information has long been compiled.
That's great.
Hung up the phone and immediately received the document sent by Team Leader Song, then casually found a taxi. The driver, seeing his urgent demeanor, immediately stepped on the gas. He just saw with his own eyes that this kid swaggered out of the Martial Artist Bureau, most likely a staff member from that bureau. Such a person is not to be trifled with.
1 Lin Street. This is the most famous black street in the city.
Here, the rich and poor mix, all kinds of obscure and dirty transactions happen, and it is also a favorite place for social scum. As for why such places still exist, it can only be described with a line of poetry.
Wildfires cannot burn everything, spring winds give birth again.
Arrived in front of the so-called number 63 storefront and frowned slightly.
Rather than a storefront, it was more like a basement.
Only this basement was obviously connected to several houses above, with large characters written above.
Bar K.
At this moment, faint sounds of low music and noise were coming from inside, and * frowned slightly.
A bar? No. It was just a bar on the surface.
* took a deep breath and pushed open the big door. As soon as he opened the door, he was hit with a strong smell of alcohol. Inside, lights flickered constantly, countless men and women were swaying to the music, but compared to some legitimate large venues, this place gave a chaotic evil feeling.
Entrance fee is 880.
A drunken man grabbed *, who was preparing to squeeze inside, looking at him with a face full of disdain.
His expression seemed to be warning asterisk. This is not a place where he can act wildly. Just as he was about to say more, suddenly a hand shot out, grabbing his collar, then he saw a fist as big as a sandbag raised high, smashing down hard on his face. Bang! The man was just an ordinary fighter, and before he could react, he flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. This heavy fall affected many people, instantly causing a wave of gasps, and more people began to notice the situation here. They saw a fierce young man standing here, now looking around, as if searching for someone. Soon, this young man seemed to find what he was looking for, his eyes shining with excitement. They saw this young man striding quickly towards a certain direction, and as they looked that way, they saw quite a few security guards. Well, though called security, they were really just some societal figures, known tough guys on this street. Encountering such a young man, they would normally beat him up fiercely, and it was common for them to accidentally knock him nearly dead and send him to the hospital. While everyone was mourning for this young man, he actually ran faster and faster, ultimately launching a big flying kick. Then came a punch for each one, beating these tough guys as if they were little kids. Finally, he sat right down on one man's body, slapping his face loudly. The music gradually quieted down. They finally heard the young man's voice. "Will you talk? Where is your boss? Where?" Smack! 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 They could tell that the man lying on the ground was truly wanting to talk. But this young man was just too ruthless. The opponent had already been beaten into a pig's head. This caused the opponent to only be able to woo-woo non-stop, followed by terrified and desperate expressions as he was slapped brutally time and again. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp slap sound, everyone saw the man directly knocked unconscious. Everyone shuddered in fear. They instinctively took a step back, and some even ran directly out of the bar. This person was absolutely a madman who didn't care for his life. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind the people. "Hey, hey, hey! You made a mess of my place." The person spoke with a slight lisp, but overall, he didn't have any problems speaking. In his mid-20s, he was covered in tattoos. As soon as he appeared, the scene fell silent again. If those people had been afraid of the young man like a madman, then seeing the person in front of them revealed an absolutely genuine fear. Double Club's Red Flower. It's Double Club's Red Flower. The so-called Double Club's Red Flower is the strongest fighter in a certain gang organization, also the top combat force. As for Double Club's Red Flower on Wenlin Street, there was no need to mention his prestige and status. Everyone could see a badge representing the 10th level of a fighter on this man's chest. "Hey, hey, hey! Pretty boy. Are you going to give me an explanation?" He looked up at him. "What the hell do you want me to explain for my street life? Call your boss out." Before his voice could finish, the other man jumped from a high platform nearby, soaring nearly 10 meters toward him. That amazing momentum was clearly cultivated from years of fighting, instilling fear in people's hearts. But in the next second, they saw a fast figure appear in the path of that person, then a hand brutally pressed against his face, crashing him down to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked massively, and he slowly lifted his hand from the face of Double Club's Red Flower, who was already rolling his eyes. His voice roared like thunder, shaking the entire underground. "I will only say it once. Who is in charge here? Get the hell out." Chapter 68, Initial Joy of Gold. The voice was deafening, yet not a single person answered his question. As he saw people starting to flee, helplessly slapped the dual cane Red Flower. This slap woke him up instantly, but both of his cheeks swelled up. He looked at in terror, his voice trembling. Don't kill me. This is not my business, it was all Xiaolong who made me do this." "Yes. Right, it's him. He sent people to capture your family, it has nothing to do with me." The dual cane Red Flower was scared to death. He never dreamed that the person in front of him was a martial artist, and he was no match at all. Of course, there was also his killing intent, it was of a completely different level compared to his usual petty anger. "Oh, it seems you know me and know who I am." Narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now take me to find the person." The dual cane Red Flower dared not say more and quickly nodded, trembling. Was completely focused on saving people, not noticing that this dual cane Red Flower exchanged glances with others as they passed by. Soon, they arrived at a basement within the karaoke hall. That's right, they were already in a basement, and there was somehow another basement. After wandering around, he heard a familiar scream. Ah! It was his father. That's right, it was his father. The pitiful scream darkened his face, his eyes locking onto an iron door not far away. Inside the iron door, Tian was bound tightly in midair, completely wrapped in iron chains, her clothes torn and messy, her body covered in cracks and blood, large patches of white skin exposed, looking exceptionally miserable. Her face was full of tears, biting her lip as she looked at Zhang's father lying on the ground, her expression filled with despair.
Zhang's father lay on the ground, his 10 fingernails completely gone, 2 of his fingers even deformed, and his right wrist was clearly dislocated, obviously a broken bone. He was spitting blood, using his left hand to cover his chest, his expression showing great suffering. It seemed like the pain in his chest surpassed the agony of his already dislocated wrist, showing just how terrifying the blow must have been. Huang Mao grabbed Zhang's father's hair and pulled him up, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and laughter.
Old man, can't take it anymore?
My brother died in 1,000 times more pain than this. I want you and your son to pay back 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Your son will come over soon, and I will kill you in front of him.
And that bitch.
As he spoke, his eyes turned nearly completely red, practically consumed by rage. He twisted Tian hard, causing her to cry out in pain, but the next second, a giant hand slapped her face.
Smack! Huang Mao seemed to go crazy, constantly slapping Tian's face. Scream! Scream!
Dirty bitch, I want you to scream. My brother clearly went to help you, but you repaid kindness with harm and killed my brother. Today, I must kill you.
No, no.
I want you to wish you were dead. Tian's cheeks were a deep red, contrasting sharply with her originally fair skin. Her eyes revealed despair as she forced a bitter smile. Her only hope now was that would not come, or else it would be in vain. As long as did not come, someone would still help her seek justice and revenge. After all, S father was also here.
Initial joy of gold, this is the city center.
If you kill us, it will bring you no benefit, your brother won't come back. Moreover, it wasn't me who killed your brother, I've explained many times that he just disappeared with.
Just come back and ask him. Stop fucking talking shit to me. Chu Shijin slapped him again.
In the next second, he pulled out a handful of nails from his pocket and forcefully stuffed them into Tian's mouth. With a look of terror in her eyes, he raised his hand again.
Boom!
At that moment, the door was kicked open. The heavy metal door crashed to the ground with a loud bang, and rushed in with an anxious face. Seeing someone enter, the few little brothers in the corner of the room suddenly stood up, drawing out their big knives for dealing with beasts, glinting coldly and looking very menacing.
Oh, I thought it was some blind dog. Turns out it's just a stray dog coming back home.
Chu Shijin saw and grinned, looking very excited. Didn't pay attention to him, but scanned the room and discovered the tragic state of Tian and her father.
Vowed he had never felt this angry before.
He clearly had achieved a higher level of power, clearly had a status. Yet the people around him were suffering from unfair treatment he had never experienced before. The flame of regret burned fiercely in his heart. Like I said, no matter who you are, you will pay a painful price today. Slowly walked into the room, the coldness around him growing stronger, his bones popping and cracking.
***, run.
You are no match for him.
He is a martial master. Tian suddenly shouted.
But due to her urgency, she hadn't removed the nails cleanly from her mouth, instantly making her whole mouth fill with blood. Sweat streamed down her smooth forehead, revealing her true anxiety. She was indeed anxious. If hadn't shown up here, Chu Shijin might still hold back a little due to concerns about the city. But if was here, then the crazed Chu Shijin could very likely kill everyone to leave no witnesses. Wanting to persuade with words, at this moment, he seemed completely blinded by anger, unable to hear what she was saying, his footsteps growing faster. In just a few seconds, was less than 5 steps away from them. She watched as Chu Shijin's few lackeys blocked the door behind him, and she saw Chu Shijin pick up a long knife beside him, exuding a murderous intent.
It's over. Everything is over.
She covered her eyes in pain, already imagining the scene of despair that awaited them. Imagining lying in a pool of blood, imagining the tragic state of Zhang's father, imagining the countless times she would soon suffer at the hands of many men. Despair surged in her heart. She bit down on her own tongue, preparing to make the fateful cut when suddenly, she heard the sound of bones cracking. Accompanied by the cracking sound of bones was a huge explosion.
Then, clang! The chains binding her were opened. What? Tian's eyes flew open, wide with disbelief. Chapter 69, I have acquaintances in the Martial Artists Bureau. Tian opened her eyes to an incredible scene.
Easily crushed the iron chains that bound her and then helped up the trembling Zhang father.
As for Chu Shijin
lay a few meters away, his wrist completely deformed, no better off than Zhang father.
You broke through to a martial master?
Tian looked at in shock, her face filled with astonishment. She never expected that really did it. In less than a month, he not only survived in the beast active area but had also broken through to a martial master. This was completely different from what she had imagined, even surpassing her understanding, as she had struggled for so long to reach her current martial level. Of course, otherwise how could I teach this beast a lesson? Steadied the trembling Zhang father, his voice growing colder. His name is Chu Shijin. He is the younger brother of the first brother. He believes that you and I have harmed the first brother. I have explained it to him many times, but he won't listen at all.
Tian's voice trembled, with a mix of tension and fear.
Others hearing her would think it was just a simple situation report, but to S ears, it held a different meaning. With the brotherly bond, it was impossible to peacefully resolve this matter with Chu Shijin, and it was even more impossible to walk away easily. However, he also did not want to resolve the matter peacefully, for he absolutely would not allow anyone to harm those beside him. At this moment, several lackeys of Chu Shijin helped him up but were directly shoved away.
What the hell are you all looking at? Get over here. Kill them all for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility.
His furious roar made it seem like his eyes were ready to devour someone. No, if eyes could eat, then and the others would have already been completely devoured. His lackeys surged forward, but soon cries of pain echoed as knocked them down easily, one punch after another. These people were merely warriors, trying to contend with was almost a foolish dream.
Wastes. All of you are nothing but wastes.
Chu Shijin cursed loudly, seeing these people were no match for. Seeing they were not as opponents, he turned to flee, but just as he turned, a shadow slipped past before him. That's right, it was. Though he was closer to the door than reached there first.
Martial arts? You actually know martial arts? He couldn't help but exclaim, clearly surprised. Did I let you leave?
Blocked the doorway, his voice chilling. Fear showed on Chu Shijin's face. No matter how insane he was, he understood he was not S match. ***.
Don't you dare act tough in front of me.
My men have already contacted the Martial Artist Bureau, they're on their way, and they'll be here in 5 minutes at most. I'm not afraid to tell you, the people coming from the Martial Artist Bureau are my brothers.
You're dead today.
The more he spoke, the more manic he became, the muscles on his face practically twitching. He laughed arrogantly, pointing at the wrist that had been incapacitated by, you hurt me, you'll have to pay the price. But if I hurt you, I won't face any punishment.
Do you know how big our gap is? You have no chance at all.
Chu Shijin thought these words would frighten, but when he looked closely, he found that not only showed no fear, but his expression grew even colder.
Chu Shijin began to feel afraid. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, kicked hard at his chest.
Chu Shijin flew backwards, crashing heavily into the wall, then slumped to the ground against it, coughing up blood. He clutched his chest, blood streaming from his mouth, looking almost identical to Zhang Fu just moments ago. He was truly reaping what he had sown. Was ready to charge again but was stopped by Tian, who anxiously said, ***, don't be impulsive, you finally came back, you absolutely cannot be impulsive. He may be despicable, but what he said just now is true, the Martial Artist Bureau has people he knows. We should leave now, there's no need to delay here and waste time with him. Slightly shook his head, he treated you this way, I absolutely cannot let him off easily. I will not allow those beside me to be bullied like this. Anyone who dares to touch my people must pay a painful price. Tian felt warmth in her heart but immediately replied, ***, you have already done well. But the most important thing now is everyone's safety, we cannot provoke this madman right now.
We must leave quickly.
Ha ha ha.
Leave? Neither of you will get away.
When the Martial Artist Bureau arrives, the city will be sealed at the first moment, your crimes of murder and injury are intensified, don't think you can escape. Chu Shijin coughed violently, his smile twisted and mad. Seeing him so arrogant, her expression turned even colder. He first draped his clothes over Tian, then pulled a chair for Zhang's father to sit down, and after a simple check for fatal injuries, he slowly raised his head.
Run? Who said I wanted to run?
I said, if you dare to touch those two, I will make you regret it.
Aren't you always confident about the Warrior Bureau?
Then I will wait here today, wait for your so-called Warrior Bureau to arrive, and see if they can protect you.
Are you crazy? Didn't I make it clear just now? Hurry and leave. Tian was stunned by his words, urgently pulling him again, wanting to take him away.
But now her strength couldn't budge him at all, he felt like a mountain. I said, if he touches you, he must pay the price.
You. Tian was so angry she stomped her feet.
To be noticed by him in this way should be a good thing, and deep inside, she felt a little secretly pleased.
But even so, the situation must be considered.
Staying here right now was clearly seeking death, after all, Chu Shijin had connections in the Warrior Bureau. You don't even understand your situation with Brother Chu yet. If the Warrior Bureau really comes, they will definitely take this opportunity to investigate you. Chu Shijin has acquaintances in the Warrior Bureau, and they will work together to ensure you won't have it easy.
Just think about it, if you go inside, won't Chu Shijin become even more unrestrained? She earnestly persuaded, but he didn't listen at all.
He pulled another chair over and sat down. I just want to see what the Warrior Bureau can do when they arrive.
Can they protect this beast?
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard from outside.
Search for me. Turn this place upside down, I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my jurisdiction in broad daylight. Chapter 70, so it's a vice captain. Ha ha. Brother Hui, it's Brother Hui. You're done for. You're dead today. Brother Hui is here. Chu Shijin, who had been silent, suddenly burst into laughter. From his appearance, this person called Brother Hui seemed to hold a significant position. Wu Anhui. It's actually Wu Anhui. Tian's voice trembled, and she almost fell off her chair. He furrowed his brows slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Who is this person? Why don't I know him? Indeed, he did not know. On the way here, he had briefly asked Team Leader Song about matters within the Warrior Bureau, hoping to recognize colleagues in the future. Team Leader Song briefly mentioned his colleagues and superiors but didn't mention this name. The hierarchy in the Warrior Bureau is quite simple: 1 bureau chief, 1 vice chief, 4 team leaders, and 19 captains. The team leader is the highest ranking after the chief and vice chief, managing 4 to 5 captains, while the captain level begins as a hands-on role handling assignments. Above the team leaders are the management, and below them are the employees. Above the team leaders, he hadn't heard of the name Wu Anhui, meaning the other party was at most a captain, so there was no need to worry. Sure enough, Tian's explanation was as he imagined, yet also different. Tian nervously said, Wu Anhui is the most famous recent vice captain. Since he became vice captain, almost all areas he appeared in did not have any problems. I heard he might become a captain just a year after becoming vice captain. The most important thing is, he's very capable, already reached the level of a senior warrior, and his reputation is huge. His expression was strange. He never dreamed the other party was just a vice captain. But he soon realized one thing, that is, the martial artist bureau is difficult to enter. He was invited by Captain Song and promoted to team leader because, first, his hard strength was enough, and second, he killed the unicorn bug. Thinking of this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really wanted to see what this vice captain of martial arts was like. As soon as this thought appeared, more people gathered at the door of the room. The owner of the footsteps finally arrived at the door, a man nearly 30 years old, dressed in the martial artist bureau's uniform, tall and strong. As he walked in, the aura around him made everyone in the room feel its presence. It was a killing intent that surpassed hostility, with a kind of pressure that implied his combat power far exceeded others at the same level. Brother Wu. Brother Wu, you finally came. You must help me. The moment this man appeared, the ground's Chuxijin began to scream. He stumbled and ran to the man's side, his frenzied voice suddenly disappearing, replaced by grievance, as if he had been bullied. What's wrong? Wu Anhui frowned at his pitiful state. Chuxijin pointed at him and said, It's him. We were just fine here, and then he suddenly barged in with his 2 companions and then beat me severely. My wrist is basically useless now, and a few of my ribs were kicked in. He didn't say a word of reason from start to finish, even claiming that he would dare to attack even if the martial artist bureau came. Just before you arrived, I found out that this person is the long lost, the one who killed my brother. You must help me. He is too arrogant. Wu Anhui quietly listened to his account, his frown growing tighter. When he heard that the other party was, his eyes seemed to project blades, piercingly glaring at. No. It's not like that. This guy first took me and his father here to torture us. Tian quickly explained. Zhang's father had been wanting to speak from the beginning, but it seemed he was too seriously injured, and several times when he opened his mouth, the words came out hoarse, making them hard to understand. Vice Captain Wu, you must not believe. Enough. Wu Anhui interrupted Tian. I have eyes, I can judge what happened here, and I have my own judgment. He waved his hand and then turned his gaze to, examining him from head to toe. You are? I am. Nodded slightly, maintaining a calm face. Not quite like the legends. To defeat this kid proves you have some ability, at least you are a martial master. As he spoke, he paused and waved to his team members, saying, Tie him up for me, take him back. If he dares to resist, immediately enforce the highest level of detention. Vice Captain Wu, are you going to turn a blind eye to this? Clearly, they were in the wrong first. If anyone should be caught, it should be Chuxijin first. Tian panicked, immediately standing in front of, looking very angry. Wu Anhui looked at her coldly, a sneer appearing on his face. How I do things is not up to you to dictate. If you protect like this, be careful I treat you all as accomplices. You. Tian's face turned ugly. You what? Let me tell you the truth, I will not deal with today's matter for now. I am arresting now because of the previous incident with Chuxijin's brother, who has been mysteriously missing. Now he suddenly appears here and even severely injures Chuxijin. I have every reason to suspect his motives. Wu Anhui's voice grew colder. He looked up at, his frown deepening.
Because he found that seemed completely unfazed from start to finish, he had spoken to this extent.
This kid isn't saying a word? Is there no need for explanation or what?
He felt that things weren't so simple, so he looked up and stopped the person who was about to take action.
Hey, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Do you have anything to explain or say now?
To be honest, a new leader has come to our area, so this time while on the mission, I will be 100% serious, and you have no opportunity to take any actions. So I suggest you come clean now, spare me the process of questioning when I go back, it'll be better for you and for all of us. Exactly, I advise you to clear up the matter of killing my brother quickly, otherwise, Brother Wu will definitely make you regret it. Xu Shijin chimed in, his expression extremely smug. His arrogant attitude was as if he had handed down a death sentence for. Heard his words and the corner of his mouth curled even more, but what he slowly said shocked everyone present.
Clear up? You think you're worthy to make me confess here? He looked up at the gloomy-faced Wu Anhui. Are you qualified enough? What did you say? Wu Anhui frowned. I said if you want to question me, you're not qualified. If you really want to, you need to let the deputy director or the director come. Sneered. Wu Anhui was startled, he almost thought he heard wrong. Mentioned the deputy director and the director. Could it be that has some connections? No, absolutely impossible. This thought flashed through his mind but was quickly denied. Yes, it is absolutely impossible. Because a while ago, the Bureau had held a meeting because of the surname Chu. After all, the first and second martial artist associations had caused such a stir. He was sure that absolutely had no background or power. So, this kid is just going crazy here. Asterisk asterisk. I see you won't turn back until you hit the wall. Now I'm taking you back. As his words fell, a few team members next to him stepped forward. But coldly sneered, let's see who dares. If you take one more step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. His imposing aura was astonishing, the terrifying chill directly frightened the few people who were about to move forward. The team members exchanged glances, not daring to take a step forward. They felt a more terrifying aura from their vice captain, making them uncertain. Asterisk asterisk. Do you dare to openly confront people from the Martial Artist Bureau? Aren't you afraid of being punished more severely? Wu Anhui shouted. Let out a cold laugh. Wu Anhui, you dare to interfere with your supervisor's investigation, and even prepare to strike, aren't you afraid of being punished more? His words were shocking, leaving everyone present stunned. Interfere with a supervisor? What supervisor? The highest-ranking person here is Wu Anhui. Supervisor? What supervisor? What nonsense are you talking about? You mentioned the deputy director and director, and now you're here acting mysterious? Coldly said, I am your supervisor, I am now the leader of the fourth group of the Martial Artist Bureau. Once these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock, the world was so quiet that even if a steel needle fell, one could hear the sound. Until. Asterisk asterisk. If you are the group leader, then Brother Wu must be the director. Xu Shijin cursed with a face full of disbelief. Others also wore amused expressions, shaking their heads. As the group leader? How could possibly be the group leader? If he were the leader, he wouldn't have been hiding for so long, evading everything. Everyone had this thought, even Tian thought so. After all, both of them knew the reason they had parted ways back then, so could absolutely not be the leader. But no one expected that truly began to play the role. Wu Anhui, your behavior today has greatly disappointed me. If you had seriously surveyed the scene and sincerely asked the witnesses what they saw, I might have promoted you to captain. Now, given the situation, you might have to start from scratch as a team member, learning how to truly become a part of the Warrior Bureau, and what it actually means to be a member of the Warrior Bureau. Wu Anhui's expression gradually darkened. You really can put on an act. You don't need to worry about what a member of the Warrior Bureau should do. Everyone, get to work. With his words, those eager team members finally couldn't hold back any longer. They rushed towards, almost completely unguarded. In their eyes, their identity was their weapon, even if S-level was stronger than theirs, he would definitely not dare to act recklessly. But what awaited them were S-palms, fists, and feet. In less than a minute, everyone present was on the ground. At this moment, Wu Anhui felt something was off, S strength was far beyond his imagination. Just a few moves ago, he was at least on par with him. This guy was at least a 7th level martial artist. Realizing that was not an ordinary person, his brow furrowed deeply. Was completely different from the information he had received. What was going on? He rubbed his head in distress. It's really unlucky, I should have never come myself. That's right. Earlier today, he received a notice from his superiors that there was now someone to fill the long vacant position of the leader of the 4th team. He didn't know who it was, he only knew the surname was Zhang. The new captain, wanting to make an impression, insisted he handle matters seriously starting today, so he came personally. He was known for his reputation and thought he could handle it easily, but he didn't expect to encounter such a big issue. Indeed, it was a big issue. The incident had already caused a huge uproar, how could it not be considered serious? He was already troubled by the matter, but he never imagined that this was even more tricky than he had thought, a bigger mess than he could imagine. It seems I must go all out today. He smiled bitterly and then began to stretch his muscles. In the next second, his aura became increasingly fierce. At the same time, he stood on his toes, bending his arms at the sides of his head, and surprisingly assumed the stance of a boxer. Asterisk asterisk, this is what you brought upon yourself. I give you one last chance, surrender now. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed in shock. He saw charging at him, moving quickly, as if skating on ice. Martial arts. This guy's martial arts were focused on his legs. This thought barely crossed his mind when, before it could fully fade, S fist came crashing down. This punch was even howling. At that moment, S aura became even more terrifying. In that instant he seemed to see the lord of a beast charging at him with a powerful body. Wu Anhui felt his scalp go numb. Was this guy actually a master? This was definitely not someone of the same realm. His heart was in shock. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he even forgot to defend himself. It wasn't that he was foolish, it was a reaction, just like walking on the road, suddenly seeing a car speeding at 200 miles per hour headed straight for you, completely unresponsive. At this moment, all he could think was how fast the car was moving and felt a sense of fear. He now felt the same, his mind was overwhelmed with how terrifying that punch was. Bang! He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him with a thud. He crawled several times before standing up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wu Anhui felt that his entire arm had gone numb. Completely lost consciousness. If it weren't for his own physical condition being so abnormal, this punch could have knocked him down. Hey! This is Wu Anhui, calling for support. Captain, I found. He seems close to being a master, I can't handle him. Wu Anhui took out the intercom behind him, calling for teammates immediately. And his expression became even more strange. Chapter 72, is he really the captain? Captain? Even if the vice captain doesn't recognize him, the captain should know him by now, right? He stood not far away, slightly squinting his eyes, clearly having no intention to interrupt Wu Anhui. Wu Anhui used the intercom, so the voice was very loud, and could clearly hear what was being said inside. Asterisk asterisk? Which? A slightly tense voice came from the intercom, sounding a bit excited. It's the related to that guy with the surname Chu before, he's right here. Don't move, absolutely don't move. If he tries to leave, let him go, I'll be there right away. The voice from the intercom became even more tense, allowing everyone present to hear. However, only understood this tense voice, others did not. Wu Gu, are you alright? If he dares to lay a hand on you, he's done for. Don't worry, you can give me any orders now, I will definitely help you deal with it. Although I may not be this kid's match, I'm willing to charge into battle for you. Chu Shijin rushed to Wu Anhui's side, helping him up with a brotherly spirit. Chu Shijin's face did indeed show a bit more intent to fight upon hearing his words. Looking at again, his gaze turned colder, more serious as he said, asterisk, everything happening today is self-inflicted. Daring to attack someone from the Martial Artists Bureau and obstruct law enforcement, your life is already over. Slightly shook his head, you, this guy, are too dim-witted. It seems you must train well at the grassroots level. Saying this, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the two, and instead sat back down in his chair, directly closing his eyes to rest. Since you've called people over, we can't let them come for nothing. I'll just wait here. Said this casually, showing no trace of panic, and spoke as if he was confident. At this moment, Tian once again came to his side, cautiously tugging at his clothing corner, whispering, asterisk, I know you can fight. Even if it's a captain-level person that comes, they may not defeat you. But you haven't reached the master level yet. How can you fight the captain and then the group leader? Although this matter already has no room for redemption, we shouldn't just wait to die here. Listen to me, let's leave first and think of a way back to the guild area. With the potential and strength you have shown now, I believe the guild will definitely not easily give up on you. Tian grew more excited as she spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. She knew this was almost the last chance to stop. At this point, had already made things big enough, if he took another step forward, it would be irreversible. However, don't worry, I am confident. When Tian heard this, it was as if she had lost all her strength, and she sat down beside him. She knew that with S character, he would absolutely not change his mind again. This also meant she couldn't escape either, as once was found out to have problems, she would definitely be implicated. Forget it. Originally, when I went back to save you, I was prepared to die. Today can be considered as repaying you this life in advance. She lay back in the chair, no longer speaking. Zhang's father clutched tightly, his hoarse voice was unclear, but could understand the simple meaning. Dad supports you. A warm current flowed through his heart, making him feel even more that his decision was right. Whether it was Chu Shijin or this Wuan Hui. To his family in Tian, it was a hidden danger. Today's approach was to completely eradicate this danger to avoid prolonged troubles. Not long after, a series of footsteps could be heard outside again. This time, a bald middle-aged uncle came in, looking somewhat greasy and fat, wearing the Martial Arts Bureau's uniform that appeared quite ridiculous. He was panting heavily, rushing into the room in a state of urgency. Where is the person? Where is the bastard? At this moment, Wuan Hui was clutching his chest, feeling somewhat breathless. He wanted to speak but didn't manage to do so at the first moment. Instead, Chu Shijin, who was beside him, seized the opportunity and immediately stood up with a fawning smile. Captain Wang. Captain Wang is over there. The killer is right there. He excitedly pointed towards the fat man who had just entered, looking like he was about to beat drums in celebration. Wang Lin followed his gaze and quickly saw the bastard in his seat. After carefully observing the bastard to confirm it was correct, he looked at the two people beside him. As the team leader, he was incredibly astute, immediately noticing the anomalies. Especially the middle-aged man beside the bastard, looking strikingly similar to him, one could tell they were related just by closing their eyes. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. At this moment, his gaze happened to lock onto the bastard's eyes. Seeing the panic in his eyes, the bastard slowly said, "It seems you already know about me, but your subordinate seems not to know." He acts without distinguishing right from wrong, not even bothering to clarify the reasons behind the situation. He just wants to forcefully take me away. He even attempts to cover for the real perpetrator, ignoring everything Chu Shijin has done. Is this how people from the Martial Arts Bureau handle things? His voice grew increasingly cold, causing sweat to stream down Wang Lin's forehead. Before he could speak, Chu Shijin jumped out beside him. You still dare to act here? Captain Wang is a person of great authority, and he has the right to enforce the law directly here. Do you believe Captain Wang can take you down right now? Captain Wang, dealing with such wicked criminals requires special means, am I right? He smiled eagerly, but after waiting a few seconds, he noticed Wang Lin did not pay him any attention nor speak. He looked up in confusion, only to find Wang Lin was now pale, beads of sweat as big as peas forming on his forehead. Captain, why aren't you speaking? Seeing Wang Lin's expression shocked him. But Wang Lin still did not speak. Because he didn't know what to say or what to do. He only knew that this time the trouble was serious. That was the team leader and the team leader's family. Furthermore, he still did not understand the team leader in front of him. He was afraid of saying something wrong. Now, he had only one thought, which was to hear what the bastard had to say and how he would respond. Sure enough, the bastard spoke. I'll tell you why he's not speaking, it's because he's waiting for me to speak. The bastard slowly stood up, his gaze instantly focusing on him, his expression exceptionally serious. Captain Wang, do you think what I said is right? Still reluctant to speak? Who do you think you are? Chu Shijin saw the bastard so arrogant and suddenly assumed a fierce expression. But the next second, he felt a huge force from his back, causing him to fly out. After rolling several times in the room, the intense pain made him grimace, and when he looked up, he realized it was Wang Lin who had kicked him. Daring to speak to team leader Zhang like that, I see you've had enough of peaceful days. Take him away. Investigate everything thoroughly, not a single detail can be missed. Wang Lin waved his hand and decisively issued the order. He was waiting for this opportunity, an opportunity to give him a way out. If his kick shocked everyone, then the phrase team leader Zhang made everyone momentarily lose their ability to think. Is it team leader Zhang? The people present stared in disbelief, each reacting differently. But without exception, their faces showed shock. Captain Wang, what did you say? Chu Shijin forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice trembling. I said team leader Zhang, he is the new group leader of the Martial Artist Bureau's 4th team. You dare to commit violence in front of our team leader, prepare to accept the punishment and sanctions of the Martial Artist Bureau. Chu Shijin's already pale face became even paler upon hearing his confirmation. He widened his eyes in disbelief, even thinking he had misheard. Captain, are you sure there's no mistake? Wu Anhui spoke up at this moment. After taking a breath, he looked at Wang Lin in astonishment. Is he really the group leader? How is this possible? Hasn't he always been wanted by the Bureau? How did he suddenly become the leader, becoming his superior? Wait. Superior. His pupils contracted suddenly, remembering the notification he received today. The new group leader's surname is Zhang. Really? He is really the group leader? He showed a smile worse than crying and finally understood. The captain told him there was a new group leader to improve work efficiency, but he didn't expect that this efficiency directly landed on the leader's head. Humph. I sent you to check the situation, and this is how you check for me? Starting today, you are suspended for a month to reflect, and when you come back, you'll start over as a basic staff member. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his expression exceptionally serious. After doing all this, he finally revealed a flattering smile and said, Team Leader Zhang, don't worry, I will get to the bottom of everything here and handle it properly. Thud. Before he could speak, Zhu Shijin had already collapsed onto the ground. It's over. It's all over. He actually became the group leader, huh? Brother, you won't be able to close your eyes in peace. Zhu Shijin screamed madly, making everyone shiver. He looked like he had truly suffered some unfair treatment. If not for the fact that everyone knew what was happening, they might have thought Zhu was truly distraught. But others didn't know. After all, Zhu Shijin's comrades had all disappeared together, and now he was here safe and sound while another had vanished forever. Anyone would be suspicious. They all looked to him immediately, their gazes extremely complex. Just when everyone thought he would find a way to silence Zhu Shijin, he coldly sneered. Zhu Shijin, what qualifications do you have to shout and complain for your brother here? Let's not even mention that your brother is missing. Even if he is truly dead, it's his own fault. Others might not know what your brother was doing in the beast activities zone, but don't you know? His words instantly silenced the room. They felt something was off upon hearing his words. Zhu Shijin was still shouting, but upon hearing his words, his expression revealed a hint of panic. You, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. It is absolutely impossible for you to use your power to make me confess. He continued, you know exactly what I'm saying. Your brother has blood on his hands from murder and smuggling in the beast zone. If he was killed by enemies or killed in a counterattack, that is entirely his own fault. If I hadn't seen you today, I might still be unsure about everything, but your appearance has unexpectedly solved the puzzle that has been bothering me. Since you are willing to seek revenge for your brother, it proves your relationship is good. You definitely knew about the murder and smuggling, right? His words were becoming more and more shocking. The fear in Zhu Shijin grew stronger. Seeing his expression, became more certain of his guess. Captain Wang, you should have heard what I just said. You better investigate his connections thoroughly, and check into the martial artists who have mysteriously died this past year. Anyone who has had contact with these two brothers must be examined. Do these two brothers really think they can just frame others? The martial artists who have been exiled won't just let them easily pin the blame on anyone else. Not harming others is the real skill. S words made Zhu Shijin's face grow increasingly pale. His expression already said it all, and Wang Lin slapped his own forehead. Damn! Why didn't I think of this? We've been focusing on those two. Exactly. Their attention had been on Chu Gu and, especially with the uproar at the first and second martial artist guilds, making it even less likely that anyone's focus would be on Zhu Shijin. Now, reminded by, they had a new perspective. Perhaps Zhu Shijin's brother really was murdered out of vengeance. He quickly took people to subdue Zhu Shijin, and then brought them to his side. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by, whatever it is, let's talk later. I need to take my people to the hospital now. Wang Lin was also an aware person, quickly arranging for police cars to take everyone to the hospital. On the way, Tian was still in shock and looked at with wide eyes full of astonishment. You joined the martial artist bureau? Nodded slightly. This way, I might be able to heal my mother. Although the second martial artist guild is good, the martial artist bureau is still a bit better. Tian nodded, that's true, but it's great that you can come back. No matter what, I'm really happy for you. She wanted to say more, but felt her phone vibrate. It was an unfamiliar number, instinctively answered, but the voice on the other end made his expression freeze again. It was Chao Feng's voice. ***, didn't expect you to move so quickly. But don't think catching Zhu Shijin can prove your innocence. Did you set this up? Tightened his grip on the phone. I didn't set anything up, just informed the family in time. After all, Zhu Shijin's brother disappeared under our martial artist guild system, so I certainly have the right to inform the family. Stop playing games with me. The truth will soon come to light, you better behave, or I'll make sure you and the second martial artist guild can't escape this. S voice was steady, but it sent an extremely chilling sensation. There was a brief silence on the other end, then it slowly spoke, but in the end, you're just one person. You've offended our first martial artist guild, so remember to be careful when you go out. The call ended. In the office, Chao Feng furrowed his brow, looking up at the man sitting in the chair. President, it seems has resolved the issue. The man in the chair, facing away from him, nodded slightly. After all, he's now the group leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, such small conflicts can't go unresolved. Then, what should we do? Xiao Fang's face showed some unwillingness and frustration.
No need to rush, there's plenty of time. As long as the first martial artist guild exists, he won't have good outcomes.
We will slowly settle this score. He left the second martial artist guild to join the martial artist bureau. The second martial artist guild won't be happy about that. Plus, I heard this kid has a grudge with the Wang and Bai families, so let's make a few moves to show him the harsh realities of society. Xiao Fang stood by, thought for a moment, and then slowly asked, so, to what extent should we? A brief silence filled the room.
He is now the team leader. Having someone like him as the team leader is a big trouble for us. Either he should be our dear friend, or destruction of families. Xiao Fang stayed silent, but he understood their meaning, his expression gradually turning cold with a hint of killing intent.
Understood. I will do it right away. First hospital. In the inpatient department.
He pushed open the door and saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. In just a month, his mother had lost a lot of weight, her frame so thin that bones were visible. Her eyes were tightly closed, her body covered in instruments and tubes. He clenched his fists, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Mom, I will definitely save you, I will definitely cure you, so our family can reunite. No matter what happens, and no matter what obstacles I face, I will cure you. Beep. Beep. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the machine. In panic, he looked and found the heart monitor showing strong fluctuations, proving that his mother could hear him. Doctor! Doctor, come quickly! He nervously called for the doctor. After a brief examination, the doctor sighed. There's nothing wrong, she might have briefly woken up just now, causing the emotional fluctuations. You must be the patient's child, right? It's okay to spend more time with her, it might help a bit more. He felt a knot in his heart, grabbing his mother's hand, wanting to say something to her. But he opened his mouth several times without saying a word, in the end only rubbing her scarred palm repeatedly. A tear slipped from his mother's eye, landing on the bed with a plop. Stunned, he said, Mom, don't worry, I will make you recover, I promise. Plop. Another tear fell, followed by another, and then more. Dad, come and see. He started to panic, hurriedly calling over Zhang's father, who had been resting nearby. I don't know what happened to my mom, she suddenly became like this, I clearly said to save her, why is she crying? He was very anxious because he had heard that for a person in a vegetative state to recover, they must maintain a strong will to live, otherwise, if they lost consciousness, they might disappear from this world forever. Zhang's father frowned upon hearing this, then wiped Zhang's mother's cheeks with a warm towel, sighing. Silly child, your mom is just worried about your suffering and pain. Becoming a vegetative person is nothing, but I hope you don't have to endure these painful things, and your scars. Zhang's father looked complexly at, then touched the scars on his cheek, which were left from battles with strange beasts. Though they looked like mere surface wounds, they represented as terrifying fights. He was taken aback, momentarily unsure of what to say. He looked at his mother lying in bed, feeling a mix of emotions. However, he understood even more that he had to become stronger, so he could protect his family, so there was still hope to bring his mother back. You are now part of the Martial Artist Bureau, not the reckless kid from before, be careful in your actions. But I have been careful, yet I still make wrong choices, just like this time. If I had come back earlier, you and Tian wouldn't have had to suffer. He looked at his wounded father, feeling immense sorrow. Zhang's father shook his head. Then don't have regrets, never have regrets. You are already the most accomplished person in our family, no one is more accomplished than you. So any choice you make is already the best choice for our family. Even if it's wrong, it's still the best choice for us at that moment, there's no need to regret. The confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. I understand. I can only trouble you to take care of Mom now, I will go find a way to cure her. He no longer said anything unnecessary. He walked out of the room and saw Tian waiting at the door. Tian held a box in her arms, which looked like a specially customized box. I haven't gone back on my promise to you, I'm searching for all the herbs Auntie needs, they're all right here. But sadly, there is one herb that I cannot find, it has nearly gone extinct. You need to inquire about that thing yourself. Now that you are the leader of the Warrior Bureau, perhaps you really can find it. He took the box and felt its heavy presence. He expressed his gratitude, saying, if there's anything, come to me. As long as I am the leader of the Warrior Bureau for one more day, I will help you for that day. Tian nodded slightly with a faint smile, I believe you. If there's something, I will come to find you. She paused for a moment and hesitantly said, now that you're back, you should go see your girlfriend. During the time you disappeared, she seemed to have lost her soul, and I haven't seen her for many days now. She used to come here every day to see Auntie and Uncle. Perhaps, something has happened. Chapter 75, She is my family. To say that during his time away, the people he cared about the most were undoubtedly his parents. Besides his parents, there was He knew very well that if could not find him, she would surely suffer a great blow. He called immediately. In a villa in the city center. Sat in the living room, pale and with hollow eyes. The sudden ringing of the phone snapped her back to reality. She was a bit stunned at the name displayed and then rubbed her eyes. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she picked up the phone with trembling hands. Hello? Her voice shook, clearly filled with anxiety. It's me. The voice of came through the phone. Was instantly dumbfounded. She covered her mouth, tears uncontrollably flooding out. Amidst her choked sobs, the living room gradually filled with loud cries. She did not know how long it had been before she sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm back now, right?" S voice was choked, struggling to catch her breath. Yango, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere. I can't find you anywhere. They didn't help me find you, and they even hindered me from looking for you, sometimes even restricting my freedom. They told me to prepare well for the college entrance exam, to become a master and forget about you, but I can't focus in class, nor can I practice. Listen quietly to the voice on the phone, saying nothing. She just knew cried over and over again, and only after countless times did finally calm down. Yango, where are you? I'm in the hospital. Wait for me. Okay. After hanging up the phone, a smile uncontrollably appeared on his lips. To him, was a pure land in his heart. No matter when, this girl always cared for him, and no matter the time, she would unconditionally stand by his side. Tian noticed his expression and her eyes revealed a barely perceptible disappointment. You two seem to have a good relationship. Yeah, we've known each other since childhood. So you are childhood sweethearts. So, she is your girlfriend? Tian's words startled slightly. Facing fierce beasts, he was calm, but at this moment, he felt a bit flustered. He instinctively rubbed his nose and for a moment did not know how to answer. After several seconds, an answer formed in his heart, so he firmly replied, "She is my family, very important." Tian thought for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. In that case, I won't disturb you. If you need any help, remember to find me. I'll give you a ride. No need, you should handle your own matters. The matter with initial Joy Gold probably still needs to be dealt with. This issue is related to the First Warrior Association. Don't take it lightly. Also, aren't you supposed to find medicine for Auntie? Now that you are the team leader, you should take this opportunity and race against time. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose not to give Tian a send-off. He called Team Leader Song to ask about the last medicinal herb. Are you talking about the divine medicine? That thing does indeed have a healing effect on comatose patients, but its effect is extremely unstable. After being improved by a professor from Kyoto University, almost no one uses it anymore. Because of the enormous risk involved, even if you find it now, very few people will attempt to extract and use it. I believe it is even more dangerous. Team Leader Song's words made S' heart sink to the bottom. If that's the case, doesn't that mean my mom has almost no chance of recovering? S' voice trembled. He never expected that there would be things in this world that even warriors couldn't achieve, things that money couldn't solve. No, he knew there were, but he never thought such a thing would happen to him so quickly. Now he had finally become a powerful warrior, finally had social status and wealth, yet still couldn't change everything. Sigh, it's not completely hopeless. If you can enter Kyoto University and find that professor to help you, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Team Leader Song's words came again, like heavenly music. Really? Really, but don't hold out too much hope. That person is the top professor in the country and is said to have a very eccentric personality. I'll inquire for you. You take care of your own matters first. What she referred to, of course, was the matter of the rookie. I've already sent someone to handle it, believe that there will soon be a result. There basically won't be any unexpected issues. I hope Team Leader Song can help me look into it soon. Team Leader Song in the phone fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, ***, things are far from simple. The rookie is just a small character, but have you ever thought about why this can lead to such a big issue? Since you've cultivated to this level, you should understand the stakes involved. In any case, be more cautious. This matter won't end unless the First Warriors Association takes the initiative to clarify. After hanging up the phone, S' expression was serious. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Almost at the moment he had the bad feeling, he received another call. The caller was none other than Wang Lin, whom he had met before. Team Leader Zhang, we've almost finished the investigation. This Chushi Jin indeed has a large amount of warrior supplies at home that do not belong to him, including items belonging to the missing persons from these past few months. It seems you were right, this guy is an accomplice in the killings and robbery with the rookie. But what? I traced many people from Chushijin, and indeed many have ties to the rookie, but not a single one can find where the rookie is, nor can they prove he died in the beast area. You seem unable to clear your suspicion. Smiled bitterly, asterisk asterisk. Of course, he couldn't clear it, because he was indeed the one who killed. But at this point, even if the other party acted first, he couldn't admit it. What solution does the First Warriors Association want so far? Asked, his head throbbing, asterisk asterisk. They want the Second Warriors Association to give up a third of its recruitment quota for a few years and to help handle a third of the task of clearing beasts that should belong to the First Warriors Association. Only then will they not pursue the responsibility of the Second Warriors Association. Smiled sadly again, asterisk asterisk. It seems the Second Warriors Association won't agree, so I'll have to step in myself. Team leader, you are the team leader now. I think it should be easy to solve the problem. You should make a trip to the Second Warriors Association. I will go personally. No matter what, I will solve this problem. Hanging up the phone, he forced a smile. Is it really that easy to solve? Now that the Second Martial Artists Association knows he directly joined the Martial Artists Bureau as a team leader, they probably won't miss this chance to squeeze him for everything he's worth. Chapter 76, I'll handle it myself. In the hospital corridor. Frowning slightly. His phone won't connect. And he hasn't shown up. He wasn't worried about whether he would be in danger. After all, with Father Bai around, no one could hurt him. If he guessed correctly, Father Bai probably knew he was back. Unfortunately, he had no idea where he was staying now, otherwise, he would definitely go check on him personally. He held this thought until the next morning, still not receiving any news from him, and his calls went unanswered. Let's head to the Second Martial Artists Association first. He rubbed his aching temples and made his way to the Second Martial Artists Association. At the Second Martial Artists Association, Vice President Shurjun sat in his office, his brow deeply furrowed. In front of him sat a man, though his hair was white, his spirit was much stronger than Shurjun's. You're telling me you don't know about this? But you came back with him. The man banged on the table, his expression extremely serious. Shurjun's face darkened. At that moment, his heart was incredibly complex. He never expected that he really hadn't taken the potion. That kid actually reached such a high level without the potion. He shook his head in regret, feeling quite unwilling. He truly felt regretful. If he had known it would be like this, he definitely wouldn't have let him go to the Martial Artists Bureau alone, he would have kept this talent here. After all, he thought he was a troublemaker, not a talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. Every time he thought of him insisting that he hadn't used the potion, he felt like his insides were turning green with regret. However, he quickly regained his composure. President, no matter what, he is still a member of my Second Martial Artists Association. Even if he wants to leave the Second Martial Artists Association, he must bear the cost for Chuj's matter. Because in this matter, we have suffered huge losses, and even Joe Faken died out there. The president nodded slightly. Then you will handle this matter, make sure to deal with it well. You can count on me. As soon as their conversation ended, a knock sounded at the door. Vice President, he wants to see you. The two exchanged a glance, slightly taken aback. Come in. The door opened, and he walked into the office. When he saw there was another person beside Shurjun, he frowned slightly. You're just in time, this is our President Hao. The association has never given up on you, it's all thanks to President Hao's support. He observed President Hao, noticing that this man indeed resembled Hao Zhao. He looked rather kind. Elders, I came back this time to handle the matter regarding Chuj. I heard the First Martial Artists Association set very difficult conditions, right? President Hao didn't speak. Instead, Shurjun slowly said, you really caused a big trouble for the association this time. The First Martial Artists Association has been eyeing us for a long time, and now that this matter has blown up, the association has been under immense pressure. You cannot back out now. He knew they were talking about the Martial Artists Bureau situation, so he simply stopped hiding it. You must know that I've joined the Martial Artists Bureau, so I won't hide it from you. I'm here to handle matters on behalf of the Martial Artists Bureau. Now please tell me the specific situation. President Hao began to speak slowly. The First Martial Artists Association's stance is absolutely uncompromising, and the conditions they proposed are excessive. First is the recruitment quota. They meant to take 1/3 of the fixed recruitment time every year during the recruitment event for themselves. Including the recruitment from various universities, and some special talent recruitment position should be given to them. This is absolutely unacceptable. You know the situation of our guild. The second point is to help handle 1/3 of the Beast Realm activities originally managed by them. Most importantly, the area they want to take is still filled with those desperate outlaws. Frowned tightly. Are you going to tolerate their arrogance? President Hao sighed. They are indeed this arrogant because the Second Warrior Guild does not have enough recruits every year and its reputation is not as good as that of the First Warrior Guild. If this matter continues to be delayed, the impact on us will be fatal, but it won't affect the first warrior guild. Understood the stakes, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then let's solve it this way. For the first issue, I can use my position as the leader of the Warrior Bureau to help promote in other places. President Howe visibly sighed in relief, but he still wore a worried expression. Even if that's the case, the second guild still can't accept the second condition. That will make us lose many guild members, and everyone is not a fool, they definitely won't agree. Took a deep breath. This matter is simple, I will handle that area for you. What? Both people in the room were stunned. The Warrior Guild can help handle this matter? You must know that the area not only has many desperate outlaws but also has a large number of bloodline beasts active there. Aren't you afraid of losses? Shook his head slightly, his expression firm. What I mean is, I will handle it myself. Chapter 77, Unworthy of the Position. What I mean is, you don't need to send people, whether the Warrior Bureau agrees or not, I will handle it myself. Spoke slowly. This matter had to be resolved no matter what. Now neither the first Warrior Guild nor the second Warrior Guild was willing to yield, so only he, the one involved, could resolve it. In the room, the two people stared blankly at. After a long while, President Howe finally said seriously, you need to understand that the area has several times the number of bloodline beasts compared to other areas. Moreover, there are many desperate outlaws there. I don't need to say how dangerous that is, right? Wanted to tell them that the bloodline beasts were better for him, and as for those outlaws, he was even less afraid, he had encountered them before after all. I will solve the matter, just do as I say. You go to negotiate with the first Warrior Guild to thoroughly resolve this matter. Waved his hand, his demeanor not at all like a youth under 20. Responsible, brave, capable. President Howe's eyes showed more appreciation. Asterisk asterisk, if you are willing to stay in the second Warrior Guild, I am willing to cultivate you to be the next president. I cannot promise you anything else, but I can do my utmost to help treat your mother. Shook his head slightly, sorry, I have already joined the Warrior Bureau. It was unlikely for him to rejoin the second Warrior Guild, after all, the facts were there, the Warrior Bureau was meant to be stronger than the second Warrior Guild. Whether in terms of development resources or the good medicine resources needed to treat his mother. President Howe's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he did not pursue the matter further. In that case, I won't force you. As for handling the matters of the two guilds, don't worry, I will send someone to handle it. I guarantee everything will go smoothly. As for the beasts, I will be waiting for your good news. Nodded, turned and left, then I will wait for your good news. Until disappeared from the office. The expressions of the two people gradually became serious. What do you think? President Howe's expression was serious. Sure, June sighed. He is indeed very bold, but the situation is a bit precarious. Take him helping me promote as the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau. Even if he is the leader, he is just a young leader, without much reputation in the Martial Artist Bureau. Even if this can really happen, the effect he can bring us wouldn't be great. Of course, this is the first thing I want to say. Then there's the issue of handling the beast-infested areas. He does have some strength, but it's too difficult for him to calm that area on his own. That is not an area one person can handle, he is a bit caught up in his own emotions. The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became, with his brows furrowing. He wanted to say earlier, looking at it this way, it's too unreliable to let him solve this issue, President. Why agree? President Howe seemed to see his thoughts and smiled slightly. I believe he can do it. After all, dealing with the troubles we have with the First Martial Artist Association is not something we can solve quickly. It's better to let him give it a try. Sure, June sighed, but if we really cooperate with him, what if he can't handle anything? Wouldn't our association suffer a big loss? President Howe said meaningfully, before he became the leader, you thought the same. But didn't he still become the leader? Sure, June was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. I still think it's a bit risky. He could become the leader, but there is still some luck involved. Whether there is luck involved, we will find out this time. The two's conversation was unknown to him. He walked out of the Second Martial Artist Association, feeling an immense headache. As expected, coming back without reaching the master level brings so much trouble. This time, to solve the beast activity area issue, I must quickly break through to the master level. That's right. Having so many troublesome matters boils down to the fact that he hasn't broken through to the master level. If he were a master instead of a martial artist now, the First Martial Artist Association wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. After all, the highest level among these organizations is just the master level. If I could master the ability of King, everything would be easier. He sighed. As an LV4 ability, the King possesses a terrifying slaughter intent. Under the slaughter intent, he could annihilate beasts of the same level or lower instantly. Mastering this ability to clear the region would be incredibly easy, breaking through to master would also be a piece of cake.
Killing beasts with bloodlines. He sighed softly. Indeed, many problems in the world are like this. If only you could first master a certain ability or know certain things, it would become easier, but you only can't master them ahead of time. It seems I can only honestly deal with it. Yes, he can only honestly kill them one by one. Fortunately, President Hao acted quickly, and that night he received a message from President Hao. He had a smooth discussion with the First Martial Artist Association, and next, he only needed to carry out a week of clearing in the 24 regions. Of course, they said a week, but they still needed to meet the requirements for killing beasts. The city set the standard for the First Martial Artist Association to clear all beasts of level 10 and above. So now that he took on this dirty job, he also needed to achieve this. Without any delays, early the next morning, he boarded a special car heading to the 24 regions. Before setting off, he tried calling again but still couldn't get through. He hesitated for a moment and asked his contact to help find the Bai family's address before entering the dense forest. 1 week later. In the office of the First Martial Artist Association. It was still that man. It's still Xiao Feng. President, it has already been a week. Although we can hunt exotic beasts every day, the numbers are limited. At this pace, what we should normally solve in a week will take him at least 20 days or more. The president of the First Warrior Association chuckled upon hearing this. Isn't that even better? If we drag it out, we might not even need to worry, the Warrior Bureau will start to be dissatisfied. An intern group leader, with his brow furrowed over cleaning up exotic beasts, will naturally cause some people's dissatisfaction. By that time. He didn't continue, but the coldness and smugness in his words were already very clear. Ah. The world is dangerous, this time let you understand the consequences of being unworthy of your position. You offended the Warrior Association, you're not worthy. Chapter 78, Who is this sacred being? Bang. Xiaosong, explain to me what your recommendation is actually trying to do. The director of the Warrior Bureau slammed the documents he was holding onto the table heavily, fuming with anger. Xiaosong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He never dreamed that the intern would actually urge the Second Warrior Association to agree to the First Warrior Association's demands. The important thing is that if the intern took these two matters upon himself, he should be capable of resolving them. The problem now is that he can't solve them. Promote the Second Warrior Association? He is just this intern group leader. What qualification does he have to represent the Warrior Bureau in promotion? Help the First Warrior Association complete the goal of clearing exotic beasts in the city? Then, is the Warrior Bureau's work not counted? Director. He's not an ordinary person, perhaps, he has his own ideas. Bullshit, the director shouted angrily. Xiaosong, he can have issues surrounding him. I know you care about talent, but you need to open your eyes. Now that you've stirred up such a big trouble, tell me, does our Warrior Bureau get involved or not? Xiaosong's face turned ugly. Involvement? That's absolutely impossible. Isn't that cleaning up after the intern? The problem is that the intern has not made any contributions to the Bureau and is still just an intern. Not getting involved? The intern is still the nominal group leader now. If things go badly, it will harm the dignity of the group's leader in the Bureau. Xiaosong, you go find the intern for me right now. Tell him to solve the issue for me immediately. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer, let him roll out of the Warrior Bureau today. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Xiaosong stood outside the door, his expression constantly changing. Her cheeks flushed red, gritting her teeth. Intern, you better give me an explanation, otherwise, I will make sure you regret it. Xiaosong stomped her feet in anger and then hurriedly disappeared down the corridor. District 24. A young man stood on a mound. The young man had a resolute face, excitedly clenching his fists, seemingly feeling the power. Becoming king. Is this the ability of becoming king? Yes, just now, he obtained the ability of becoming king. At the same time, the reward for gaining this new ability was incredible. The next time he gains a new ability, he can choose one more ability. Although he can't use it right now, for him, having an extra LV5 ability will be a qualitative change. He gained the Field of Slaughter. He killed 100 exotic beasts with bloodlines, gaining a lot of enhancement. 20 times muscle strength. 50 times stamina. 10 times recovery ability. 10 times self-healing ability. 10 times reaction speed. His life energy reached 40,000 points, officially breaking through to become a master. And he has opened the LV5 ability chart. However, the difficulty of the LV5 ability chart is too high, he has no interest at the moment. Right now, all he can think of is to quickly resolve the issues here. After all, he is doing this in a personal capacity. At this moment, the Warrior Bureau must already know about this. Having dragged this long on a personal matter, Xiaosong must also be in a difficult position. Counting the time, it has already been a week. It's almost time to go back and explain. Let's finish clearing the 24th district in one go. He moved his limbs a bit, then took out a bag of powder from his backpack. He gently blew, and the powder scattered into the air, then completely disappeared from sight. This is powder that attracts strange beasts, even teams of warriors usually don't dare to use it lightly. If someone saw this scene, they would surely think was crazy. But this is exactly the effect he wanted. Only by doing this could he possibly gather all the strange beasts together. After about 5 minutes, could already hear faint sounds coming from the surroundings. After around 10 minutes, he could see many shadows of strange beasts darting about. Gradually, there were more and more strange beasts around, about a dozen or so. At this moment, finally moved and actively walked towards the strange beasts attracted by the powder. The strange beasts hidden in the dark saw this human approaching and all became wary. However, when they realized they were outnumbered, each began to emit low growls of warning. In the next second, they suddenly rushed out, all displaying greedy, bloodthirsty gazes. The powder had aroused their most primal desires, so they completely failed to sense the threat posed to them. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. When they were just 5 meters away from, his lips slightly moved. Slaughter domain. In an instant, an unprecedented killing intent spread around. This aura was thick, like the air was filled with dense blood. In the eyes of these reckless strange beasts, the air around turned red. Puff. The closest strange beast, right in front of, suddenly froze and then its body exploded. This was just the beginning. The other strange beasts met the same fate, their bodies bursting as they stiffened. With the sounds of explosions, one by one, the strange beasts turned into blood mist, and the slaughter domain became like an invisible reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives with an invisible scythe. In such extreme fear and destruction, even the mindless strange beasts began to slowly regain their senses. Their eyes that had fancied now filled only with terror, as if this human had become the embodiment of death. Finally, some strange beasts reacted and immediately wanted to turn and flee, but it was too late. 5 meters is the range where intent can be executed, but the farthest attack range is 10 meters. The reason for using it at 5 meters was to prevent these beasts from escaping. Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, over a dozen strange beasts all perished right in front of. I guess I'll lose corresponding stamina, murmured as he felt the stamina he had lost. After a rough assessment, the energy consumed to kill one strange beast in this domain was equivalent to his full strength strike. This stamina consumption is neither much nor little. If used continuously, killing hundreds of strange beasts would be no problem. That's enough. Calmed his emotions and walked deeper. An hour later, Captain Song appeared in this area. He immediately entered the 24th district. His purpose for coming here was simple, to question. If he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer or a satisfactory answer to the director, then he would have to call for to be expelled from the Warrior Bureau on the spot. She strode fiercely into the depths, searching for S figure. Until she saw a place filled with exploded strange beast corpses, she stopped in shock. She clearly identified one of the corpses as that of a warrior-level strange beast. What kind of attack could crush the bodies of strange beasts like this? She stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, a storm of turmoil rising in her heart. This is. What kind of divine being has done this? Chapter 79, This is all the doing of the scarred man. What kind of horrifying method could cause the beasts to die so tragically? A master, perhaps. Team leader Song shook his head. As the leader of the Warrior Bureau, he had seen masters in action. While masters possess great power, they do not inflict such terrifying wounds. Could it be? Has that scarred man reached a new level? Team leader Song's face turned pale. The scarred man is the leader of those outlaws, and he has caused casualties among the warriors in the city over the years. The Warrior Bureau had attempted to encircle and eliminate him several times, all ending in failure. His expression changed slightly as he immediately withdrew from the edge and called the Warrior Bureau's phone. In the Warrior Bureau's office, the director was sitting in his chair, his fingers continuously tapping on the desk. His brow was furrowed, as if he were thinking deeply about some serious issue. Suddenly, the phone in front of him rang, startling him. Didn't I tell you to resolve the issue before contacting me? Why are you calling so soon? His voice was angry, but it abruptly stopped. He suddenly stood up, a serious look on his face. What did you say? The scarred man broke through? You stay there and keep watch. I will notify the Warrior Association to come over right now. But is still inside. What should we do? Team leader Song couldn't help but speak up. If you wait until you arrive, he is very likely to be in danger. If the scarred man really broke through, he must already be dead. The director interrupted him, his voice cold. Even if he still has a chance to survive, this was his own choice. But. There is no but, this is what he asked for. Little Song, it seems I have been too indulgent with you. Becoming team leader was your impulsive decision. I hope you can be more mature and steady in the future. That's it. The call was hung up, and Team Leader Song looked troubled as he gazed into the depths of Area 24. An hour later, a group of fully armed warriors appeared here. If any high-status individuals or public officials from the city were present, they would surely recognize most of the faces gathered here. They were all backbones of various warrior organizations, usually appearing only for particularly serious tasks. It was rare to see so many gathered this time. Leading them was the director of the Warrior Bureau. The director, named Ian Man, was a master-level powerhouse, both esteemed and powerful, ranking among the top in the group. Little Song, have you confirmed the situation? Ian Man asked confidently once everyone had gathered. Team Leader Song quickly led everyone to the side of the corpses, causing everyone's faces to change slightly. You weren't wrong, the person who could cause such destruction must be at the master level. In the realm of masters we know, no one could inflict such powerful damage, only the scarred man could have broken through. He was already at the master level, and this breakthrough is not trivial. It seems the difficulty of our mission this time is considerable. Others in the group showed solemn expressions upon hearing his words. Everyone follow me, we must be cautious. The entire group marched along with him into Area 24. Everyone was on high alert, their muscles tensed. They were all wary of the beasts that might emerge at any moment. Even though they were mostly above the warrior level, they had to be extremely careful when facing reckless beasts. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood wafted from ahead. The intense scent of blood made everyone's nerves tighten. Ian Man led the way, pushing aside the bushes in front, his pupils contracting. Before them lay rows of corpses that had been turned into mush, their death painfully tragic, identical to the beasts they had seen earlier. Unlike the dozen corpses seen before, the bodies before me were countless. The ground was covered with bodies, exuding a sickening smell of blood, with still fresh blood flowing on the ground. All the strange beasts had the same look of death, all killed in a single blow. Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, even the director Ian Man felt cold sweat on his forehead. Scarface is too terrifying. I'm afraid even I wouldn't be a match for him now. That's right, even as the head of the Martial Artists Bureau, he had no confidence in achieving such a level. Director, we. Team Leader Song came to his side, worry etched on his face. We must pursue, even if I die here, I absolutely cannot let Scarface act recklessly. After this breakthrough, he's likely to hunt down martial artists in District 24. If we don't deal with such a dangerous guy now, it will be even harder later. Ian Man took a deep breath, his expression resolute. However, this determination did not last long. As they moved forward, they encountered more and more strange beasts, all dead in the same cruel manner. From the initial corpses of martial artist-level beasts, they later came across master-level beast corpses. In the end, they even saw the body of a peak master-level beast. Team Leader Song wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes revealing fear. Then someone suddenly spoke a chilling sentence that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone, until now, we haven't seen a single living strange beast. This person's voice trembled, clearly filled with fear. This touch of fear spread like a plague among the crowd. Yes. Up to now, they had not seen a single living strange beast, indicating just how brutal the killer was, killing everyone they encountered. With such power and such ruthlessness, it's definitely that Scarface. Ian Man took a deep breath, his expression grim. He had hoped for a sliver of luck, but it was clear now, it had to be Scarface. He stood there, momentarily unsure whether to advance or retreat, his expression extraordinarily complex. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of District 24, expressionlessly killed the surrounding strange beasts, his eyes cold. He was so close to clearing all the strange beasts and completing the task in District 24. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was the sound of footsteps, the sound of discussion. Is someone coming? Frowned and looked up in a certain direction. He was sure someone was coming from that direction, and from the sounds, there were quite a few people. Though the voices were distant and unclear, could make out they were filled with profanity. The first thought that flashed through his mind was of a bald man he had seen before. That man was a renegade, and these people were probably the same. What a coincidence! Smirked, a hint of meaning behind his smile. Didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Last time he had just run into those renegades, and now he encountered them again. But last time he faced a small leader, he wondered who he would face this time. No matter who it is, I'm not afraid of them now. Mumbled, clenching his fists. He had now reached the master level, and he also possessed LV4 ability, not to mention a small leader. Even if the real boss came, he would not be a match for him. With a comprehensive attribute boost, he was almost unbeatable at the same level, so he didn't have to worry about the opponent's strength. If the other party truly sought death, he wouldn't mind sending them to meet the King of Hell. Thinking of this, he did not bother to intentionally hide his aura and boldly walked forward. 100 meters away. Scar, the leader of the outlaws, was in a terrible mood at this moment. The last time he discovered that the martial artists in the city were making big moves, he quickly led his men to fight back. But, he did not gain any advantage, and many of his capable assistants died in this riot. That bald idiot, how could he just die out there without any explanation? He gritted his teeth, his face as gloomy as it could be. If he used to be the local emperor of this area, now he was just a fallen emperor. In a battle, he had almost lost all his wealth, and at this moment, he wished he could tear apart those high and mighty people in the city one by one. Don't let me get a chance to catch your families, or I will make them wish they were dead, slice off their flesh piece by piece, so they know what happens when you offend me. He wanted to curse some more when he suddenly noticed an extra figure in his line of sight. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a young man. A young man who looked only 18 or 19, his face pale, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle and was exhausted. This young man was entirely focused on the direction he was walking, completely unaware of their presence. "Boss, there's a lone martial artist." A nearby follower also noticed the situation and excitedly pointed it out. "Oomph, do you think I'm blind? No need for your chatter. But this kid is really unfortunate to run into me when I'm in such a bad mood." He sneered, his smile growing more mocking and teasing. In his eyes, the young man not far away was no longer a person but a toy for him to play with. That's right, a toy. He was a master. Although his little brothers were not very advanced martial artists, they were all genuine martial masters, and each one could be considered his loyal subordinate. With such a strong lineup, he couldn't imagine how the young man before them could resist. The only ending for this kid was a tragic death. As he thought of this, the smile on his face grew more sinister and frenzied. His current appearance was completely that of a villain from a movie, and a deranged one at that, crazy and creepy. Those followers beside him couldn't help but shiver at the sight of his expression. They had followed Scar for so long and knew what kind of person he was. Every time he showed such an expression, someone would meet a horrible death. That's right, a horrible death. As the leader of the outlaws, Scar's methods and brutality were definitely more terrifying and perverse than any of theirs. They looked towards the approaching young man, their eyes carrying a hint of pity. They could already imagine the tragic sight of this young man kneeling and begging for mercy. While they were lost in their fantasies, the young man was already very close. Scar's face twisted with mockery as he stared at. "Not bad, that's me." Nodded slightly, answering the other again. "Put." This time, Scar responded with a sneer, as if he had seen through some lie, his smile dripping with intense sarcasm. With smug satisfaction, he said, "Kid, don't think you can fool us just like that. I've seen all kinds of people. There are only 3 group leaders in the Warrior Bureau, and I've met them all. And you probably don't know, the Warrior Bureau once had 4 group leaders, and the 4th person was killed by me. I dismembered him, piece by piece. He didn't die from being dismembered, but painfully bled out alive." As he said this, his voice paused, and his smile twisted into something more brutal and insane. "Now, do you still want to pretend to be the leader of the 4th group?" Loud laughter erupted around them. "You really think you can scare our boss by pretending to be the leader of the 4th group? You're so blind. To tell you the truth, kid, we specialize in killing people from the Warrior Bureau. Your disguise plan has failed." These desperate outlaws surrounded, laughing heartily. At this moment, stood amongst them like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Scar excitedly stood in place, closely watching S' expression, anticipating the despair he would show. But his mocking smile suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted violently. He saw that not only showed no signs of panic but was instead unusually calm, as if he was completely confident, not considering them as a threat at all. Damn it! Where does this calmness come from? Years of fleeing and blood-soaked experiences made Scar realize something was wrong at once, but it seemed he noticed too late. S' gaze locked onto him, and in an instant, an unnerving killing intent forced a shudder of fear in his heart. "Oh? You seem to have caught on?" Every word spoke was clear to him, and an indescribable terror began to spread in his heart. In just a few seconds, he found his body uncontrollably trembling. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 81, Time to Boost Performance. Who are you? Scar was in a panic. He felt an overwhelming pressure coming from. This kid must also be a master, and not just any master. Since breaking through to master, he had rarely felt such pressure. Though he was only a level 1 master, his years of experience had made the level 2 masters in the city avoid him. But this kid was different. He felt like his superior, both in the murderous aura and the pressure he exerted, which was clearly much stronger. "I told you, my name is. I am the leader of the 4th group in the Warrior Bureau. If you're smart, you'll hurry." Before could finish, he was interrupted. "Damn it! Warrior Bureau, you won't let this go, will you? You really want to kill us all? Fine, it's not like I haven't killed a group leader before. Today I'll show you who's the true boss in this area." Scar, filled with fear, turned that fear into rage, his facial expression foretelling his impending madness. He was once the king here, and now, instead of exploding amidst the siege, he would perish within it.
With his roar, his underlings rushed forward, each one coming in with the fierce intent to kill without hesitation.
S mouth twitched. At least let me finish my sentence. I just wanted you to get lost. Don't waste my time killing monsters.
He thought this, but right now, those rushing underlings had other plans.
Or rather, Scar didn't think so. He lived in this area, where most encounters were with fierce beasts, and in the city, with the urban warriors coming to hunt them down, so in their eyes, victory and defeat were their right and wrong. Now, being someone from the Warrior Bureau, standing in front of them, this was wrong. Killing him, showing those in the city who thought about exterminating them all day long, this was right. However, the moment these people approached him, they were so scared that they couldn't move. He walked past them step by step, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Though his slaughter field couldn't kill humans instantly, it seemed to have a deterrent effect, a kind of physiological influence. Just as he unleashed his domain, he clearly saw the fear of death rise in these people's eyes. Perhaps. At the moment he activated his domain, in these people's eyes, they had already died once. Yes, he wasn't mistaken.
At that moment when they approached him, they blankly saw their heads flying into the air. They could even see their own bodies falling straight down. That horrifying scene was beyond words to describe. By the time they came to their senses, he had already walked past them. No, more accurately, he had swept past them. Martial arts, sliding steps. He headed straight for Scar, closing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Scar didn't know where he pulled out 2 daggers from, overflowing with killing intent.
Kid, do you really think you're the only one with martial arts?
His voice was cold, and the daggers in his hands left shadows as they swung. The shadows were the chilly lights left by the dagger tips, like a terrifying flower of knives. Seeing this knife flower, he hesitated for no moment, almost sticking to it, while at the same time using his slaughter field once again. Clearly, the opponent's movements slowed down a beat, and he froze for a moment. In that one moment, the martial arts he had been preparing to unleash clearly came too late. Scar had to change his attack method, beginning to use the power of his weapons to target all of his vital points. He thought he could rely on his rich battle experience to suppress or even kill him, but after just a dozen exchanges, he was sweating profusely.
What level of master are you? Yes, what level of master was this kid? The overwhelming pressure. Rich battle experience. And that responsibility far exceeding his own. Such terrifying qualities must at least be 2 levels higher than his realm. Of course, these were still methods he could hold back against, and there were things he couldn't resist. For example. Boom! He was punched, his entire right side fell numb, and he felt like his brain was also tingling. This person was definitely a beast in human form, right? This power could knock his soul out of his body. But he didn't have time to complain, as the opponent's fist rose once again. However, thanks to the previous punch, he wasn't a fool. He quickly adjusted his movements, crossing both hands with the daggers to block the opponent's punch. Yet. Boom! The moment he threw the punch, it seemed like the whole sky lit up with a flash of lightning, the sound of thunder buzzing, and the air began to compress under this punch. No. It truly compressed. He saw with his own eyes that there appeared to be an invisible barrier around the fist, hitting him hard as a barrier between the fist and the blade. 2 forms of martial arts. This thought hadn't even faded in his mind when the terrifying force had already spread throughout his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from his bones. He was thrown back, flying out for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Run! Hurry up and run! Before the scarred man hit the ground, someone in the crowd shouted loudly and turned to flee. The scarred man, on the ground, didn't even have time to feel the intense pain throughout his body as he got up, looking incredulously at his fleeing subordinates, trembling with anger. Seeing those people escape, he instinctively furrowed his brows. Though these people were nothing but a mob, they were indeed desperate criminals. As the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, he should have captured them all, but just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard a wave of curses coming from afar. The fleeing group appeared to have run into someone else. His first reaction was that there was another batch of desperate criminals, so he instinctively looked towards the scarred man. However, he found that the scarred man also had a look of confusion, realizing those were not his people. That was. Just as he was puzzled, he heard a familiar shout. Everyone behave, where is your boss, the scarred man? Where is he? Why are you running? This voice. It was Captain Song. Hearing it was Captain Song, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the scarred man lying on the ground, a hint of a meaningful smile rising at the corner of his mouth. Will you surrender quietly? Or will you surrender after I beat you up? I happen to need some results to report to my superiors. Will you choose to come with me willingly, or will I have to hit you before you come? The scarred man displayed a smile even uglier than crying. Meanwhile, the voices in the distance gradually quieted down. Chapter 82, Less than 3 hours. Captain Song was feeling a bit dazed. Yes, dazed. Not just her, but everyone present was somewhat dazed. In front of them were once the most troublesome criminals. There were those who maliciously murdered. There were those who broke into homes. And there were even monsters who attacked families over a 3 yuan bowl of noodles. These were all the people who had been causing them trouble, occupying this area rife with exotic beasts, posing a threat even greater than the beasts themselves. Just a few minutes ago, they were still on the road worrying about this issue. Thinking that if they encountered these people, it would surely be another major hassle. But just moments ago, this group suddenly rushed out, each face filled with fear. Especially when they saw him, their terror deepened, as if they were in the presence of evil spirits, ready to devour them at any moment. In such a situation, these people had almost no fighting spirit left. The battle was resolved very smoothly. We were wrong. We confess. Please don't strike. We will follow whatever you say. Their voices trembled, filled with despair. This was not an act, they were genuinely desperate. After all, their boss had already been taken down by the 3 gorgeous 5 vehicles, let alone them. They originally thought they had a chance by escaping, but when they saw the high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Bureau, they understood completely. Their opponents wanted to capture them all this time. Captain Song frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. After all, this operation felt unreal. They had dealt with such a huge problem far too easily, it was just too smooth. Where is your boss? She grabbed one person who seemed like a deputy, her expression serious. Having been with the Martial Arts Bureau for so long, no one knew better than her that these people were just small fries. The true backbone of this group had not shown up. He's in the back. It's all him, he forced us to do everything. Your leader has already captured him. Leader? Captain Song paused slightly upon hearing this. Where's the leader? Her leader, the head of the Martial Arts Bureau, was right here. She instinctively turned to look at Yin Man, who had the same bewildered expression. More confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Where did a leader come from? Our upper management is all here. This left the captured man confused as well, trembling as he pointed to a spot not far away, saying in disbelief, "Isn't that young man your leader? He defeated our boss in just a few moves." Indeed, in his and his companions' minds, whoever had high fighting power was the leader. It must be some new leader they have never seen before, that's why they suffered this time. Younger man? This time, Yin Man was also a bit dazed. This operation was organized by him, so he was the highest leader. He couldn't remember sending anyone in here ahead of time, and such a person would not be able to instill such fear in these desperate criminals. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he thought of someone. This person was indeed from their Martial Arts Bureau and was indeed in this area. But no. Impossible. That kid has some ability, but he is definitely not a match for this group of people. He extinguished his own fantasies, furrowing his brow. Where is that person? Right over there, probably just 50 or 60 meters away, the captured man spoke again. He pointed, and everyone on scene instinctively looked up. To their surprise, they really saw 2 figures walking towards them. Team Leader Song and others quickly drew their weapons, their expressions serious and ready for battle. Until they saw Scarface, looking pale and disheveled, coughing as he walked toward them. From the looks of it, he seemed to be limping a bit. Seeing Scarface in such a sorry state caused some confusion among those present, but they immediately became defensive. All of them had interacted with Scarface many times, well aware of his strength and cruelty. Even an ordinary second-level master might not be able to handle this ruthless character. One wrong move could cost them their lives. Scarface. I advise you to surrender, otherwise, we won't mind killing you right here. Yin Man took a step forward, nervously taking out his weapon. Team Leader Song rushed to his side at once, looking ready to spring into action at any moment. Scarface, walking in front, was stunned by their call, his expression instantly changing. He turned back and yelled at the figure behind him, "Damn it, a soldier can be killed but must not be humiliated. Are you Martial Arts Bureau people out of your minds? I've already surrendered, so how can you expect me to just give up? Are you saying for me to chop off my own hands?" His angry roar left everyone present baffled. However, some quick-thinking individuals immediately understood something. There really is someone from our side? Team Leader Song furrowed her brows, looking behind Scarface. Not just her, President Yin Man and many others also looked up, wanting to see who the person was. But when they saw the young face, they all froze in disbelief. This person. So young? Indeed, way too young, looking only 18 or 19, more like a high school graduate. And he seemed to be a stranger? Who is that person? Someone in the crowd raised a question. I don't know. Not one of us. Also not one of us. Most of the people present shook their heads, after all, had become the group leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, but she rarely appeared in public, so most people here didn't recognize. However, there were still some who did know, but upon seeing appear here, they were so shocked that they momentarily didn't know what to say. Asterisk asterisk? Team leader Song was familiar with, and the moment she saw, her mind went blank. Why is he here? Could it be that the leader these people are talking about is? She turned to Yen-man, only to find her director's expression as dramatic as it could be at that moment. Yen-man looked at in shock, unable to react for a moment, and could only instinctively say, Is it? He never expected that this was really the work of. But with that strength, how did he manage to do this? At this moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, slightly nodded, Team Leader Song, I ran into these people on my way and had no choice but to subdue them. I didn't expect to bump into you, you arrived just in time. These people must be desperate criminals unable to survive in the city. Capturing them all today will also contribute to the city. Chapter 83, the problem is solved. But, how did you do it? He is a master. Team Leader Song was momentarily dazed. But she quickly realized something, her eyes revealing extreme disbelief. Did you advance to master? That's right, I miraculously became a master, but it's been less than 3 hours since the breakthrough. Nodded slightly and did not deny it. Scarface, who had been listening nearby, froze, his eyes widened in shock. What did you say? You said you broke through to master less than 3 hours ago? No, no way. You are stronger than several old-timers I've encountered, it's absolutely impossible for you to have just broken through to master. He found it hard to believe, but S' reaction didn't seem like a lie at all, shaking his worldview. Not just him, everyone present was impacted by S' words. Most of the people didn't know, but upon hearing he had just broken through and defeated Scarface, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. And a few who knew, aware of his past, were even more stunned. In less than 3 months, he became a master, and just after becoming a master, he took down the headache of the city, Scarface. Zhang, you did well. Yen-man calmed down from his shock, a warm smile on his face. I heard from Xiao Song about your deeds. Young man, you are indeed driven. Not only did you successfully resolve the issues with the first and second martial arts associations, but you have now also made a great contribution. You truly deserve to be the leader of our martial arts bureau. Team leader Song looked at Yen-man, who had changed so much, with a stunned expression and twitched his lips. Yen-man cleared his throat seriously and said to everyone, Come, let me introduce you to our fourth group leader. You are all the backbone of the city, please take good care of our little friend going forward. In his speech, he focused on the people from the first and second martial arts associations, his gaze filled with intense threat. Even a fool could see that starting today, S status in the Martial Arts Bureau would be high, even attracting the Martial Arts Bureau Director Yen-man to act personally. From this day on, S name would spread throughout the city, and he would be known by everyone in the martial arts circles. Showed a satisfied smile, he knew Yen-man's words meant he had solidified his position as leader. As for the first and second martial arts associations issues, they had also been completely resolved. He was satisfied, and so was Yen-man. Yen-man ordered for all the desperate criminals to be held down and prepared to return the same way. Be honest. I ask, you answer. If you answer honestly, I can still make it quick for you in the city. Yen-man pressed Scarface down, his voice cold. I'll answer your grandfather, if you have the guts, just judge me. Let's see if you can succeed. Scarface sneered, seemingly not afraid of being sent back to the city at all. What kind of dangerous situations has this kind of person not seen? Unless it's absolute force oppression, no one should think of making him cooperate. Yin's face turned ashen, don't think that anyone can protect you this time. With all the things you've done, the city will definitely punish you. Quickly answer honestly, what are you trying to do by killing so many beasts? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's eyes in the room gathered around. Each of them had serious expressions, their eyes full of curiosity. All along the way, they had seen the corpses of those beasts, and it could be said that the gruesome state of those corpses was terrifying, making anyone who saw it want to know why so many beasts were slaughtered in such a manner. Probably everyone automatically linked those corpses with some strange martial arts and wicked skills, in short, it was chilling. Beasts? What beasts? Am I breaking the law for killing beasts? Scarface was stunned, furious and embarrassed. Ha? You don't know the situation? Ian frowned. What situation? Ian, I think you must be sick. This time Ian was dumbfounded. Those dismembered bodies weren't killed by you? Nearly all the beasts in District 24 were killed, weren't you the one who led the team to kill them? This time Scarface was also confused. His bewildered expression told Ian that this guy was not lying, but really didn't know. Then, how did these beast corpses appear? For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. The mass death of beasts was originally a good thing for the city, but such inexplicable mass death was a terrifying matter.
They vaguely remembered the last time there was a mass death of beasts, which was followed by a terrifying beast tide entering the city. At that time, 30% of the city's warriors died. Just as everyone was anxiously worried about this matter, a voice startled everyone. Those beasts were killed by me, so what? Suddenly, everyone turned to stare at. Stood there looking a bit confused at everyone, instinctively scratching his nose. What's wrong? Is there a problem? He really didn't know what the issue was. Could it be that his methods of slaughtering beasts were too cruel? Now, do city warriors have to follow humanitarian principles when killing beasts? Do they need to make their deaths look prettier? Seeing that didn't seem to be lying, Ian was astonished. Those beasts were all killed by you? Yes. Over 100? Yes. How did you do it? One strike kill. Ian, ? Group leader song, ? Everyone looked even more confused, with a puzzled expression. I came this time to clean up District 24, is there a problem? Ian immediately shook his head, no problem. The young man did well, no wonder you are the leader of our warrior bureau. Although he said this, he was clearly a bit uneasy. His own realm was at a third-grade grandmaster, but he couldn't do what did, it even put him under great pressure. Everything that did was beyond his expectations, and thinking back to how he initially rejected, he couldn't help but want to slap himself for being blind. They didn't say anything further but led everyone back to the city. Sitting in the car heading to the city, group leader Son leaned a bit closer and whispered, ***, I really didn't expect you to succeed. You had me worried. When we go back, the First Warrior Association definitely won't dare to trouble you anymore. Also revealed a relaxed smile, I estimate the First Warrior Association thinks they've got me under control. I can't wait to see their expressions when they find out about this. I really look forward to it. Chapter 84, Slapping the First Warrior Association in the Face. The First Warrior Association. Today, President Zhao was in a good mood and even personally poured tea for Qiao Feng. How is it? It's been over a week now, and that kid hasn't shown a single sign, right? In less than 3 days, he will lose the title of team leader because of his recklessness, being personally driven away. By that time, this kid will know the price he has to pay for being young and hot-headed. Qiao Feng sensed the deep meaning in his voice and laughed heartily along. President, we don't need to wait for that time. Right now, Director Ian has already taken his people to District 24. I heard that Scarface seems to have made a breakthrough, and they sent him there to handle it immediately. If luck is on our side, not only will he die in there, but this time the Martial Artist Bureau will suffer heavy losses. Perhaps we might hear some great news today. The two exchanged smiles, seemingly envisioning the outcome, unable to suppress the smiles on their lips. In fact, just seconds later, they both unintentionally burst into uncontrollable laughter. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly echoed in the office. Not good. President, something's wrong. Outside, an anxious knocking sounded, revealing an urgent tone. Zhao, the executive, frowned and reprimanded discontentedly. Come in. What's so urgent? Is there anything that our first guild can't handle? The door was pushed open, and a guild member rushed in, panting heavily. President, Captain Xiao, things are bad. In District 24. There's been a problem. Hearing this, the first reaction of the two was actually excitement. Now they hoped for something to happen to those in District 24, especially the Martial Artist Bureau. If something happened, it would be a tremendous boon for their first Martial Artist Guild. Did something happen in the Martial Artist Bureau? Yes. Haha, I knew it. Qiao Feng rubbed his hands in excitement. Quick, tell me how many people were lost in the Martial Artist Bureau. Was it Scarface who made a move? How many did Scarface's group lose this time? He excitedly speculated, his smile growing wider. Just as he imagined the outcome he wanted to hear, the guild member who came to report shook his head. No. That's not the case. The Martial Artist Bureau successfully brought Scarface back. This news has created a sensation. Not only that, it seems the beasts in District 24 have been completely cleared out. It said that a team leader from the Martial Artist Bureau did it, turning that area into a safe zone. What? This time the one who exclaimed was not Qiao Feng, but President Zhao. He knew that although something happening to the Martial Artist Bureau was not good, it truly was a rare opportunity for the first Martial Artist Guild to rise in rank, which is why he was always on guard. But now? Not only did the Martial Artist Bureau not face any problems, but they also achieved such great merit. This meant the first Martial Artist Guild would have even less chance to surpass the Martial Artist Bureau in city influence. How could this happen? Didn't you say Scarface had made a breakthrough? He angrily questioned Qiao Feng, who also looked bewildered. The information I received was indeed like that, Scarface had made a breakthrough. That's why Ian couldn't hold back and went out to hunt. Not just me, many organizations also know this news.
president, you knew it back then too.
Zhao was stunned, frowning. Indeed, he knew about this matter. Not only did he know, but all major organizations also knew. Because the city had ordered every organization to send some people to help, and the first guild also sent people.
So why is this happening? This situation just doesn't make sense.
Indeed, it didn't make sense. It seemed illogical no matter how one thought about it. As the two furrowed their brows, the guild member who reported slowly spoke.
It seems it was the fourth team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau.
It seems that team leader has broken through to master. This time the beast clearance was all his doing. Before he could finish, both of them stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief and shock.
What did you say?
Group 4.
What?
The guild member was stunned by their fear, then thought briefly, and finally nodded heavily.
Yes, exactly. Bang!
Almost as soon as he spoke, Director Zhao smashed the table. The dull sound made the other two in the office shiver, looking at Director Zhao with some fear. At that moment, Director Zhao's face was pale, his eyes almost spitting fire.
He actually broke through to master. No wonder.
No wonder he dared to coordinate us with the second martial arts guild. Turns out this guy has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I was wondering how it was possible for someone to break through continuously in such a short time. It turns out this guy has been hiding his strength.
Xiao Feng, standing aside, looked bad and said, "You mean, this guy is someone the Martial Arts Bureau deliberately let out?"
2. Director Zhao snorted coldly. Of course, he is someone the Martial Arts Bureau intentionally let out, otherwise, how could they legally suppress our first martial arts guild? This guy is so young, he is likely related to someone in their ranks, secretly cultivated, waiting to bait us. His face grew increasingly ugly as he spoke, and his expression became darker.
That's right, it must be like this.
At this moment, he was filled with regret.
He was truly too foolish.
He thought the conditions proposed by this guy were clearly unfavorable for him. How could he be so resolute? He had secretly called the other guy stupid, but now it seemed he was the real fool. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His frustration had nowhere to vent, finally landing on Xiao Feng, whose expression was also bad.
Xiao Feng.
As the captain, I have trained you this way, and you are so careless.
You were the one who first met this guy, right?
You were also responsible for reporting the follow-up situation to me. Why were you so careless and didn't investigate thoroughly?
Xiao Feng's face turned pale from being reprimanded, but he couldn't say a word. What could he say?
Even if he had another chance, he might not check the guy's situation. If it was truly intentional, no one could find it out.
You?
I think you need to reflect on yourself. Starting tomorrow, go back to being a captain and take your team out to fight for a month. Xiao Feng's face instantly became difficult to look at, but at this point, he could only silently endure. He walked out of the office with his head down, while inside the office came angry roars.
Damn it! Really damn it! Martial Arts Bureau. This guy.
This matter isn't over. Our first martial arts guild will eventually find a way to recover this.
Chapter 85, this time, I have everything. Inside the Martial Arts Bureau. The guy walked out of the beast handling area, stretching lazily and letting out a comfortable groan.
Team leader Song walked out from behind, looking at the guy enjoying himself, showing a somewhat unnatural smile.
Little brother, you don't have any strange hobbies, do you? This is the first time I've seen someone who enjoys dissecting dead bodies so much.
That's right, she originally thought that when the guy returned, he just wanted to help handle some beast corpses. But entering the handling area, she realized it wasn't the case. The guy was completely immersed in the dissection, looking excited like a pervert. Recalling the tragic state of the beasts he saw in District 24 when they died, she increasingly felt that the guy was a bit perverted. The guy paused slightly. I just want to understand the structure of beast bodies better, only then can I strike them down in one hit. Of course, this was just his pre-planned excuse. He couldn't tell others that dissecting beasts could make him stronger, right? After hearing his explanation, team leader Song's skeptical gaze instantly disappeared, replaced by admiration. No wonder you could become a master at such a young age. It seems you indeed have your own remarkable qualities. With your focus and talent, perhaps you could touch the threshold of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. A bit surprised, this school is the best martial arts university in the country. He knows that, as he heard group leader Song mention it last time. But at just 18, you've already become a master. Is this level only just barely enough for the threshold? Perhaps seeing his astonished expression, group leader Song said proudly, "You don't know this, do you? After all, even if you are excellent, you are just in our district. The so-called geniuses in our city can only be considered at the lowest tier among the martial arts families of Kyoto. I've heard that some families' children reach the martial artist level by middle school, and that's still in the middle tier. There are even some prodigies who, at your age, have already surpassed the master level, making great achievements on the battlefield. Those people command thousands or tens of thousands on the front lines to protect our dragon country. becoming respected figures by those from other countries. The more she talked, the more proud and yearning she became, her eyes filled with longing. On the path of a martial artist, the stronger one gets, the stronger one wants to become. It's just like the endless desire for money. No, perhaps it's even more terrifying than money. The feeling of having power in your hands is simply beyond words. He couldn't help but show a hint of longing, unable to resist saying, "Those people, can they easily get the medicine to help my mother recover?" Group leader Song nodded. "Not easily, but as long as they want to, with the resources in their hands, they can definitely obtain it. Unlike us, even if we work diligently every day, it wouldn't work. We don't even have the channels. We are just looking to buy and find resources, while they can create resources themselves. Can you understand?" Nodding, he sighed helplessly. "If I hadn't become a martial artist, perhaps my mother would never have the chance to recover. But even if I become a martial artist now, I still need to fight for some qualifications with all my power. You know, I'm not saying these things to discourage you, but rather to give you a warning in advance. The last thing you asked me to investigate, I've looked into it clearly. For now, the only channel we can contact is that professor from the Kyoto University. Our martial artist bureau has a guaranteed spot. Originally this spot is very precious for internal personnel, but since you've made such a great achievement, I believe the director will give it to you." He was slightly taken aback. "Guaranteed spot? You mean to let me go to Kyoto University?" "Exactly." Group leader Song nodded. "That professor no longer develops projects for treating vegetative patients, and his personality is very strange. Money alone won't make him help. But I've heard he treats his students well. As long as you can successfully enter Kyoto University and become his student, there's a chance he will help." His eyes flickered, feeling complicated emotions. He thought he would never have anything to do with campus life again in his life, but unexpectedly he was given such an opportunity once more. His high school life was not pleasant. He had been looking forward to college life for a long time, but unfortunately, he ended up dropping out. He didn't expect that by a twist of fate, he was given another chance at school. Even though he had long since stopped hoping for it, he still felt a little desire arise in his heart. "This matter, I'll go look for the director shortly. You can research it in the meantime. Don't you have high school classmates and teachers? They should know more." She patted his shoulder, revealing a smile. Just thinking about school gives him a headache, but this did remind him of matters concerning his mother. Although under the protection of Father Bai, nothing should happen, but not receiving any news for such a long time really makes him worry about safety. "By the way, I want to find out someone's address. Do you know?" "Such a simple thing, just go to the office to have someone investigate. You are the team leader now." "Right, you can go to the resource department to collect your own space watch." "Space watch?" His face instantly flushed red. He had wanted a space watch of his own for a long time, and this trip to Kyoto University was even more necessary. However, he had never really hoped for it. After all, it was something rare and precious, and he did not expect to be able to get one now. Excited, he immediately ran to the bureau, first checking S address, and then walked away with a slender black space watch. Sitting in the car going to S address, he played with his space watch, extremely excited. The area inside this space watch is about 5 square meters, though not too much. It was already enough to store many beast corpses. Every time he went out and discarded a large number of corpses, looking at those valuable places, he felt a pang of regret. He looked at the scenery retreating around him, his gaze gradually flickering with complex emotions. "Xiao Meng. This time I am no longer the empty-handed boy I used to be. If needed, I can support you." Images of Father Bai flashed in his mind, his expression growing colder. "This time. Can you still look down on me like last time?" He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly waited. In the city's villa district, a black official car slowly stopped in front of a magnificent villa. "Little brother, we have arrived." Slightly opened his eyes and slowly opened the car door. Chapter 86, Wang Family Father and Son. Swore. This was the first time in his life he had seen such an imposing villa. This was not just an ordinary villa. Clearly, there was a distance inside, which was the villa's courtyard. Although this courtyard was not as exaggerated as the tens of thousands of square meters of grass in TV dramas, it was definitely larger than half a high-end community. It seemed that Father Bai had indeed been doing well these years, being able to buy such a villa here, something he could not do at the moment. He arrived in front of the villa, looking inside, trying to catch a glimpse of S figure, but obviously saw nothing. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar sarcastic voice. "Oh. I thought who it was. Isn't this? Why are you still not locked up? Did you run out of the martial arts bureau?" He turned to see Wang Li's annoying face. His eyes slightly chilled, the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. "What, haven't you been taught a lesson enough?" Wang Li's smile froze upon hearing his words. He instinctively took 2 steps back, hiding behind the middle-aged man behind him. Then noticed there was another person here, a middle-aged man in a suit, adorned with many expensive jewelry, and wearing 2 space watches on his wrist. This was a middle-aged man who resembled Wang Li. He must be Wang Li's father. Father, this blind thing is. He is the one who has hurt me several times, relying on his skills to act arrogantly. If it weren't for the presence of others last time, I might have been crippled by him.
Oh? The middle-aged man's expression instantly turned cold. He loosened his limbs and walked in front of, looking down at him, icy voice said, "You are the boy called, do you know who I am?" Slowly raised his head and softly said a word. "Get lost. Before I get angry, just get out of my sight." Wang Li's father was momentarily stunned. He clearly did not expect to say such words, and was immediately furious. "Kid, do you know who you are talking to?" "I, Wang Yuanmin, am one of the 2 major suppliers of warrior technology in this city. Half of the weapons used by warriors in the entire city are supplied by me. There are numerous martial masters indebted to me, and with just a flick of my finger, I could kill you. You dare to touch my son, Wang Yuanmin, and even insult me? You are asking for death." As he spoke, he was filled with pride, exuding confidence from his very core, clearly a man who genuinely believed he was the king of the world. Indeed, with such great power, his arrogance seemed normal, and others would truly avoid trouble with him. But who is he afraid of? From the day he became a warrior, he had been challenging authority, daring to defy those above him. So what? Do you want to fight me, the leader of the warrior bureau? He looked at him with disdain. Aren't you just a peak martial artist? You go out without a bodyguard, be careful, or you might suddenly die and leave no one to inherit your fortune. As he spoke, a chilling aura suddenly spread from him, and the slaughter domain burst forth. The terrifying slaughter domain instantly made the Wang father and son feel a cold shiver, and their faces turned pale in an instant. Wang Yuanmin fared better. He only felt an overwhelming fear, as if a ferocious beast was releasing its murderous intent before him. Wang Li, however, was in a terrible state. He was merely a trash-level martial artist, and upon sensing this fear, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his legs gave way, causing him to sit directly on the ground. He shook all over, unable to even speak. What do you want to do? Do you believe I could call the warrior bureau right now and have you arrested?" Wang Yuanmin looked at him nervously, revealing his fear. He never dreamed that this person named would be so terrifying. Clearly still in high school, yet possessing such an oppressive aura. Is he a master? A shocking thought emerged, filling his heart with deep dread. Then go ahead and try. But let me remind you, the call you are about to make might just end up coming to me. He looked disdainfully at the 2 weak individuals. Do you think I was raised in fear? Wang Yuanmin immediately dialed the number. Hello? I want a report that has escaped from the warrior bureau. Isn't he a person of interest? Right now, he is in the district of the villa area, and he even wants to threaten me on the streets. You need to send someone over immediately. As Wang Yuanmin spoke, he put the phone on speaker so that could hear, looking at him proudly. His expression seemed to convey that he was far from a match for him. But his smile didn't last long. It froze on his face as he heard the response from the call operator. Hello, sir. Please be cautious with your words. Is the leader of our 4th group in the warrior bureau. He has made significant contributions to this city. If you continue to speak recklessly, we will take action. Also, if you obstruct group leader Zhang from performing his duties, we will take action against you immediately. I hope you are clear on that? Although the voice on the phone was polite, it carried a hint of cold anger. Was certain that the person on the other end cared deeply for the warrior bureau. Only someone with such feelings would be so furious at someone else's reckless words about a member of the bureau. Wang Yuanmin's smile completely froze on his face as he gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The remnants of his smile turned utterly grotesque. He might have never dreamed that the outcome would be like this, and for a moment, he forgot to respond. As he remained silent, the female voice on the phone grew impatient. She spoke again, this time her tone even more serious. Let me confirm with you one last time, do you understand my meaning? Listen. I understand. Wang Yuanmin was already drenched in cold sweat. How could he dare to say he didn't understand? If he said he didn't understand now, he might as well be looking for death. Then, sir, do you have any other matters? No. Thank you for your call. Please rate this conversation later. The phone hung up, and a mechanical voice asked if he was satisfied with the call. Wang Yuanmin's first reaction was that the service attitude was bad, but feeling S gaze upon him, he seemed to think of something and forced himself to say he was satisfied. When the call ended, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Of course, the one feeling awkward was Wang Yuanmin, not. Wang Yuanmin felt S gaze becoming colder and colder. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Team leader Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 87, White Hair, White Cat. Wasn't a fugitive using inferior drugs? How did he become the team leader?
He turned to look at Wang Li but found this kid looking completely confused. Wang Li indeed looked perplexed. Ever since he was injured last time, he had been recovering at home. He could say he just came out today and had no idea what happened in the last few days. So at this moment, he also had a bewildered look. Facing his father's fierce gaze, he felt as scared as a little mouse. He thought he had to do something, otherwise, he would get a beating when he went back. Suddenly, he saw the villa gate and thought of something. He gradually showed a smug smile on his pale face. Asterisk asterisk, you don't need to show off here. I don't know how you became the team leader. But we haven't done anything, you have no reason to do anything to us, or you won't keep this position as team leader. You're here to find, right? Sorry, you can't see, but my father and I are here to visit Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai won't let you see, just give up on that idea. The more he spoke, the more confident and proud he became. How about this? I am not a person who holds grudges. As long as you kneel down now, bow your head, and call me dad, call my father grandpa, I will generously take you inside. What do you think? Without me, you might never see in your life. Wang Yuemin's face also showed a delighted smile. Good son, what you said is just wonderful. Even if you are the team leader, you can't act recklessly, right? Otherwise, don't blame us for ruthlessly taking that hat off your head. The father and son joined forces, and their words were worse than a dog or a pig. Could not help but applaud the two's outrageous remarks. Do you think this place is your home? Not to mention, you really do seem to want to play the watchdog. Looked at them with disdain, bending his body slightly, and started to sink downwards. The next second, under their ugly gazes, he leaped up and jumped directly into the villa area. You dare to trespass into a private residence. Wang Li pointed at, unable to hold back his exclamation. Shot him a cold glance, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. Sorry, gentlemen, I am investigating this villa in the name of the Martial Artist Bureau team leader. Because the situation is quite serious, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, if any weapons are discovered, both of you will be implicated. S words felt like an invisible palm delivering a heavy slap to the two. It slapped their faces, which were already unwelcome, until they echoed. The Wang father and son were thoroughly broken by S words, standing there with changing complexions, stunned and unable to say a word. What could they say? This time, they utterly lost. Who are you trying to intimidate? Today we'll see. Do you really have that much power? Wang Yuanmin was very angry and was about to press the doorbell. Said nothing, just sneered coldly at him, his gaze growing colder. Feeling this bone-chilling coldness, Wang Yuanmin finally stopped his actions. He truly didn't dare. But the team leader. He entered the villa area under such a name, and truly had the power to take him away. After thinking it over, he could only grit his teeth, forcing out a bit of sound through the gaps in his teeth. You are ruthless. This matter is not over, I don't believe you won't have any weaknesses in your life. Before you have any weaknesses, I will surely drag you down with me. Replied without changing his expression, the voice causing the other person's body to tremble. This time, Wang Yuemin didn't speak anymore, he hurriedly grabbed Wang Li and ran away in a daze. He wasn't a fool, he could see that was not easy to mess with. Seeing them completely disappear, snorted coldly, stood up, and walked toward the interior of the villa area. Inside the villa. Stared coldly at the white-haired man standing at the door. White Cat, get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being rude. White Cat lazily yawned, looking completely unconcerned. Don't waste your energy, miss, the boss said you can't leave, so you can't leave. Everything has been taken care of over at the school. During this time, a tutor will come to help you learn. After your college entrance exam is over, we will send you to Kyoto immediately, and then you will be free. Was so angry that she picked up a nearby chair and threw it, but it was smashed to pieces by White Cat's punch. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the chair was turned into splinters all over the ground. His gaze turned colder, the boss said that if necessary, we can take strong measures, as long as it doesn't cost a life. Feeling the coldness on his face, she took a step back. Although her talent was decent and she had resources backing her, she was only someone who had just broken through to a secondary warrior. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might be a genius, but in front of White Cat, who had long battled against the Bai family, it was utterly insignificant. Moreover, she knew very well White Cat's character. This guy was a complete madman, his mental state always unstable. Seeing her emotions gradually stabilize, White Cat slowly said, I told you, miss, you really are blind, that is a total waste. Even if he survives by luck, so what? I heard that he was taken into the Warrior Bureau because of drug use. During this time, there has been no news, most likely, it's because the Warrior Bureau found out about his forbidden drugs and imprisoned him. Even if he is lucky enough to get out, the first and second Warrior Associations won't let him go. With his level, escaping is a problem. How is he possibly going to be the boss's son-in-law?
What does it have to do with you? Retorted angrily. Don't think I don't know what you're after, you're just using my dad. If you ever really climb to the top, who knows what you'll want to do? If I were my dad, I'd kick you out of the team right now. White Cat suddenly had a twisted expression upon hearing this. It was as if something had touched his reverse scale, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. A glint of cold light appeared from his waist, which was a dagger reflecting a chilling aura. Miss, the only person who can say such things to me is the boss. So do you know who you are talking to? His voice was clearly filled with killing intent, and the icy aura made his face show fear. Just as the air in the hall froze, the door behind White Cat creaked open slowly. Chapter 88, Starting to Reason. The sudden sound of the door opening startled both people present. In an instant, White Cat put away his dagger and made a threatening gesture to Miss, you know I can't do anything to you, after all, you are the boss's daughter. But I'm a bit crazy, if I get unhappy, you won't have it easy either, you know this best. He hurriedly looked towards the door, showing a somewhat respectful expression. Creak. The door was pushed open. A figure appeared at the doorway. When the two saw who it was at the door, they both froze in place. The White Cat looked somewhat dazed struggling to make sense of what was happening. Brother Yang. Am I dreaming? Murmured to himself, also feeling a bit disoriented. Surveyed the two people in the room, his brow slightly furrowing. In that brief moment, he sensed a fleeting killing intent. He definitely did not misfeel. Ever since he obtained the ability of the slaughter field, he became more sensitive to killing intent. So, it was absolutely true. However, there were only two people in the room, and knew who they were best. It couldn't possibly be, it could only be. He squinted slightly, staring at the white-haired man in front of him, his voice icy. You just now had killing intent, right? As soon as this was said, the White Cat's complexion changed slightly but soon turned fierce. Do you know where this place is? You dare to come knocking? It seems the boss has been too kind to you. As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, his voice carrying a hint of chill. Since you have delivered yourself today, I will send you on your way. White Cat, you dare. Finally reacted, shouting loudly. Yang, run. He is at the peak of martial arts. She shouted anxiously, wanting to escape. No one knew better than her how dangerous this White Cat was. This person was not only strong but also mentally unstable. When he said he would kill, he likely meant it. Hearing her anxious shout, the White Cat instinctively looked back at her, seeing that her delicate face had a hint of worry and paleness, his smile becoming all the more twisted. Miss, rest assured, I will definitely handle what the boss entrusted me. This kid is doomed today. Oh? Just you? S voice came from behind him, startling him. That voice was too close. So close. He suddenly turned around and found that just as he spoke, had already come behind him. In a panic, his dagger shot out like a dragon, turning into a cold gleam aimed at the opponent's neck. However, bang! Firmly grasped his hand holding the dagger, keeping his entire arm motionless in midair. The White Cat instinctively tried to pull back his hand but found S strength was terrifying. He exerted all his strength but couldn't budge, like a massive iron clamp firmly holding him still. Such a feeling he had only felt from the master, White Father. He used his other hand to grab at, but again it was restrained completely, unable to move at all. His expression grew more ferocious, and he even raised his leg to attack S vital points, but the next second. Bang! He was directly kicked to his knees by, his hand easily turned over by. Ah! He is the most important person to him, and whoever dares to hurt her will definitely not be spared. No matter who this person is. The White Cat was completely suppressed, and sweat dripped continuously from his forehead due to pain. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented killing intent, which made him instinctively fearful. Why? Why are you a master? The White Cat did not understand. Clearly just an ordinary person, how could he jump in strength in such a short time? Taking forbidden drugs? But why has no one caught him? Why did the Warrior Bureau let him go? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he had completely forgotten to answer the question. I say, did you just have killing intent? He said again, word by word, with his fist slowly raised. At that moment, the White Cat felt an incredibly terrifying destructive power in that fist. He would die. He would definitely die. He would move. He would definitely move. The instant he saw this scene, the White Cat had a strong intuition. He wanted to plead for mercy, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, he realized that fear had rendered him unable to speak. He could only watch helplessly as the fist swung toward him, the sense of oppression making him see red, his whole figure seemingly towering and frightening. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted, and the glass in the living room shattered instantly with the shockwave. He was forced back a step by the immense force, and a figure dragged the White Cat back 5 or 6 steps before stopping.
It was White Father. White Father saved the white cat at the most critical moment, glaring coldly at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. His hands behind him were trembling constantly. It was the fist that had just fought with him. This kid. Where did he get such powerful strength? On the surface, White Father remained calm, but his heart was stirred like turbulent waves. He must know that he is a peak master at level 3, although famous for fighting techniques, his strength is not weak. But with that punch just now, it felt like a small mountain coming at him, shaking him to the core. If he had been even a moment later, the white cat. Humph. What are you doing here? This is my white family's place. Do you know this is trespassing? White Father tossed the already terrified white cat aside, his expression extremely cold and furious. Hearing his words, he laughed. Uncle Bai, you didn't teach me like this the last time we met. You taught me that you can be unreasonable. What's wrong? This time you choose to reason with me? Chapter 89, Justice is what matters. White Father's face looked ugly. He did not expect that after such a short time apart, he would catch up to his realm. Just now, he clearly felt that he had reached the master realm. This shocking fact still made it hard for him to accept. How on earth did this kid do it? Why could he improve so quickly? He knew that Mopa had struggled for many years to reach the master realm, yet he was easily caught up by him. Could it be? Did he really misjudge him? I only say this one last time, get out of my house now, or don't blame me for being merciless. White Father's voice was icy. Dad, what are you doing? He just saved me. The white cat wanted to kill me, she interjected at this moment. Although she did not feel the killing intent from the white cat, she believed his judgment because he would never harm her. Moreover, she knew very well who the white cat was. Given his crazy behavior just now, it was hard not to suspect he would harm her. White Father completely ignored her words and again threatened him. I say this one last time, leave now. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. From now on, as long as you don't have any contact with Xiaomeng, I won't send anyone to trouble you. Bai's father's aura changed. It became extraordinarily dangerous. The firmness in his brows made one unable to doubt its truthfulness. Dad, my relationship with Yang Gu is my own business. It's not your place to decide. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the hall, covered his face, looking at Bai's father in disbelief. Bai's father said in an unquestionable tone, shut up. The premise for you to make your own decisions is that you can be self-sufficient without me. If you can't even handle the white cat, what pretty words are you spouting? Do you think this kid in front of you is in a much better situation? Bai's father's words made the whole hall silent. If you really have the ability, take my daughter out in an upright manner, not like this. Frowned, looking at, who was covering her cheek, her dazed eyes revealing a hint of determination. I came here today to check if is safe. I will take away, but not now. You are her father, and since you've said such things, I will agree. I can solve any reason. One day I will take out of this home upright. Suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing next to the white cat before Bai's father could react. As Xiaomeng's father, it's understandable to act, but I truly cannot forgive your murderous intent towards Xiaomeng. Tell me, what do you want to do? He looked down at the white cat, the strong killing intent making the white cat feel suffocated. Boss, save me. The white cat felt his killing intent and shouted at Bai's father. Bai's father frowned, coldly saying, I advise you to think carefully before you act. The white cat is my person. If he truly had such thoughts, he wouldn't need your intervention. Stopped at these words, but his gaze remained sharp. You better follow through. Ignoring Bai's father's displeasure, he walked to S side. Finally snapped back to reality and hugged tightly. Yanga, I thought you would never come back. Gently stroked her hair, slowly saying, you should focus on your studies now and develop your martial arts. Trust me, if you are willing, I will take you away from this home in an upright manner. Nodded vigorously, hugging tightly until she could hear Bai's father's angry breathing before reluctantly letting go. Yang Gu, I believe you can do it. I just hope that day comes a little sooner. Don't worry, my dad just has a prejudice against you, he isn't a bad person. Explained while holding S hand, could even see her swollen cheek, looking very pitiful. Could see the urgency in her eyes, clearly knowing she didn't want the commotion to continue, and he let out a soft sigh. Don't worry. I will come back to take you away very soon. Finally patted her head and walked towards the door. In S tearful eyes, he gradually disappeared from sight. Outside the villa area. Felt dizzy. Was the most important person to him, but unfortunately, he couldn't take her away upright now. Bai's father's meaning was very clear, he had a lot of messes to solve, and had not officially embarked on the path of a warrior, everything was still unstable. Plus, his relationship with Bai's father was tense, making it all the more impossible. Since you think I'm not qualified, then I will make you look up to me. When that time comes, let's see who can still say no.
Slightly clenched his fists, making up his mind. The road ahead is still long, and he must walk step by step. Right now, the urgent task is to secure a recommendation quota to Kyoto Academy. He needs to go back to school and inquire about Kyoto Warrior Academy. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed his homeroom teacher's phone number. His homeroom teacher pleasantly shared information about Kyoto University, giving him a detailed understanding of Kyoto Warrior University. First of all, Kyoto, as the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom, is the top existence in everything. The students there are mostly locals from Kyoto, and their realms are worlds apart from those in Izu City. The admitted students may at least be martial masters. Of course, those are just ordinary students. They also have what is called an elite class, in which the minimum standard is what Team Leader Song calls a grandmaster. And to get close to that professor and become his student, one not only has to enter the elite class but also must choose to take the professor's military subjects, and it takes resources to make it possible. In other words, without top-notch strength, financial power, and influence, it is nearly impossible to get in touch with him. After hanging up the phone, he felt a heavy headache. There are less than a month before the college entrance examination and less than 3 months before school starts. During this time, it seems I need to work hard to improve my strength and accumulate financial resources. Team Leader Song said he only handles the ticket for the recommended spot. He clenched his fist slightly, his gaze becoming even more resolute. A few hours later, he was sitting on a special vehicle heading to the exotic beast activity area, stretching his muscles while looking out at the scenery. From now on, it all depends on my own efforts. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Xiaomeng, don't worry, I will absolutely prove myself. When I graduate and come back, I will be the brightest existence in Izu City. Chapter 90, Graduation Season. Graduation Season. Warrior College Entrance Examination Venue. She walked out of the examination room, and her beautiful face attracted countless gazes from the opposite sex, as they turned to look back. Her face was beaming with a smile, and she quickly took out her phone to send messages. Yang Gu, I did very well. The test result is Martial Artist 4 stars. I am also very talented. Although not as good as you, I will eventually surpass my dad. You don't need to feel too much pressure. Once I have strong wings, he won't be able to do anything to me. Moreover, the university I applied for is in Kyoto. I heard that your Kyoto Warrior Academy has a closed management system, but that's okay, I will visit you when I have time. After sending the messages, she put the phone back in her pocket. Father Bai observed this scene from a distance, slightly frowning. He never dreamed that she would enter Kyoto Warrior University, and if she really gets into Kyoto, perhaps there is still a chance for the two to meet. Fortunately, he knows Kyoto Warrior University well. It is a closed school, and the most important thing is that it is extremely strict and harsh. Really think of yourself as a genius? Once you get there, you will know what it means to be a frog in a well. I want to see if you can make a name for yourself. If you want to marry my daughter, you must at least have enough strength to make me speechless. He muttered coldly and walked forward to pick someone up. Another month passed. Inside the Warrior Bureau. The director, Ian, wore a broad smile, leisurely sipping tea in his office. Ha ha. I really did not misjudge this kid. In just 2 months, he almost achieved what I did in a year. I heard he recently killed a Grandmaster level exotic beast? Team Leader Song, sitting not far away, nodded slightly. That's right. Originally there were 7 beast lords, and now only 2 are left. Not only that, he has cleared out several areas of exotic beasts. Now the inner area of the exotic beast activity zone is almost free of exotic beasts. Thanks to him. In the past 2 months, we made a huge profit from the carcasses of the strange beasts. Team Leader Song sighed as he spoke. He is such a filial child, working hard to treat his mother's illness, but unfortunately, that is Kyoto Warrior University, where the elite class children are all the best of the best. I wonder if his pride can handle it. Yin Man heard his words and had a serious expression, tapping on the table and saying, I have to say something to you about this. Did you not tell him the truth? Letting him keep such great hope will inevitably lead to disappointment in the end. Team Leader Song smiled bitterly. Of course, I told him the truth, but he definitely wouldn't accept it. Yin Man also smiled bitterly. That's true. A master under 19 is the top genius here. If I were like him, I would be even more arrogant. It's just a pity in their eyes, we are just small-town exam takers. I will personally send him off when he leaves this time. By the way, you should contact him. In the next 2 days, send him to Kyoto, let him have some rest, otherwise, he won't handle the military training when school starts. That is no ordinary military training. Okay. Several hours later, boarded the special car back to the city. He lay in the car, feeling exhausted all over, but looking at the data panel in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Host. Vitality, 280,000 points, level 7 master. Current abilities: Anatomy Reflection, LV1, Hunting, LV2, Overstepping, LV3, King's Ascendance, LV4. Current abilities to master further. Leader, LV5. The host can share one of their abilities, and the recipient will accumulate to enhance the host's ability level based on usage time. Conditions: lead the sharer to achieve the 10x shareability condition. For example, for the anatomist, the host needs to guide a perfect dissection of 10 strange beasts. Coronation, LV5. The host can share all abilities, the sharer obtains a part of the ability, and can return some benefits to the host while using it. For example, the anatomist's vitality reflection, enhancing the bloodline ability of overstepping, etc. Conditions: the sharer must work with the host to kill at least once a strange beast that surpasses the host's level by 1 tier. Sovereign, LV5 can permanently share each ability to one person, receiving 100% ability feedback. Conditions: lead the sharer to kill 10 strange beasts at the same level as the host. This period of cultivation has been very effective, he has successfully become a level 7 master. At this level, there is probably no one stronger than him in Yuqing City, even if there is, they are exceptionally rare. Not only that, but the bloodline ability he gained from overstepping has also doubled his attributes. 40 times muscle strength. 100 times stamina. 20 times recovery ability. 20 times self-healing ability. 20 times reaction speed. Such physical quality allows him to far surpass other strong ones in the same realm, estimates that his physical capabilities could challenge 2 levels higher. This means that now he could even dare to face a level 9 master. However, he also found some troubling issues. That is, the increase in vitality is somewhat lagging behind. As his realm rises, the required vitality becomes larger, and just being a master requires 2000. If one day he really needs to break through the master stage, the needed vitality will be extremely vast. If he only relies on himself to dissect one strange beast after another, that would probably be exhausting. Thinking of this, he focused on the new level 5 abilities. Among the level 5 abilities, Coronation and Sovereign can both return some vitality to him. It's like a fission ability that can greatly enhance his vitality. The last time I gained a random reward for my ability, I can choose 2 abilities to upgrade this time. This is good news for me. However, the Sovereign ability is obviously a bit weaker, so I think I will choose Coronation and Leadership. By the way, I heard that the university allows creating their clubs. I can use this opportunity to form a small team to hunt strange beasts. I'm also building connections for myself. Murmuring to himself, he felt a thrill of excitement at the thought. University life. I'm coming. Dragon City Martial Arts University, just wait for me to shine brightly. With eager anticipation, he walked into his mother's hospital room at night. Mother Zhang had lost even more weight than before. Although there were high-quality nutritional fluids here, not eating or drinking would make anyone lose weight. She lay there looking almost unrecognizable. He tightly grasped her hand and gently said, "Mom, I've been accepted into Martial Arts University. This time I got a direct admission, and it's the best university in the country, Dragon City Martial Arts University. I will definitely become the best student there, successfully become that professor's student, and bring you the medicine. By then, we will be a family together, and everything will be fine." Mother Shang's eyes were moist as before. After saying a few more words, he slowly stood up to leave. Just then, Mother Zhang suddenly grasped his hand tightly. "Mom!" Feeling the strength in her grip, his heart raced with excitement. He saw Mother Zhang's lips moving continuously, as if there was something she wanted to say. "Mom, you're awake?" Unfortunately, Mother Zhang did not open her eyes, her lips just kept moving. He leaned closer to Mother Zhang and could actually hear fuzzy sounds, although unclear, he still understood enough. Photo album money. He couldn't hear anything else clearly, but only those 2 words made him pause for a moment to understand. That night, he returned home to retrieve the family photo that his mother usually put away. Behind a picture of his mother holding him as a baby, he found a savings book and 20,000 yuan. He called to check the amount inside, which was 100,000 dragon coins. He asked Father Zhang, who told him it was the wedding money that mother had saved. He always heard about it, but he had never seen it. As for that 20,000, it was mother's dowry from back then. That night, he felt those money had some magic that kept him awake. The next day at noon, he boarded a plane to Dragon City. Father and Leader Song sent him off with the 20,000 in his bag and a savings book with 100,000. Of course, there was also a message from a friend who couldn't come. "Yang Ge, we have military training for half a month. Once I finish, I'll come around your university to take a look. Even though your campus is completely closed, who knows, maybe there'll still be a chance to meet. Don't feel too pressured, I will also work hard. I can also become rich." He turned off his phone and closed his eyes to rest. In the afternoon, the plane landed, and he saw what was called the capital for the first time. It was a luxurious city of steel, denser in buildings than Yu City, with streets packed with people. The unique buildings on the streets were colorful, and the city filled with vibrant lights created a visual shock.
He sat in the car, gazing at the dazzling city scenery, momentarily entranced. He didn't know how long it took until he arrived at Dragon City Martial Arts University. He could only describe it in 2 words. Magnificent. Imposing. Even the gate was built of stone over 10 meters tall, with the big characters for Dragon City Martial Arts University written in a swirling dragon and phoenix style on it. He looked up at it for a while and then noticed 2 places in the distance marked registration. There were senior students on both sides shouting for new students to register. He looked at both sides and, seeing they were similar, scratched his head and stood in a less crowded spot to wait. Just as it was about to be his turn, he suddenly heard an impatient voice behind him. "Hey, brother, are you standing in the wrong place? With that pitch-black appearance, you don't seem like one of the elite class, do you?" He turned around and saw a young man dressed in flashy designer clothes. The man's age was about the same as his, and he looked quite handsome, but that careless chewing of gum was really unlikable. The other party was shamelessly sizing him up, with a face full of disdain and disgust. "Hey, hey, hey! Black Coal, I'm talking to you." His brows furrowed slightly. He was indeed a bit dark, but it was completely due to the recent battles in the beast activity area. He was new here, and he didn't want to cause trouble, but he was never one to be afraid of trouble. He wanted to explain, but the words just wouldn't come out. A bit hard to say. "Get lost," he replied calmly, letting out a long breath. This felt much better. The young man froze for a moment, instantly furious with shame. "You dare to curse at me? I see you're seeking death." As he said this, he smashed his fist toward him, with an impressive momentum. He felt the momentum and was shocked. The other party was actually a level 6 master? Not everyone had a golden finger like him. Having the level of a level 6 master at such a young age was truly terrifying. But he was still too inexperienced to deal with him. His muscles tensed up, ready to counterattack, but suddenly a girl appeared in front of them. This girl looked extremely slender but easily blocked the other's fist. "This is Kyoto Martial Artists University, not your home. If you want to act like a young master, go home." The girl was a sunny beauty, with a bit more mature, intellectual beauty than him. The moment she appeared, she firmly attracted everyone's attention, including his. Of course, what attracted him wasn't her appearance, but the subtle sense of danger emanating from her. This seemingly delicate beauty was at least a level 10 martial artist. "Senior sister. I was just joking with him." The branded-clad youth showed an awkward smile. Yes, I was just joking. I was just kindly reminding him that this is the elite class." Who knew this guy couldn't take a joke and directly attack me? "Everyone is watching. Right?" he said as he glanced around, seeking agreement. He clearly saw that this guy was threatening others with his eyes, looking as if saying, "If you don't help me, you'll regret it." Most people were unwilling to cause trouble, so they said nothing, but some timid ones really followed his lead and spoke up. Standing here, witnessing the right and wrong being turned upside down, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. Just as he was about to say something, even considering directly getting physical, that Beauty, the senior sister, spoke first. "What does it matter if someone is in the elite class or not? Don't think I don't know what you said. I've been watching you for half an hour. You better be careful, my eyes are the ruler." The youth didn't expect this Beauty senior sister to be so unyielding, and his face turned pale with anger line. His mouth dropped open in shock, looking very surprised. "I really didn't expect the junior to be so impressive. You must know that the spots for direct admission are limited, and not everyone can get one. So, do I get any special treatment with this direct admission?" "No." "Then what?" "It's just impressive sounding. Actually, it's not too different from those who enter through exams." Jean Dingdang waved her hand. His mouth twitched. His instincts told him that this senior was far from ordinary. "Come on, share your information. I'll ask, and you answer." Jean Dingdang sat at a table placed at the school gate, then picked up a nearby computer and began to ask. "Name? ***. Age? 18. How long have you been a martial artist?" 3 months. What level?" 7th level master." What? Originally ready to input the information, Jean Dingdang suddenly stood up, looking at in shock. Chapter 92. The new student is bullied. Chapter 92. Her voice attracted nearby people, who looked on in curiosity. Hurriedly lowered his voice, sister, keep it down." He didn't like feeling under so many gazes, nor did he want to expose his level so easily. But perhaps it was because this senior was truly too excited, her voice grew louder. "My God! The junior actually has the strength of a 7th level master? The most important thing is that you've only been a martial artist for 3 months. How on earth did you manage that?" Her voice got louder, and estimated that even those 10 meters away could hear her. He wished he could just find a crack in the ground to hide.
Sister, please keep it down, I have social anxiety. Felt his scalp tingle from Chin Ding Dong's enthusiasm. Sorry about that. I just thought you seemed so ordinary, I didn't expect you to be so talented. At your age and level, you're pretty good in the elite class. As she spoke, her voice paused. So, how about joining the elite class 3 I used to be in? Class 3? Isn't entering any class random? Was slightly stunned. Chin Ding Dang immediately shook her head. It can be random, or it cannot be, it mainly depends on which class you want to enter. What's the difference? Class 3 has me, this beautiful girl. Anything else? Just me, this beautiful girl. Huh? That's right, just me being beautiful. S mouth twitched, feeling as if his head had gotten heavier. Okay, then I'll join your class. He, Junior has good taste, if anything happens later, just mention my name, and I'll take care of you. Chin Ding Dang patted his shoulder, chuckling. Looks like sister is quite famous in school? Not really. Then is your level top-notch? Not really, I'm just a half-baked warrior. Then will mentioning your name mean? I don't even know if it works, you can give it a try, anyway, I'm beautiful. Felt embarrassed. Though he thought it wouldn't be an issue joining any elite class, he regretted agreeing to this, beauty. But he wasn't indecisive, since things were already this way, he would just go with the flow. Sister Ding Dang, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Universities can establish clubs, right? Of course, do you want to start a club? I do want to start a club, but I don't know how. It's simple and hard at the same time, I'll add you to my contacts, and after the enrollment ends, I'll tell you. No problem, then I'll go check on my assigned dorm. Briefly communicated with Chin Ding Dang, then walked into the campus. He just didn't realize that the young man who had argued with him earlier was nearby, staring at him with a gloomy expression. After looking for a long time, finally found the boys' dormitory building and located his dorm room 304. The dorms at the school accommodate 4 people, and the other 3 had not yet arrived, so he chose a lower bunk. He had just finished making his bed when he heard a sound coming from the door. There is a skinny boy wearing glasses. He originally had a smile on his face, but when he saw, his smile froze, and his face even paled a bit. Wanted to greet him, but found his reaction a bit strange. He was sure this was the first time he had seen this boy, so why did the boy look at him like he saw a ghost? Hello, my name is. After a moment of hesitation, took the initiative to speak. I am Zhao Wenshu. Zhao Wenshu pushed up his glasses, his gaze a bit evasive. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with and quickly found the bed farthest away from him to handle his business. Seeing him avoid him like a plague, was a little confused for a moment. However, he didn't take it to heart, as he had encountered similar situations back in high school. Campus exclusion was like child's play to him. Soon, he waited for another roommate from a different dormitory. This roommate gave off a sporty vibe, with a wheat-colored complexion and seemed to have an outgoing personality. Wow! Asterisk asterisk. Aren't you the from the test just now? The moment the boy entered, he fixed his gaze on, appearing quite excited. He threw his luggage directly on the floor and ran to S side. Zhangge, I heard what you said earlier, your level is actually a 7th rank martial master. I'm only 4th rank, you're ahead of me by 3 ranks. How do you usually train? What drugs do you take? Can you spill the beans? Looked at the boy with sparkling eyes, his expression somewhat unpleasant. What kind of people are in this school? Why is there not a single normal one? What's your name? Oh. I forgot to introduce myself. Call me Hu Gang, my dad is in the medicine business, if you need anything just find me, bro will definitely give you the best resource discount. Hu Gang confidently patted his chest. While speaking, Hu Gang glanced at Zhao Wenshu not far away, greeting him with the same tone and approach. However, Zhao Wenshu seemed to be unimpressed and possibly a bit impatient, so he simply didn't respond. Found Hu Gang a bit noisy, planning to get up and step outside to get some fresh air while familiarizing himself with the campus environment. But just as he was about to leave, a few people suddenly walked in from outside the door. At first glance, these people were clearly seniors, their faces fierce and each one looking like they came to cause trouble. The leader had silver hair and yelled as soon as he entered, "Who called?" Upon hearing this, the remaining 2 people in the room simultaneously turned their gazes to. Frowned. These people clearly were not good news, they must be here to make trouble. Sure enough, the silver-haired man directly grabbed his collar. So it's you, calling yourself? Is it you who's chatting and laughing with Ding Dang? Do you know whose woman she is? Frowned again, feeling a bit helpless inside. That Ding Dang is not a reliable senior, she is simply a disaster. However, who I talk to has nothing to do with you. Unsurprisingly, they did not expect to respond like this. He froze for a moment, and then his expression instantly twisted menacingly. Very well. You're pretty arrogant, huh? His expression twisted hideously in an instant, and another fist was already raised. But the next second, a cold scowl. The killing intent of is simply not comparable. The silver-haired man was momentarily stunned, then suddenly grinned menacingly. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Poochie. The cold knife sliced through skin, and blood spurted from his neck. The blood instantly splattered on the few followers chasing him, directly stunning them. The silver-haired man covered his neck in shock, his face filled with terror. Expressionlessly shook the scalpel in his hand and said coldly, I have a sense of restraint. If you go to the medical room now, you won't die. Of course, if you insist on standing here and bleeding out, that's your problem. When he said this, his face remained cold, and everyone present felt he was a devil who wouldn't blink while killing. With a terrified scream, the silver-haired man and his group fled the room, disappearing without a trace. They left, and the room fell into a brief silence. Expressionlessly changed his clothes in front of his two roommates and tidied himself up. Yang. Brother Yang, he won't die, right? Hu Gang's voice trembled, filled with a hint of fear. This fear stemmed partly from fear of death, and partly from who would want to provoke someone who directly slits a throat? No. After slitting a throat, he still stood here, unruffled, leisurely changing clothes. This person definitely had some issues. Oh, don't worry, he won't die. My knife didn't hit a vital spot, he won't die. I'm very familiar with where those organs are. Unless, as I said, he is foolish enough to stand here and bleed out. Spoke lightly, yet Hu Gang felt even colder. He felt was not just a bit odd, this person was definitely a freak. Had now reorganized his appearance. Do you know that person from earlier? I don't know him, I've just arrived. But I can find out for you, Brother Yang. Hu Gang shook his head. Said nothing but turned his gaze to Zhao Wenshu nearby. Zhao Wenshu felt S gaze and shivered. For some reason, he always felt S look at him was not like looking at a person, but more like looking at a corpse. I don't know him, but I know he must know Chu Cho. That guy is the top rich kid from the elite class, and it seems he is crazily pursuing senior Qin Dingdang. That person should be one of Chu Cho's subordinates. Hearing this, suddenly realized. So you already knew and didn't want to interact with me to avoid trouble? Zhao Wenshu, caught being exposed, hesitated and nodded. We can't afford to offend that guy. I suggest you find a way to settle this quickly, or our dorm will suffer. That guy holds grudges, and he has a lot of connections here. We can't compete. Said nothing, but started to stretch his limbs. You're right, you really can't compete. So from now on, when you see them, just take a detour and see if they will let you go. Anyway, I'm different. If he has any wicked thoughts, I won't let them off. Walked out of the dormitory, leaving Zhao Wenshu and Hu Gang staring at each other wide-eyed. Zhao Wenshu was quite smart, he picked up on the hidden meaning in S words. Looking in the direction where had disappeared, his expression was grim. Madman. What a madman. This is Kyoto, who knows who might be hiding a hornet's nest behind them. I just want to graduate honestly, I hope I won't be dragged into this, he muttered to himself, then refocused on organizing his things. After leaving the dormitory, began to look for the location of the club. He didn't really want to contact Qin Dingdang anymore. It was not because he was afraid of causing trouble, but simply because he felt it was unnecessary. Qin Dingdang was like a hornet's nest, even approaching it would lead to being stung. He is not sick or enjoys seeking trouble, so he naturally should avoid it. In fact, the most critical point is that Qin Dingdong's muddled personality makes people feel unreliable. Fortunately, although the campus is large, the buildings are not very complicated, he just casually asked a few people and found the place where the clubs were recruiting. This place is really just like the university he imagined, with countless seniors shouting there. Junior, come to us, we are the pharmacy club. Everyone researches pharmacy. We can improve our strength together and become rich. Handsome, over here, we are the Human Research Club, specializing in various human hey, don't go. Exotic Beast Cooking Club. Exotic Beast Anatomy Club is recruiting. Martial Arts Club is recruiting. The people from each club shouted hard, and the atmosphere could be said to be at its peak. On the bustling street filled with people, the atmosphere was heated. He found a familiar senior sister, who took out a piece of transparent stone from her spatial watch. Senior sister, although this is made from the beast core of a warrior-level exotic beast, its appearance is special, it warms in winter and cools in summer when held. I hope you like it. The senior sister, with an introverted personality, turned red when she heard his words. Junior, I have a boyfriend. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. I just arrived and have many questions to ask, but I feel embarrassed to trouble you, senior, you see? No problem. The senior sister immediately held the stone in her hand and smiled awkwardly. Senior sister, I want to create a club of my own, how can I do that?
Hearing this, the senior sister first showed curiosity, then said, "You need at least 3 club recommendations to establish a club. And your club must make contributions to the school within a week, only then is it possible to continue establishing it and receive the school's support." He immediately realized. Then, how can I get the club recommendations? Is this something easy? The senior sister immediately became serious. It's easy to say and hard to say. Generally, the rule is that you have to do something for someone else's club. I can give you a recommendation spot here. Do you want to know more? That's great. I wonder what conditions you have, senior sister. The senior sister thought briefly and said, "Since you gave me something, I won't make it hard for you. My club is a planting club, specifically researching some flowers and plants that help with cultivation. Recently, we are focused on the medicinal materials on the back mountain of the school. You just need to help us bring them back tomorrow. Don't worry, these are common medicinal materials from the back mountain, it's just that our club has few people and many tasks, so we are too lazy to go running ourselves." No problem. He agreed without thinking. Not for any other reason, just because he had money. That's right, he was very wealthy. The money his mother left him was merely a thought that he would never spend. Besides this, he also had nearly 500,000 in savings. No, you didn't hear wrong, it was 500,000. He acquired a lot of valuable items from the exotic beast activity area in Yucheng. This was after leaving 50,000 for his father, which shows how rich he really was. In such a wealthy situation, he could simply buy back these things without spending any time cost at all. Great. Then I'll trouble you, let's add a contact method, and I'll send you what we need later. He nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and continued to ask, "Does senior sister know which clubs are easier to talk to save me some time?" Well, that's really hard to say because the recommendation qualifications of each club are in the hands of the president and the vice president. It's completely about whether their personal character is good or not. If someone really wants to take something from you, then no one can say for sure. But I suggest you look for a club that you are good at, that way, you have something in common and might really help someone, and things could go more smoothly. Nodding slightly, he already had an idea in his heart. What is he good at? Naturally, it is dissection and hunting strange beasts. He indeed saw a club for dissection, which was easy to join. As for hunting strange beasts, he did see a combat club. However, those people looked fierce and were not easy to talk to, but he could only try. With this in mind, he went straight to the dissection club. The dissection club was managed by 2 female students. They were not exceptionally beautiful, but still possessed a pleasant appearance. Especially one senior sister who wore glasses, radiating a pure and enticing aura, very capable of stirring up intrigue in the hearts of males like Herman. Thought, this is definitely the club's method of recruiting, after all. Most warriors will dissect and analyze strange beasts, it's not something one would deliberately learn unless someone has a special need like him. "Hey, Junior, are you interested in our club?" The senior sister smiled as she adjusted her glasses upon seeing approach. "Of course, if you are interested in me, senior sister, that works too. As long as you join our club, I can teach you how to dissect bodies step by step." Chuckled dryly, feeling a bit strange about her words. He didn't waste time and directly expressed his thoughts. Not joining the club? You want a recommendation without joining the club? You're quite greedy, little brother. But it's not impossible. You should know that a club recommendation can only be used once per semester, and it's quite valuable. His smile stiffened, he hadn't expected such a condition. Realizing he might get heavily charged, he prepared himself mentally. "Senior sister, just tell me the conditions." To his surprise, "It's the desire. Now I feel like the entire school is twisted. On my first day here, I already saw so many abnormal seniors. It seems I really need to adjust my mindset and not let myself go crazy like them." Soon, he saw a senior in a white lab coat dissecting a corpse not far away. Around him stood 5 or 6 male and female students, carefully observing his dissection, seemingly learning. The senior was operating while slowly explaining to the people present. The skeletal structure of this python is very peculiar. Its tiny bones total over 1,000. To preserve the flesh and blood while decomposing the bones is nearly impossible. But after years of research, we now have a method that can preserve the maximum amount using fine dissection. Everyone, pay attention. Watch how I use this technique to cut step by step. As he spoke, the scalpel in his hand moved swiftly, and even those who didn't understand could tell it was as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye. The bones were quickly separated, with only a thin layer of blood and flesh remaining. Senior Gao is amazing. This is truly a masterful dissection technique. Perfect. Everyone looked at him with excitement, except for who couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, what a pity. In that instant, the room fell into a dead silence. Chapter 95, Big Shot, Take My Knees. Swore, he truly sighed subconsciously.
It was just that his sigh was a bit loud, and as soon as the sound came out, he regretted it. He didn't expect that such a small sound would be noticed by everyone. The most awkward part was that now everyone was staring at him, and those looks. Hostility? Doubt? Or seeing him as a fool? In any case, there were no good looks. Oh? You're the new student? I wonder what exactly you think is a pity. The man in the white lab coat slowly walked over, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his eyes, there was anger, as well as a kind of obsessive enthusiasm for dissecting bodies. Sure enough, was there no one normal in this school? Felt embarrassed, then calmly said, "It's a pity that every time you cut, you're afraid of hurting the bones, so the knife needs to bounce back when near the bones. This is why there is only a thin layer of flesh left. Otherwise, perhaps it could have been perfectly removed." It's easy for you to say. The most taboo in dissection techniques is talking without understanding. The man's face had already turned cold, clearly upset. Because only he knew that it hit the nail on the head. Every time, he was indeed afraid of hurting the bones, so he didn't cut all the way through. But who wouldn't be afraid? If any of the bones shattered, the whole skeleton would fall apart, and the body's bones would be ruined. He turned to look at the senior who had been watching the show, his voice filled with displeasure. "I say, Lu Xiaofei, where did you find this new guy? How can someone so ignorant try to pursue academics? You are also a fan of dissection. You should know that this technique's most important taboo is impatience. This person is really disappointing. Let him join another club." He waved his hand in clear disappointment and turned to leave. Lu Xiaofei awkwardly smiled, looking at and helplessly shrugged. "You saw it too. It's not that I'm not helping you, but you ruined your own opportunity. Forget it, as compensation, I'll take you back to the dorm." Smiled helplessly, unable to stop himself from saying, "Such a simple technique, why bother talking about it like it's some big deal? Isn't this just a few cuts to get it done?" The man who was about to turn and leave stopped in his tracks when he heard his words. He turned his head to look at, and the anger on his face was already obvious. "Just a few cuts? You actually used the word just when talking about such a delicate dissection technique? Kid, if you can really dissect bones better than me, then I, Yang Ming, won't be the president of this dissection club anymore. Would it be okay if I handed the club over to you?" He became more and more agitated, his cheeks turning red. As expected from his guess, this person was truly serious and fanatical about dissection, otherwise, he wouldn't lose his composure over such a small matter. But this was exactly what he wanted. "Okay. Yang, you said this yourself, not me forcing you. I don't even need your president position, I just need you to recommend me so I can start my own club." Spoke excitedly in one breath, eager to try. He didn't pause or give Yang Ming a chance to think before finishing his words. Yang Ming was stunned, a bit dazed. He looked at S' victorious expression, his mouth twitching. Crashing the party? Yang Ming thought for a moment, then immediately shook his head. No, it didn't matter even if it was, because he was absolutely confident in his dissection skills. Only the professional teachers at school might surpass him in these intricate operations, and not by 100%. So, was just a thoroughly overly confident fool. That's right, definitely a fool. Thinking of this, he showed a gloating smile. All right. Since you've said that, I agree. But if you can't do it, you have to apologize to everyone publicly. Not only that, but you also have to cover all our experimental costs today. Just to let you know, our daily dissection cost is 10,000. So, what do you think, dare to bet? Nodded without any hesitation. Of course, what's there to be afraid of? Good, very good. Yang Ming smiled and gestured for him to proceed. He looked at Lu Xiaofei, his smile even more pronounced. Lu Xiaofei, I misjudged you. You went through so much trouble to find a counterexample for everyone, I'll praise you. Lu Xiaofei couldn't help but roll her eyes, giving him a fierce glare without saying anything. She just said to, I originally wanted to find 2 bodies to test, but since you said that, 1 body is enough. After all, he is our president, what he says carries more authority than I do. Didn't waste words any longer and signaled that they could start. Yang Ming called someone to bring another body from the cold storage, and everyone began to wait. At this time, the few people present were already starting to discuss. Is this person out of his mind? Yeah. He dares to challenge President Yang Ming in dissection, he doesn't even know how he died. Looks like our funding for today is already secured. Ha ha. It's really beautiful. Everyone chatted away, looking at as if he were a clown. They all had absolute confidence, after all, there was only 1 dissection club in the entire school, and only 1 president. So it was impossible for anyone among the students to be stronger than Yang Ming, the president of the dissection club. This was a truth that could be understood even by the toes. How could this foolish newcomer dare to hope for a miracle?
Until the body was brought up, Lu Xiaofei stepped forward again. You can actually admit defeat now. I can say a few words for you, and just apologize. Bared his teeth and smiled. If you didn't have those heartfelt words, I would have thought you were just like the others. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lu Xiaofei didn't say much more. After all, she had no connection with. If really lost, her club would benefit, and she had already been generous enough to offer to step back. Yang Ming simply checked the structure of the corpse and confirmed there were no problems before making a gesture to start. You can begin now. Let's see how good this master really is. Didn't waste any words, the scalpel in his hand suddenly flipped and danced around, as if it were alive. He took a big step forward, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He was about to start showing off. That's right, he was about to start showing off. Didn't want to show off, rather, he was simply too skilled at the art of dissection. In an instant, the scalpel in his hand pressed against the skin of the corpse, and then he swiftly operated on the body. The spine, like magic, was one moment inside the corpse, and the next moment perfectly extracted. No doubt, perfectly flawless. The bones were perfectly preserved, with almost no bits of flesh left sticking to them. If Yang Ming left 5% of meat, left absolutely less than 0.1%. The most important point was that he did it in one go. The speed was simply terrifying. The whole process took less than a minute, and he had already perfectly extracted the bones. Some people, not paying attention, only saw a flash, and had already finished the dissection. Yang Ming's eyes widened, rubbing his eyes non-stop, then he shockingly ran to the corpse. Not just him, but also the students who were originally watching him rushed up. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bloodless bones, wide open with astonishment. This. My God. He actually can do it. How on earth did he accomplish this? A miracle. Wow. Big shot, take my knee. Who said this technique isn't good? This technique is amazing. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed in awe. Yang Ming's eyes were wide open. After a while, he finally came to his senses and picked up the perfect bones. I concede. This skill really makes me respect. What is your name? This time, his attitude was different from before, replaced with recognition and respect. Asterisk asterisk dot. I just have a lot of experience in dissection. If you have a lot of experience, you would definitely do better than me. Said seriously. This was his heartfelt opinion, not just flattery. He could see that this person named Yang Ming had a solid foundation. Every step was a more advanced technique, probably learned systematically. The only pity was that those were all so-called theoretical foundations. To truly master it, one must dissect strange beasts non-stop like him. Indeed, I learned a lot. According to our agreement, I will help recommend you to establish a club. But have you reached 3 recommendations for the club yet? Slightly shook his head. You are the second, so I plan to visit the hunting club. They seem to hunt strange beasts, right? Hearing this name, Yang Ming obviously froze for a moment. Which club are you going to? I suggest you change clubs. Why? Is the club president hard to communicate with? Yang Ming shook his head. Not hard to communicate, on the contrary, he is quite easy to talk to. It's just that there are all kinds of people there, you might run into trouble without realizing it. Don't think this is a small chance. Let me put it this way. Because the atmosphere in their club is bad, now at school, people almost walk around them. Hearing this, S-Mine probably already had a guess. It must be that the club has a lot of people like the silver-haired one seen today, which indeed could be a problem. But thinking about how the other party's club president was easy to talk to, he felt he couldn't miss this opportunity. I still want to go see. I won't disturb you today. No problem, but are you really not considering joining us? I can feel it, your skills are impressive. If you team up with me, we could definitely elevate this dissection club, and who knows, it might even get included as a project. He became more excited as he spoke, his face showing intense enthusiasm. Ahem. He felt something was off about him, so he made a quick escape. Once out the door, he immediately thought about going to the hunting club. But he was stopped by Hu Gang. Hu Gang appeared in a hurry, clearly looking for him. Brother Yang, I finally found you. It's bad news, that silver-haired guy has brought a group to corner you on campus, and this time they are armed. I looked into this guy, he is seriously a troublemaker. This kid is a well-known bootlicker in the school, specializing in helping those powerful young masters. You could say most of the young masters in the school are related to him. So this guy does whatever he wants without considering the consequences because someone will clean up after him. If they really catch you, they will definitely go all out against you. His brow slightly furrowed. If that's the case, it really is a problem. How many of them are there, and what are their levels? Hearing this, Hu Gang's face darkened. At least more than 10, I found out, and there are 2 level 10 masters, both tough guys at the school. One of them is the president of the hunting club, I heard he fights hard. As he spoke, he worriedly took out a thumb-sized vial from his pocket. Brother Yang, even though today is your first day as my roommate, I really admire you. This is one of the life-saving potions my dad gave me. If you use it, your physical ability will double in half an hour. Let's try to avoid them. If we really can't avoid them, this will be our last card. He didn't expect Hu Gang to be so righteous. For a moment, his heart felt warm. This potion might be dispensable for Hu Gang, but it was truly generous to help him at this time. Then I won't be polite. You should head back now. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't get dragged down. He patted his shoulder with a slight smile. Seeing him like this, Hu Gang showed some hesitation. He was indeed a bit scared. I can't just leave you like this, Brother Yang, do you have any good ideas? If it really doesn't work, should we go find the counselor? I have the counselor's number, I'll call him now. He said as he began to take out his phone, but was suddenly interrupted by. It's probably too late. Huh? They're here. Hu Gang finally noticed that had been looking behind him with a very serious expression. Hu Gang instinctively turned to look and was nearly scared out of his wits. More than a dozen people dressed like thugs didn't look like proper students at all. The most terrifying part was some of them had long hair and were running with knives. The silver-haired guy stood among them, pointing at him. That's him. Get him. As long as he isn't killed, it's fine. With his loud shout, those people rushed up, scaring the passing students into avoiding the scene. When these people realized that the silver-haired guy's target was, they all looked at him with pity. As for helping to report to the school, no one would do such a foolish thing, nor would anyone meddle. That's how college is, it is not that different from society outside, very realistic. Young. That big bearded man, and that long-haired one. Hu Gang quickly pointed out two people. Before his words fell, had already flown out. No, more accurately, he had slipped out. Slipped out like a loach on the ice, moving extremely fast. With this charge, everyone was stunned. Because no one expected to take the initiative to rush out, especially into the crowd to seek death. But the fact was right in front of them, leaving those who were ready to chase a bit dazed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, slid past several people and appeared right in front of a long-haired man. This man had long hair, tied up like a woman's, and his style was very hip-hop. He held a short iron rod, and when he saw charge up, he swung it. Seeking death. He swung the iron rod, and his momentum surged. That was the aura of a 10th level master. Feeling his strong aura, the long-haired man's face revealed a confident smile. He had known S level before coming. A 7th level master was indeed impressive, but too green in front of him. With his 3rd level advantage and confident battle experience, he believed he could definitely crush. However, when he saw again, he was frozen in place. At this moment, S eyes were bloodshot, like a mad beast, exuding a strong murderous aura that made him feel unable to breathe. His hand involuntarily stopped moving, staring in shock at the fist that had already swung toward him, only able to brace himself to block it with the iron rod in his hand. Bang! Crushed the potion bottle that Hu Gang had given him, then brought his fist down heavily. Moments later, a figure flew out. Let out a beast-like roar from deep in his throat. This punch created air compression and sound explosion. Taishan Fist. Not just Taishan Fist, but also 50 times the muscle power of the same realm. And the potion given by Hu Gang. This punch could be said to be the most terrifying punch had thrown so far and capable of causing the greatest damage. His only goal was to shock. The deep sound of the explosion echoed in everyone's ears. In that moment, it felt like the world went silent, followed by a heavy hit. After a brief silence, a huge blast followed, appearing like a nuclear bomb impact. Boom! Accompanied by the massive sound explosion, a figure flew out. It was that long-haired man. He flew backward under the astonished gazes of the crowd, flying nearly 20 meters like a cannonball toward the silver-haired man. Everything happened too quickly. No. Not just fast, every second was unexpected. So, when they reacted, the figure that had flown out had already knocked the silver-haired man down. Boom! A huge explosion sound erupted, causing everyone to shudder. They stood frozen in place, gazing at this towering figure, fearfully sweating from their foreheads. Dead silence. What did they just see? That long-haired figure was a 10th level master. 10th level. That was a real 10th level. Already considered one of the best. Yet, he was knocked flying by this new student with a single punch. The long-haired man had completely passed out. Everyone dared not move easily, fearing that the madman would chase them next. Slowly straightened up, looking towards the big bearded man. The big bearded man's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat, his body trembling. Oh my, bro, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding.
That silver-haired guy, if you're not relieved, I'll help you deal with him right now. The big bearded man pointed at the silver-haired figure in the distance, his face full of outrage. He was truly afraid. Didn't he say he was a 7th level master when he came here? Is this really a 7th level? Which 7th level master can knock a 10th level person away with one punch? He wasn't a fool, he knew he was definitely not a match and thought it was better to quickly soften up now. Said nothing, just fixed his bloodshot eyes on him, remaining silent. The atmosphere was extraordinarily strange. Well, should I make a move? The big bearded man felt his gaze and seemed to understand, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. Said nothing, just slowly raised his fist. Seeing his stance, the big bearded man was instantly drenched in sweat. Just as he was contemplating whether to run, a sudden, crazed voice rang out. Let me see what's going on, why is it so lively today? Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw Yang Ming walking out of the building with some people. Yang Ming was wearing a white lab coat, his hair disheveled, and he seemed somewhat floaty when he spoke, giving off the impression that he had mental issues. His laughter was also abnormal, and the few people behind him seemed off as well. In short, seeing such a scene, they were not afraid at all, instead, they were quite excited. Especially in their eyes, each one looked like they would rush in at any moment, stabbing people to death and then dissecting the bodies. If just now these people, combined with the mad, made the onlookers wary and retreat. Then now, with the appearance of these people, the onlookers completely scattered. Who would dare to approach this crazed group? Ha ha ha. I thought who it was, turns out it's the big bearded president of the hunting society. Big Beard, are you here to deliver a corpse for me today? Yang Ming laughed manically, constantly stroking his chin, his eyes darting left and right. Finally, he focused his gaze on, revealing some surprise. Hey! Asterisk. Have you come to an agreement with Big Beard? Ha, I told you that Big Beard is easy to talk to, as long as you say it, he will definitely be willing to help you recommend the establishment of the society. How's that? Did I say it wrong? He laughed joyfully, as if he were happily dissecting a corpse. Heard his words and looked up at the somewhat dazed Big Beard. The Big Beard, although slow to react, was not a fool and immediately caught on to the underlying issue. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly put on an enthusiastic smile. Brother. The madman is right, such a small matter, you don't need to personally tell me, just have someone inform me. The madman also knows my contact info, why do you insist on personally telling me? Isn't it just a recommendation for establishing a society? A trivial matter. He patted his chest frantically, looking very righteous. Finally, S gaze shifted away from him, slowly. Settling on the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man felt S gaze and his face changed dramatically. That kind of uncontrollable fear spread across his face. Although he had only encountered twice, he had completely sensed S madness. This person was not to be trifled with. When it came to matters, he truly dared to act. Run. He had to run. If he didn't run, he might very well die here. No doubt about it. He didn't know why, even in school, he had this terrifying feeling. Was definitely not a normal person, when things happened, he truly dared to kill. Help! Murder! He didn't care about the wound on his neck and started screaming wildly, shrieking. The bandage on his neck instantly turned red as pain shot through him from the movement. But he had already forgotten all of this, he just wanted to escape. Did not pursue the other party, because any clear-eyed person could see that this guy had been thoroughly scared out of his wits. Even if didn't find him in the future. User is a skilled expert in translating best-selling novels. He no longer dared to approach. However, gazed in the direction he fled, suddenly furrowing his brows. There. It seemed like there was someone. Yes, indeed, there was someone. Not only did he see it, everyone present saw the person as well. It was a man, about their age, dressed in a simple yet luxurious brand-name outfit, slowly walking toward them. The silver-haired man, upon seeing this person, seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, scrambling toward him. Brother! Brother Liang! He wants to kill me! Damn it, those bearded men backed out at the last minute, we can't let them go easily. The man didn't speak, but continued walking toward. Felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming from him. This guy. Has he surpassed the Grandmasters? The moment this thought crossed his mind, S' expression darkened. He had initially thought he was just offending some spoiled young master, but now it seemed that the other party was not a careless heir, but someone with both strength and resources. Asterisk, you're not bad. I, Chu Cho, really appreciate you. You are one of the few interesting people I've met. The man spoke slowly, though he didn't say much, his words exuded immense pressure. Remained calm on the surface, but inside, he felt some pressure.
Of all the people he had met, only Chu Chiu had given him the most pressure, even more than the director of the Martial Artist Bureau, Yin Man. As expected, this was the charm of Long Du. Sorry, I don't like making friends, so I don't plan to interact with you. Spoke slowly, his voice cold. What he didn't know was that when he said this, the bearded man and Yang Ming's faces turned ugly. Fear was clearly visible on their faces, and it was obvious they were wary of this man named Chu Chiu. If they were in S shoes, they probably wouldn't have spoken to Chu Chiu like this. Hearing these words, Chu Chiu didn't get angry, but instead laughed out loud. Interesting, really interesting. Asterisk asterisk, you are the most spirited new student I've ever met. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I'm the student council of this session. I've also been involved in this military training, hope you can be just as lively during the training. I'm keeping an eye on you. He said no more, instead turning and preparing to leave. The silver-haired man followed him, his face grim, his gaze filled with caution as he looked at from a distance. Wait. Did I tell you to leave? Just when everyone thought the matter was about to end, suddenly spoke. This sentence was like a bullet, exploding in everyone's minds. They stared at in shock, with only one thought in their heads. This guy is definitely crazy. Isn't this asking for death? Oh? Are you talking to me? Chu Chiu squinted, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Raised a finger, pointing at the silver-haired man. Apologize. If you don't apologize today, I'll cut you every time I see you, until you apologize. Hiss. So ruthless. Too ruthless. Everyone was moved. It was only then that they realized, Chu Chiu was indeed not someone to mess with, but the person in front of them. He didn't seem like someone to mess with either. One punch knocked out a level 10 grandmaster. One person intimidated more than 10 others. Chu Chiu narrowed his eyes slightly, his face showing clear discomfort. Isn't this a provocation towards him? The silver-haired man looked at him, his face also dark. Because he didn't dare not to apologize. He knew meant what he said, he would do it. Chapter 98, where is? Sorry, I shouldn't have provoked you. The silver-haired man finally hesitated and spoke. He knew very well that even if Chu Chiu had immense wealth, it couldn't protect him. The guy named in front of him was a lunatic, and lunatics don't think about things too much. He was really afraid of dying. Chu Chiu's face had already been grim, and upon hearing the silver-haired man's apology, his face darkened even further. Isn't this hitting him in the face in public? I remember you. I hope you can still be so tough in a few days. He snorted coldly, leaving with a dark face. Seeing the troublesome guy leave, Yang Ming walked over to his side. Junior, your military training is going to be tough. This guy is vengeful. Today, you've completely offended this rich young master. He should also worry about offending someone like me. The days ahead won't be easy. Showed no fear, instead chuckling lightly. Yang Ming was taken aback, revealing his unique crazy smile. Right, you really are not easy to mess with. Ha ha. The big bearded guy listened to their conversation, sweating profusely. In his heart, he had already equated S mental state with Yang Ming's. These two guys are both maniacs. Junior, don't worry about the club matters, I'll definitely help you out. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to deal with the club stuff first. He forced a smile, eager to escape. Nodded slightly, thank you for your help, senior. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me in class 3. The big bearded guy nodded happily on the surface but was wildly complaining inside. Find you? If I really have to find you, then there must be something wrong with my head. The big bearded guy hurriedly left, and the others dared not stay. When they return today, they will definitely spread crazy rumors about what happened today. Perhaps it will only take one night for his name to spread throughout the school. Didn't linger much either, he just chatted briefly with Yang Ming before heading back to the dormitory with Hu Gang. On the way to the dormitory, Hu Gang appeared exceptionally excited. Yang Gu, you were so cool. Do you know, at the moment you flew out, my mind went blank? It wasn't until I saw you capturing the thief and the king that I realized how explosive your move was. You are my idol. If you need any herbs in the future, just let me know, I'll surely help you out. He became more and more excited, like a little fanboy following. Ahem. Damn, does this medicine really have no side effects? Was about to speak but felt immense pain all over. There are indeed a bit, after all, it's a life-saving potion, there's bound to be some side effects. Twitched his mouth and looked at Hu Gang, who appeared embarrassed, saying, I do need to buy some herbs, but I'm not sure if they are actually herbs, see if you can get them for me today. He handed over the list that the senior sister had sent him, and Hu Gang glanced at it and laughed heartily. These things aren't worth much, don't even mention buying them, I can give them to you right now. He waved his wrist, and with a flash of light, he brought these things out from his space watch.
However, these things have very low medicinal value. Yang Gu, why are you interested in these? You really need me to help you find better ones. Took the items and casually said, I want to start a club, so I need. He paused here, looking at Hu Gang with bright eyes. Isn't this his first member? Hu Gang, do you want to be as strong as me? You mean as strong as you? Of course I want to. But my talent level is limited, I definitely can't reach your standard, Yang Gu. Although the elite class guidance is amazing and can help people break through quickly, I still lack confidence. Suddenly patted his shoulder, confidently saying, don't belittle yourself, aim higher than the sky, aspire for a path that is far. Join my club, and I will help you become as strong as me. Look at me, just a few months ago, I was just a rookie who had just become a martial artist, and now I'm so powerful. Hu Gang heard his words and pouted, Yang Gu, you're really joking, you only became a martial artist a few months ago? You must have been smart since you were a child, and